Father fell gravely ill, and the staggering medical expenses weighed heavily on Yang Bo, an apprentice at an antique shop. By a stroke of fortune, he came into possession of a glass bead that bestowed upon him the extraordinary ability to discern treasures. Thus begins his journey of unearthing hidden gems and reshaping his destiny. Chapter 1. The Glass Bead. Xiao Bo, do not worry about the family. Do not send all your money at once. You must take care of yourself. I will look after your father. Yes, Mom, please persuade Dad to seek treatment at the hospital. After a brief conversation, Yang Bo hung up the phone, tears streaming down his cheeks. His father had been diagnosed with liver cancer, yet the family hesitated to incur the exorbitant costs of treatment, forcing them to endure his suffering at home. Yang Bo researched the costs of liver cancer treatment. The first year required 500,000, and the second year 35,000, totaling at least 850,000 to owe him. This was an astronomical sum. Yet for the sake of his father, he was determined to raise the necessary funds. Yang Bo, what are you doing? Slacking off again? Hurry and serve the guests some tea. The shout pulled Yang Bo from his thoughts. He quickly replied, coming. Wiping away his tears, he forced a smile and rushed out, exclaiming, here I come. Pouring a cup of tea for the guests, he prepared a fine preaching dragon well, as was the custom at Gudajai. The owner would utter different codes based on the status of the guests, and Yang Bo had to pour the tea accordingly. Poor tea indicated a common status, suitable for Bai Luo Chun. Serve good tea indicated a higher status, requiring Xian Yang Mao Jian, and if the owner exclaimed, serve the finest tea, then it called for the preaching dragon well. Such occasions were rare, and after serving the tea, Yang Bo observed a guest in his 50s engaged in animated conversation with the owner, a blue and white porcelain hammer vase, resting on the table. The vase's deep color and subtle glaze were commendable, yet the owner's choice of preaching dragon well seemed a bit excessive for this item. Yang Bo swiftly assessed the situation. Having graduated high school without entering university, he had become an apprentice at the antique shop, now in his second year. Despite the owner's reluctance to instruct him, Yang Bo had diligently studied and acquired considerable knowledge about antiques. However, this knowledge was of little use. He could not simply purchase the porcelain and resell it, as doing so would violate the rules and invite ostracism from all antique shops. Moreover, he lacked the capital. The weight of 850,000 felt like a boulder pressing against Yang Bo's chest. After a brief negotiation, the guest concluded the deal, purchasing the hammer vase for 50,000, facilitated by the owner's persuasive tongue. Once the transaction was complete, the guest departed, and the owner, Guo Papai, beamed with satisfaction as he circled the vase, clearly reveling in his success. This hammer vase is from the Guangxu period of the Qing dynasty. Although it pales in comparison to its predecessors, acquiring it for 50,000 will surely yield a double return. With the vase in his arms, Guo Papai retreated to the back room to secure it in the safe. Yang Bo managed a forced smile, yet his mind lingered on the 50,000. If only he had that amount, his father could begin treatment. As the lunch break approached, Yang Bo stepped outside to buy a boxed meal. Guo Papai would only allocate him 20 yuan, allowing for a 10 yuan meal per person. To save money, Yang Bo opted for a 5 yuan fried rice, hoping to stretch his lunch into dinner. The midday sun blazed fiercely, and the streets were nearly deserted. Lost in thoughts of his father's illness, Yang Bo pondered whether he should quit his current job for construction work, which, though arduous, would provide better pay. Gazing at his slender frame, he felt a pang of uncertainty. Brother, please have mercy. I haven't eaten in 3 days. A voice from the roadside startled him. Turning, he saw an elderly man, tattered and weary, leaning against the steps, beads of sweat adorning his forehead. Would performing a good deed, coupled with sincere prayers, bring healing to his father? A flicker of hope ignited within Yang Bo. The sum of 850,000 felt insurmountable, leaving him with no clear path forward. He could only entrust his hopes to the heavens, praying for divine intervention. The old beggar looked up at Yang Bo and said, "Thank you, kind brother. You are truly benevolent." Wait a moment. Yang Bo heard the beggar's voice behind him and turned to see the old man extending a green glass bead towards him. "Brother, take this as a gift." Yang Bo examined the irregular bead, which, under the sunlight, bore a certain lustrous quality. He recognized its lack of significant value, but knew it was worth more than his fried rice. He quickly shook his head. "I cannot accept this. Please just take it." The old beggar insisted, holding fried rice in one hand while pressing the glass bead into Yang Bo's palm. "I found it by chance, and no one else wants it. It is better suited for a kind-hearted young man like you." With that, the beggar turned and walked away. Yang Bo stood momentarily in bewilderment, shaking his head, puzzled by the encounter. Once the glass bead was in his possession, a refreshing coolness enveloped his eyes, and every cell in his body felt as though it were basking in icy water. Upon returning to the shop, Guo Papai immediately berated him. "What took you so long? Do you realize that time is of the essence? You are wasting my time. Do you understand? Yangbo nodded slightly. The meal shop was particularly busy today, and I had to wait in line. Were you helping a pretty girl? Have you taken a liking to the daughter at the meal shop? Yangbo remained silent. He had indeed helped out there before, merely to save a meal's cost, but there was no ulterior motive. Guopapi's misconceptions were persistent, and he chose not to clarify. With a dismissive huff, Guopapi snatched the box meal and retreated to eat in the back. Yangbo unwrapped his fried rice, using disposable chopsticks, when a sudden thought struck him. Where had the glass bead gone? He had kept it in his possession the entire time, but why didn't he feel particularly sweaty? Yangbo pondered this perplexity, but chose not to dwell on it further, picking up his chopsticks and devouring his fried rice. Chapter 2. The Strange Aura. The afternoon was sultry, and the shop was sparsely populated, for the morning's transactions had yielded considerable profits. Guobapi, brimming with excitement, issued a few instructions before departing in his vehicle. In an effort to find tranquility, Yangbo, as was his custom, took a cloth and began to wipe down the items in the shop. Convention dictates that ancient porcelain should not be casually wiped with a cloth. However, Gudajai, being a modest establishment, lacked the expertise for proper handling. Crucially, the porcelain on display was predominantly counterfeit. As he deftly removed the dust from a vase, Yangbo felt an inexplicable difference in its appearance. Leaning in closer, he noticed that the vase seemed to emanate a faint glow, soft and delicate, as if the light was merely a reflection concentrated in a small circle on the surface. Yangbo widened his eyes, striving to discern the phenomenon more clearly. Yet the light abruptly vanished, leaving no trace of the aura before him. Puzzled, he attributed this to his recent fatigue and dismissed it from his mind. After a brief respite, he picked up a plum vase once more. This time, an inexplicable thrill coursed through him as he focused intently on the vase, which depicted a magpie perched upon a plum branch. The vase's surface gleamed with a luster that could reflect one's silhouette, and at last, he perceived it clearly. The light gradually coalesced, converging around the neck of the plum vase, forming a diminutive and tenuous halo. This aura was faint, so fragile that a mere wave of his hand could shatter it. Yet for Yangbo, it was a startling revelation. He felt as though he had become somewhat extraordinary. A flurry of thoughts raced through his mind, yet he remained uncertain of the halo's significance. Both pieces he had previously handled were forgeries, contemporary artworks devoid of research value, while the genuine antiques had been secured in the boss's safe, leaving him with no opportunity to engage with them. After a moment of contemplation, Yangbo realized that his employer was absent. He locked the door and ventured out, confident he would not be discovered. Proceeding along the street for over 100 meters, he arrived at another antique shop, Bo Gutang. Given the competitive nature of their businesses, Guobapi and the owner of Bo Gutang, Jia Huiren, did not enjoy a cordial relationship. However, this did not hinder the camaraderie between their apprentices, and Yangbo maintained a good rapport with Li Ling, an apprentice at Bo Gutang. Upon entering the shop, a refreshing coolness enveloped him. Li Ling was seated in a corner of the lounge, idly surveying his surroundings. Upon seeing Yangbo, a smile broke across his face. "Bo, what brings you here today?" Yangbo felt a touch of exasperation. His slender frame hardly suited such nicknames, yet he chose not to engage in banter. "Is Bostja not here?" "No, he's gone out. It's too hot today, and there are no customers," Li Ling replied. "Yangbo no deadly flee, relief et. Oh, by the way, didn't your boss acquire a Qing Dynasty Dawang Famil rose cup recently? Could I possibly have a look at it?" Li Ling's expression turned hesitant, as the cup was regarded as a prized possession by his employer, one over which he had no authority. Yangbo immediately grasped the situation and explained, "Rest assured, I will not handle it. I merely wish to observe from a distance. It is not often that I encounter such authentic items, and thus my curiosity is piqued." Li Ling, reassured by Yangbo's promise not to touch anything, replied, "Well then, do not meddle with it. I shall fetch it." With that, Li Ling stepped into the inner room. Due to the familial ties between Li Ling and Boss Jia, trust was naturally established, allowing Boss Jia to feel at ease leaving such treasures in the shop. The exquisite pastel cup was soon brought forth, its exterior adorned with gilded bands that beautifully segmented it into 3 decorative layers. The midsection of the cup featured a depiction of the 7 treasures on a lotus base, showcasing an intricate and elaborate composition, making it an exceedingly rare gem. However, Yangbo's intent lay not in mere admiration, but rather in validating his hypothesis. Fixating his gaze upon the pastel cup adorned with the 7 treasures, Yangbo's heart raced as he observed threads of light emanating from the cup's surface. gradually converging to form a luminous halo. This halo thickened, quickly becoming more substantial than the previous two. Suddenly, a beam of light detached itself and surged toward Yangbo's eye. He instinctively closed his eyes, feeling a refreshing coolness spread around the periphery of his eyeball, only to vanish in an instant. Upon reopening his eyes, Yangbo noted that the halo remained intact, with no further alterations. He also realized that his vision seemed unusually prolonged. Could the prior beam of light have had an effect? Yangbo closed his eyes once more, overwhelmed by an impulse to laugh joyously toward the heavens, for he sensed that he had stumbled upon a treasure. The density of the halo evidently correlated with the age of the porcelain. If this were indeed the case, could he not directly authenticate ancient artifacts henceforth? Would he not surpass even the experts? He could ascertain the age of an object without the need for carbon-14 testing. "Debo, what is the matter with you?" Li Ling inquired, noticing Yangbo's prolonged silence as he stared at the porcelain, now appearing somewhat dazed with his eyes closed toward the sky. Li Ling regarded him with curiosity, but, seeing that he adhered to his promise and did not touch anything, he refrained from further questioning. "All right, please wait a moment." As the halo formed anew, another beam of light entered his vision. After comparing the sizes of the halos on both porcelain pieces, Yangbo felt a surge of understanding. He could likely determine the age of an object based on the halo's magnitude, which was immensely significant for him. This discovery could enable him to seize opportunities. Most importantly, it meant that his father's medical expenses finally had a glimmer of hope. Li Ling, sensing Yangbo's peculiarity today, could not help but remark to Bo, "You're not unwell, are you?" Yangbo, feeling slightly speechless, reflected on the hope of earning 850,000. Excitement surged within Yangbo as he finally glimpsed a ray of hope. The hope of healing his father. His father lay at home, reluctant to seek treatment, merely wishing to save money. If only he possessed sufficient funds, he could ensure his father received the best care. The memory of his mother's voice on the phone, weary and hoarse with worry, made Yangbo's nose tingle with emotion, and a wave of warmth welled up in his eyes. Chapter 3. The Ghost Market. The following day, Yangbo rose early, folding up his simple bed. After a brief wash, he locked the door and stepped outside. The sky remained dim, for it was merely 3 o'clock in the morning. Yangbo shattered the moonlight underfoot, flashlight in hand, and turned left into a narrow alley. After walking a few dozen steps, he heard the bustling sounds emanating from within, with beams of light flickering erratically. The antique street where Gu Detai was located lay merely 200 or 300 meters from the Xia Tian Palace Antique Market. Yangbo had often wandered through the ghost market before, but at that time he had no money and thus had never purchased any items. This time, however, he brought along the remaining 200 or so yuan of the month. Success or failure hinged on this singular moment. If his eyes had indeed deceived him, there would be little to say. For his father, he was determined to give it his all. Despite his resolution, Yangbo remained cautious, scanning the surroundings. The ghost market was filled with a plethora of items: porcelain, paintings, gold, silver, jade, as well as Qin bricks, Han tiles, song gravel. And even the heavily prohibited spring and autumn period bronze vessels could be found here. As for their authenticity, it was entirely left to the buyer's discernment. Yangbo was acutely aware of his limited knowledge, unable to ascertain the value of many items, thus rendering him even more vigilant. He passed by stall after stall, picking up one item after another, refraining from employing his supernatural abilities as he was uncertain how long they would last. He surmised that it wouldn't be too long. If he failed to find a genuine artifact, it would be a considerable loss. Therefore, he resolved to alter his strategy. Standing up, Yangbo began to search the area. And soon enough, he spotted a target. Curator Chu Yuanyang was the deputy curator of the Jinling Museum and had visited Gu Detai 2 or 3 times. Thus Yangbo recognized him. As he embarked on this endeavor of following someone for the first time, he felt somewhat inexperienced. While keeping an eye on Curator Chu, he pretended to examine small items, careful not to miss any of the curator's movements. Curator Chu picked up a snuff bottle, scrutinized it for a long time, then set it down, only to inspect a brush washer and glance at a couple of paintings intermittently. The seemingly chaotic and random selection process left Yangbo feeling somewhat bewildered. Fortunately, he possessed ample patience, with so little money in hand. Wasting a chance meant he would have to wait until next month, which he could ill afford. Early treatment for liver cancer still held a glimmer of hope. And with each passing day, that hope dwindled further. Before long, Yangbo noticed Curator Chu holding a fish basket-shaped porcelain piece for an extended period, exhibiting signs of hesitation. A spark ignited within Yangbo, prompting him to approach cautiously, narrowing his eyes. Threads of light emanated from around the porcelain, standing out starkly against the night. The light gradually concentrated at the neck of the fish basket vessel, increasing in intensity until it coalesced into a luminous halo. Yangbo focused intently, his heart racing. This halo was even more substantial than that of the Daowang period powder-painted Seven Treasures cup he had previously seen. This indicated that the fish basket vessel predated the Daowang era. Elation surged through him, quickly followed by worry, as he feared Curator Chu might immediately express a desire to purchase it. Standing beside Curator Chu, Yangbo did not dare to turn his head. Instead, he fixated on the small jade piece before him, until Curator Chu fell silent and turned to leave, at which point Yangbo exhaled a sigh of relief and hurriedly picked up the porcelain. The porcelain was fashioned in the shape of a fish basket, adorned with a pale lavender glaze that appeared unevenly applied, suggesting it was a flawed piece. However, Yangbo, having acquired knowledge over the past 2 years, recognized it as an imitation of Song Dynasty June kiln porcelain. The Qing dynasty's replicas of June kiln porcelain, particularly during the Yongzheng and Qianlong reigns, were renowned. Hence, even if it were produced in the Jiaqing period before Daowang, it would still be a worthwhile acquisition. After scrutinizing the piece further and finding no additional flaws, Yangbo felt a sense of reassurance. Yangbo raised his gaze towards the stall owner. "Sir, how much is this?" The stall owner, a man in his 30s with a small beard and bright eyes, replied, "Do you know who is looking at this porcelain before you?" Yangbo shook his head. "Who is it?" The stall owner chuckled. "You don't recognize him? That was Curator Chu from the Jinling Museum." Yangbo feigned ignorance. "Oh, really? So how much is this porcelain?" The stall owner scrutinized Yangbo, seemingly trying to discern any indication from him, since Curator Chu had shown interest. The price of this porcelain was bound to increase. The original price was 20,000, but now it's worth 40,000. Yangbo frowned. Though he had anticipated a markup, he did not expect it to be so exorbitant. 50, he countered. "Come on, that's a bit harsh." The stall owner protested. Yangbo shook his head, casually stating, "Sir, this isn't my first time here. My home has just been renovated, and my father asked me to find a couple of decorative pieces. Just give me a fair price." The stall owner hesitated briefly. 800. Yangbo's heart leapt at the thought of a potential deal. 100, it can't be too much. The stall owner lamented, "It's a small business. I can't make much profit. Since this is my first day of opening, 500. Yangbo felt his pockets, realizing he did not possess such funds. He turned to leave, saying, "That's still too expensive. I'll check elsewhere." As he turned to walk away, his heart raced. He was determined to acquire the fish basket vase, and feared he might have overplayed his hand. Counting down silently in his mind, he had yet to speak when he heard the stall owner's voice. "Little brother, just give me a straightforward price." 150. No, that is far too low." The stall owner objected. Yangbo, reluctant to prolong the negotiation, fearing complications, declared 200. "That's the price." "Fine." The stall owner replied after a brief contemplation, adding, "Little brother, this is just the start. I'll give you a lower price to bring good fortune." "Thank you, sir. I'll be around here often." Yangbo produced the money and took the fish basket vase, responding affirmatively, while his anticipation surged within him. Cradling the fish basket vase carefully, Yangbo began to contemplate his next course of action. He was determined to sell the vase swiftly, as he had only a couple of days' worth of money left for meals. If he could not sell in time, he would go hungry. The crux of the matter was that this fish basket vase was pivotal to his next plan. Instinctively, he tightened his embrace around the vase. Chapter 4. Setting the stage. "Hello. Is there something you need?" Yangbo feigned unfamiliarity, displaying asomohat folies de mianar. "Hello, young man. Were you the one squatting beside me just now?" Director Chu inquired, squinting his eyes. Yangbo was taken aback, internally alarmed, yet he denied it verbally, saying, "Is that so? I didn't notice." His heart was filled with uncertainty. He was acutely aware that his actions were somewhat unscrupulous. Yet he could not afford to dwell on that now. Despite having made up his mind, Yangbo was still quite young and harbored a tinge of embarrassment. "Oh, I truly apologize," he said. Director Chu waved his hand with a smile. "Little brother, since you also have an eye for it, it seems we share some common ground. Why not explore this together?" Yangbo hesitated for a moment, contemplating rejection, but then realized that engaging with Director Chu might offer him genuine insights into the fish basket vase, thereby sparing him from being deceived by others. "Very well. I would appreciate your guidance." Director Chu chuckled. "It's too noisy here. Come, I will take you to a quieter place." Yangbo nodded, clutching the fish basket vase as he followed. After exiting the narrow alley of the ghost market and making a turn, Director Chu led Yongbo to a brightly lit shop. Yongbo was suddenly startled, looking up to see the words Antique Hall. He paused before the entrance, hesitating for a moment, then steeled himself and stepped inside. At that moment, Boss Jia of the Antique Hall had already come to greet them. Directeur que politely remarqued. I found some treasures at the ghost market and have come to bother Boss Jia again. Boss Jia clasped his fists and replied, "It is an honor for us at the Antique Hall to have you visit. There is no question of bothering." After exchanging pleasantries, Boss Jia noticed Yang Bo standing nearby. "Little Yang, what brings you here?" "Oh, Boss Jia knows Little Yang?" Director Chu seemed intrigued. "Yang Bo here is an apprentice at Gudajai," Boss Jia explained. "Director Chu, why have you brought him along?" Director Chu smiled at Yang Bo and clarified, "Little Yang just purchased a fish basket vase and asked me for assistance in assessing it. Upon seeing that Boss Jia was available, we decided to come over." Boss Jia glanced at Yang Bo with interest and remarked, "Little Yang has only learned about antiques for a year or two, yet merely by asking for a favor. He has the privilege of having Director Chu assess it. What great fortune indeed." Director Chu waved his hand with a smile. "Let us not linger on pleasantries. Let us examine this fish basket vase to see what it truly is." With that, Director Chu produced a magnifying glass and began inspecting the vase closely. The fish basket vase, resembling the fishing baskets of fishermen, derived its name from this resemblance, yet possessed little practical use and served merely as a decorative piece. Boss Jia looked at Yang Bo with considerable curiosity, wondering how this young man had managed to acquire such luck, suspecting that the vase was most likely a replica. Director Chu examined the vase carefully, soon settling down and subtly gesturing to Boss Jia, who reciprocated without hesitation, also taking out a magnifying glass for his inspection. After a short while, as Boss Jia rose, Director Chu inquired, "What do you think, Boss Jia?" After a moment of contemplation, Boss Jia shook his head. "I cannot comprehend." Yang Bo felt a surge of uncertainty. The implication of not understanding suggested that the fish basket vase was a counterfeit, yet it undeniably elicited a reaction in his eyes. Boss Jia hesitated, remarking, "This imitation June kiln fish basket vessel appears plump, yet in reality, it is overly rotund. Its excessive fullness disrupts the overall aesthetic." Curateur que, equally contemplative, nodded in agreement, saying, "When I observed it earlier in dim lighting, I could not discern clearly. Now, I must concede that you are indeed correct." Yang Bo gazed intently at the fish basket vessel. To him, it exuded a sense of fullness and fluidity, its overall form exquisite. How could it possibly be deemed overly rotund? Regardless, being dismissed by two individuals he respected left Yang Bo feeling unsettled. A wave of dizziness washed over him. He had approached this venture with great hope, only to find himself potentially squandering his resources on the very first attempt. What then would become of the 850,000 he needed for his father's treatment? The weight of that sum pressed heavily upon his chest. After a brief respite, it now rendered him breathless once more. "Xiaoyang, this ghost market is not so easily navigated," Boss Jia advised. "You may have heard numerous success stories, but understand that such triumphs are exceedingly rare. The majority suffer losses, many losing their fortunes." Casting a glance at Curator Chu, he continued, "Xiaoyang, life is arduous for you. Here is what I propose. I will acquire this fish basket vessel on your behalf. In my possession, it still holds a chance for resale. In yours, it would be a complete loss." Yang Bo fixated on the fish basket vessel, his vision blurring as radiant light coalesced into a shimmering halo around it, momentarily captivating him. He could hear Boss Jia's voice and found himself compelled to look up. Boss Jia continued, "Xiaoyang, how about I offer 50 for this fish basket vessel?" Yang Bo furrowed his brow, momentarily at a loss. Was he truly prepared to abandon this pursuit? If the porcelain were indeed a forgery, what other avenues would remain for him? Was it possible that his eyes had deceived him? Yet, with the consecutive doubts cast upon him, could it be that he was simply suffering from a lapse in judgment? No, he could not surrender so easily. He recalled his mother's tearful eyes and his father's pained groans. He had to take a chance. "Thank you, Boss Jia, but I wish to examine it further," Yang Bo declared, moving closer to embrace the fish basket vessel. Boss Jia was taken aback, a mixture of surprise and anger on his face. "Xiaoyang, what do you mean by this?" "I simply wish to step outside for a moment," Yang Bo replied, shaking his head resolutely. Holding the fish basket vessel, he noticed Curator Chu's expression waver between uncertainty and intrigue, and a flicker of hope ignited within him. The tricks of this trade were not to be underestimated. Perhaps he had been deceived by both men. With this thought, Yang Bo dismissed Boss Jia's reaction and turned to leave, determined to forge ahead. Boss Jia, visibly agitated, trembled with indignation. Yangbo, so you've acquired some skills, have you? Well, if you're so capable, don't come back here. Chapter 5. The Transaction. Stepping outside, a warm breeze enveloped Yangbo, momentarily clouding his thoughts. With an initial investment of 200, Boss Jia's opening offer had dwindled to a mere 50. If he were to proceed with the transaction, he would undoubtedly find himself hungry in the days to come. Yet, what should he do now? Seek another shop for sale? Yangbo shook his head and smiled. To outsiders, this profession seemed replete with the allure of overnight wealth. However, only those who immerse themselves within it can comprehend that numerous individuals find themselves plunged into poverty overnight. Furthermore, the interaction often involves the treachery of shopkeepers who, in their relentless pursuit of exorbitant profits, deceive ordinary sellers, offering paltry sums for their wares. Within the shop, two middle-aged men were engaged in conversation. Upon noticing Yangbo's entrance, they halted their discourse and turned to regard him. "Hello," greeted the man with a scruffy beard, glancing at his companion. They exchanged a knowing smile, evidently having perceived the object Yangbo cradled in his arms and surmising his intentions. Yangbo nodded and said, "Boss, I have here a Qing Dynasty Yongzheng imitation June-glazed fish basket vase. Please take a look." He was acutely aware of the character of these proprietors. If one displayed a lack of confidence in their item, they would reciprocate with indifference, even striving to drive the price down. Only by projecting an air of authority could one earn the respect of these shopkeepers. The bearded man paused momentarily, then broke into a chuckle. He regarded Yangbo's youthful visage, bewildered that he entered with such an air of experience, uncertain whether it was a facade. "Old Liu, we have a business to discuss. You handle the transaction, and we shall converse later," remarked the other man, who was gaunt and slender, resembling a mere wisp, his clothing hanging loosely upon him. Upon witnessing the bearded man's surprise, he mistakenly assumed it was due to his presence. The bearded man smiled slightly and said, "Very well, I shall examine it first." He then turned to Yangbo and added, "Young brother, judging by your appearance and the hour at which you arrived, I suspect you have acquired this from the ghost market. I must forewarn you, we are all too familiar with the nature of that place. While I have encountered many counterfeit items, true treasures are seldom found. Should this fish basket vase prove to be flawed, are you prepared for that possibility?" Yangbo nodded. "Boss Liu, please feel free to inspect it. Should you find it unsatisfactory, I shall not utter a word." "Good, you're a forthright fellow," the bearded man replied with a grin. He procured a magnifying glass and a flashlight, then began his examination. After a considerable time, a pensive expression crossed the bearded man's face as he turned to the slender man. "Why don't you take a look as well?" The slender man, observing the bearded man's demeanor, sensed that something was amiss. Upon Yangbo's entrance, they had both speculated that he had indeed come from the ghost market, likely carrying a counterfeit. However, the seriousness with which the bearded man scrutinized the piece seemed to suggest otherwise. Taking the tools from the bearded man, the slender man began his inspection. Meanwhile, the bearded man cast a surprised glance at Yangbo. "What is your surname, young brother?" "One may call me Yang," Yangbo replied, maintaining a composed demeanor despite the anxiety brewing within him. "Brother Yang, since you can clearly identify this item, you must possess considerable knowledge about this Yongzheng imitation June-glazed fish basket vase, correct?" the bearded man inquired. Yangbo refrained from modesty or retreating in fear. The fish basket vase is an ornamental porcelain piece, commonly seen in the early Ming and more so during the Qing dynasty, particularly renowned during the Yongzheng and Qianlong eras. This elegant design exudes a rich sense of life, and the Qing dynasty's imitation June porcelain is most prominently represented by the achievements of the Yongzheng reign. At that time, the supervising official of the kiln affairs, Tang Ying, dispatched individuals to Hunan for an on-site investigation into the formulation methods of Song June glaze. After numerous attempts, they successfully produced replicas of Song June kiln artifacts that were indistinguishable in terms of shape and glaze color. Hence, the Yulozun of the Yongzheng period boasts both exquisite glaze color and form, drawing inspiration from ancient practical examples while embracing the refined standards of the Song dynasty and promoting innovative kiln techniques of the Yongzheng era, culminating in the creation of such exquisite wares. The piece I hold in my hands, this replica June glaze Yulozun, exhibits a mesmerizing and multifaceted glaze, intricate and elusive. Its mouth rim is gracefully rounded, while the foot is imbued with a deep iron-brown hue. The entire form is characterized by smooth lines, ample and noble, harmoniously embodying the elevated aesthetic of the Song dynasty, thus reflecting the regal essence of the flourishing Yongzheng era. The bearded man and the slender fellow exchanged a glance. both astonished. Naturally, they discerned certain subtleties, but Yang Bo, being young and having unearthed a treasure from the ghost market, spoke with remarkable confidence about its merits, which was indeed surprising. However, the bearded man, as an antique shop owner, was not inclined to inflate the price simply based on Yang Bo's words. What you say is true, but this piece has slight variations in its lines compared to typical Yulo Zun, and there is a minor crack at the mouth, which may not be ideal. Yang Bo's heart leapt with joy as he comprehended the underlying meaning of the other's words. There was a willingness to negotiate. Being youthful, he could not resist asking, "How much would you be willing to offer, Boss Lu?" The bearded man smiled, perceiving Yang Bo's inexperience. If he had more acumen, he would engage in a verbal duel at this juncture to negotiate the price upwards. "I am not one to procrastinate. 20,000. Yang Bo's heart soared. Had the value truly appreciated 100-fold? Yet, he quickly came to his senses, having encountered the mercenary nature of antique shop owners. Regardless of their morals, business dealings always favor the seller. He knew that his Yulo Zun was worth far more than 20,000. Based on his own estimates, it should fetch between 100 to 150,000. However, time was of the essence. If it were to be sent to an auction house, it would rightfully command that price. Yet, in an antique shop, he would be at the mercy of the seller. Still, he aimed to negotiate further. Every bit he could gain would bring him closer to his goal of 850,000. "Boss Lu, my father was initially reluctant to part with this Yulo Zun, but our family has recently purchased a new house and requires funds for furnishings. Thus, he reluctantly decided to sell. If it's merely 20,000, that simply won't suffice." The bearded man understood the implications of Yang Bo's words. He recognized it as a mere pretext. Yet, with potential profit at hand, whether it be more or less, negotiations must continue. "Brother Yang, why don't you propose a price?" After a moment's contemplation, Yang Bo solemnly declared 60,000. The slender man glanced at the bearded man, noticing his hesitation, and interjected, "Brother Yang has urgent matters at home. Old Lu, consider this as a means of assistance. 60,000 is a bit steep, but let me advocate for Old Lu. 50,000, and we have a deal." Yang Bo hesitated for a moment, meeting the bearded man's gaze. They exchanged nods. An agreement was reached. Chapter 6, Rain-Washed Mountain Roots. With a bank card in hand, Yang Bo was overwhelmed with excitement. 50,000 yuan was equivalent to 1/17 of 850,000, yet it represented his first step. With this sum, he could explore greater possibilities to double his earnings and accumulate wealth more swiftly. Next, he needed to leverage this 50,000 to seize opportunities with increased capital. The pace of profit would undoubtedly accelerate. Furthermore, he could expedite his father's admission to the hospital for treatment. However, the source of this money would be difficult to explain. Claiming it was from a lottery win might deceive for a moment, but with numerous subsequent deposits, justifications would become problematic. It was too early for Yang Bo to call home, so he laid the folding bed flat and ruminated for a long while before finally falling into a deep sleep. He was awakened by a sharp, urgent shout. The sky outside was brightening, and a plump face suddenly appeared before him, startling Yang Bo. He quickly regained his composure. "Good morning, boss." Guo Bapi was fuming, having indulged in a few drinks the previous evening due to excitement, which led to his late arrival today. To his surprise, his employee had not yet opened the shop by 9 o'clock. Unable to contain his irritation, he chastised Yang Bo. "What were you doing last night? Why are you up so late today? Do you no longer wish to work? There are plenty of people eager to take your place. If you don't want this job, get up earlier each day, clean the shop, boil some water, and sweep in front of the door." Yang Bo quickly tidied his bedding, having endured such scenes countless times. If it weren't for the desire to keep his parents at ease, he would have resigned long ago, remaining silent until Guo Bapi finally tired of scolding him. "All right, I shan't say more. Go buy me a bowl of kanji. Just plain kanji will suffice." Guo Bapi ceased his complaints, tossing Yang Bo 10 yuan for breakfast. Yang Bo took the money and turned to leave. He looked up, reminding himself that he should eat something for his health. Guo Bapi observed Yang Bo as he drank kanji and munched on fried dough sticks. "Hurry up and eat. Once you're done, you still need to clean." Yang Bo nodded and began to eat, contemplating what excuse he would use when calling home. Guo Bapi fixed his gaze on Yang Bo, sensing something was amiss, as it appeared there was something unusual in Yang Bo's plain kanji. Unable to restrain his curiosity, he finally asked, "Xiao Yang, that doesn't look like plain kanji to me." Startled from his thoughts, Yang Bo replied, "This is century egg and lean meat kanji." Guo Bapi's eyes widened in astonishment. Century egg and lean meat kanji? Realizing his tone might have been inappropriate, Guo Bapi quickly added, "Xiao Yang, you've mentioned that your father is unwell. It would be best for you to save more money for his treatment. Yang Bo nodded. I understand. Bapi glanced at Yang Bo's kanji, then down at his own bowl, suddenly feeling a loss of appetite as the sense of superiority he usually felt was diminished. Having finished his breakfast, Yang Bo swiftly tidied up the shop, and soon after, customers began to arrive intermittently. Nanjing is famously known as the furnace of fire, and during this sweltering August, the heat is palpable. However, due to its proximity to the Xia Tian Palace, a number of visitors to the Nanjing Museum occasionally wander into the shop. Yang Bo, engrossed in a book and seated on a small stool at the entrance, hardly pays attention to the customers, as he is well aware that most are merely browsing without the intention to purchase. Previously, Yang Bo had devoted his leisure time to studying antique knowledge purely for his own interest. Now, having discovered his extraordinary abilities, he is even more eager to acquire this newfound knowledge. Although Guobapi is notoriously stingy, he has amassed a considerable collection of professional books within the store. Yang Bo had perused most of them, yet could only retain about a third of the information. However, with his remarkably enhanced memory, he finds that after reading a text twice, it becomes indelibly etched in his mind, sparing him the need to revisit the volumes. Time slipped away unnoticed as Yang Bo immersed himself in his studies, and he was jolted back to reality only when he heard Guobapi's call from the back room, reminding him it was time to fetch lunch. He took the money and, with practiced ease, made his way to the fast food restaurant, passing by the same spot as yesterday. He couldn't help but glance over. The old beggar was no longer there, nor were the glass beads. Yet, it seemed that fortune had graced him, perhaps in accordance with the notion that good deeds yield good returns. Reflecting on his father's untreated ailment, he had once fantasized about a miraculous benefactor descending from the heavens to bestow him with 850,000 or grant him a panacea for all ailments. However, he soon came to realize that one must rely on their own strength to forge their future and alter their destiny. Even with his newfound abilities, diligent study remained essential. Otherwise, he would squander the treasures he had unknowingly acquired. Setting the takeout aside, Yang Bo approached and examined the painting that Guobapi was scrutinizing. The artwork depicted ancient trees and twisted pines near a rocky cliff, with pavilions overlooking a serene body of water where a scholarly figure was fishing from a boat. The mid-ground was enveloped in swirling clouds, with peaks rising majestically, leading to a secluded path. The distant hills undulated softly, the entire composition embodying the tranquility and purity of the mountains after rain. Upon inspecting the signature, he read Rain-Washed Mountain Base. Accompanied by a 5-character poem, rain washes the mountain base white, pure as the cold night river. In the midst of the clear mist, the peaks stand before me. The seal bore the words Falling Stone Creek, and the entire piece emanated a sense of pristine elegance, evoking an otherworldly charm. Yang Bo silently praised the artwork but dared not grow complacent. Suddenly, a brilliant light emanated from the painting, gradually coalescing at its center, forming a luminous halo. A beam of light shot forth and entered his eyes, filling him with unexpected joy, for this halo appeared even more substantial than that of the fish basket. Chapter 7. A Fortunate Acquisition. After the initial elation, Yang Bo was struck by a wave of uncertainty, for he understood that this painting might never belong to him. Guobapi had been gazing at the artwork for some time, before finally lifting his head to address the middle-aged man. "I'm sorry, but I cannot comprehend this painting. I suggest you explore other galleries." The middle-aged man was taken aback, astonished by the response. "Boss, please take another look. This is an heirloom of my family." Guobapi waved his hand, stating that it was lunchtime and urged for haste, warning that other shopkeepers might leave for their meals, thus causing delays. The middle-aged man sighed heavily, packed away his artwork, and turned to exit. Just as Yang Bo intended to call him back, he heard Guobapi lament, "Such fabricated tales. In this profession, one cannot bear to hear these stories. Claims of a son with leukemia or a father with heart disease, all fabricated. Did you not notice? That man's attire was tattered and filthy, yet the skin exposed on his neck and arms was fair and unblemished. Clearly, he lives a life of comfort and does not toil. His clothing must have been prearranged props. It lacks professionalism." Yang Bo, visibly astonished, inquired if the assessment of the artwork being counterfeit stemmed from this observation as well. "Indeed," Guobapi affirmed, "I could not discern any issues with the painting he held. Does he think that acquiring a quan can painting is so simple? After all, he was one of the 4 monks of the early Qing dynasty, with a single piece valued at hundreds of thousands. Is he the type of individual who could possess such a work?" While venting his frustrations, Guabapi revealed his lunchbox, exclaiming, Yangbo, you actually bought a 10 yuan lunch today? Have you stopped being frugal? Very well. I shall be quick. Yangbo responded, standing at the door and scanning his surroundings. He was unsure of the direction in which the man had headed, but presumed it to be towards the antique shop. Resolutely, he proceeded to the next antique store. The nearest establishment was the Bogu Tang. As Yangbo approached, he spotted the man engaged in conversation with Jia Huiran from a distance. He hesitated, refraining from entering, as his intention was to intercept. Entering the shop would be inappropriate. Thus, he patiently waited at the entrance. Before long, the middle-aged man emerged, visibly disheartened. Upon exiting, he spat on the ground, cursing a bunch of fools. Why is my merchandise deemed unsatisfactory? They all put on airs, but when I strike it rich, they will be the ones begging me to purchase their worthless trinkets. With a furrowed brow, the man trudged forward, only to suddenly notice Yang Bo standing before him. He found him somewhat familiar and recalled that he was the assistant from the previous shop. Feeling a twinge of embarrassment at his earlier words, Yang Bo pretended not to hear and continued, Did your painting sell? No, the middle-aged man replied, momentarily startled, but hope flickered within him. After all, Yang Bo's pursuit suggested that the previous shop might have reconsidered and wished to purchase his artwork, which brought him a sense of pride. Yang Bo, discerning the man's thoughts, smiled and asked, Could you show me the painting? It's the same whether you see it at my shop or elsewhere, the man retorted. No, you misunderstand. I intend to purchase the painting with my own funds, not through my shop. Do you comprehend my meaning? Yang Bo clarified. The middle-aged man paused, then chuckled, finding the situation amusing. You're merely a shop assistant. How could you possibly afford to produce several 100,000? Yang Bo shook his head, asserting the true value of your painting remains to be negotiated. We can discuss the price thereafter. The middle-aged man had frequented numerous shops, only to be turned away at each one. Encountering a naive youth like Yang Bo brought him a sense of delight. Although Yang Bo did not explicitly state how much he could offer, it was evident that he possessed some wealth, and the man was eager to engage in conversation. Let us find a tea house to discuss this matter thoroughly. However, Yang Bo was reluctant to visit a nearby tea house for fear of encountering acquaintances. He shook his head and replied, There is no need for a tea house. First, show me the painting, and we can negotiate the price below. I believe we are both straightforward individuals. The middle-aged man ceased further discussion and produced the painting. Handing it over, Yang Bo examined it briefly. The aura surrounding it quickly solidified, revealing no discrepancies. He accepted the artwork, recognizing that due to his family's background, he had mingled in such circles from a young age, allowing him to discern many things at a glance. You needn't embellish any stories. This painting is not as valuable as you might think. Otherwise, it would not have been rejected by so many shops. Choosing his words carefully and speaking deliberately, Yang Bo suggested, Name your price, and we can negotiate. The middle-aged man hesitated, having been repeatedly dismissed, which had eroded his confidence. Yet, he could not fully trust Yang Bo, a mere youth. His psychological price point had already diminished. Awakening from his panic, he realized opportunities were scarce, and thus could not afford to give up easily. Why don't you propose a price? Yang Bo smiled, $500. The middle-aged man placed the painting into a red box. You may leave. I shall not accompany you. Yang Bo remained unperturbed, smiling as he looked on. Reluctant to forfeit this chance, he deemed the exorbitant 20,000 unacceptable and only slightly raised his offer. 1,000. Young man, since you have pursued me, it suggests you find value in this. If you persist with this price, I will truly take my leave. The middle-aged man threatened. Yang Bo felt a flicker of doubt. I can offer you a reasonable price, but you cannot be unreasonable. We both need to exhibit some sincerity for this transaction to succeed. Well then, I demand 50,000. Not a single cent less. The man insisted. Yang Bo was taken aback, realizing he had only 50,000 left untouched in his account. Could the man possibly know the sum of his finances? No, I can only offer 30,000. 50,000, not a penny less. And do not forget, I could simply approach your boss for the transaction. The middle-aged man retorted with a threatening tone. Yang Bo furrowed his brow. They had been negotiating outside the antique shop when suddenly, Li Ling emerged, spotting the two of them. Yang Bo, what are you doing here? Yang Bo looked up. Nothing much. I will see you later. Wishing to keep the matter discreet, he lowered his voice and said, Very well, 50,000 it is. Follow me. We shall go to the bank for the transfer. After speaking aloud, Yang Bo turned to leave, feeling a twinge of regret, wishing he had chosen a different location. Visiting a tea house meant spending a fortune on tea, which he found unacceptable. Chapter 8. Suspicion. Li Ling splashed the remaining water from his cup onto the street. watching Yang Bo's retreating figure with confusion. Why was Yang Bo associating with a seller of antiques? Upon returning to the shop, Xia Tian observed Li Ling's contemplative demeanor and inquired with a smile, "What troubles you? Who are you speaking with?" "Oh, it was Yang Bo," Li Ling explained, unable to restrain himself from adding, "Uncle, isn't it peculiar? Just now, I saw Yang Bo conversing with that swindler who had just departed from our shop." Xia Tian chuckled. "What is so strange about that?" But his expression suddenly shifted, and he exclaimed, "What did you just say? Yang Bo? Is it the Yang Bo from Gudajai? He is indeed in cahoots with that deceiver?" Li Ling's heart sank. It was indeed Yang Bo from Gudajai, and they were engaged in conversation. Xia Tian's face grew serious, and he said with disdain, "What a scoundrel Gu! He dares to call me? How audacious! Does he truly believe that with such a flawed scheme, I could be ensnared? Humph, Gu, I shall ensure you pay for this transgression." After muttering to himself for a moment, he turned to Li Ling and cautioned, "Do not mention this to Yang Bo. Keep your distance from him, lest you find yourself duped without even realizing it." Li Ling, contemplating the implications, felt a surge of anger. Realizing that his uncle could very well fall victim to a conspiracy orchestrated by Yang Bo and his accomplice. He thought, "How could I have regarded you as a brother?" Unbeknownst to Yang Bo, he had unwittingly become embroiled in this turmoil. He accompanied a middle-aged man to the bank, where they swiftly drafted a transfer contract, signed it, and he transferred 50,000 yuan to the other party, concluding the transaction. Holding the red, elongated box in the bank service hall, Yang Bo felt a wave of relief wash over him, though he was soon engulfed by the pressures of his circumstances. The 50,000 yuan he had just acquired seemed to vanish in an instant. Thankfully, he had refrained from calling home. The brocade box in his embrace provided him a modicum of comfort, and he could only hope that this painting would bring him good fortune. With the ancient painting secured, the next concern was how to sell it. Gudajai and Bogujai were the first establishments to be ruled out. There were numerous antique shops in the vicinity, yet few could be deemed trustworthy. Earlier that morning, he had accompanied Vice Curator Chu to Bogujai, where he had narrowly escaped being swindled by Xia Tian and his two accomplices. If he could nearly fall prey to familiar faces, how much more perilous would it be with those who would devour without leaving any bones behind? After some contemplation, Yang Bo resolved to revisit the shop where he had previously sold the fish basket, as he had already established a professional rapport there, and he hoped that Boss Lu would not dare to take advantage of him. As he entered Xia Tian, the characters of the shop's name danced elegantly before him. Inside, there were no other patrons. Boss Lu was seated in the hall enjoying tea while the attendant dozed at a nearby table. Upon seeing Yang Bo enter, Boss Lu was initially taken aback, then broke into a smile. After all, customers who brought business were akin to gods of wealth. "Ha, Yang, do you have something of value?" Yang Bo nodded, placing the box down. "Please take a look first, then we can discuss." "Excellent," Boss Lu replied, instructing the attendant. "The tea in the pot is too weak. Prepare a proper brew." The attendant cast a curious glance at Yang Bo, unsure why the boss regarded this young man with such esteem. Yang Bo smiled to himself, realizing that every shop had its own set of rules, and the distinction between ordinary tea and fine tea was well understood. Despite having received a genuine artifact from Yang Bo, Boss Lu was evidently cautious this time. He opened the box, withdrew the scroll, and laid a cloth upon the table before placing the scroll upon it. As he gradually unfurled it, an aura of serene and pristine Zen essence enveloped him, prompting an involuntary exclamation of admiration. Previously, Yang Bo had meticulously observed those who came to sell antiques. Their varied backgrounds manifested in their distinct behaviors. Farmers, when presenting their items, often appeared anxious, glancing around nervously, their gaze lacking focus. The cunning brokers entered with an air of calm, their conversations laced with laughter, masking their insidious merchant's guile, while the collectors, those of the highest demeanor, could silence even the most loquacious, though they were but a minority. Yang Bo had once envisioned himself as a collector, holding esteemed relics, bronzes, jades, paintings, and calligraphy, and believed that while he might not speak as eloquently as a golden lotus, his words would still command respect. Reflecting on this now rendered him somewhat amused. Without diligent study, how could such aspirations ever materialize? He chuckled softly, sipping his tea, which flowed smoothly down his throat, leaving a fragrant trail. Boss Lu's demeanor grew more serious, stating, "Xiao Yang, you must understand, this painting is not to be compared with the previous fish basket. We cannot afford to stray into dubious dealings. This street is lined with shops, many of which are well known, and we all have our ears attuned to the whispers of the market. Initially, Yang Bo did not grasp the gravity of those words, but after a moment of contemplation, realization dawned upon him. His identity was under suspicion, with the implication that he might be a thief. The failure to clarify his status had led to wrongful assumptions, leaving Yang Bo in a state of helplessness. Yet, revealing his identity as merely a shop assistant in an antique store would strip him of the respect he had cultivated. How could he then engage with Boss Lu on equal footing? The mystique he had worked to create would vanish, resulting in a significant loss. For if his identity remained unclear, Lu would hesitate to offer a reasonable price. Rest assured, Boss Lu, I have no intention of engaging in dubious transactions. The provenance of the items in my possession is legitimate. It is your fair pricing that has brought me back time and again, Yang Bo explained. Chapter 9, A Parent's Heart. Yang Bo's intent was crystal clear. He was not involved in questionable dealings, but merely drawn by the fairness of the pricing at Lu's establishment. Any further elaboration might lead him to seek offerings elsewhere. Boss Lu grasped Yang Bo's sentiment well and refrained from further discussion, instead saying, Xiao Yang, you may propose your price. Yang Bo felt a whirlwind of unease as the moment to negotiate approached. Prior to his arrival, he had researched the prices of the 4 monks' artworks. The esteemed Badashan Run, Juda, commanded the highest prices, while the lesser-known Kuan can have comparatively lower valuations, albeit with a notable recent upswing. Thus, he knew he must tread carefully in his bidding. 850,000. When Yang Bo uttered this figure, his heart quivered. It was a number he had long contemplated, fully aware of its improbability, yet he could not restrain himself from voicing it. Boss Lu erupted in laughter, astonished that Yang Bo had indeed dared to make such an audacious claim. Xiao Yang, you truly are bold. Boss Lu stroked his beard thoughtfully for a while and finally said, the price difference is quite substantial. According to the market value of the paintings by the monk Quan Can, a representative piece would typically be valued at over $1 million. For this particular one, I can offer a maximum of 200,000. Yang Bo sighed in relief. It would indeed be unusual for the other party to agree immediately. Given the current market trends, the works of Quan Can are bound to appreciate further, and I believe you can see that as well. Boss Lu chuckled. You know, that is merely a future trend. Yang Bo smiled. Boss Lu, this is our second collaboration. I am confident that we will soon have a third, fourth, or even a fifth. For the Rainwashed Mountain Roots piece, I'm not asking for too high a price, just 350,000. Boss Lu hesitated. He had not anticipated their collaboration would come so swiftly. Yang Bo's reasoning was quite sound, and whether to believe it was entirely up to him. All right, 350,000 it is. I only hope that next time, Brother Yang, you will bring me more fine items for us to collaborate on again. Yang Bo nodded very well. While he appeared calm on the surface, internally he was tumultuous, akin to raging waves. Although 350,000 seemed straightforward, the torment he endured was maddening. Since receiving the phone call, he had felt the weight of a colossal stone pressing upon him. And only now did he feel a slight alleviation. The difference between 350,000 and 850,000 was 500,000. Yet he had taken another step toward that goal. Xiao Bo, his mother's voice crackled over the phone, slightly hoarse. Mom, I just transferred 200,000 to your card. Please take Dad to Jinling to arrange for his hospitalization. Yang Bo wiped away his tears, his voice still choked with emotion. Xiao Bo, where did you earn so much money? Even if we cannot treat the illness, we cannot earn money unethically. Nor can we steal or rob. His mother's voice grew sharp. In her decades of simple life experience, the notion of earning 200,000 without effort was unfathomable. Mom, please rest assured, this money is earned honestly. Yang Bo quickly restrained his emotions, raising his voice slightly. I work in an antique shop, and over the past 2 years, I've learned quite a bit about antiques. Last night, I was at the Ghost Market, it's a night market, where I spent 200 yuan on a painting. Do you know what? It turned out to be an authentic piece. Verified by an expert here. In the blink of an eye, that 200 yuan painting sold for 200,000. You can take this 200,000 for now to treat Dad. Bring him to Jinling, where the medical facilities are better. At just 20 years old, and having not yet celebrated his 20th birthday, the thought of having his mother bring his father for treatment filled him with uncontainable excitement. Yang's mother listened intently, and after a long pause, she sighed deeply. Xiao Bo, I have also consulted with the doctor. Your father's condition will require at least 100,000, and if it worsens, it could even be upwards of $1 million. Such a burden is beyond our family's means. I will set this 200,000 aside for you. Mom, Xiao Bo could not help but cry out, Mom, if Dad is gone, what use is this 200,000? Xiao Bo, your father and I do not possess great talents, nor can we provide you with splendid conditions. Our home lacks a solid foundation, and we cannot leave you with such a heavy burden. This 200,000 is reserved for you to marry a wife. If your father could embrace a grandchild before his departure, I believe he would have no regrets. Mother, all the previously feigned calmness and composure crumbled in that moment. Holding the bank card, young Bo struck his chest fiercely. Would he truly allow such a minor setback to defeat him? His original intention was to swiftly gather 850,000, prepare the medical expenses, and bring his father over for treatment. He still had the capability. He was certain he could muster the remaining 500,000 in the shortest time possible. He would surely succeed. By the time he returned to the shop, it was already 3 in the afternoon. He overheard Guabapi grumbling. Xiaoyang, I'm not trying to criticize you, but what time is it? I've already informed you that I have matters to attend to this afternoon. You really have no sense of time. Boss, I had something to attend to. Yang Bo interrupted Guabapi's complaints, marking his first interruption. Guabapi was momentarily taken aback. He expected Yang Bo to do so. However, upon seeing Yang Bo's swollen eyes, he swallowed his words. Xiaoyang, do your best. I have matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. Yang Bo sat in the hall, took a sip of tea, and was lost in thought for quite a while. Though Guabapi was notoriously stingy and often complained, he was not a bad person. However, that was not sufficient reason for Yang Bo to stay. Since receiving the first 5,000, Yang Bo had begun to contemplate leaving. Yet, the complete sum of 850,000 had not yet materialized, and upon leaving, he would need to find a place to settle, which was indeed a troublesome affair. Nevertheless, having made up his mind to depart, he would need to inform Guabapi at some point. Chapter 10. The Ghost Market. In the afternoon, there were few customers, and Yang Bo seized the opportunity to read, taking a much-needed break. Rising early that morning and utilizing his extraordinary abilities required a considerable expenditure of energy and spirit, coupled with the emotional highs and lows throughout the day. It was inevitable that he would feel drained. As he read, he gradually dozed off, awakening to darkness. The shop was empty, thankfully without any customers. After a brief inspection to ensure nothing was amiss, he stepped out to purchase dinner, then quickly washed up and went to bed. In the early hours, the world was shrouded in darkness once more, and Yang Bo arose again, for the ghost market had commenced. In truth, the ghost market did not occur daily. It transpired only on the 6th day of each lunar month, totaling merely 3 days each month. However, as a business venture, a small number of secondhand vendors would, to evade the city management's pursuit during the day, spontaneously form a small ghost market, a daily occurrence. Though the scale of the small ghost market was modest and rife with counterfeit goods, Yang Bo understood its significance. It was an opportunity he would not let slip by. He ambled from stall to stall, reflecting on the previous day's experience following Director Chu, which had yielded reasonable results. However, it was difficult to encounter notable figures of the ghost market, and given the unpleasantness of the previous day's events, Yang Bo decided to abandon the approach of following. In the ghost market, the items for sale are predominantly trinkets. Yang Bo even observed someone with a snakeskin pouch, wholesale acquiring half a bag of rainflower stones, which are typically sold at tourist attractions and are quite inexpensive. One can easily gather a handful for 5 or 10 yuan. However, considering the mere cost of a few yuan per pound, this selling method yields substantial profits. Ming city wall bricks also brazenly appeared at the stalls. Yet Yang Bo quickly discerned that these bricks were counterfeit. Had they been authentic, it is likely the police would have intervened swiftly. After searching for quite some time and sifting through numerous items, his vision beginning to blur with fatigue, he still found nothing of value, which stirred a sense of urgency within him. His desire to obtain the 850,000 yuan had intensified, representing his beacon of hope. Nevertheless, matters did not unfold as Yang Bo had anticipated. Upon completing his search at the last stall without uncovering any treasures, disappointment overwhelmed him. On his way back, Yang Bo felt a heaviness in his head. Passing by Xia Hall, he noticed it was closed. He had not observed this before. Perhaps Xia Hall only opens on the days of the ghost market. Having resided in Jinling for 2 years, and due to his meager salary, and perhaps his own disposition, he had never ventured out for leisure. Now, as he sought another ghost market, he felt a wave of confusion. After much contemplation, he finally recalled a place known for its antique market, Confucius Temple. Did it host a ghost market? Yang Bo perked up at the thought. Ghost market? The stall owner scoffed lightly. Certainly, that market is much larger than this one. Brother, how do I get there? Yang Bo inquired eagerly, oblivious to the owner's demeanor. Oh, from the intersection ahead, head east and turn left at the 3rd traffic light. Following the directions provided by the stall owner, Yang Bo began to run. He He had always resided near an antique shop and possessed no means of transportation. Naturally, he was reluctant to spend half a day's meal money on a taxi, relying solely on his legs. Fortunately, as per the stall owner's directions, the distance was not far. Yang Bo maintained a daily exercise routine. The recent changes in his lifestyle had led him to neglect his workouts. Nevertheless, running felt effortless. After over 20 minutes of running without sight of Confucius Temple, impatience began to bubble within him. It was night, and the streets were devoid of pedestrians. Yet he reassured himself that he was nearing his destination and pressed on. Another 10 minutes passed before he asked a passerby for directions and finally located Confucius Temple, now illuminated by the dawn. Circling around the temple, he eventually stumbled upon a stall selling jianbing guozi. He hurried over and asked, "Hello, ISNT, there's supposed to be a ghost market around here? Why can't I find it?" "A ghost market? What is that? Where are the ghosts?" The vendor looked puzzled. Yang Bo paused, realizing he was referring to the nighttime stalls selling antiques. "Oh, it seems there isn't one here. However, there's a lively night market nearby with an antique street that operates until 1 or 2 in the morning, which could be considered a ghost market, right?" Feeling both hungry and thirsty, Yang Bo purchased a jianbing guozi and soy milk, eating while meandering through Confucius Temple. In the early morning, only the breakfast shops had opened their doors. The Confucian Temple area, steeped in commercial atmosphere, lacked the antiquity he had once imagined. The numerous modern apparel brands dispelled Yang Bo's interest. Eventually, he found the antique city on Zhanyuan Road, but it was too early. The market had yet to open, and he feared he could not afford to wait. As he traversed Zhanyuan Road, flanked by many antique shops, he was about to depart when he unexpectedly stumbled upon a stall. A bright yellow porcelain bowl caught his eye. Its sheen too dazzling, suggesting it was not very old, prompting Yang Bo to pass it by. Among the remaining assorted items, he paid little heed until his gaze fixed upon a bronze wine vessel adorned with ribbed patterns. Though it appeared rather ordinary, he felt an inexplicable intuition regarding its significance. A glimmer of light emerged, and a thick halo began to form before him, astonishing him with its presence. Yang Bo pointed to the ribbed vessel and inquired, "How much for this?" The stall owner, clad in a gray coat, looked up and replied, "50. Without haggling, Yang Bo paid and acquired the vessel, finally feeling a sense of accomplishment after a long night. The vessel was encased in a layer of green patina, yet its condition remained relatively intact. According to Yang Bo's estimation, it likely dated back to the Shang or Zhou dynasty. The specifics were harder to ascertain. Nonetheless, despite securing this piece, Yang Bo felt no overwhelming excitement, as the domestic bronze artifact market was rather limited. The restrictions on ancient bronze transactions in the country led many to shy away from collecting such items, consequently keeping prices stagnant. Even so, acquiring this ribbed vessel brought him a degree of joy. The sense of achievement instilled confidence to persevere. On his way back, Yang Bo hailed a taxi, his feet weary from walking. Chapter 11. The Bamboo Pole Man. Upon returning to Gadizi, the shop's door was already ajar, and Yang Bo felt no surprise. His mind was at peace. "Yang Bo, where have you been?" Guopa Pipi sat prominently in the center of the hall, sipping tea. "Oh, just out for a stroll." It felt suffocating to remain indoors all day, Yang Bo explained. He ascended the stairs, intending to place the ribbed vessel in a safe spot. However, Guopa Pipi, ever observant, noticed the green patina object in Yang Bo's hand and promptly called out, "Yang Bo, wait a moment." As Yang Bo halted, he smiled and added, "What rare treasure do you have there? May I take a look?" Yang Bo hesitated slightly before placing the ribbed vessel on the table. Guopa Pipi, undeterred, considered it a normal occurrence. He rolled up his sleeves, produced a magnifying glass, and began to scrutinize the vessel intently. The vessel, a drinking utensil akin to a modern-day wine cup, was more intricately designed. The ribbed vessel Yang Bo had acquired featured a rounded body, a spout for pouring, a pointed tail, a handle, and 2 column-like projections beside the spout, resting on 3 triangular feet. After examining the green patina for some time, Guopa Pipi finally raised his head and remarked, "I am not well versed in bronze artifacts, but this one does appear authentic." After 2 years of acquaintance, Yang Bo could easily discern the intentions of Guobapi, especially when he noticed the slight raise of his left eyebrow while speaking, indicating his words were not entirely truthful. However, Yang Bo was reluctant to engage further in this matter, as his sole focus was on swiftly earning 850,000 yuan to facilitate his father's recovery. Thus, upon concluding his conversation with Guobapi, Yang Bo picked up the string-patterned wine vessel, nodded lightly, and turned to ascend the stairs. Seeing that Yang Bo had ignored him, Guobapi grew anxious. I may not have the right judgment, but I have friends who do. Why not entrust this item to me? I can help you sell it, he suggested. At that moment, Yongbo had already stepped onto the staircase. Hearing Guobapi's words, he turned back and replied, "No need, I'll take another look." Guobapi quickly interjected, "Oh, come now. Honestly, I believe this string-pattern wine vessel has a significant chance of being genuine. I want to consult my friends. You're in need of money, and if it truly is authentic, I can assist you in selling it." Yongbo gazed at Guobapi, remaining silent, as he harbored doubts about the sincerity of his offer. As expected, Guobapi continued, "You know my extensive connections. For a matter as trivial as this, I could easily resolve it with a friend. If the sale goes through, a mere 10% for my efforts would suffice." Yongbo's eyes widened. If he were not mistaken, the wine vessel was likely from the early Shang dynasty. Even though selling bronze artifacts was challenging, it should fetch at least 10 to 20,000 yuan, meaning a commission of 1 to 2,000 was utterly unacceptable to him. After all, he had endured half a year of eating fried rice to save 5 yuan. Shaking his head, Yongbo replied, "No, I can manage it myself." After being rebuffed multiple times, Guobapi was growing impatient. "What is the matter? I am merely offering to help you sell this item. Are you unwilling to part with even a small fee for my assistance?" Whether this string-patterned wine vessel is genuine or not remains uncertain, and even if it is authentic, it's not guaranteed I will be interested. Yongbo smiled at Guobapi. "Since you're not inclined, I think it's best to leave it be." Guobapi was left bewildered, unable to fathom Yongbo's sudden change of heart. Just then, a lanky man resembling a bamboo pole entered the room. Upon seeing the standoff between the two, he paused in surprise. Guobapi quickly reacted, calling out to Yongbo, "Bring the tea, and make it good." With that, Guobapi approached the newcomer with a jovial expression. "Professor Chow, what a pleasant surprise to see you today." The slender man glanced at Yongbo and smiled, intending to greet him, but upon noticing Yongbo shake his head, he was taken aback and could only return Guobapi's smile, saying, "Bosqua, I just had some free time this weekend and thought I would come by for a stroll, hoping to find some trinkets." "Professor Chow, if what you find are merely trinkets, then what we discover must not be worth anything at all," Guobapi quipped, delivering a not-so-funny joke, but secretly feeling a sense of pride. It seemed their little shop had garnered enough reputation to attract someone like Professor Chow Yuanda. Yongbo, however, was filled with tumultuous emotions. He had not anticipated that the bamboo pole man he encountered that night at Xia Hall would resurface. The ambitious plan of 850,000 had yet to come to fruition, and he was reluctant to reveal his identity, even to Guobapi. After 2 years of close companionship, just as Yongbo understood Guobapi, so too did Guobapi comprehend Yongbo's behavioral patterns. Such sudden wealth and the serendipitous acquisition of treasures were bound to arouse suspicion, a scenario he wished to avoid. Carrying a pot of Longjing tea, Guobapi waved at Yongbo, instructing him to tidy up, as Professor Chow had come from afar to visit their shop, and it was imperative to leave a good impression. Yongbo, disinclined to linger, seized this opportunity to step away. To his surprise, Chow Yuanda interjected, "There is no need for such formality. Cleanliness can wait. I believe young people should engage more in practical experiences and interact with cultural artifacts." Guobapi quickly concurred, "Indeed, Professor Chow is right. The youth must learn more. Shouldn't you express your gratitude to Professor Chow?" Guobapi admonished Yongbo sternly. The stark contrast in Guobapi's demeanor, one of servility and the other of disdain, was striking enough to prompt a frown from Chow Yuanda, who couldn't help but glance at Yongbo, curious about their relationship. Yongbo, unwilling to leave, shot a glare at Chow Yuanda. This made Chow Yuanda somewhat uncomfortable, and he remarked, "Bosqua, education is paramount for the youth." Without waiting for Guobapi to respond, he continued, "I happened to overhear your discussion outside. Were you speaking of the patterned bronze, Jew? I assure you, it was not my intention to eavesdrop, merely a coincidence." Guobapi's expression faltered, feeling somewhat displeased. He initially believed that their antique shop had attracted Professor Chow's attention, only to discover it was due to an incidental mention of the patterned Jew. Yongbo was equally astonished and exasperated. He had planned to bring the Jew to Xia Hall, not realizing that the bamboo pole man had entered the shop for this very artifact. Chapter 12. The Young Assistant and the Esteemed Professor. Noticing the peculiar expressions on their faces, Chow Yuanda could not refrain from asking, "Is there something amiss?" Guobapi glanced at Yongbo. Noting that the patterned Jew was merely a trinket Yongbo had purchased from street vendor for a mere few dozen dollars, hardly worthy of admiration, especially considering he was merely a shop assistant. Chow Yuanda's demeanor became equally perplexed. Previously, he had struggled to discern the relationship between Yongbo and Guobapi, naively assuming they were relatives or partners. The astonishing display of Yang Bo's capabilities that fateful night had made it difficult for him to accept that he was simply a shop assistant. Guopapi's implication was clear. Yang Bo was but a humble assistant at Gouda Zhai, while he was a distinguished professor. And there was no need to elevate Yang Bo unduly. Chao Yuanda paused for a moment before chuckling. Ah, I see now. Guopapi felt a sense of relief, realizing that the other had finally grasped the hierarchy. To everyone's surprise, Chao Yuanda continued. It is of no consequence, after all. Youth is characterized by a certain innocence. Even if one makes a mistake, it is inconsequential. Everyone begins somewhere, and with experience, one's skills will naturally improve. Young man, do you not agree? Could you perhaps present it for my inspection? Yang Bo, feeling exasperated by Chao Yuanda's peculiar sense of humor, recognized that he was being subtly coerced into revealing the ancient vessel. Guopapi, with a strained and awkward smile, urged, Yang Bo, look at how interested Professor Chao is. Why not show him the piece? If it turns out to be genuine, it could fetch a handsome price. Reluctantly, Yang Bo replied to Chao Yuanda. As the owner mentioned earlier, that piece was indeed procured from a street vendor. Since Professor Chao is willing to lend his expertise, it would be most fortuitous. With that, Yang Bo ascended to retrieve the ancient vessel, handing it to Chao Yuanda while giving him a discreet wink. Guopapi gestured for Yang Bo to step aside, and in a hushed tone, he inquired, Yang Bo, tell me honestly, did you know Professor Chao beforehand? Guopapi, being quite astute, had noticed that since Chao Yuanda entered the shop, he had been consistently supportive of Yang Bo, which left him perplexed. How could a mere antiquities shop assistant command such respect from a professor at a prestigious university? Yang Bo feigned surprise, asking, which university does Professor Chao belong to? I have never attended college. How could I know him? Guopapi nodded, acknowledging the possibility, and added he is a professor in the archaeology department at Jinling University, an eminent expert in cultural relics appraisal. You ought to display proper respect. Once seated, Chao Yuanda observed the two with a seemingly oblivious demeanor. He carefully placed the ancient vessel on the table and addressed Yang Bo. Ah, Yang, congratulations. This is an exquisite piece from the early Shang dynasty. Guopapi, who had just settled into his seat, sprang up as if scalded. What? This is genuine? Chao Yuanda affirmed. Indeed, it is authentic. Although Yang Bo had anticipated this confirmation, hearing it directly from Chao Yuanda filled him with exhilaration, as it provided a solid basis for negotiation, promising a significant financial reward. The handle of this vessel bears 3 inscriptions, which certainly enhances its value. Chao Yuanda elaborated. Guopapi, somewhat incredulous, exclaimed, Professor Chao, this is truly a genuine artifact? In that case, it must be worth a considerable sum. Yang Bo, you are indeed fortunate. Suddenly, Guopapi pressed, oh, by the way, Yang Bo, you have yet to reveal where you stumbled upon this treasure. I would like to visit and see if I might find a matching piece. Gao Juan Sai Gen Li, Mr. Gua, even if you knew the location, do you truly believe you would be able to acquire anything? It is uncertain. Guopapi felt a strong intuition that he would surely find a bargain, convinced that his skills surpassed Yang Bo's by a significant margin. Chao Yuanda watched Guopapi with a quiet amusement, realizing that he had contemplated dissuading him, which would essentially obstruct his opportunity for gain. Guopapi seems to have failed to grasp his own intentions. He presumably meant to suggest that, given Yang Bo's abilities, he could not possibly overlook an object for you to pick up. However, it is clear that Guopapi did not comprehend this, or rather, did not consider it at all. Observing Chao Yuanda's impatient demeanor, Yang Bo felt a twinge of annoyance and wished to dismiss him swiftly, remarking, I found it at a street stall on John Garden Road in Confucius Temple. I just wonder if that stall still exists. Not to worry, I can locate it. Without waiting for Yang Bo to say more, Guopapi hurriedly rushed outside, exclaiming, keep a close eye on the shop. With Guopapi gone, only the two of them remained seated in the room, enveloped in a moment of silence. Chao Yuanda looked at Yang Bo with a bemused smile, genuinely surprised. Yang Bo, feeling somewhat helpless, thought to himself, what is there to be surprised about? Is it that I am merely a humble assistant in an antique shop? Chao Yuanda nodded with a smile, acknowledging this only as one aspect. When he heard Guopapi refer to Yang Bo as a shop assistant, he initially presumed that Guopapi orchestrated the sale of the fish basket vase at Xia Tian. In the past, he had some dealings with Guopapi, and he never perceived him as such a person. Observing Guo's eager demeanor, it was evident that the actions taken that day indeed originated from Yang Bo himself. Yang Bo smiled softly, choosing not to respond. Such matters required no clarification. Young brother Yang is truly remarkable at such a tender age. Your expertise in the field of antique appraisal has reached this level. Praise Chao Yuanda. Yang Bo always disliked superficial flattery, so he merely nodded. You overpraise me. Chow Yuanda chuckled, seizing the opportunity in Guo Bapi's absence. Let us discuss the price of this pattern Jew. Since you managed to part with the fish basket vase the other day, I trust you will not hesitate to let go of this Jew for me today. Yang Bo's heart leaped with joy. He had been contemplating how to make a sale, and this was truly a serendipitous moment. Nevertheless, he had also surmised that the price of a Jew was not exorbitant, and Chow Yuanda would not expend effort for something of little value. Professor Chow, you are straightforward. You may decide upon the price, Yang Bo cleverly suggested. Chow Yuanda smiled and pointed at Yang Bo. Indeed clever. However, this purchase is not for myself, but rather a favor for a friend. This item suits him perfectly, and I assure you, I will not let you suffer a loss. Thank you very much, Professor Chow, Yang Bo replied. Chapter 13. Thin Bonds of Friendship. Chow Yuanda was exceedingly generous, according to his words. He was simply helping someone acquire a gift, and this individual was not short on funds. This item was just right, and a small sum mattered little. As he bid farewell to Chow Yuanda, Yang Bo clenched his fists, having taken another step closer to his goal. He raised his head, his eyes feeling sore from fatigue. Having supposedly tidied up, in reality, he had not cleaned at all. The antique shop was tidied daily, yet customers were scarce, making it difficult to discern whether any cleaning had occurred. Clearly, Guobapi would not let him off so easily. After tidying up, he could stand outside to welcome guests. Yang Bo could not help but furrow his brow. He understood all too well that every proprietor abhors idleness among their employees. However, the business of an antique shop does not thrive merely on attracting passersby. Such an approach is utterly exhausting. He was reluctant to engage in a dispute with his boss. So he inquired, Boss, did you happen to visit Zhanyuan Road earlier? Is that stall still there? At the mention of this, Guobapi's temper flared. Don't even mention it. When I arrived, the owner was already packing up. I asked to take a look, but to my astonishment, the proprietor completely ignored me and fled with their package. Yang Bo chuckled softly and replied, Boss, do not lose heart. Consider the time. It must have been around 9 o'clock. The city management officials were already on duty, so naturally, the vendors would have to vacate. If you were to arrive earlier tomorrow, you might just catch them. Guobapi paused, then his spirits lifted. You have a clever mind. Indeed, if they were there today, they are likely to return tomorrow. However, he continued to grumble, yet, these street vendors are truly infuriating. We toil to rent our shop, paying tens of thousands annually in rent and utilities, while they simply set up wherever they please. It hardly seems fair. Determined to rise early the following day, Guobapi resumed his complaints. Yang Bo remained silent. Instead of standing at the entrance, he chose to relocate to a small stool and began perusing a book. After exchanging these few words, both seemed to forget the earlier instructions and refrain from further mention. Before 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Guobapi drove away in his dilapidated vehicle. Yang Bo hesitated for a considerable time, ultimately unable to resist the allure of temptation. He locked the shop and made his way to the Xia Tian Palace Antique Market. The Xia Tian Palace Antique Market stands as a beacon in the realm of collectibles in Jinling and even across the nation, akin to the renowned Panjiayuan. Its heritage can be traced back to the late Qing dynasty, boasting a history of over a century. The antique market is perpetually open, though Yang Bo knew that it is only during weekends, when throngs of people gather, that vendors unveil their finest treasures. For the past few days, he had longed to visit, but was hindered by his responsibilities at the shop and various other tasks. This time, he resolved that even if Guobapi discovered his early closure, he would make the trip. Time waits for no one. As he approached the antique market, the cacophony of voices greeted him. A bustling square unfolded before his eyes, filled with hundreds of stalls, alive with activity and excitement. Yang Bo's heart raced. With such an abundance of items, it seemed likely that he would make significant discoveries. As he ambled through, the array of goods continually shifted before him, and he felt his eyes growing weary. The vast assortment included many items of little value, resembling a hub for tourists seeking gifts, which explained the diverse accents echoing through the crowd. After wandering for a while without any fruitful finds, Yang Bo sensed his eyes becoming strained. Despite having examined only a handful of antiques, he could hardly sustain his focus for long. "Bo, what brings you here? Aren't you supposed to be watching the shop?" Li Ling patted Yang Bo's shoulder, grinning widely as he spoke. "I sneaked out." Yang Bo did not conceal the truth, responding candidly. However, Li Ling appeared somewhat incredulous, shaking his head. "Come on, don't deceive me. How could you possibly have the audacity to sneak out? You actually locked up Guda Zhai?" "I locked the door before coming here," Yang Bo replied succinctly. Li Ling was momentarily taken aback, realizing the truth of his words. Wow, Debo, you are impressive. Your courage has certainly grown. Yangbo chuckled helplessly, explaining, I've been cooped up for too long. I just wanted to take a little stroll to clear my mind. Li Ling, interpreting Yangbo's actions as a response to the pressure regarding his father, offered some words of encouragement. You shouldn't put too much pressure on yourself. Some things cannot be accomplished merely by tiptoeing. Let fate take its course. Yangbo smiled wryly, choosing not to respond. Being of similar age and having spent considerable time together over the past 2 years, they shared a strong bond. Yet he hesitated to confide in Li Ling, feeling the need to guard himself until he was fully prepared. Oh, by the way, didn't you mention yesterday at our shop that you would come find me later? I waited for you for quite a while, but you never showed up. Li Ling suddenly inquired. Scrutinizing Yangbo felt a flicker of anxiety, but explained, I got caught up in something and completely forgot. I sincerely apologize. The smile on Li Ling's face faded, and without pressing further, he quickly said, Oh, I see. Business at Guda Zhai is thriving, it seems. Unlike Bo Gutang, which has been abysmal, we haven't opened in days. Yangbo internally cursed Jia Huairan as a mercenary, merciless in his dealings, yet he replied, in this line of work, who doesn't face droughts for 3 years, only to feast for 3? They exchanged polite pleasantries, yet both sensed an increasing distance between them. Chapter 14. A Fortuitous Encounter. After a few exchanges, Yangbo perceived little fruit from the conversation and decided to take his leave. Upon returning to Bo Gutang, Li Ling recounted his encounter with Yangbo to Jia Huairan, concluding, I feel as though I'm increasingly unable to see through to Bo. Jia Huairan cast a glance at Li Ling, recalling the somewhat stubborn youth from earlier days. Reluctant for his nephew to associate with Yangbo, he inquired, Has your friend mentioned that he recently purchased a Qing Dynasty Yongzheng imitation June Glaze fish basket vase? Li Ling was taken aback, shaking his head with a smile. His skills are merely average, not much better than mine. It's likely a fake. No, it's a genuine piece. I saw it with my own eyes at the last ghost market. Jia Huairan observed Li Ling's expression, noting his surprise, and chuckled. You see, you value him. Yet he doesn't regard you as a true friend. If he did, why wouldn't he share such a find with you? Li Ling, do not be easily deceived. Do not place your trust in strangers too readily. Remember, it takes 3 days to test jade and 7 years to discern materials. Over time, the strength of a horse is revealed, and the true nature of a person is seen. Jia Huairan laughed as he imparted these words, adding, You may not wish to believe this now, but it is the wisdom gleaned from decades of experience. Li Ling sat in silence, momentarily at a loss for thought. After a brief silence, Jia Huairan casually inquired, I recall you mentioning that someone in Yangbo's family is ill and in dire need of funds, correct? Li Ling nodded absently, confirming that it was indeed his father suffering from liver cancer, necessitating a substantial amount for medical expenses. Ah, I see, Jia Huairan replied, then continued. This reminds me of a few days ago when he appeared at our doorstep, accompanied by that swindler. I can't help but wonder if the situation might not have been orchestrated by Gua, but perhaps it was solely his own scheme. Surely not. He wouldn't resort to such measures. Li Ling defended. Do not rush to defend him. After all, the human heart is inscrutable, Jia Huairan mused. Li Ling's mind was clouded with questions, and whether he had truly absorbed Jia Huairan's words was uncertain. He merely nodded and departed. Jia Huairan watched him leave, letting out a soft sigh, pondering that this predicament could not be attributed to him, but rather to the young man's lack of discernment. After attempting to read for a while, fatigue overwhelmed him, and he retired early. When he arose in the early hours, Yangbo felt a twinge of hesitation. The market was bustling with a myriad of items, yet genuine treasures were scarce. Having scoured extensively the previous day without encountering a single authentic piece left him somewhat disheartened. Nevertheless, motivated by the prospect of 850,000, he swiftly rose. This was an opportunity, and seizing it might enable him to gather the necessary funds sooner than anticipated. Re-entering the market, he was met with a cacophony of voices, vendors aplenty, and a plethora of goods strewn about. Having learned from the previous day's experience, Yangbo approached the items with diminished patience and meticulousness. In this market, most traders were local stallholders from the surrounding areas, and their expectations for quality were modest. Even the standards for craftsmanship of counterfeit items were significantly lowered. Consequently, most goods tended to be poorly made, with genuine artifacts being exceedingly rare, if not non-existent. After searching for some time, without finding anything of interest, Yangbo frowned, determined to continue his search. Hey, brother, care to take a look over here? Suddenly, a voice called to him from behind. He turned to see a man in his 30s, with shifty eyes, who leaned in and whispered, "Brother, I have a few good items here. Interested?" "Where?" Yangbo inquired. "Not far. Trust me, I, Lier, have been around these streets long enough to have built a reputation. I assure you, I won't deceive you." The man replied with a grin. Lier may not deceive, yet he is known to overcharge. Interjected a nearby vendor, having overheard their conversation, casting a wary glance at them. "Lier, you've crossed a line. This is my stall, and pulling customers in front of me shows a lack of respect." Upon witnessing this exchange, Yangbo furrowed his brow. The two seemed to be conspiring. It dawned on him that this was likely a trap. Such tactics to steal business could not sit well with even the most magnanimous of proprietors, and by directly luring customers at the stall, Lier was clearly attempting to solicit the vendor's endorsement. Moreover, if this business becomes widely known, would it not invite trouble upon oneself? Although Yangbo speculated that the other party might be setting a trap, he ultimately resolved to proceed, for the local market offered little of value. Remaining there would merely squander his time. Indeed, it would be far more prudent to venture forth. Even if it were a den of danger, should he chance upon a worthy find, it would be worth the risk. Of course, Yangbo's willingness to follow stemmed from the fact that he possessed a mere 5,000 yuan, which he believed would render him less susceptible to deception. "Very well. Lead the way, boss Li." Yangbo declared. "Excellent, let's go." Lier responded, flashing a wide grin that revealed a set of pearly whites. Chapter 15. The underground auction house. As the two traversed an unnamed alleyway, Yangbo heightened his vigilance. If the destination were too far, he would reconsider the journey. Not far, just a little ahead," Lier explained, adding, "Rest assured, I would never lead you to an obscure and deserted alley. After all, I must consider the comfort of my clients." Yangbo nodded. "What made you select me so suddenly?" Lier paused momentarily. "Oh, did you not notice?" Many in the venue were meticulously sifting through items, yet most held their acquisitions in hand. Some even required snakeskin bags to carry their finds. Few, like yourself, entered empty-handed. This indicates a certain disinterest in the items available. Individuals like you are precisely our clientele. "My funds are limited," Yangbo replied. Lier dismissed this concern, asserting, "Limited funds merely suggest that your money resides in your account. No need to worry, even if you lack cash today. This visit serves merely to familiarize yourself with our operations. Next time, prepare a bit more, and you'll be just fine." Yangbo was taken aback. Suspecting that Lier was not merely engaged in simple fencing of stolen goods, as many transactions occurred nearby, akin to a swap deal. From Lier's tone, it appeared to be a long-term enterprise. Before long, Lier came to a halt, gesturing toward the small courtyard. "Here we are." Yangbo raised his gaze. The quaint courtyard, adorned with blue bricks and tiles, exuded an ancient charm. He had passed by here before, yet was unaware that it had been transformed. Lier knocked rhythmically on the door, and upon its opening, the doorkeeper called out to Lier, prompting Yangbo to follow him inside. The interior was low-ceilinged, illuminated by a dim, yellow incandescent bulb casting a soft glow. Several individuals were already seated, calmly enjoying tea and engaging in conversation. As the aroma of tea enveloped the room, upon Yangbo's entrance, the others turned to glance at him briefly before returning to their discussions. Being a newcomer, they found him unfamiliar, and his youth, combined with his solitary arrival, did not merit much attention. Yangbo suddenly felt a piercing gaze directed at him. He looked up to find a man clad in black, his sparse hair slicked back into a neat style, unmistakably the Deputy Director Chu. Deputy Director Chu glanced in this direction for a moment before swiftly turning away. Yangbo, however, was filled with bewilderment. He had not anticipated encountering the man so soon. Previously, he had narrowly escaped being deceived by Deputy Director Chu, yet he had been the one following closely behind, feeling somewhat culpable. Currently, his mind was preoccupied with the desire to earn money swiftly, and he was reluctant to stir up trouble, although he certainly had no fear of it. Yangbo surveyed the surroundings, noting that the crowd was divided into 7 or 8 groups. Some individuals had come alone, while a few were accompanied. After taking a seat, he observed the arrangement of the venue, which resembled a quaint tea house, encircled by what appeared to be a stage, although there was none. It seemed that everyone was seated around a table facing true north. Yangbo chose a secluded spot, hoping to observe quietly during his first visit. Upon witnessing the scene, Yangbo surmised the nature of the transactions taking place. It could only be an underground auction. However, with the small number of attendees, he speculated that the bidding would not be overly intense, though he was uncertain about the quality of the goods being offered. He felt a twinge of regret, realizing that had he known he would encounter such an event, he should have brought more money. Before long, the sound of footsteps echoed, and the atmosphere in the room fell silent, as if everyone was anticipating something. A man strode in from outside, cheerfully clasping his hands in greeting, thanking everyone for their support and attendance, and asking for their understanding regarding the modest conditions. Lu Li turned to look, noting that the newcomer had a square face, large ears, and a countenance that resembled a chiseled statue, exuding an air of determination. The crowd chuckled, but did not respond to his words. The man seemed accustomed to this, striding confidently to the center of the room. "Let us dispense with the pleasantries and adhere to our usual customs," he announced. As he surveyed the crowd, he suddenly paused upon seeing Yang Bo. "Oh, it appears we have a new friend today. Allow me to introduce myself. My surname is Mei, and I am known as Mei Laosan. While our transactions are relatively informal, there are rules we must observe, particularly the prohibition of photography and recording. Any violations will not be taken lightly." As he spoke, Mei Laosan's expression turned serious, scanning the audience like a lion surveying its territory. Yang Bo remained impassive. These were standard protocols, and he had no intention of contravening them. "Mei Laosan, let us get on with it. We've heard enough of this," interjected an elderly gentleman in his 60s, displaying some impatience. Mei Laosan beamed. "Rest assured, Mr. Yu, this time offerings will surely meet your expectations." "Very well. Let's commence," he declared, as someone brought forth a tray, placing it on the central table. It was a beautiful blue and white poetic vase. "Those interested are welcome to come and take a look," Mei Laosan announced with a smile. From a distance, the vase appeared with a slender neck and broad shoulders, its white glaze pristine and tight, reminiscent of a youthful beauty standing before him. The vase was adorned with complete poetic verses, exuding an air of elegance, which prompted the attendees to rise and approach for a closer examination. Yang Bo, however, was acutely aware of the customary decorum within the venue, where respect for the elders prevailed. He patiently awaited his turn as most attendees took their chances, recognizing this as a rare opportunity for learning. He would not let it slip away. Upon closer inspection, a radiant glow emanated, revealing to him that the exquisite blue and white vase adorned with poetic figures likely dated back to the Shunji era, a truly remarkable find. As anticipated, Master Mei proclaimed, "The starting bid is 100,000, with each subsequent increase no less than 1,000. Those gathered were certainly no ordinary folk, and the bidding commenced with fervor. 105,000, 110,000, 130,000, 180,000. Observing the unfolding scene, Yang Bo felt a sense of calm wash over him. It was not imperative that every antique be a personal treasure. He would be content if he could secure enough funds for his medical expenses, relinquishing any further aspirations. The fervor of bidding soon subsided, settling down. 230,000. An elderly gentleman, surnamed Yu, called out. With no further responses, Master Mei grinned and declared, "Master Yu, this piece is yours." Yang Bo calculated that the vase's true value exceeded this bid by several tens of thousands, making this acquisition a fortunate stroke, especially considering the additional taxes and fees at the auction house. Chapter 16. Unexpected Developments. With the first item secured, the atmosphere in the hall grew increasingly tense, as everyone's gaze fixated on the table, eager to seize any desirable artifacts. After all, many antiques here were offered at reasonable prices, making any acquisition a profitable venture. The second item presented was Mr. Qi Gong's Fishing Amid Lakes and Mountains. Contemporary calligraphy and painting. Yang Bo was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating the emergence of modern artworks. He had assumed many items might carry dubious provenance, possibly arising from tomb raiding, yet it now appeared there were alternative sources. As it was a work of art, noticeably fewer individuals approached the stage this time, with only Master Yu and another elder stepping forward. Yang Bo refrained from joining them. Fully aware of his limited knowledge in this realm, he realized that venturing up would not significantly enhance his appreciation skills in such a short span. It was wiser to observe from a distance. He gazed intently, noting the faint aura surrounding the painting, rendering it difficult to assess. After the two men had their fill, Master Mei paused momentarily, observing the lack of response with a hint of disappointment. Nevertheless, he maintained a smile, stating, "Mr. Qigong is a master of Chinese studies and a distinguished painter. Surely, his name is known to all." The opening bid for Fishing Amid Lakes and Mountains was set at 200,000. An unexpected silence enveloped the room, with no one daring to place a bid. This peculiar atmosphere bewildered Yang Bo. Unable to authenticate the piece himself, he sought to gauge the reactions of others. The absence of responses was palpable. the only sound being the rhythm of breathing, which underscored the underlying concerns. Master May's expression turned somewhat awkward as he declared, "I, Master May, conduct business with utmost integrity." "Enough, Master May," interrupted Master Yu. "There is no need for further persuasion. If no one wishes to bid, your efforts are in vain. We are here to purchase items, not to witness your displeasure." Yang Bo turned his gaze, and there stood the young man, leaning back in his chair. His posture slouched, as if he were lounging on his own sofa. Upon hearing these words, Mei Laosan did not exhibit any anger. Instead, his expression grew solemn. "I sincerely apologize, everyone. I have become too absorbed in the moment. Let's proceed." Yang Bo observed the somewhat peculiar auction transaction. His curiosity piqued. He had not anticipated that his inaugural visit to such a venue would unveil such a captivating scene. The third item was a Ming Dynasty statue of Guanyin, seated and holding a sutra. Yang Bo approached to inspect it closely. Adorned with a golden hairpiece, the figure possessed delicate features. Draped in a wide-sleeved robe that revealed its chest and embellished with intricate jewelry, exuding an air of grace and compassion. A ray of light illuminated his vision, indicating that this was indeed a masterpiece. Starting bid at 30,000. Each increment must not be less than 1,000. Mei Laosan meticulously observed the expressions of the crowd below. However, they were all seasoned participants, revealing nothing. Even Yang Bo, a novice in this arena, maintained an impassive demeanor. Curiously, he turned his head to glance at the young man, pondering whether such justifications were necessary during an auction. He could easily speak for over 10 minutes on the topic without repeating himself. To Yang Bo's surprise, the moment the young man spoke, an immediate silence enveloped the room. Remarkably, Mei Laosan displayed no sign of displeasure. Instead, he chuckled, "Since young Master Luo desires it, feel free to voice your intentions." Young Master Luo waved his hand with a light laugh. "Business is business, and friendships are friendships. Let's not conflate the two." Indeed. What young Master Luo says is true." Mei Laosan's face radiated with joy, seemingly delighted by the exchange. "Now, does anyone wish to raise the bid?" he inquired of the audience. Yang Bo, however, scoffed inwardly. It seemed that young Master Luo possessed considerable influence, causing all to yield before him. This statue of Guanyin ought to fetch at least 200,000 or 300,000, but all were intimidated by young Master Luo's identity, leaving no one daring to raise the price. Mei Laosan's question appeared to be merely a formality. As anticipated, Mei Laosan wasted no time, exclaiming, "The Ming Dynasty statue of Guanyin is now secure by young Master Luo." This incident only heightened Yang Bo's interest in young Master Luo. He noticed that it was always Luo who initiated the bids, followed by his appraiser stepping forward. Yet, they exhibited a commendable understanding of restraint. After acquiring the Guanyin statue, they scarcely made any further moves. After several more items were auctioned, a jade dancer was presented next. Crafted from white jade, it bore patches of crimson, indicating potential issues regarding its provenance. Yang Bo was acutely aware that this jade dancer might have recently been excavated from a tomb. The radiant light emanated, swirling around the dancer's waist in a luminous halo, which gradually thickened, far surpassing the density of many items he had previously encountered, though it fell short compared to the Shang Dynasty's pattern goblet. As he beheld the intricate, powerful lines, Yang Bo found his thoughts wandering once more. Once the audience had viewed the piece, Mei Laosan decisively declared, "This Han Dynasty jade dancer has a base price of 20,000, with each increment not to be less than 1,000. The dancer's exquisite form ignited a competitive spirit among the attendees. Aware of his limited financial resources, Yang Bo did not hesitate, boldly stating 21,000, 25,000. Mr. Yu interjected, 27,000. Yang Bo glanced towards Master Yu and nodded in acknowledgement. Mei Laosan paid no mind. The jade dancer was merely an ordinary item, worth slightly more than the current bid. Master Yu wished to act as a benefactor, and he was more than willing to oblige. As no one else in the room responded, Mei Laosan was about to conclude the auction. 28,000. The sudden declaration startled the crowd, leaving Yang Bo wide-eyed, turning to see that the speaker was none other than Director Chu. A rush of uncontainable anger surged within Yang Bo. Although he had indeed seized the treasure from Deputy Director Chu, according to industry norms, once the deputy left, he had no right to dictate others' purchases. To his astonishment, Deputy Director Chu had not only conspired with Boss Jia against him, but was now raising the bid without cause. Did he truly believe Yang Bo was a mere puppet? Chapter 17, Director Chu's Provocation. 30,000. Yang Bo glanced in the direction of Deputy Director Chu. 40,000. Deputy Director Chu wore a seemingly amiable smile, yet his price increments were ruthless. It was indeed the case that if he could perceive the value, so could others. Yambo hesitatet briefly. 45,000. 48,000. Deputy Director Chu relentlessly continued to escalate the price, appearing unyielding. Yang Bo furrowed his brow. 50,000. If the young man was so enamored with the jade dancer, then let him have it. Deputy Director Chu suddenly withdrew, catching Yang Bo off guard. Yet, he recalled that he had sold his fish basket for precisely 50,000. With this remark, it seemed that Director Chu intended to teach him a lesson. Yang Bo secured the jade dancer for 50,000, and the crowd exhibited little reaction as the auction continued. As Yang Bo was lost in thought, the trade fair was nearing its conclusion. He had not expected that throughout the event, Deputy Director Chu had refrained from purchasing any items, which left him quite disappointed. The final piece was acquired by a discreet elderly gentleman, marking the end of the auction. Mei Laosen stood at the front, clapping his hands to draw attention, proclaiming the auction concluded and expressing gratitude for everyone's presence. As for the next event, it would follow the same time-honored traditions. For new friends wishing to understand, it seemed they would need to showcase their prowess next time. While Mei Laosan did not explicitly direct his words towards anyone, it was clear that his last statement was intended for Yang Bo remained silent, as he had no concrete plans for the future and subtly wished to distance himself from the others. After all, these clandestine transactions were illegal and only served to embolden tomb raiders. Yang Bo negotiated and ultimately settled the payment with a card, successfully acquiring the Han Dynasty Jade Dancer. He felt elated within, yet dared not show it, fearful of attracting unwanted attention. As he prepared to leave with the Jade Dancer, he heard the tattooed, bald man handling the transaction ask, "Mr. Yang, will you be coming next time?" Yang Bo found himself in a state of hesitation. Despite his reluctance to return, he was uncertain whether he would be able to gather sufficient funds for his father's medical expenses when the time came. After all, this was a singular opportunity, just this once. He resolved to assure himself that he would not return again in the future. Ultimately, he persuaded himself and nodded in agreement, indicating that he would indeed come back next time. "Very well, Mr. Yang, please provide a means of contact, and you shall receive notification in due course," the burly man said, appearing rather rugged, yet exhibiting remarkable courtesy in his dealings. Having successfully secured the Jade Dancer, it seemed that a substantial portion of the medical expenses had been raised. As Yang Bo stepped out of the courtyard, he unexpectedly encountered Luo Xiao and his appraiser, both of whom were waiting outside, seemingly for someone. Although Yang Bo was only vaguely aware of Luo Xiao's identity, he nevertheless offered a slight nod before attempting to depart. Suddenly, he heard Luo Xiao call out, "Young brother Yang, please hold your step." Yang Bo paused, turning to face him, his heart filled with curiosity regarding Luo Xiao's intentions. With a smile on his face, Luo Xiao remarked, "Master Feng has a query he wishes to pose to you, young brother Yang." Following Luo Xiao's gesture, Yang Bo observed the old appraiser, who wore a kind expression as he addressed him. "Dear young man, there's no need to be anxious. I simply wish to inquire about the provenance of the Han Dynasty Jade Dancer. What makes you so determined to acquire it?" Yang Bo hesitated momentarily before responding. Master Feng had indeed examined this Jade Dancer. Whatever he discerned is the truth. At that moment, Vice Director Chu emerged from the gathering with a few acquaintances. Overhearing the final exchange, with a chuckle, he interjected, "Feng, why pry further? Others may be oblivious to the details and perhaps be deceived by this lad. But I am well aware that Yang Bo is merely an assistant at Gudajai. Gudajai is a modest antique shop located near Xia Tian Palace, where he has only served as an assistant for 2 years. This sort of individual, relying on a modicum of eloquence, has managed to infiltrate this esteemed company." Vice Director Chu cast a disdainful glance at Yang Bo, who, to his surprise, nodded in affirmation. "I am indeed an assistant at the antique shop. There is no disputing that, and I have never introduced myself under any other pretext." With a cold smile, Vice Director Chu retorted, caught in my revelation. "You admit it readily. Yet this individual is morally bankrupt, of low character, having once stood behind me to seize a relic I had already set my sights on. Truly, a man of dubious integrity." His words were evidently aimed at alerting Luo Xiao and the appraiser. Luo Xiao exhibited little reaction, while Master Feng furrowed his brow, asking, "Young brother, how do you respond to that?" Feng then gestured toward the Jade Dancer in Yang Bo's possession, simply wishing to ascertain its condition. Standing aside, Vice Director Chu laughed. "Feng, we have known each other for quite some time. Can you truly doubt my integrity? This lad merely stumbled upon good fortune today in acquiring this Jade Dancer, likely with the hope of a bargain. However, He fails to realize that the value of a Han Dynasty jade dancer is merely 2 to 3,000. Spending 50,000 on it would indeed be a grave miscalculation. Yang Bo stood aside, casting a glance at Vice Director Chu, his heart brimming with disdain. He had not anticipated that the other's thoughts could be so venomous and petty. Master Feng held a rather unfavorable impression of Yang Bo. Upon hearing Vice Director Chu's exaggerated tone, he was filled with skepticism. For Yang Bo had always maintained a demeanor of composure, which starkly contradicted Chu's verbose assertions. Young Master Luo, feeling impatient, interjected, "Master Feng, let us not dwell on trivialities. Today we seek only to discuss the Jade Dancer." Chapter 18. The Art of Silken Threads. Huh, do you truly regard the Jade Dancer as a treasure? Vice Director Chu sneered at Yang Bo. By nature, Yang Bo was modest, reluctant to reveal himself easily. However, after being provoked repeatedly by Chu, he felt a surge of indignation and cast aside his usual restraint. The Han artisans, with their exquisite double-hook technique, executed a carving style that flowed with grace. Intricate as autumn threads, devoid of unevenness, and seamlessly continuous, akin to delicate silken lines, devoid of any trace of stagnation. Yang Bo recalled a phrase he had once encountered and spoke it aloud. Vice Director Chu, with a derisive chuckle, responded, "Are you merely trying to impress with your knowledge? Do you believe that reciting such lines will elevate the Jade Dancer to the status of a silken thread sculpture?" Chu had not approached closely to examine the Jade Dancer, believing that the experts present would surely discern its true nature and that this young man before him could not possibly surpass their insight. Yang Bo handed over the Jade Dancer, not overly concerned with the formalities. Master Feng received it with great care, producing a high-powered magnifying glass. The art of silken thread sculpture, a technique that flourished from the Warring States to the Han Dynasty, required a magnification of over 60 times to appreciate its intricate fine lines, which appeared as delicate as gossamer threads. At that moment, the four stood not far from the auction site, under the dim streetlights, the illumination still murky, but significantly better than before. Vice Director Chu observed Master Feng's silence after examining the Jade Dancer, perplexed by the lengthy scrutiny and suspecting that perhaps everyone had misjudged its origins. With Master Feng remaining quiet, Chu followed suit, hesitant to speak further, while young Master Luo, finding the situation dull, stepped aside to take a phone call. After a considerable time, Master Feng lifted his head with a long sigh, lamenting, "I am truly getting old. My eyesight has failed me, and I have missed this exquisite silken thread sculpture." Vice Director Chu's expression shifted, unable to suppress a glance at Yang Bo, seeing him retain his calm demeanor. Chu realized this was no mere coincidence. He had believed himself to be the fortunate one, only to discover that he had inadvertently handed the advantage to Yang Bo. With a cold snort, Vice Director Chu departed, unable to conceal his dejected form. Yang Bo shook his head with a smile, unperturbed, secretly pondering whether this incident would lead to further trouble from the other party. The dim lighting over there, coupled with the majority of low-powered magnifying glasses in use, had merely favored his possession of a high-powered one. Yang Bo offered a brief explanation. Master Feng chuckled, not demanding to verify the truth of Yang Bo's words with his own high-powered glass. "Young friend Yang, you are indeed a promising talent." Upon hearing the shift from young brother to young friend, Yang Bo felt a sense of pride. "You flatter me." Mr. Feng hesitated slightly, shaking his head, and said, "Xiao Luo, I fear today will not be possible. I must rush to the capital this afternoon for a meeting, and at my age, I doubt my stamina will suffice. Mr. Feng, I truly apologize for the inconvenience today and for disturbing your rest. Your journey to the capital for the meeting must be arduous. Allow me to book you a first-class ticket now, so you may rest on the plane," young Master Luo said, his face filled with regret. Mr. Feng did not decline, responding, "That will be quite agreeable." Young Master Luo promptly made a phone call, though his expression bore a hint of anxiety. "Mr. Feng, the ticket has been secured. My friend holds a significant position. I must assist him. Do you have a recommendation for an old friend of similar caliber?" Mr. Feng chuckled lightly. "Everyone is likely quite busy. Since your friend is so important, I believe I have someone who might be quite suitable." "Who?" young Master Luo inquired, his urgency palpable. "Look, he has not gone far." Mr. Feng gestured with his chin toward a distant figure. Young Master Luo glanced in that direction, recognizing it was Yang Bo, who had just departed but had not wandered far. Frowning at the young man's age, he thought, he is rather young. Can he manage? Among the entire room, no one noticed anything unusual about the Jade Dancer, except for him. "What do you think?" Mr. Feng commented. Young Master Luo was taken aback. He had just stepped away to take a call and was unaware of the context. That jade dancer employs a technique from the Han Dynasty known as floating silk carving, a long-lost art of sculpture, highly valuable, in an auction with so many participants. He had the keenest eye, acquiring an item worth at least 200,000 for only 50,000, a fourfold increase. Mr. Feng elaborated, concerned that young Master Luo might not grasp the significance. Young Master Luo frowned, but that is not a big deal. We also profited considerably. Turning to see Mr. Feng's peculiar expression, he felt a flush of embarrassment. Everyone knew how he made his profits. Each time he raised the bid, there was no competition, thanks to the influential figure behind him. Very well, let us seek him out, young Master Luo said with an awkward smile. The sound of a car horn echoed from behind, and then Yang Bo heard her voice call out, "Brother Yang, wait a moment." With a beaming smile, young Master Luo approached. "Brother Yang, are you free today?" Yang Bo appeared momentarily bewildered. "Young Master Luo, what is this about?" Mr. Feng stepped forward. "Xiao Luo has a friend in need of assistance. I must attend a meeting in the capital today, and I believe highly of your talents, so I recommended you." Yang Bo was astonished. He surmised that the request for assistance pertained to valuation matters. "Mr. Feng, as Vice Director Chu mentioned, I am merely an assistant. Even a humble monk can be a martial arts master. Why should a young assistant in an antique shop be any less capable?" Young Master Luo interjected in defense. "Oh, where's your home?" Young Master Luo asked. "Li Shui. How fortuitous. I'm also headed to Li Shui. We shall travel together." Young Master Luo exclaimed with delight. Chapter 19. The Cold Shoulder. Young Master Luo exchanged glances with Mr. Feng and remarked, "You were referring to selling that jade dancer, were you not? How fortuitous. I have a keen interest in floating silk carving. Perhaps I should take charge of this." Noticing Yang Bo's hesitation, Luo Xiao felt a surge of frustration, understanding that his previous domineering demeanor at the auction had sown seeds of doubt in Yang Bo's mind. However, he could not elucidate that it was merely a strategic maneuver. Instead, he declared for the Han Dynasty silk thread carved jade dancer, "I shall offer 250,000. Brother Yang, let's finalize this." Yang Bo did not deliberate for long. He was evidently swayed by the allure of wealth. The offer of 250,000 was indeed above market value, and since this was only a verification activity, there should be no complications. Besides, the hospital visit could wait until the morrow. "Very well, I shall express my gratitude to you, Luo Xiao. However, I must clarify that my knowledge of contemporary calligraphy and paintings is rather limited." "Not an issue," Luo Xiao replied with a smile. The two proceeded to the bank to transfer funds, signing a simple agreement with their respective seals before seeing Feng Yi off. After a long night, Luo Xiao felt weary, while Yang Bo, unable to drive, called for a chauffeur who arrived swiftly. Seated in the passenger seat, Yang Bo turned to Luo Xiao and inquired, "Could you provide some context?" Luo Xiao appeared a bit impatient, lying in the back seat, unable to sleep. He shook his head. "I'm not entirely sure of the specifics. We shall discuss it further upon arrival." Yang Bo refrained from pressing for more information and closed his eyes, though his curiosity about Luo Xiao's identity grew. Upon reaching Li Shui City, it was already past 9 in the morning. They briefly had breakfast before the vehicle entered a hotel. Luo Xiao alighted, adjusted his attire, and advised Yang Bo, "Be cautious in your speech." His tone had shifted from previous politeness to a commanding tone. Yang Bo furrowed his brow, but recognized he had willingly embarked on this precarious venture, attributing it to his own avarice. Luo Xiao retrieved his phone, scrolling through contacts, hesitating momentarily before dialing a number. "Hello, Brother Yi, are you awake?" "Oh, having breakfast, I see. You instructed me to bring someone knowledgeable, and indeed, he's here with me." Yang Bo maintained a neutral expression, internally amused by Luo Xiao's excessively respectful demeanor. "Come, let us go now." After ending the call, Luo Xiao led the way, while the driver summoned by the call followed closely behind Yang Bo, creating an impression of surveillance. Yang Bo remained composite, resolute in his determination to leave promptly after the appraisal. The hotel was opulently adorned, resplendent in gold and grandeur. This was Yang Bo's first visit to such a luxurious establishment, yet he felt no inclination to admire it as they ascended to a room on the 18th floor. Upon entering, they encountered a man in his 40s, seated confidently in a chair. Luo Xiao immediately approached, beaming, "Brother Yi, you've arrived in Jinling. It's a pleasure to greet you. I may not boast of many skills, but as a free tour guide, I consider myself quite competent." A smile spread across Ye's face as he replied, "Zhao Hua, my apologies for disturbing you late last night. I came to Jinling for a vacation and did not anticipate making such a fortunate acquisition. Yet, After purchasing, I still felt somewhat insecure, which prompted me to reach out to you. Yiga spoke in an extremely courteous manner. However, upon the arrival of Yang Bo and his companions, he did not rise to greet them. Even Luo Xiao remained seated, which indicated that the visitors must possess a remarkably esteemed status and a considerable air of arrogance. Luo Yaohua quickly smiled and said, Yiga, you flatter me. It is my honor that you took the time to call me. Yi Weilin, not one to be overly polite, cast a curious glance behind Luo Yaohua and asked, Xiao Luo, did the appraiser you arranged not arrive? Luo Yaohua shuddered at the discernibly unfriendly tone and pointed toward Yang Bo, saying, Yiga, the appraiser I invited is indeed this gentleman. Yi Weilin's expression hardened, his voice carrying a chilling undertone. Xiao Luo, is this the best you could find? Luo Yaohua hastily explained, Yiga, that is not what I meant. Not what you meant. Is this not the appraiser? Yi Weilin's demeanor grew more severe. Luo Yaohua's anxiety escalated, sweat beading on his forehead. Yiga, that was not my intention. I meant to convey that Yang Bo possesses remarkable appraisal skills and comes highly recommended by an expert. Remarkable skills? Yi Weilin scrutinized Yang Bo, his face rife with skepticism. So young, this contradicts the objective norms of this profession. Is it not true that only with age comes experience? Luo Yaohua wiped his brow. Yiga, that is not necessarily the case. Perhaps you could allow him to take a look? Yi Weilin raised a hand, his eyes partially closing, remaining silent. The room fell into a tense hush, with Luo Yaohua sweating profusely, unsure of how to proceed. Yang Bo, however, maintained a composed demeanor, observing quietly. After a moment, a knock echoed from outside, prompting Luo Yaohua to rush to the door. I am looking for Yi Weilin, the newcomer announced before even entering. Yang Bo recognized the voice and could not help but glance over. Please invite Mr. Chao in. Yi Weilin opened his eyes and stood up, moving towards the door. A lean figure, resembling a slender bamboo stalk, entered. Yi Weilin grasped the man's hand and exclaimed, Professor Chao, it is a pleasure to finally meet you. Chao Yuanda responded with a demeanor that was neither submissive nor arrogant. Mr. Yi, you are too kind. Yang Bo's eyes widened in surprise. He had not expected the visitor to be Professor Chao Yuanda, the very individual who had observed him sell the fish basket and subsequently acquired the corded goblet from him. Chapter 20. Uncertainty Prevails. Yi Weilin remarked, I apologize for troubling Professor Chao, but with your assistance, I feel at ease. Chao Yuanda remained humble. Mr. Yi, you are too gracious. I merely have a modest understanding of a few minor techniques. Professor Chao is being too modest. Yi Weilin gestured for him to proceed further into the room. Chao Yuanda lifted his head, suddenly noticing Yang Bo, and exclaimed, Mr. Yi, who are these two? According to industry customs, to show respect, it is preferable to invite only one person for appraisal. Yi Weilin seemingly disregarded this norm, but maintained a composed facade, stating, These two are inconsequential. They're merely here to assist me with moving some items. Luo Yaohua, forced to smile awkwardly, felt a surge of frustration, having run errands. He was now treated as a mere laborer, a blow to his dignity. Yet, he dared not vent his anger at Yi Weilin, instead directing a glare at Yang Bo. Yang Bo cast a glance toward Chao Yuanda, pondering whether the latter truly wished to feign ignorance. Chao Yuanda shook his head with a smile, gesturing towards Yang Bo, exclaiming, I recognize this gentleman. Noticing Yi Weilin's expression shift, Chao Yuanda continued, Yang is my esteemed friend. He possesses remarkable skills in appraisal. I never anticipated that, mister. You can invite him as well. Perfect. We can engage in mutual exchange and validation. Yi Weilin was momentarily taken aback, utterly unprepared for the revelation that the individual he had disregarded was, in fact, an expert. The commendation from Chao Yuanda indicated his considerable prowess. At such a young age, he had already achieved significant accomplishments, suggesting he would undoubtedly evolve into a master in the future. However, constrained by his status, he could only nod graciously toward Yang Bo, saying, Then let us proceed together. Luo Yaohua's eyes widened, his initial anger dissipating into astonishment. When Lord Feng had recommended Yang Bo to him in the early hours, he lacked the time to seek out other appraisers, thus taking a gamble by bringing Yang Bo along. He harbored some doubts, and after Yi Weilin had left them waiting for a considerable time, he regretted his decision, never imagining such a turn of events would unfold. At this moment, hearing that Yi Weilin wanted Yang Bo to enter with them, Luo Yaohua felt a surge of delight, believing he had gained something worthwhile. He eagerly exclaimed, Excellent, excellent. I did not permit you to enter. Yi Weilin shot a glare at Luo Yaohua. Luo Yaohua faltered in his steps, a sheepish smile spreading across his face. Yang Bo, sensing the awkwardness of the situation, though unaware of the identities of the two men, understood that Yi Weilin's elevated status might not be as beneficial as Luo Yaohua's potential assistance. Mr. Yi, Mr. Luo is also somewhat of an insider. Perhaps he could offer valuable insights. Yi Weilin hesitated slightly, then turned to look at Professor Chao Yuanda. Seeing no objection from him, he commanded, "Come along," but refrained from speaking freely. "Observe and listen attentively." "Yes, yes," Luo Yaohua replied, a hint of excitement on his face as he cast a grateful glance at Yang Bo and followed him inside. Yi Weilin resided in a suite, which contained an additional room. Upon entering, they were greeted by a colorful maping vase adorned with entwined floral designs, resting at the center of a tea table. "How much did you acquire it for?" Chao Yuanda, slender yet robust in voice, inquired. 3,500,000, Yi Weilin responded. Chao Yuanda nodded in acknowledgement before turning to Yang Bo, stating, "Allow me to examine it first." Yang Bo hurriedly waved his hands. "Please, after you." Gao Zhuan, without excessive formality, donned gloves and began to scrutinize the vase with a magnifying glass. Yang Bo glanced over and fortuitously noticed the 4 characters Yongzheng Yan Ji inscribed at the vase's base. He surmised that the price of 3,500,000 was considerably below the market value. The famille rose porcelain had reached its zenith during the Yongzheng period, especially in light of the recent surges in auction prices for Qing dynasty ceramics, making the prices for official kiln porcelain exorbitantly high. Yang Bo looked towards Luo Yaohua, reflecting on how well these two individuals complemented each other, both engaging in the art of buying low and selling high. Luo Yaohua found himself perplexed by Yang Bo's demeanor. Yet he instinctively addressed Yi Weilin, saying, "Brother Yi, Professor Chao's reputation is indeed formidable. Had I known you could invite him, I would not have dared to embarrass myself." Yi Weilin shot him a glare, urging him to be silent and not disturb Professor Chao. Having said that, Yi Weilin glanced at Yang Bo, realizing that since Yang had secured a recommendation from Professor Chao, he must possess considerable merit. Yang Bo sensed a palpable tension in the air and could not help but gaze towards the vase. Before him, a soft radiance emanated from within it, coalescing into a luminous glow. He noticed something unusual. The brilliance was particularly intense at the base of the vase, more so than at other points. Typically, the light would concentrate at the center of an object, but this time it gathered near the bottom, leaving the body of the vase's radiance thin and sparse, akin to the aura one might find on porcelain from the Republic era. A faint beam of light captured Yang Bo's attention, prompting an expression of astonishment. At that moment, Chao Yuanda had finally completed his observations and summoned his vital energy. Yi Weilin hurriedly approached, eagerly inquiring, "Professor Chao, what do you think?" Chao Yuanda gestured towards Yang Bo, suggesting they discuss their findings together. Yi Weilin, nearly beside himself with impatience, refrained from pressing further and merely said, "Professor Chao, please take a moment to rest." Yang Bo stepped forward, donned his gloves, and lifted the magnifying glass to examine the vase in detail. The earlier occurrences had been rather surreal, and as he scrutinized the vase, he began to analyze it in his mind. The dense radiance at the base seemed reminiscent of the Yongzheng era, while the light on the vase's body appeared to be more akin to contemporary craftsmanship. Could it be that this vase was constructed from multiple pieces? With this audacious hypothesis forming in his mind, Yang Bo continued his meticulous examination. The 4-character inscription at the vase's base, the colors of the floral designs in pastel and blue, and even the overall shape of the vase provided ample clues. After a prolonged period, Yang Bo finally set the vase down. Yi Weilin quickly turned to Chao Yuanda, asking, "Professor, may we discuss it now?" Chao Yuanda remained composed, stating, "As for this vase, I cannot ascertain its authenticity." He then looked towards Yang Bo, suggesting, "I trust you have discerned quite a bit as well." Yang Bo offered a wry smile, responding, "I too find myself at a loss regarding this vase's true nature." In Chapter 21, titled Assembly, Yi Weilin found himself more inclined to believe Chao Yuanda's opinions. However, the latter's unwavering admiration for Yang Bo created a sense of doubt within Yi Weilin. "Xiao Yang, what is your perspective?" Yi Weilin inquired, feeling that extracting a clear answer from Chao Yuanda was a daunting task. Yang Bo did not withhold his thoughts, expressing a peculiar sensation. In truth, the overall form of the porcelain was aesthetically pleasing, yet its meticulous detailing in every aspect conveyed a sense of excessive precision, bordering on the artificial. "Isn't precision a standard expectation?" Yi Weilin questioned. "Precision is indeed expected, but when it reaches an extreme, it begins to resemble deliberate imitation. Chow Yuanda replied. Afterward, he turned to Yang Bo, inquiring, "What have you observed? Please, speak candidly." Yang Bo was momentarily taken aback, though not excessively surprised. He had anticipated that Chow Yuanda would elevate his status. "I suspect this Maping vase is a composite creation. How is it assembled?" Chow Yuanda inquired further. "Composite?" At this juncture, Yi Weilin interjected, his tone laced with astonishment, as he had not foreseen such a revelation. Chow Yuanda nodded. "I share this assessment. The mark on the base of the vase is undoubtedly authentic, yet the colors of this familial rose and blue glaze appear rather garish, inconsistent with the customary aesthetic of the Yongjing era. Earlier, the mark on the base perplexed me greatly, and I could not fathom it until Yang Bo brought it to my attention." Chow Yuanda was forthright, speaking candidly and even acknowledging Yang Bo's reminder. Yi Weilin, though beginning to harbor some belief, pressed on with his inquiry. "Are there any other indicators? I intend to return this Maping. Surely, there must be some evidence. Bring a flashlight," Yang Bo commanded. "Hurry." Yi Weilin kicked at Luo Yaohua, glaring at him. "All right, I'll be right back." Luo Yaohua dashed toward the living room. Chow Yuanda glanced at Yang Bo, uncertain of his intentions. Yang Bo directed the small flashlight into the interior of the Maping, which had been enveloped in darkness. Under the light, the white glaze shimmered brilliantly. Chow Yuanda leaned in to observe, noticing a ring of white glaze accumulation at the juncture of the vase's body and base, resembling welding marks. He looked up at Yang Bo, astonished. He had initially perceived Yang Bo as somewhat talented and knowledgeable in the field of appraisal, yet he had underestimated his experience. Yi Weilin, upon witnessing the interior of the vase, was momentarily stunned, and his face flushed red. From the outside, it appeared flawlessly seamless. Without further ado, Yi Weilin cradled the Maping and made his way outside. "Professor Chow, Brother Yang, please wait a moment. I must first settle the account." He addressed Luo Yaohua with a tone that had lost its earlier cordiality. Luo Yaohua complied, taking a seat beside the two gentlemen. As Chow Yuanda departed, Yang Bo signaled to Luo Yaohua and followed suit. Luo Yaohua trailed behind. "Brother Yang, do take your time. I shall accompany you." As they neared home, a familiar anxiety gripped him, and he hesitated to inquire about the arrivals. Soon, the vehicle halted outside the town, stopping at a location, and Luo Yaohua asked Yang Bo, "Do you need my assistance?" Yang Bo contemplated that persuading should not be overly challenging. Thus he dismissed the offer. Luo Yaohua had intended to leave, but recalling Yi Weilin's directive and considering he might require Yang Bo's aid in the future, he locked the car doors and followed him inside. As Yang Bo approached closer, he heard a cacophony of sounds, cries intermingled with shouts, gradually clarifying into his mother's voice. Yang Bo rushed to the door, finding his home surrounded by several burly men. In the corridor, stout figures adorned with tattoos loomed ominously, exuding an air of ferocity. The reprimands from his parents echoed in his ears. "Are you attempting to rob us? You are not permitted to enter my home. The troubles caused by Yang Lang are his own affair. You should confront him for the money, which he refuses to provide. I am an old man nearing the end of my days. Should you force your way in and something unfortunate befall me, I would be curious to see how many mouths you possess to explain yourselves. It is only natural to repay debts. If blame is to be placed, it should rest on your son for his lack of ambition, having incurred a debt of 300,000 at the gambling house. My companions are merely sounding the alarm. More will undoubtedly come to collect." Hearing the shouts and quarrels outside, Yang Bo felt a sudden pang of foreboding. "Please step aside, let me through." Yang Bo pushed his way past the burly men. "This is Yang Lang's brother. We must not allow him to escape," shouted the leader of the group. Yang Bo was taken aback, still trying to comprehend the situation when his mother seized him and pulled him inside. Yang's mother wore an expression of profound joy as she scrutinized her son, and after a moment, her eyes glistened with tears. "You've grown thinner." After a brief pause, she exclaimed in indignation, "He truly deserves this. How foolish I was to entrust him with our money." With an unkind expression, Yang Bo inquired, "Where is Yang Lang? Why are you crying?" "I'm still alive." Yang's father banged on the security door, filled with rage. Chapter 22. A Scoundrel. Yang Bo was equally astonished and furious at the reckless actions of Yang Lang. Yet recognizing his father's frail and aging condition, he knew he must remain composed. "Father, please do not be angry. I will handle this matter." The burly man behind him, sporting a small patch of beard, chuckled at Yang Bo's words. "Oh, if you are willing to take responsibility, that is much better. At least you are far superior to your useless brother." Yang Bo chose to ignore the remark and pointed to Luo Yaohua, who stood at a distance on the staircase. "This is my friend, Luo Yaohua." Luo Yaohua leaned casually against the handrail, smiling as he waved, "Hello, uncle and aunt." He then turned to the burly men, grinning as he asked, "Shall I call someone to escort the bystanders away?" "No need. If this matter is not resolved, it will undoubtedly recur." Yang Bo clearly preferred to resolve the situation without external assistance. Luo Yaohua nodded. "If you need anything, just let me know. I will certainly assist you." He was keen to cultivate a relationship with someone as promising as Yang Bo. The burly men glared at Luo Yaohua, clearly displeased with his tone. Luo Yaohua raised an eyebrow, unfazed. His status granted him immunity from the threats posed by these men. "Xiaobo, I have long warned you that the antique shop is not a viable option. They offer low wages and always expect you to do the heavy lifting. I would not accept such work, even if it were offered to me. You are fortunate to endure such hardships. Father, mother, where are the property documents?" Yang Lang asked his parents. Yang's father's face turned a deep shade of anger as he retorted, "Wretched son, what do you want with the property documents?" "Father, please do not misunderstand me. I am merely preparing the funds necessary for your treatment. Consider, if you will, that the medical expenses for liver cancer treatment can easily exceed several $100,000. Our home, alas, holds little value, and it is already a challenge to find someone willing to take it off our hands. It will be prudent to sell the house promptly, enabling us to secure your admission to the hospital sooner and spare you from reproaching me." Yang Lang, devoid of any semblance of shame, audaciously uttered such words that caused all present to frown in disapproval. Yang's father raised his cane and directed it towards Yang Lang, asserting, "I do not have a son like you. From this moment forth, our family will no longer claim you as one of our own." Yang Lang rushed over, clutching his father's leg, pleading, "Father, you must believe in me. I shall repay all these debts. You know my ambition. I have always followed the path you laid out for me. Just think, if my business flourishes, the wealth will surely come rolling in. Father, grant me this one opportunity. You are aware that Xiao Bo, being naturally introverted, is unlikely to venture into business. Consequently, I am the sole pillar of this family. How shameless of you to utter such words." Yang Bo could no longer contain his fury upon hearing his brother's nonsensical claims. Without hesitation, he struck out. His fist met flesh, sending a jolt of pain through him. Yet he pressed on, delivering blow after blow, determined to teach this shameless individual a lesson in humility. "Second brother, why are you hitting me? Rest assured, I will repay you. You must trust me." Yang Bo, disinterested in further listening to his brother's empty promises, continued his assault until he finally ceased, observing the bruises forming on Yang Lang's face and the blood trickling from his nostrils and mouth. "Father, what about the house?" Yang Bo turned to address the matter of the property. "The house cannot be sold. It is our last remaining inheritance," Yang's father exclaimed, striking the security door in agitation. Yang Bo contemplated the meager funds he possessed. Should he repay the debts, he would have nothing left for medical expenses. Yang Lang truly deserved his fate. "Xiaobo, my illness is of little consequence. Do not fret. Opportunities will arise in the future. It is still in the early stages of liver cancer. Should I perish at home, I will not burden you brothers further," Yang's father reassured Yang Bo father. "I will devise another plan." Yang Bo's heart ached, unwilling to surrender so easily. Yet his financial resources were dwindling. Luo Yaohua smiled. Why not say so sooner? He then addressed the burly men. "Gentlemen, shall I escort you away, or will you depart on your own?" The group of strong men, already brimming with irritation, were accustomed to collecting debts without much consideration. Had it not been for the presence of a seriously ill patient, they would have acted long ago. "Kid, mind your own business," they retorted, splitting into two factions. One ascended the stairs while the other approached Luo Yaohua. Luo Yaohua stood alone, hastily gesturing, "Do not make a move. If you do, you will surely regret it." As he spoke, Luo Yaohua picked up his phone and, trembling, dialed a number. However, it seemed that the recipient did not answer, prompting three men to encircle him. "You cannot touch me," Luo Yaohua exclaimed in alarm. Yang Bo was equally startled. Luo Yaohua had accompanied him, and if trouble truly arose, he too would be implicated. "If we cannot collect 300,000 by tomorrow, Yang Lang is unlikely to remain unscathed." The burly man with a mustache uttered a harsh remark before turning to leave. As Yang Bo descended the stairs, he happened upon Luo Yaohua being shoved to the ground by an assailant, who sneered and uttered a menacing comment, causing the crowd to erupt in laughter as they departed. Yang Bo helped Luo Yaohua to his feet, but he was brusquely shaken off. Luo Yaohua coldly huffed in the direction of the departing group. "You need not concern yourself with this matter. I shall handle it. Young Master Luo, I have already troubled you enough. Yang Bo began, but was interrupted by Luo Yaohua. Do not meddle. Yang Bo, feeling helpless, still did not know the identity of their adversaries and feared their impulsiveness might drag him into the fray. Suddenly, Luo Yaohua's phone rang, and his expression shifted as he answered. Brother Yi, what is the situation? What? They are attempting to force a sale? Brother Yi, please hold on. I will be there shortly. After hanging up, Luo Yaohua beckoned to Yang Bo. Xiaoyang, let us go at once. Chapter 23. Master Yuan Heir. Upon arriving at the hotel room, they found shattered porcelain scattered across the floor. Yi Weilin sat in a chair, his face ashen and silent. Luo Yaohua, taken aback by the sight of the white shards, could not help but exclaim, Brother Yi, did you break the plum vase? Yang Bo discreetly tugged at him, gesturing toward the tea table in the corner of the room. Only then did Luo Yaohua notice the vase and quickly amended, Brother Yi, who on earth dare to bully you? Just tell me, and I shall avenge you. Yi Weilin shot a glance at Luo Yaohua and coldly snorted, Indeed, the rural areas breed rascals. Yesterday, while I was rummaging through an old ancestral home, I encountered a group of porters who took me to a certain Master Yuan heir. There, I found an abundance of porcelain and paintings, many of which were quite remarkable. I immediately set my eyes on this Yongzheng famille rose vase. Upon hearing Yi Weilin's explanation, Luo Yaohua wore an oddly contemplative expression. Brother Yi, did you not pay a deposit of 350,000? How do you know? Yi Weilin asked, his astonishment evident. Because this Master Yuan heir has a certain reputation in the industry. Although I have never purchased items from him, I am well aware of the customary practice of paying a 10% deposit, Luo Yaohua replied. Yi Weilin scrutinized Luo Yaohua and noticed a shift in his demeanor, which seemed to soften somewhat. Suppressing his anger, he remarked, Thankfully, he was not in my territory. Had he dared to provoke me on my own ground, he would learn the meaning of regret. Luo Yaohua, feeling somewhat awkward, sensed Yi Weilin's discontent and quickly added, Brother Yi, allow me to handle this matter. I will make a call to ascertain the specifics. Rest assured, I will ensure you do not suffer any losses and will seek retribution for you. With that, Luo Yaohua stepped aside to place a call. Yang Bo shook his head, having handled only half of the matters at hand. Upon hearing that Mr. Yi had encountered difficulties, he hurried over. Yi Weilin nodded slightly, expressing gratitude. Oh, I must thank you, Brother Yang, for your loyalty. However, being a local of Jinling, do you happen to know this Master Yuan? Having recently entered the field and only mingling within the small circle of antique shops in Jinling, Yang Bo had no knowledge of the so-called Master Yuan. Thus, he could only shake his head and reply, I do not know him. Oh, Yi Weilin elongated the sound, falling silent thereafter. Soon, Luo Yaohua approached. Brother Yi, I have gathered the information. This Master Yuan is quite the local power, running a gambling den and dealing in antiques. He is also known for his sense of loyalty. He possesses many antiques, some of which are indeed quite exquisite. Moreover, he is a brother to Mei Lao-san, who operates an underground antique auction house in Jinling. I have a decent relationship with Mei Lao-san. Shall I facilitate an introduction for you? Facilitate? How do you intend to do that? With an apology? Yi Weilin's face turned ashen, his hands gripping the armrests of the chair tightly, veins bulging, clearly seething with rage. Indeed, Brother Yi, rest assured, we can host a banquet to apologize and compel him to offer you superior items. You certainly will not suffer a loss, Luo Yaohua said, lowering his head, utterly oblivious to Yi Weilin's fury. Standing nearby, Yang Bo refrained from correcting Luo Yaohua's misstep. From the moment he heard the introduction of Master Yuan, he sensed something amiss. Having grown up in this area, he had never heard of Master Yuan's reputation, yet he was familiar with another name, Yuan Mianmin. Yang Lang had lost nearly 500,000 in gambling, and Yang Bo did not need to inquire further. It was evident he lost it at Yuan Mianmin's gambling den. The name Yuan Mianmin arose due to the countless instances of families being torn apart and fortunes being lost at his underground casino. Were it not for the possibility of repaying debts, the creditors would not have readily relented today. Yi Weilin's anger boiled over. What a world! Operating an underground casino and selling counterfeit antiques can be regarded as loyalty? Preying on outsiders, as if they were sheep to the slaughter, is also considered righteous? If this is loyalty, then is there any injustice left in the world? With a resounding slap, Yi Weilin's right hand struck the coffee table, causing a Yongzheng-era famille rose vase to crash to the ground, shattering into pieces. Luo Yaohua trembled in fear, finally noticing Yi Weilin's overwhelming wrath, hurriedly stating, Brother Yi, there's no need for apologies. I will take my men and deal with Master Yuan. With that, Luo Yaohua turned to leave. But Yi Weilin was not swayed by such bravado. With a cold smile, he inquired, "Take whom with you?" "Of course, I'll bring my brothers. We'll smash his gambling den to quell your anger, Brother Yi," Luo Yaohua replied. "Let's not be hasty." Yi Weilin raised his head again, glancing at Yang Bo. Brother Yang is a sensible man. Perhaps he could offer some counsel? What should we do about this situation? Yang Bo had not anticipated being entrusted with such a question. He perceived clearly that Luo Yaohua sought to play clever and shield Master Yuan, while Yi Weilin appeared unwilling to relent. Whether Luo Yaohua genuinely did not know Master Yuan earlier was now inconsequential. What mattered was his attitude. Yang Bo was reluctant to take on this hot potato, but Mr. Yi insisted, jesting that this matter was indeed for him to decide. "No, I am eager to hear Brother Yang's opinion," Yi Weilin insisted. Yang Bo glanced up and caught the sharp gaze of Luo Yaohua, hesitating briefly before acquiescing. Mr. Yi is a man of integrity. Having been deceived, one must tread the path of righteousness. Yi Weilin smiled, affirming that Brother Yang was indeed consistent in word and deed. Yes, the honorable path must be taken. What fear has one of the petty? Ultimately, Luo Yaohua could not withstand the pressure from Yi Weilin. "Brother Yi, please wait a moment. I'll make a call. Tomorrow morning, just keep an eye on the news." With that, Luo Yaohua turned and left without further pleasantries. Yang Bo followed him outside, shaking his head. "You've certainly presented me with a daunting challenge." "This is not a challenge at all. I find Mr. Ye's words to be quite insightful. The honorable path is indeed the right one." Yang Bo remarqued, casting a glance at Luo Yaohua. Luo Yaohua fell into contemplative silence before finally pulling out his phone. The next morning, Yang Bo was awakened by a call from Luo Yaohua. The two met up, with Luo Yaohua driving through the night. "Where are we headed?" Yang Bo inquired, his curiosity piqued, though he had an inkling of the destination that felt improbable. "No need to ask too many questions. You'll know when we arrive," Luo Yaohua replied, focused on the road ahead. The moonlight bathed the night in a silvery glow, and the coolness of August brought a shiver. Chapter 24 witnessed the collapse of his building. The car finally came to a halt in front of a hotel in the county seat. This hotel was ideally located at a bustling intersection in the city center, known for its incessant flow of people and vehicles, thriving business. Yang Bo had certainly heard of it. This hotel was the site of old Master Yuan's underground casino. Luo Yaoting, seated in the driver's seat, rolled down the window and gestured for a cigarette. Yang Bo accepted the cigarette and opened his window, allowing the cool night air to rush in, sending a chill down his spine. With a click, Luo Yaohua ignited his lighter, inhaling deeply before exhaling a plume of smoke, then passed the lighter to Yang Bo. "You've lived here for quite some time. You must have heard something about this place, right?" The flickering light of the cigarette illuminated his stern features. After posing the question, Luo Yaohua fell silent, and the car was enveloped in stillness. After a long pause, Luo Yaohua chuckled coldly. "Perhaps in your eyes I hold some status, but in the eyes of certain individuals, I am of no consequence. I can't even protect a dog." Yang Bo refrained from responding. He had his suspicions, but had not anticipated Luo Yaohua's admission. The silence returned, thick with acrid smoke, and despite the hour being 3 in the morning, there was still a constant flow of people entering and exiting the hotel. Soon, dozens of vehicles converged upon the hotel, and well-trained police officers disembarked, rushing into the establishment, their voices rising in authoritative shouts. Luo Yaohua remained motionless, and naturally, Yang Bo would not exit the vehicle to observe. He was perplexed as to why the other party wanted him to witness such a scene. Killing a dog that one has raised. Was this truly an amusing endeavor? As he watched the chaos outside, with chickens scattered and dogs barking, Yang Bo reminisced about Yang Lang, who was 6 years his senior. During their school days, Yang Lang had a penchant for mingling with unsavory characters from society. After completing his vocational studies, he vanished for days on end, inciting his father's ire, who often threatened to break his legs. Nevertheless, his parents harbored considerable hopes for this elder brother, ultimately entrusting him with a sum of 200,000. Yang Bo had yet to inquire how Yang Lang had acquired this money, but now he felt disinclined to ask further. The 30,000 in gambling debts had been wiped clean overnight, and with over 300,000 still in his possession, he could take his father to Jinling for treatment. As for Yang Lang, he had not yet contemplated how to address that situation, but it was imperative to remove him from this environment. His father must be taken to Jinling. Yang Lang must be extricated from the soil he was so familiar with. Inside the hotel, cries of distress and pleas for mercy echoed, creating a scene of utter disarray. The neon lights flickered, and in that moment, the splendor faded. One could see the towering buildings, the lavish banquets, and the eventual collapse. Luo Yaohua panted, visibly agitated, as he gazed at the gamblers being escorted away outside. He inquired, "Do you know my identity?" Yang Bo shook his head, uncertain. Luo Yaohua chuckled lightly. "Not knowing is perhaps for the best. Often, clarity is not necessary." This time may well herald another wave of upheaval. The two sat in the car, observing the external commotion while listening to the cacophony of shouts and cries. Until the dawn broke and the sun ascended. Luo Yaohua finally sighed. "Let us go. It is time for breakfast, and I fear a report is in order." Yang Bo felt a sense of confusion, unsure why the other sought to involve him in this affair. Yi Weilin mentioned your name, suggesting you observe the spectacle. He considers you a trustworthy individual, Luo Yaohua elucidated, albeit with a hint of disdain. Yang Bo remained silent. After their meal, they returned to the hotel, where the room had been tidied up. The crisp voice of the morning news anchor filled the air. In the early hours today, police conducted a search at a hotel in our city, uncovering a significant illegal gambling operation. Yi Weilin's eyes were glued to the television, chuckling as he addressed the two. "They are swift in action, a most gratifying outcome." Luo Yaohua maintained his smooth demeanor from the previous day, responding, "Indeed, as Iga stated, it is truly gratifying." The police had acted on reports from vigilant citizens, and last night, a substantial force had been deployed to apprehend the main perpetrator, Yuan Lao Heir. "Excellent," Yi Weilin exclaimed, clapping the table, then turned to Yang Bo. Yang, don't you agree this is a delightful turn of events?" Finally exiting the hotel, Yang Bo exhaled in relief. Being in the company of Yi and Luo always instilled a sense of pressure, as problems he found insurmountable seemed merely a phone call away for them. This stark contrast provoked reflection, making Yang Bo acutely aware that his journey ahead was still long. Upon returning home, he did not rest but urged his mother to gather their belongings. Yang Bo's father glared at him. "Where do you think you're going?" "I'm not going anywhere." Mr. Yang was momentarily taken aback, while Mrs. Yang's eyes glistened with tears. "What? Boer, are you saying that the scoundrel Yuan has been apprehended?" Upon seeing Yang Bo nod, Mrs. Yang eagerly inquired, "Does this mean that the 300,000 that Langer owes no longer needs to be repaid?" "Mother, please prepare yourself. We must head over this morning and complete the hospitalization procedures as soon as possible." Yang Bo noticed that his mother's objections were waning and hastily urged her to get busy, hoping to quell any further dissent. Mr. Yang, filled with resignation, remarked, "Xiao Bo, earning money is no easy feat. This money should be reserved for your future home and marriage. I can manage my illness." "Father, the funds for a house and marriage can be earned again, but the opportunity to treat your illness is fleeting. I could postpone my marriage for 2 years, but if I cannot cure your ailment, I will regret it for the rest of my life. Do you wish for me to live forever in regret and sorrow?" Young Boas emotions surget. He had scrimped and saved in the antique shop solely for his father's medical treatment. "But your brother has not yet married, Mr. Young Pointet towards Young Lang." Young Bo, exasperated, thought to himself that if his brother had engaged in legitimate work over the years, they would not be in this predicament. Chapter 25, finally admitted to the hospital, to lament the misfortunes of others and to be angered by their lack of ambition. Such was Yang Bo's sentiment towards his elder brother. After graduating from vocational school, it had been nearly 8 years, and during this time, Yang Lang had never held a stable job, instead relying on the family for sustenance. Yang Bo vividly recalled that during his senior year in high school, Yang Lang had stolen 200 yuan from home to treat his wayward friends, even though he was already 24 years old at the time. In an era where jobs were plentiful and one could earn 2,000 yuan a month simply by serving food or washing dishes, Yang Lang resorted to theft rather than working for his own money. Yang Bo held Yang Lang in contempt, despite being his brother. He could not simply hand over money without justification, as doing so would only encourage Yang Lang's laziness. Moreover, the fact that Yang Lang had squandered their father's medical funds on gambling was utterly unacceptable to him. Upon hearing Yang Bo's words, Mr. Yang was silent for a considerable time before waving his hand dismissively. Enough. I can no longer involve myself in your matters. You reap what you sow. Your future accomplishments as brothers will depend solely on your own efforts. Yang Lang stood by, absorbing his younger brother's rebuke in silence. Only when their father spoke did he shake his head, stating, I don't need your concern. Where do you think you're going? Yang Bo shouted. You can't leave. You must stay at the hospital to provide care. Yang Bo took a couple of steps forward, attempting to block Yang Lang's path. Yang Lang hesitated for a moment, then turned and walked away without another word. Yang Lang did not stop, his footsteps gradually fading away into the corridor. Hearing the commotion, Mrs. Yang rushed out and, upon seeing Yang Lang leaving, could not help but complain to Mr. Yang. Why did you shout at him? It's all your fault for indulging him. Mr. Yang snorted coldly. This time, Yang Bo did not hold back on expenses. The three of them took a taxi directly to the Provincial People's Hospital, costing 500 yuan, an expense Yang Bo would have previously deemed unthinkable. As Mrs. Yang settled into the car, she continued to grumble. It's too expensive, such a waste. There will be plenty of places to spend money in the future. Xiao Bo, you must learn to be frugal. Yang Bo could only nod in agreement. By the time they arrived at the Provincial People's Hospital, it was already noon. Yang Bo took his parents to a restaurant and ordered some dishes, hardly pausing to eat himself. Mom and Dad, please go ahead and eat. I'll head to the hospital for a moment. I fear I may not make it in time for registration, so I'll check the situation first. Xiao Bo, you should eat something before you go. There's no rush. They want TB working right now, Mr. Yang advised. No need. I had a substantial breakfast. I'm not hungry now. I'll just go and see if I can gather some information. If it turns out I can't get a registration, we want to need to queue this afternoon. Yang Bo replied hurriedly as he walked out. Passing by a nearby supermarket, he hesitated for a moment, then went in to buy a piece of bread and a bottle of water before anxiously making his way to the hospital. Upon arrival, he found the hospital staff had already taken their break, and there was no one at the registration desk. After searching for a while, he finally encountered a doctor in a white coat and rushed over. Excuse me, could you tell me when registration starts this afternoon? It begins at 1:30. What seems to be the problem? Has it been diagnosed? The doctor was quite cordial. It's early-stage liver cancer, Yang Bo replied. The doctor paused for a moment. This requires prompt hospitalization. However, the specialist appointments here likely need to be booked 1 or 2 days in advance. You can only register for tomorrow or the day after. What? Yang Bo was taken aback, not expecting such a delay for a specialist appointment. Thank you. The doctor nodded and left, leaving Yang Bo momentarily at a loss for what to do. After a brief contemplation, he decided to call Luo Yaohua to explain his situation. Luo Yaohua, understanding Yang Bo's predicament, readily agreed to assist without hesitation. In the afternoon, Luo Yaohua arranged for a nurse at the hospital to help Yang Bo with the paperwork, accompanying Mr. Yang to see the specialist and ensuring all necessary examinations were completed. By the time they finalized the hospitalization procedures, it was already past 5 in the afternoon. Yang Bo was immensely grateful to the nurse for her assistance and offered to treat her to a meal, but she politely declined. In the end, he insisted on giving her a red envelope as a token of appreciation. Yang Bo's mother, aware of his arrangements for a hospital room, began to express her concerns. I could manage sleeping here on the floor. Didn't you have a place to sleep before? Yang Bo had never disclosed his living situation in Jinling to his parents, and they were oblivious to the fact that he had been sleeping on a folding bed for 2 years. He explained, I may be resigning from my job soon, so it would be convenient to stay there. Tomorrow, I'll rent a place. That way, I can cook and it will be more convenient. What? You're going to resign? His mother was taken aback. How will your father's medical expenses be covered if you quit? Don't worry, Mom. I'll manage to earn enough. Yang Bo assured her. Mr. Yang, lying in the hospital bed, remarked the child has grown up. Let him handle it. With a sigh, Mrs. Yang fell silent, despite having had little sleep the previous night and being exhausted from the day's events. Yang Bo insisted that his mother stay at a small hotel while he remained at the hospital to keep watch. Reflecting on the several missed calls on his mobile phone and realizing he had yet to resign from Gudazai, Yang Bo rose once more, donned his attire, and boarded a bus heading towards the establishment. He had already been absent from work for nearly 2 days, and Gu Bapi was likely becoming anxious. At that moment, Gu Bapi was indeed seated within the shop. Noticing Li Ling lurking outside the door, he reprimanded, Li Ling, what are you up to? Chapter 26, The Inkstone. Upon disembarking from a bus, Yang Bo strolled along the familiar streets, feeling a wave of sentiment wash over him. He had never envisioned reaching this juncture so soon. According to his previous plans, he would not have arrived at this point until he was well into his 40s. Yet here he was, having achieved it early. As he ventured into a narrow alley not far from Gudazai, Yang Bo encountered a man in his 30s, a suspicious bulge hanging from a bag at his waist. Yang Bo merely cast a glance and chose not to involve himself. He had previously encountered such vendors who did not adhere to traditional market practices. Instead, they prowled the streets, adopting an air of mystery to attract buyers, often offering items at inflated prices, and Yang Bo preferred to steer clear of such dealings. Brother, would you care to purchase an inkstone? As Yang Bo was about to pass, the man obstructed his path, holding an inkstone and shielding it with the hem of his garment. No, thank you. Yang Bo glanced at the inkstone, observing its inky black surface marred by significant dirt. A mere look was sufficient for him to discern its counterfeit nature, evident from the artificial aging. "Brother, take a look, I have plenty more." The vendor, unwilling to concede, quickly produced another item from his pocket and presented it to Yang Bo. Without even a glance, Yang Bo shook his head. "It's all right. I don't have the money to buy anything." The vendor scrutinized Yang Bo closely, seemingly attempting to ascertain something, yet casually remarked, "Brother, that is quite the statement. Who in an antique street like this could possibly be without funds?" Yang Bo caught sight of the item the vendor held, a peach-shaped Duan inkstone, one of the 4 renowned inkstones originating from Zhaoqing City in Guangdong Province. "Let me see that inkstone." Seeing that Yang Bo had finally shown interest, the vendor's face brightened as he eagerly handed over the Duan inkstone. Yang Bo examined the inkstone meticulously. Its overall form was peach-shaped, elegantly compact, with the top adorned with several carved peach leaves, the ink pool formed by the leaves, and the ink slab shallow and level, presenting a sense of completeness as if crafted in a single breath. Although Yang Bo had never previously had the opportunity to engage with Duan inkstones, he was familiar with some of their characteristics, yet he found it challenging to authenticate contemporary pieces. As he turned the inkstone over, he noticed an inscription at the bottom, reading Qing Xue Zhuang Master, 5 small characters etched upon its surface. "How much for this inkstone?" Yang Bo inquired, squinting at the item. 100,000 yuan, the vendor replied. While not neglecting to elaborate, Duan inkstones have become exceedingly rare. The quarries have been depleted, and their production is minimal. Many existing pieces are no longer authentic. Even the finest Duan inkstones seldom reach the hands of ordinary citizens. This particular inkstone was produced during the Mid-Qing dynasty, making it quite a treasure. Yang Bo's eyes sparkled as a luminous halo gradually converged at the center of the Duan inkstone. Before the faint halo could fully take shape, Yang Bo had already resigned himself to the outcome. Fang Yuan was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating such a reaction from Yang Bo. After all, businessmen are typically aware of the principle of inflated prices and subsequent negotiations. However, after a brief, awkward smile, he produced another inkstone and offered it to Yang Bo, saying, "Here, you might want to take a look at this one." Yang Bo glanced at it and gently shook his head, replying, "No, it's fine. I won't look any further. I can't afford it anyway." "Ah, don't be in such a hurry. There's bound to be one that suits you." Fang Yuan chuckled, pulling out 3 more inkstones from his cloth bag, 2 of which were Duan inkstones. Yang Bo remarked with a smile, "It seems you specialize in Duan inkstones." "Indeed, to some extent. Among the 4 renowned inkstones, I have a particular fondness for Duan," Fang Yuan replied. Yang Bo shook his head, interjecting, "There's no need for more trouble. Your inkstones are too expensive. Let's leave it for now. I have some matters to attend to. We can talk next time." Fang Yuan grasped Yang Bo's arm, urging, "Don't rush off. Just a moment. It will only take 5 minutes. I live nearby. Please wait for me." Yang Bo was taken aback for a moment, unable to comprehend the implications of Fang Yuan's insistence. Did he truly feel compelled to sell the inkstone to him? He decided to wait, confident in his own appraisal skills. Even if Fang Yuan intended to deceive him, he could simply choose not to purchase. Fang Yuan glanced around before hastily entering a small courtyard, which was shaded by a grapevine and exuded tranquility. A man stood there, gazing at Fang Yuan. "How'd it go? Did he buy it?" Fang Yuan, panting, responded. "Boss Jia, this one is not so easily swayed." He examined the inkstones, and none of them met his satisfaction. None of them satisfied him. Jia Huairan furrowed his brow. He had indeed contacted Fang Yuan, the street-savvy intermediary, with the intention of securing several thousand from Yang Bo. Although he was uncertain about the price of the fish basket, he was aware that Yang Bo had likely profited. Jia Huairan recalled the early morning when Yang Bo had resolutely exited the shop after his stern words, only to later play the sycophant to Guobapi, attempting to swindle him out of his wealth, an affront he could not tolerate. Could it be that our price was too high? Fang Yuan hesitated before asking. "What was your offer?" Jia Huairan inquired. "I offered 100,000. It sounds exorbitant, but the key is that he didn't negotiate." "He didn't negotiate?" Jia Huairan exclaimed. "Could he have seen through it? Weren't you prepared with some items?" "Bring them out." Fang Yuan walked towards a room. There are a Buddha statue, an ivory tablet, and an inkstone, though its quality is lacking, Jia Huairan called out, simultaneously advising, "Don't set the price too high, but it shouldn't be too low either. A price between 30,000 and 50,000 should be within his reach." "Understood." Chapter 27, The Inkstone Affair. "Mr. Yang, thank you for your patience." Fang Yuan breathed heavily, his speech somewhat fragmented. Yang Bo paused momentarily, then chuckled. "It's nothing. It won't take long. You live quite nearby, don't you? However, a jolt of realization struck Fang Yuan as he suddenly recognized a grave mistake. In their previous exchanges, neither had disclosed their names. Such transactions were singular, unlikely to recur, and even if names were shared, they were typically aliases. So each party tacitly refrained from inquiring further. Young Bo smiled, yet his conviction deepened. The absence of his self-introduction suggested that his counterpart was evidently prepared, raising the question of who had orchestrated this trap. Accepting the situation, Yang Bo remained vigilant, maintaining a composed facade as he examined the Buddha statue before setting it down without a word. Next, he picked up an ivory tablet, known as a board for court sessions, which ancient ministers used to jot down their intended proclamations to prevent forgetfulness. It served a similar purpose to modern-day notebooks, but was crafted with far greater elegance. After a brief inspection, he placed it down as well. Lastly, he encountered an inkstone, which, in comparison to the others, was rather lackluster in design, almost akin to a simple brick devoid of any embellishments, save for a rudimentary character at its base. Disappointment washed over Yang Bo. He perceived that the individual attempting to ensnare him lacked skill, for although the items appeared commendable, they were merely superficial. Yet, a glimmer of intrigue caught his attention. This inkstone unexpectedly dated back to the Yongzheng period, an outcome he had not anticipated. Upon closer scrutiny, he discerned an anomaly. The inkstone bore two distinct halos, overlapping yet varying in thickness, one robust, the other feeble, seemingly from the Republican era. Yang Bo was momentarily stunned, pondering the perplexing nature of this discovery. Is this inkstone all right? Fang Yuan observed Yang Bo's bewilderment and felt astonished himself. He had deemed this inkstone the least likely to sell among the items. Yet, Yang Bo's interest was utterly perplexing. Yang Bo set the inkstone down, stating its average, clearly inferior to your previous elections. Since entering the trade, Yang Bo had grown adept at weaving falsehoods. He was eager to acquire the inkstone, but recognized that his counterpart, prepared as he was, would not be easily swayed. A diversionary tactic would yield little effect. Fang Yuan chuckled. Yang Bo's belittling comments suggested a potential opening. Well, that is not entirely fair. Each piece has its merits. This inkstone exudes an ancient, dignified charm, embodying the essence of nature. Yang Bo, cutting through the pleasantries, inquired directly, "How much?" Fang Yuan, unwilling to let this opportunity slip, knew that selling it would signify success. Fearing that a high price might intimidate Yang Bo into silence, he replied, "This inkstone is priced lower, at 50,000. Yang Bo glanced at it, shaking his head. 200. What? 200? Are you joking? My costs are 100 times that. Fang Yuan exclaimed, seemingly oblivious to the fact that he had inadvertently disclosed his bottom line. Yang Bo, skeptical of his counterpart's claims, paused momentarily after Fang Yuan spoke, recognizing the other's seasoned expertise. Let us speak plainly. If you genuinely believe this inkstone is worth 40 to 50,000, you might as well seek another buyer. With that, Yang Bo turned to leave, taking measured steps while internally counting down, knowing that if Fang Yuan truly intended to trap him, he would surely attempt to stop him. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, 5 steps. Stop. Fang Yuan, after a brief moment of torment, called out, "The minimum is 20,000. It cannot go any lower." The two swiftly proceeded to a nearby bank branch to transfer the funds and draft a simple contract, holding the inkstone, which resembled a heavy brick. Yang Bo pondered whether ancient artisans had other purposes in mind for crafting such items, perhaps even as weapons. Did it work? How much? Xia Tian inquired eagerly, casting a glance at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan smiled, feigning mystery and pausing for a moment before revealing 40,000. Xia Tian, oblivious to the fact that this figure had doubled, could not suppress a grin, exclaiming, "Excellent. Well done. I shall give you an additional 10,000. And I hope you can keep this under wraps, Mr. Fang." Fang Yuan nodded earnestly, internally elated. The two had previously agreed that all items would be provided by Xia Tian, and the higher the selling price, the more money would belong to him, alongside a confidentiality fee from Xia. This was also Fang Yuan's intent behind inflating the sale price. He had discerned that these two harbored animosity. And could Xia Tian confront Yang Bo directly? After sharing a laugh, Xia Tian then recalled, "Mr. Fang, which item did you sell?" Fang Yuan remained silent, instead retrieving the remaining items from his pocket. Upon unveiling the statue, Xia Tian thought that Yang Bo must have acquired the ivory tablet, aware that it was not truly made of ivory, but rather bleached bovine bone. "Indeed, Mr. Jia, look at how much I have managed to earn for you." That inkstone must have been unsold for quite some time. Fang Yuan chuckled, his expression brimming with pride. Jia Huairan nodded, but was left perplexed, asking, "That inkstone appears to be from the Republic era, lacking even the slightest ornamentation. I never imagined that fellow would dare to spend so much on it." Fang Yuan acknowledged, "I too find it curious, but a purchase is a purchase. I prefer not to dwell on it." Chapter 28. Back to the shop. Yang Bo calmly regarded Guo Papki, remaining silent, aware of Guo's disposition, which surely led him to feel that having paid for labor, he was now without a worker, lamenting over the wages lost during these past 2 days. Moreover, he had hidden away all the valuable items in the shop. There was little left to steal. Observing Yang Bo's demeanor, Guo Papki, he grew increasingly irate. "What is your attitude? When one errs, one must acknowledge it. What does your silence signify? Your wages will be deducted. For the 2 days you have been absent, your pay will be withheld, and you shall face double penalties. Clearly, your actions suggest you have no intention of continuing." Guo Papki appeared somewhat hysterical. Yang Bo heard Guo Bapi finally mention those words, and he was about to comply and resign from his position. Just as he was about to speak, a light laugh echoed from outside the door, followed by the sound of clapping and boisterous laughter. "Guo Boss certainly has considerable influence. If you truly wish to part ways with this assistant, why not let me have him?" Guo Bapi looked up to see his old rival, Jia Huairan from the Bogutang, glutting at Yang Bo. He coldly remarked, "This is a matter concerning Guo Dazai. Does the Bogutang master wish to interfere?" Jia Huairan beamed brightly, saying, "You jest, Guo Boss. Who does not know of your protective nature? I would not dare to encroach upon your territory." Guo Bapi snorted, "At least you, Jia Boss, are perceptive." Jia Huairan glanced at Yang Bo, noticing the slate-like inkstone on the tea table beside him. A smile flickered across his face as he casually remarked, "Ah, indeed. I would not dare to intrude upon your domain. However, whether the food in your bowl has gone bad is another matter altogether." Before Guo Bapi could react, Yang Bo suddenly froze, turning to look at Jia Huairan, astonished and puzzled about his intentions for visiting today. Jia Huairan rarely came to Guo Dazai, and each visit typically heralded some event. Yang Bo distinctly recalled the last time Jia Huairan appeared, Guo Bapi lost over 100,000. The purpose of this visit did not seem innocent either. Guo Bapi was equally intrigued, finding Jia Boss's words perplexing. Jia Huairan laughed heartily and then turned his gaze toward Yang Bo. "Little Yang, you've been at Guo Dazai for 2 years now, haven't you?" Upon being scrutinized, Yang Bo stiffened, realizing that Jia Boss's purpose for visiting was indeed centered around him. Guo Bapi nodded, "Yes, it has been 2 years. I came around the same time as Li Ling from your shop. I was just a greenhorn back then, but I've grown since." Jia Huairan smiled. 2 years can be neither long nor short. Some remain unchanged, while others can transform dramatically, evolving from a poverty-stricken youth into an appraiser. Listening to Jia Huairan's words, Guo Bapi quickly grasped the underlying meaning. What does Jia Boss imply? Jia Huairan wore a knowing smile. It seems Guo Boss is unaware of this matter. "Little Yang, have you not mentioned this to Jia Boss?" "Jia Boss, you cannot truly believe that Yang Bo has unearthed something valuable, can you?" Guo Bapi said. Jia Huairan was taken aback, not anticipating Guo Bapi's reaction. He blinked. "Guo Boss, you are quite gullible. Do you not know who was with me that day?" "The Dictator Gu." At that time, Little Yang brought a Qing Dynasty Yongzheng imitation June porcelain fish basket to my shop, which he acquired at the ghost market. Director Chu was present and praised Little Yang's abilities highly. His future is indeed promising. Guo Bapi was momentarily stunned. Could it be? I have never seen him venture to the ghost market to procure items. Did he truly strike gold? Guo Bapi's mouth gaped in disbelief, akin to a diligent student who, despite consistently average performance, suddenly announces his admission to a prestigious university. Such astonishment is truly palpable. Jia Huairan, observing Guo Bapi's expression, chuckled. Bosqua's guidance is commendable. Even the young assistant in the shop has managed to seize an opportunity. It is indeed impressive. Guo Bapi felt a twinge of embarrassment, but forced a smile, replying, "Boss Jia is jesting. I believe Li Ling possesses even greater talent." Though his words were polite, Guo Bapi could not help but feel a sense of discomfort. Yang Bo, his shop assistant, was likely the last to know about such a significant event, which was intolerable for him. Moreover, the fact that Yang Bo had left without a word only fueled his indignation, making him feel as though he had lost control over the young assistant. "Xiao Yang, do you have any idea where that fish basket is now?" Jia Huairan inquired with a grin. "It has been sold." Yang Bo replied, casting a glance at Jia Huairan, who seemed unusually lively today, as if deliberately targeting him. "Sold? Where did it go? For how much?" Jia Huairan laughed. Yang Bo shook his head. I merely strolled around the outskirts of the ghost market. I did not sell much. Seeing Yang Bo's reluctance to elaborate, Jia Huairen's curiosity only intensified. Oh, just mingling on the outskirts? That should be quite good. Quite good. Guobapi was taken aback. Everyone knew that items in the ghost market fetched little value. And even on the periphery, it was unlikely to sell for a high price. How could it possibly be described as quite good? Jia Huairen chuckled. Bosqua, you are being overly serious. When he says he sold it on the outskirts, does he not imply it is akin to selling in the ghost market? Consider this. How have our shops been sustained over the years? The antique stores around here thrive primarily on the business from the antique market. Are we not also part of the periphery? Guobapi forced a smile, yet he still found it difficult to accept Yang Bo's stroke of luck. Jia Huairen turned to Yang Bo and remarked, ever since your fortunate find, you seem to have stopped visiting our shop to see Li Ling. He has been mentioning you quite a bit. Oh, has something happened at home? If there is anything you need, do not hesitate to ask. While we may not possess great abilities, we can still offer assistance. Jia Huairen's display of warmth was truly commendable. Yang Bo couldn't help but scoff inwardly. If he were genuinely in need of a loan, would the other party truly lend him money? If they did, would it be 300, 500, or 6 or 700? Ultimately, it would not amount to much. Yang Bo, there you are. At that moment, a middle-aged man with a bushy beard walked in, his face lighting up with joy at the sight of them. Before anyone could speak, the newcomer continued with a smile. You have not been to my place for several days. If you have found something good, do not keep it to yourself. Guobapi was somewhat taken aback, rising to his feet. What brings you here, Boss Lu? The man was none other than Lu, the owner of Jia Hall, who appeared cheerful and stated, I came to find Yang Bo. Boss Lu is truly remarkable. With a profound family background and exceptional skills in antique appraisal, he has managed to amass considerable wealth through his keen eye. Moreover, over the years, numerous anecdotes about his accomplishments have circulated among industry insiders, clearly placing him at a far superior echelon. However, when Boss Lu arrived at Guda Zhai specifically seeking Yang Bo, he disregarded the owner, which left Gu Pa Pai feeling somewhat wounded. Ah, looking for Yang Bo. Is it? Today truly seems to be a day for seeking him out. Gu Pa Pai remarked with a tinge of envy, casting a glance towards Jia Huairen, who he had already sensed had also come today with the intention of meeting Yang Bo. Yang Bo nodded slightly toward Boss Lu, remaining seated. Is there something you need, Boss Lu? Boss Lu pointed at Yang Bo and replied, is it not permissible to visit you if there is nothing pressing? I heard your family encountered some issues, and after learning of your identity from Chao Yuanda, I was curious to come and see for myself. I truly did not expect this. This statement piqued Jia Huairen's interest immediately. Boss Lu, are you implying that Yang Bo frequently visited your shop before? Did that Yongzheng imitation June Glaze fish basket reach your hands? Jia Huairen swiftly inquired. Indeed, what of it? Boss Lu responded. Gu Pa Pai then asked, what was the sale price of that fish basket? The question momentarily stumped Boss Lu, who was accustomed to answering queries without hesitation. A smirk danced on his lips as he thought, surely, this question should not be directed at me. He then turned to Yang Bo, recognizing that those present were more familiar with him than with Yang. It was evident that both Gu and Jia were unaware of the fish basket sale price, likely because Yang Bo was unwilling to disclose it. Such matters could not be revealed by his lips. Yang Bo remained composed. 50,000. 50,000? Gu Pa Pai exclaimed, rising in astonishment, caught off guard that it was Yang Bo who spoke. With this declaration, Yang Bo no longer felt the need to conceal his identity, having resolved to resign and sever ties with both of them. Furthermore, he indeed required someone to propagate these fortunate finds. The credibility of an appraisal is significantly enhanced by the recognition of industry figures. It's of no consequence. Subsequently, I sold Boss Lu a painting. Yang Bo continued. What painting? Jia Huairen asked eagerly, stretching his neck from his seat. Yang Bo picked up a nearby teacup, took a sip, and, composed as ever, chose to remain silent. Gu Pa Pai, feeling a surge of impatience, almost wished to kick Yang Bo to the ground. Yet at that moment, he suddenly realized that Yang Bo was no longer the same as before. He could no longer command him as he once did. Boss Lu, seeing Yang Bo glance in his direction, understood that it would lack credibility coming from Yang Bo himself. Only he could convey it appropriately. Internally cursing the crafty little fox, he spoke out, it is the rain-washed mountains painted by Quan Kan, one of the 4 monks of Qing. Quan Kan, Jia Huairen, in a state of shock, leapt to his feet. The stone Taoist Quan Kan, one of the 4 monks of Qing. Guobapi initially exhibited little reaction, as he was entirely unaware of who Quan Kan was or the value of the painting in question. However, Upon witnessing Jia Huairan's astonished expression, he felt compelled to feign surprise. In such circumstances, maintaining one's dignity was paramount. Boss Liu, could it be that the painting you invited experts from the academy to appraise a few days ago is the one from Jia Hall? Jia Huairan inquired, recalling the rumors. Understanding Yang Bo's stance, Boss Liu ceased to conceal the matter and chuckled. Indeed, it is that painting. Jia Huairan was momentarily rendered speechless by the revelation. And after a brief pause, he cautiously asked, "The works of the four monks of Qing hold considerable value and have been steadily appreciating over the past 2 years. May I inquire about the transaction amount at that time?" 350,000, Yang Bo replied. Jia Huairan suppressed his inner tumult and offered a sheepish smile. That price seems about right. Suddenly, Guo Papi sprang to his feet, exclaiming, 350,000. You first sold it for 50,000, and then for 350,000. Jia Huairan had no choice but to pull Guo Papi back down, admonishing, Old Guo, sit down and remain calm. Guo Papi, unable to conceal his astonishment, muttered, but that is 350,000. In Chapter 30, Gu Ernyang, Guo Papi was left in a daze, utterly astonished that Yang Bo possessed such remarkable abilities. Jia Huairan was equally taken aback. He had never anticipated such an outcome. After a moment of contemplation, he turned to Yang Bo and asked, "Is that an inkstone you have there? Did you just acquire it? How much did it cost?" Yang Bo's interest was piqued as he glanced over, having deliberately placed the inkstone in a prominent position to gauge Jia Huairan's reaction. Among those who might harbor animosity towards him in this street, Jia Huairan was the most likely, especially given his ulterior motives for visiting today, which made his inquiry all the more telling. "Is this the one you are referring to, Boss Jia?" Yang Bo raised the inkstone and inquired. "Indeed. How much did you acquire it for? It appears quite impressive. It should be worth around 40 to 50,000, no?" Jia Huairan feigned ignorance. 40 to 50,000? How could this inkstone possibly be worth that? Guo Papi finally emerged from his shock, glancing at it. Jia Huairan frowned. Why is it impossible? Perhaps Yang Bo simply has an eye for quality. Yang Bo, ever observant of Jia Huairan's expressions, interjected, "I didn't pay nearly that much. It was only 20,000. Jia Huairan was taken aback, as he had been informed it was worth 40,000. He was poised to voice his skepticism, but ultimately refrained, merely exclaiming, "Truly, the wealthy do not regard 20,000 as a substantial sum." Boss Liu took the inkstone into his hands, examining it closely before looking up at Yang Bo. This inkstone's craftsmanship is antiquated and natural, likely dating back to the Republic era. It shouldn't be valued at such a price. Yang Bo nodded in agreement. "I too believe this inkstone is not worth that amount. Are you foolish? If you believe it lacks such worth, why did you purchase it?" Guo Papi queried. With that, Yang Bo picked up the inkstone and strode purposefully towards the staircase, the sound of his footsteps echoing as they faded. The three men exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of Yang Bo's intentions. Jia Huairan turned to Guo Papi and inquired, "Is there something up there?" "Something of his," Guo Papi replied. In a brief moment, the staircase echoed with a rhythmic thumping, and the trio turned their gazes to see Yang Bo descending with a hammer in hand. "What are you planning to do?" Jia Huairan inquired, a hint of anxiety creeping into his voice. He was acutely aware that his previous demeanor had been overly conspicuous, and he suspected that Yang Bo had discerned his intentions. However, he had not anticipated that Yang Bo would come down wielding a hammer, which suggested a potential act of violent retribution. Yang Bo remained silent, placing the inkstone down and fixating his gaze upon it for a moment before gently tapping the left corner with the small hammer. The crisp sound of ding echoed as the hammer met the inkstone. This unexpected scene left the three men dumbfounded. They had not anticipated that Yang Bo, having suffered a financial loss, would resort to smashing the inkstone himself. "What on earth are you doing, Yang Bo?" Boss Liu stepped forward, grasping Yang Bo's shoulder. Yang Bo lifted the hammer slightly, looking up at Boss Liu. "Rest assured, I have my own plans. You shall see shortly," he replied, resuming his rhythmic tapping with the hammer. His movements were delicate, entirely devoid of the intent to shatter the inkstone. After a brief period, as the three waited impatiently to rise, a glimmer of amusement crossed Yang Bo's face. He then produced a pencil knife from his pocket, its blade exceedingly thin, and inserted it toward the inkstone. Can the blade truly penetrate the stone? How is that even possible? Guo Papi watched in astonishment, poised to urge Yang Bo to halt, but the next scene rendered him wide-eyed with disbelief. He witnessed the blade indeed sinking into the inkstone. "This is inconceivable," Guo Papi exclaimed, astonished that a blade could embed itself in stone. Boss Lu noticed that Yang Bo had only inserted the blade partially and was gently prying it as if attempting to dislodge the stone. Soon, the ink stone began to separate, a small section peeling away like a cap from a bottle. With a firm tug, Yang Bo heard a pop, akin to the sound of a bottle cap being removed, and the inkstone was completely liberated. The three men stood in stunned silence, witnessing Yang Bo tilt it gently, revealing a section of the inkstone sliding out from within a brick. This is simply astounding. Boss Lu marveled. Xia Tian, equally taken aback, was soon engulfed by a surge of anger, for this inkstone had been entrusted to Yang Bo by him, though its provenance remained unclear. The meticulous protective measures clearly indicated its value. Yang Bo, how did you manage to uncover such a treasure? If Guapapi had harbored any doubts previously, they were now obliterated. Observing Yang Bo's discovery firsthand left him utterly defeated. With a smile gracing his features, Yang Bo examined the inkstone, noting the inscription in seal script at the lower right corner, made by Gu Ernyang of Wumen. The inkstone radiated a rich aura, and a beam of brilliance caught his eye, prompting him to smile with delight. Gu Ernyang was a renowned female inkstone craftsman from the Qing dynasty, hailing from Suzhou, who thrived during the Yongzheng to Qianlong periods and was held in high esteem by the famous inkstone collector Huang Ren. Later, upon inquiring about a renowned inkstone craftsman named Gu Ernyang in Suzhou, the elderly man from Shurian traveled a great distance from Yongfu, Fujin, carrying stone materials. Gu Ernyang, recognizing the sincerity of the elderly man and the quality of the stone, joyfully crafted an exquisite inkstone for him. Grateful, the elderly man composed a poem titled to Gu Ernyang, which he inscribed on the back of the inkstone. The poem reads, "An inch of Ganjiang cuts purple clay as the sun sets in the alley of Zhuanzhou. How does the sound of the machine resonate as it slices through the 10-mile creek of Duanzhou?" From then on, a profound friendship blossomed between the two. Later, Gu Ernyang crafted several renowned inkstones for the elderly man, including replicas of Ming Dynasty blue and white inkstones. To this day, the Palace Museum houses the exquisite works of Gu Ernyang. Chapter 31. Purchase. "Show me," exclaimed Boss Lu. Upon receiving the inkstone, he scrutinized it meticulously. This inkstone was made from Duan stone, retaining its natural form without carving or polishing. The surface featured a rectangular pool, with swirling dragon motifs etched around its edge, and in the lower right corner, the inscription made by Gu Ernyang of Wumen in seal script. The top and back of the inkstone bore different inscriptions in regular script. Yet, Boss Lu's interest waned. The mere sight of Gu Ernyang's name was enough to leave him astounded. The Gu Ernyang inkstone stood as a monumental testament, and after her passing, poetry was composed in her honor, reflecting her ethereal beauty and fragrant legacy. The illustrious history of the Duanqi inkstone was intertwined with her name, echoing through the halls of the Palace Museum. Xia Tian stood up, fixating intently on the inkstone before him, his heart swelling with resentment. He had heard of Gu Ernyang's reputation and understood the inkstone's value. Regret flooded his mind, intensifying his animosity toward Yang Bo. Although Gu Ernyang was highly esteemed, numerous replicas had emerged throughout history. Guapapi, for reasons unknown, blurted out his thoughts. Boss Lu cast a sympathetic glance at Guapapi, understanding the pressure he faced. Yang Bo's exceptional talent overshadowed their vast differences in status, making Guapapi's struggles all the more pronounced. "Boss Gua, this inkstone bears the inscription of the early Qing scholar Yu Jian." Boss Lu pointed to a section at the base of the inkstone. Guapapi's face flushed with embarrassment. Is that so? He had indeed noticed the inscription, but with his limited knowledge, he couldn't discern who Yu Jian was or from which era, leading to an embarrassing blunder. The atmosphere in the room turned peculiar as silence enveloped them. In this brief moment, they had exchanged insights and discovered that Yang Bo had been consistently unearthing valuable items, elevating their worth, which weighed heavily on everyone. Suddenly, Yang Bo's phone rang, and he quickly retrieved it, his heart racing since his father had been hospitalized. Fearing it might be a call from the hospital, upon seeing the caller ID display, Luo Yaowa, he sighed in relief and answered the call. "Yang Bo, where are you right now?" "I'm at the antique shop near Xia Tian Palace." "All right, I'm nearby. Don't move. I'll be there shortly. I need to discuss something with you." Yang Bo was perplexed as to why the other party sought him out, yet he nonetheless disclosed his precise location. Turning to gaze at Xia Tian, he was struck by the shifting expressions on the latter's face, and he felt an overwhelming urge to slap him. This was certainly not something he had considered. Yang Bo chuckled softly. Xia Tian's smile, which had initially been somewhat awkward, gradually faded away. Boss Lu interjected, remarking, Gu Ernyang's reputation is considerable. This Panlong Duanyin is quite valuable and holds great collectible worth. It is entirely understandable that Yangbo wishes to acquire it. However, Yangbo's desire to collect did not run particularly deep, as he had only the initial medical expenses at hand, and the future remained uncertain. While he would certainly welcome more cash, he absolutely would not part with his possession at a loss, gifting money to others without cause. Yangbo, I can't believe you truly work as an assistant in an antique shop. When you mentioned it that day, I thought you were pulling my leg. Luo Yaohua's voice drifted in from outside the shop as he made his entrance, striding directly towards Yangbo without a glance elsewhere. I need your assistance with something today. Are you free? Upon seeing Luo Yaohua, Jia Huairan was astonished by the familiarity in their conversation as he recognized Luo Yaohua. Unable to feign ignorance, he rose and greeted. Young Master Luo, what brings you here? Luo Yaohua glanced at him and replied, Oh, Boss Jia is here too. I'm here to see Yangbo. With that, he turned his attention solely to Yangbo, surprised by Luo Yaohua's prompt arrival. Yangbo understood he could not decline the request for help, especially considering the assistance he had received regarding his father's hospitalization and the forthcoming need to consult specialists, which would likely require Luo's aid again. Without hesitation, he responded, Sure. You're not even hesitating? Aren't you afraid I might sell you out? Luo Yaohua laughed. Yangbo shook his head with a smile, choosing not to elaborate further. He was well aware that aside from his proficiency in appraisal, he was merely average in physical confrontations. Thus, the reason for Luo's visit was likely not unrelated to this. Luo Yaohua's gaze fell upon the inkstone beside Yangbo, and he joked, You haven't stumbled upon a treasure, have you? Discussing it with so many people? Yangbo nodded and replied, Indeed. Luo Yaohua's smile faltered as he exclaimed, You must be joking. How could that be possible? I assure you it is true. Yangbo countered. Luo Yaohua could not help but exclaim, Damn. How could this be? Just a few days ago, you sold me a Han Dynasty carved jade dancer. How could you possibly find another treasure so soon? Yangbo chuckled and replied, I guess I simply have good fortune. Someone set a trap for me, and instead, they gifted me a rare find. As he spoke, he subtly directed his gaze toward Jia Huairan, who had previously remained silent on the matter. Now, he wanted to gauge the other's reaction. Luo Yaohua, oblivious to these nuances, exclaimed, Your luck is extraordinary. When will such good fortune come my way? Your turn? If someone sets a trap for you, do you think you could escape it? Yangbo retorted. Luo Yaohua's expression darkened, as if he also realized that this matter required a certain level of finesse. However, the individual who orchestrated this scheme against him would likely be left reeling. Yangbo turned to glance at Jia Huairan, noting his sullen demeanor, his silence speaking volumes. Chapter 32, Resignation. Boss, I wish to resign. The room fell silent at his words. Guapapi glanced up. He had anticipated Yangbo's departure, yet he did not expect it to happen so swiftly. Could you delay it for a few days? Guapapi hesitated, uncertainty clouding his thoughts. He felt that if he let Yangbo go just like that, it would result in significant losses for him. Yangbo shook his head. Boss, I transferred my father to the hospital yesterday. I will likely need to stay by his side at night, making it exceedingly difficult to return to work. This is the reason for my resignation. A hint of embarrassment crossed Yangbo's face as he realized he could not afford to be overly polite in this matter. Unable to bear the tension, Luo Yaohua, though unaware of Yangbo's previous salary, understood that a mere assistant likely earned little, if Yangbo's employer was merely attempting to retain him without discussing remuneration. It was indeed a futile endeavor. Yangbo, since you are resigning, would you consider being a consultant for me in the future? Luo Yaohua proposed whimsically. Yangbo hesitated. That seems inappropriate. What could possibly be inappropriate? If you were to work as my consultant, I might even pursue this line of work myself, offering you an annual fee of 1 million. Luo Yaohua chuckled. His words astonished everyone present. Guapapi's face flushed crimson. He had briefly considered the topic of compensation, but had dismissed it, still viewing Yangbo as just the shop's assistant. Now, with Luo Yaohua proposing a salary in the millions, he was utterly taken aback. Jia Huairan stared in disbelief for a moment before chuckling. Luo, you truly have a sense of humor. What humor? Just the other day, I spent 50,000 on a filigree jade dancer, and it's worth 250,000 now. It possesses such value that I am more than willing to offer 1 million in annual salary. Luo Yaohua exclaimed. Jia Huairan felt awkward, but chose not to elaborate. Lu, the boss, chuckled heartily, enjoying the spectacle, as he suspected that the fish basket Yangbo sold might have been his initial lucky find. Witnessing Yangbo's gradual growth was indeed an intriguing development. Thank you for the 1,000,000 annual salary, Luo. Let's not dwell on that anymore. If you need anything in the future, just let me know, and I will assist if I can, Yang Bo stated firmly. Luo Yaohua regarded him, noticing his resolute stance. Yet he refrained from persuading him further. Yang Bo ascended to gather his belongings, while Luo Yaohua leaned against the wall, opting not to help, instead remarking, "Your blanket has faded. Having earned so much, you should invest in a new one." With a reluctant sigh, Luo Yaohua assisted Yang Bo in loading his belongings into the car. Seated in the driver's seat, Luo Yaohua rolled down the window, lit a cigarette, and gestured towards Yang Bo. Yang Bo waved his hand in refusal. Their previous unfamiliarity made it awkward to indulge in such niceties. There was no need to smoke out of politeness now. It seemed that Mei Lao-san had sensed the shifting winds and had altered his usual habits, holding consecutive auctions in recent days, with yet another plan for tonight. Luo Yaohua took a deep drag and explained, Mei Lao-san may be planning to escape. His ties with Yuan Lair are quite close. Yang Bo paused momentarily, grasping the implication. Are they sworn brothers? Many matters are not as simple as they appear. Mei Lao-san has operated in the bustling city for 2 years without any issues. On the surface, it seems I am shielding him. In reality, I am merely a runner. Luo Yaohua exhaled, then turned his gaze to the window. The formidable Yi family was making waves, and it seemed that even someone like Mei Lao-san could not be sheltered indefinitely. He likely sensed the urgency to act and was preparing for a hasty departure. What can I do? Yang Bo had no desire to delve into these secrets. The less he knew, the better. Accompany me at the auction tonight. The scrutiny at these events is intense. Unfamiliar faces are not permitted. Since you attended last time, you should have no trouble this time. We must be present to delay the auction, as tonight could very well be the moment for action. Luo Yaohua extinguished his cigarette and inquired, Do you need to go to the hospital first? Yang Bo nodded, I must make some arrangements. Have you considered staying in a VIP ward? Luo Yaohua waited outside the hospital room for Yang Bo. Yang Bo glanced at him. Do you have connections? I can try to arrange it. Luo Yaohua replied as he stepped outside. Call now and switch rooms. I am not at ease. Yang Bo insisted. Luo Yaohua could not help but roll his eyes. You have so many demands, it's truly bothersome. With remarkable energy, Luo Yaohua made a call. And soon a nurse arrived with a form to assist in the room change, even bypassing the usual formalities, which astonished Yang Bo. Luo Yaohua chuckled. How about that? Jealous, are we? Huh. My grandfather is the deputy director of this hospital. Yang Bo nodded. Are you interested in that Gu Ernyang's dragon-shaped inkstone I have? Are you planning to sell it? Luo Yaohua seemed somewhat uncertain. Yes, the VIP ward costs more. I worry about having enough funds for the future. The experiences of the past 2 years had made Yang Bo quite frugal. Although he had no concerns about running out of money, he felt uneasy. To him, only cash in hand would bring peace of mind. You needn't worry at all. It might even turn out to be a good deal, Luo Yaohua remarked, speculating that Yang Bo was reciprocating a favor. After a brief pause, he added, All right, then I will take it, but I need to have someone appraise its value. No rush, Yang Bo replied. After admitting his father to the VIP ward, Yang Bo felt reassured upon seeing a bed for accompanying staff within the room. Subsequently, the two went directly to a real estate agent and rented a 2-bedroom apartment. Since they were not concerned about the price, the leasing formalities were swiftly completed, securing his belongings. Chapter 33, The Intrusion. After hastily tidying up the room and having dinner, Yang Bo had specifically requested the restaurant to prepare steamed mandarin fish with poria, chicken eggs with green fruits, meat stewed with kiwi roots, and a soup of crucian carp with thistle, all of which were in accordance with medical advice. Upon returning to the hospital, Yang Bo glanced through the glass door of the ward and noticed his parents dining. It was approximately 5:30 in the afternoon. He had deliberately arrived a bit early, fearing they might eat too early, yet he found he had still come too late. As Yang Bo pushed open the door and stepped inside, his parents turned to him, both instinctively hiding their bowls. Oh good. His mother quickly nodded. Yang Bo approached, placing the dishes he held onto the table while discreetly observing his parents' bowls. Despite their attempts to conceal them, the small room made it difficult to hide their humble meal of plain rice adorned with pickled radish. A wave of emotion surged within Yang Bo as he took in the sight. Tears welled in his eyes, nearly spilling over. At times, he wished to endure hardship alone, just to present a proud facade to his parents. Yet witnessing them consume such a meager meal made him feel inadequate in his efforts. I brought some food from outside. Yang Bo managed to suppress his emotions, speaking slowly. His mother, busy tidying up, suddenly exclaimed, turning to Yang Bo, Xiao Bo, why did you buy so many dishes? We can't finish all this. It's not much. Dad needs to maintain his nutrition while in the hospital, and Mom, you should also eat something good, Yang Bo explained, emphasizing that they should focus on medical and living expenses while he would take care of the provisions. His father, somewhat silent, raised his gaze to Yang Bo. Earning money isn't easy. Don't scrimp on yourself just to support the family. Take care of yourself. Yang Bo nodded, assuring him you can rest easy. As Yang Bo exited the ward, he spotted Luo Yaohua leaning against the corridor wall, giving him a slight nod before heading outside. Luo Yaohua followed, his eyes slightly reddened. What invitation? If I go, does Mei Lao-san dare to deny me entry? He chuckled. Yang Bo suddenly fell silent, prompting Luo Yaohua to inquire. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Do you think I'm abusing my privileges? Yang Bo shook his head. Not at all. When I first went in, it was purely by chance. I was just pondering, given the circumstances, shouldn't Mei Lao-san change the location of the transaction? Luo Yaohua was taken aback, then exclaimed, why didn't you say so earlier? He is so cautious. It's quite likely he has already made alterations. With urgency, Luo Yaohua continued. This matter has been entrusted to me, and I need to confirm the time and place. What should we do now? Yang Bo suggested. Do you know anyone who frequently participates in underground auctions? They might have received notice of the changes. Of course, it's also possible that nothing has changed. It won't be unchanged. It will definitely be altered, Luo Yaohua replied with conviction. He then pulled out his phone, stating, I'll call Mr. Yu. He is a regular client and a major player over there, so he will surely know. Luo Yaohua dialed the number, and after a brief wait, the call connected. After exchanging pleasantries, Luo Yaohua inquired, Master Yu, I received a notification last night and went to the alley, but why was no one there? What is going on with Lao-san? The notification was poorly executed. He felt the previous night's transaction appeared somewhat chaotic, and the subordinates seemed less competent than usual. Feng Yi interjected with a complaint before providing an address. Chuckling, tonight, we shall witness your grand prowess, Luo Shao. Luo Yaohua replied with a laugh, Master Yu, please do not belittle me. I am but a novice in this field, surviving through the goodwill of gentlemen like yourself. I owe you my gratitude for your support. His flattery pleased Master Yu immensely. After hanging up, Luo Yaohua snapped his fingers, declaring, all set. Yang Bo exhaled in relief. He had seldom interacted with figures like Mei Lao-san and Yuan Lao-er, and felt little about their rise and fall. He believed it sufficed to focus on his own duties and preferred to avoid entanglement in such matters. Should I report this? Yang Bo asked again. Rest assured, I will send a message immediately, Luo Yaohua assured him. Having slept little the previous night, Yang Bo succumbed to slumber as soon as his head touched the pillow. When Luo Yaohua roused him, it was already early morning. So early? Yang Bo exclaimed, surprised, as auctions typically commenced around 3 in the morning. Luo Yaohua, clearly alert, bore an excited expression. It's not late. The time has been moved up. We must begin by 1 o'clock to efficiently handle the remaining inventory. Mei Lao-san needs to get to work early too. Yang Bo nodded, comprehending the reasoning, and quickly dressed and freshened up before they headed to the new location. Upon arriving outside, they were halted by security. Private club, no outsiders allowed. Luo Yaohua glared at the 2 guards and demanded, Dare you stop me? Call Mei Lao-san out here. He then kicked one guard, sending him sprawling to the ground, his demeanor brazen and audacious. Chapter 34, Disruption. Yang Bo was initially taken aback by Luo Yaohua's actions, but soon realized that in such moments, it was essential to exude the usual bravado to avoid arousing suspicion. The other guard, taken aback, responded with a quivering voice, Luo Shao, you know we are just the underlings. We are powerless in this situation. Luo Yaohua scoffed. Then step aside. Seeing the guard yield, he strode inside with a stern expression. Yang Bo followed silently, his thoughts deepening. Everyone has their own philosophy of survival. He, born from humble beginnings, preferred to remain low-key, while Luo Yaohua thrived in his flamboyant boldness. This courtyard, though similarly gray, appeared significantly larger, with several individuals hastily passing by. Ignoring them, Luo Yaohua headed straight into the main hall, where dim lights illuminated the space, revealing Mei Lao-san standing at its center, presenting a table before him. The hall's area had expanded somewhat compared to before, accommodating a dozen groups of people, totaling over 20 individuals. Consequently, the chairs were replaced with benches. Despite the subpar conditions, no one displayed any signs of impatience. Everyone was intently focused on the front. Mei Lao-san appeared absorbed in thought, perhaps oblivious. As Yang Bo and Luo Yaohua entered the hall without eliciting any immediate reaction. After surveying the room, Yang Bo recognized familiar faces. Yi was present. And to his surprise, Jia Huiran and Deputy Director Chu were seated together, engaged in hushed conversation, oblivious to the newcomers. After taking in the objects before him, Luo Yaohua called out, "Third Master, you've opened a new venue without notifying me. I would have brought a floral arrangement to show my support." Upon hearing this, Mei Laosan's expression shifted subtly, momentarily caught off guard before managing an awkward smile. Who might that be? Ah, it is the esteemed presence of young Master Luo. Welcome, welcome. Luo Yaohua was not easily deterred. Third Master, do not deflect the topic. Ignoring to inform me about the new venue is quite inconsiderate towards a brother. Mei Laosan's demeanor darkened, yet he refrained from expressing anger. Young Master Luo, I sincerely apologize. A new shipment is imminent, and I plan to clear out the remaining stock in the meantime. I intended to invite you once the new goods arrived. Luo Yaohua smiled. That's better. After a couple of probing questions, he chose not to press further, allowing Mei Laosan to exhale in relief. The recent news of the second-in-command's arrest had left him astounded. While others may be unaware, he was acutely aware of the second-in-command's long-standing operations in Li Shui, which had remained undisturbed for years, both in official and underground circles, often granting him a measure of respect. Yet, astonishingly, the second-in-command's influence had been swept away overnight, dragging Mei Laosan into the turmoil. This revelation heightened Mei Laosan's vigilance. His collaboration with the second-in-command was exceedingly close, with at least half of his goods sourced from him. The disruption in the second-in-command supply chain posed a direct threat to Mei Laosan, and he feared that this incident might ensnare him as well. Following the arrest, he sensed an invisible net closing in around him, leaving him uncertain about the identity of his enemies and their intentions toward him. Feeling apprehensive, he began liquidating his remaining stock the night after the arrest. The value of these goods varied, but his urgency to escape necessitated fabricating news of a large influx of new merchandise. Additionally, he relocated to a different venue, notifying only a select few of his regular clients, clearly excluding Luo Yaohua from the list. Mei Laosan was acutely aware that he and Luo Yaohua were fundamentally different. As a representative of the official realm, if he were to be apprehended, Luo Yaohua would undoubtedly not shield him. In fact, he might even exploit the situation for his father's political gains. What surprised him, however, was Luo Yaohua's swift access to information. Just a day later, Luo Yaohua had already discovered the new venue, demonstrating formidable influence. At this juncture, Mei Laosan's primary concern was to expeditiously dispose of his goods. He was unwilling to prolong the situation any further, particularly when it came to accommodating young Master Luo. Mei Laosan issued a commanding shout, subsequently pointing at the objects before him to commence his introduction. By a twist of fate, the entire hall was filled with attendees, leaving only a small space beside Jia Huiran and Vice Director Chu. Once the benches were set down, Yang Bo took a seat and nodded towards Jia Huiran and Vice Director Chu, exclaiming, "Mr. Jia, Vice Director Chu, I never expected to see you both again so soon." Jia Huiran glanced over at Yang Bo, his expression unchanged, seemingly surprised that Yang Bo had managed to infiltrate the gathering. Vice Director Chu, exhibiting a more haughty demeanor, paid no attention, his gaze fixated on the stage. Sitting nearby, Luo Yaohua cast a sidelong glance at the two, aware of the underlying animosity between them. He murmured, "It seems we haven't arrived too late. The proceedings have only just begun. As for those two, it would be wise to ignore them, for the more one purchases, the harsher the penalties." A chill ran through Yang Bo as he recalled his previous involvement in an underground auction, where many had borne witness to the event. Luo Yaohua, seemingly perceiving Yang Bo's thoughts, whispered reassuringly, "Do not worry, we are in the clear. I have already registered with the Municipal Bureau. We are effectively undercover." Yang Bo nodded, his heart soaring with joy. He vividly remembered how Vice Director Chu had maliciously inflated the prices during the last auction, causing the cost of the Han Dynasty Jade Dancer he purchased to soar more than double. This time, he was determined not to let Chu escape unscathed. While the attendees harbored differing thoughts, the continuous presentation of items and their astonishingly low starting prices incited a frenzy among the crowd. A pair of Mandarin Duck's waterplay vanity mirrors from the Wanli period, starting at 20,000, a Qianlong era brooch depicting pavilions and figures, starting at 15,000. The items presented were priced at half their market value, making each acquisition potentially lucrative. Consequently, the bidding was more collaborative than competitive, with Mei Laosan seemingly intent on minimizing fierce contention, leading to quick transactions after each item was introduced. An exquisite jade belt buckle inlaid with pink tourmaline was brought forth, starting at a mere 12,000. Vice Director Chu was the first to bid, declaring 12,000. Yang Bo smiled inwardly, recognizing an opportunity. Their roles were to prolong the auction while gathering evidence. And if they could simultaneously deal Vice Director Chu a blow, it would be splendid. 13,000. Yang Bo declared. Vice Director Chu paused momentarily, casting a glance in Yang Bo's direction. The price of the pink tourmaline jade belt buckle was estimated between 20 and 30,000. Purchasing it below 20,000 would yield profit, yet he had not anticipated Yang Bo's disruption at this juncture. Little did he realize that just days prior, he had been one to raise Yang Bo's bid. 14,000. Vice Director Chu said, his brow furrowing. Though he did not covet the jade belt buckle, he could not afford to lose face before an adversary, such as Yang Bo. 15,000. Yang Bo replied with a slight smile, maintaining a calm demeanor. Even if he secured the item, it mattered not, for he ultimately would not possess it. 16,000. Vice Director Chu, now visibly irritated, turned his gaze towards Yang Bo. Luo Yaowa tugged at Yang Bo's sleeve, advising him to take it lightly, suggesting that he should not take the competition too seriously. Yang Bo had ensnared Deputy Director Chu, and naturally, he was unwilling to relinquish his hold easily. 18,000. Deputy Director Chu hesitated, having heard whispers of the proceedings. He had managed to acquire an entry ticket through various channels. Lacking sufficient funds, he had even sought assistance from Xia Tian, with the intention of making a significant profit. Clearly, Yang Bo had obstructed his financial avenue, and he could not afford to concede lightly, for otherwise, Yang Bo might very well take advantage further. 20,000. Yang Bo chuckled, no longer uttering a word, as this was merely a test of waters. Mei Laosen soon announced the results. Previously, he had been quite pleased to see the prices rise, but now he was growing impatient. A quarrel over a few tens of thousands would waste too much of his time. At this point, any transaction that could be executed was simply money in his hands, and he no longer cared whether the sale was substantial or modest. He needed to swiftly gather his funds and flee this place. After securing the jade buckle, Deputy Director Chu could not help but cast a disdainful glance toward Yang Bo, lifting his chin slightly in contempt. Yang Bo merely smiled, remaining silent. Luo Yaowa, a master of pretense, donned the guise of a debauched youth, making it difficult to discern the authenticity of his character. Particularly at the auction, when a splendid red jade pendant was presented, he shamelessly resorted to trickery. My mother's 50th birthday is approaching in September, and I've been contemplating whether I could procure a fitting pendant. This red jade pendant is exquisite and perfect. I will raise the bid by 1,000, 51,000. Yang Bo, seated beside Luo Yaohua, could not suppress his applause for such audacity. This rationale was not new to him, and it was evident that the other attendees were also twitching their lips. Yet, aware of the nature of the occasion and the underground dealings, none dared to offend this scion of the respectable world. With no one else bidding, Luo Yaohua's nefarious scheme succeeded. By market standards, the red jade pendant was worth at least over 100,000, yet Mei Laosen wore a smile, seemingly relieved by Luo Yaohua's involvement, as if his participation guaranteed the auctionee's safety. In the subsequent bidding, Yang Bo did not participate extensively, but whenever Xia Huiran and Deputy Director Chu engaged, he always interjected, raising the bids just enough to ensure the items remained profitable, yet not excessively so. He expertly calibrated the stakes, leaving both Xia Huiran and Deputy Director Chu seething with frustration. The crowd, once merely spectators, gradually discerned the underlying strategy, chuckling inwardly while secretly mocking Xia and Chu for their lack of insight, as they faced retribution for offending Yang Bo. Another item, a mid-Qing dynasty silver-inlaid jade 8 treasure child dragon pattern teapot, was presented with a starting price of 70,000. Xia Huiran, feeling vexed, provocatively glanced at Yang Bo and called out, 90,000. Yang Bo laughed. His intention was solely to vex his opponent. His ultimate goal extended beyond mere annoyance. Thus he ignored the provocation, choosing not to respond. Xia Huiran glared at Yang Bo, unable to contain himself any longer, exclaimed, Yang Bo, you are merely a shop assistant at an antique store. Do you truly believe that having stumbled upon a couple of lucky finds makes you my equal? You are still far from it. Yang Bo shook his head and said, Boss Xia, we are indeed far apart, but you have reversed the statement. Xia Huiran snorted coldly and challenged, ask everyone here who has it wrong. Mei Laosen quickly intervened. Let us refrain from discussing unrelated matters. Now, Boss Xia, 9,000, is there a higher bid? After 3 rounds of counting down, Xia Huiran successfully secured the item, casting a condescending glance at Yang Bo. By 3 in the morning, the pace of the auction had noticeably accelerated. The attendees, engrossed in the fray, no longer bothered to raise their bids. Most transactions were concluded at the base price. The customary rule of prior appraisal was disregarded, as everyone focused solely on seizing the items, regardless of their authenticity. Yang Bo exchanged a knowing glance with Luo Yaohua, both smiling at the chaos. This was Mei Laosan's final frenzy. He likely sensed something amiss and aimed to conclude the proceedings that night. Should they arrive a day later, Mei Laosan might have absconded with the funds. As dawn approached at 5 o'clock, fatigue set in among the crowd. The volume of items auctioned was staggering, over 200, with more than half being genuine artifacts, an exceedingly high probability. Mei Laosan's face was slick with sweat, appearing as if he had just emerged from water. His clothing entirely damp. His voice grew hoarse as he presented a small bag of coins, which, due to their multitude, would not be auctioned individually. Those interested could simply make an offer to acquire them. Yang Bo glanced over and noted that the bag was merely a standard shopping bag from supermarket, filled to the brim with coins. The value of these coins could not be assessed solely by their age. For instance, the currency from the Yin state during the Warring States period, known as Mingdao, boasted a history of over 300 years. Its market value was only around 100 yuan. The Han Wuju from over 2,000 years ago, along with the Tang Kai Yuan and Northern Song Xuana Tongbao from more than a millennium ago, were astonishingly affordable, often available for just a few yuan. Coins from the Qing dynasty, such as the Tianghua Tongbao, minted over a century ago, were priced in the tens of thousands during the Taiping Rebellion. The Guangyang, issued by Yuan Shikai post-Xinhai Revolution, also commanded exorbitant prices, reaching thousands of yuan per coin. Yang Bo merely observed, lacking any desire to purchase, for he already knew the ultimate fate of these items. The bag of coins was ultimately acquired by an antique shop owner for a mere 20,000, an absurdly low price, contingent upon the possibility of rare coins within. Soon, the transactions concluded, and individuals took turns to verify their possessions. Once accounted for, they could settle their payments. Yang Bo stood at the periphery of the crowd, watching the cacophony unfold. He noticed Luo Yaohua rushing to pay by card and caught sight of Jia Huairen's resentful gaze while settling his bill, pondering when the action would commence. He was suddenly interrupted by a sharp voice, "Don't move. Police." As he contemplated this, Yang Bo instinctively shifted closer to the wall, crouching down with his hands on his head, observing the chaos before him. Mei Laosan stood in the center of the hall, momentarily paralyzed by the sudden shout, his face ashen. By the time he regained his composure and sought to escape through the rear door, the overwhelming crowd thwarted his efforts completely. The key issue was that many of the individuals involved in the transaction were antique shop owners or renowned collectors, accustomed to a life of luxury. Faced with such turmoil, they were utterly terrified, lacking the wherewithal to flee. Instead, they simply huddled down, covering their heads. The proprietor, who had just purchased a bag of ancient coins, was so startled by the shout that he dropped the bag, causing the coins to scatter across the floor. Yang Bo crouched in a corner, observing the chaos unfold around him. A few coins rolled to his feet. Upon inspection, he discerned two worthless Kangxi Tongbao, a Yuan Shikai silver dollar, and another coin obscured by dirt and grime, rendering its design unrecognizable. After a moment's hesitation, Yang Bo pocketed the last coin, tucking it beneath his shoe insole, while he paid no heed to the valuable Yuan Shikai silver dollar worth several thousand. At this juncture, the crowd had been encircled, with each individual assigned a dedicated officer to monitor them. Standing within the hall, Yu Yi reluctantly crouched down when commanded, his expression stern yet ultimately complying. A young, portly businessman, when instructed to crouch, raised his hands in surrender, his voice tinged with desperation, pleading, "Please don't hit me. I am Director Yang." The burly man was momentarily released. "Which director are you?" came the response. "I am from the Collectors Association." A sharp reprimand followed, as the officer, irate, retorted, "A director of the Collectors Association? There are so many of those. How can we know which one you are? With so many directors, your authority must be negligible." Yang Bo couldn't help but chuckle at the spectacle. The officer assigned to him, seeing his compliance, refrained from twisting his arm, merely giving him a light pat and advising, "Don't look around. Behave yourself." Everyone was ultimately restrained and led away from the scene. Luo Yaohua successfully negotiated his release, allowing Yang Bo to escape as the authorities began to tally the seized goods. Leaning nonchalantly against the doorpost, Luo Yaohua glanced inside, incredulous that he was the one to dismantle this den of vice. Isn't it rather gratifying to play the role of a justice bringer? Yang Bo chuckled, only to lament, "Alas, this is my second visit to such a place, and I never anticipated it would be dismantled so swiftly. During my first visit, I consoled myself by thinking I would not return, deeming it too unsafe. Who would have thought that such a notion would manifest so swiftly? Luo Yaohua teased. You might indeed be the reason for its downfall. How could that possibly be related to me? Yang Bo inquired. Because you are a harbinger of disaster. And this whole affair stemmed from a 3.5 million yuan porcelain piece. Can you honestly claim that piece wasn't identified by you? Luo Yaohua replied with a laugh. Yang Bo found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, this incident was closely linked to him, with the threads of cause and effect seemingly tracing back to his very presence. The scene of cleanup continued, and someone approached Luo Yaohua, asking, Chief Luo, do you know any experts in cultural relic identification? The cleanup work is rather complicated, and our team lacks the necessary knowledge. I'm concerned they might inadvertently damage something. It would be best to conduct a preliminary assessment before the actual evaluation. Luo Yaohua glanced at Yang Bo and said, Captain Liang, this is the expert you haven't noticed. Captain Liang, in his 40s with graying hair at the temples, looked skeptically at Yang Bo, questioning whether he was indeed a university student. He considered that Yang Bo should possess some level of competence, at least sufficient for the initial identification tasks. Yang Bo hesitated before seizing Luo Yaohua's wrist. Glancing at the time under the morning sun, it was nearly 6 o'clock. He looked back at Luo Yaohua, unsure if he had enough time. Luo Yaohua patted his shoulder reassuringly. Aren't you worried about your parents? Trust me, I will handle this. I'll call them to arrange breakfast. And the expert consultation is already in progress. It should take place soon, which will facilitate an earlier surgery. Yang Bo looked at Luo Yaohua with gratitude, surprised to discover this seemingly frivolous character possessed such thoughtfulness. Captain Liang, please arrange for an assistant, he said, feeling relieved. Captain Liang smiled, of course. Since you come recommended by Chief Luo, and he has a keen eye for cultural relics, I trust his judgment. He called out, Xia Yuan. Yes. A young female officer hurried over and stood before Captain Liang. Captain, is there something you need? Xia Yuan, you will assist this gentleman. Primarily responsible for organizing and recording the results of cultural relic identification. Captain Liang instructed, realizing he hadn't yet learned Yang Bo's name. Yang Bo looked up and saw that Xia Yuan was a strikingly attractive young officer with fair skin, appearing to be around his age. However, Yang Bo understood that all current police officers were required to pass civil service exams, implying she was likely a few years older than him. Yuan Yezi observed the youthful face of Yang Bo and smiled. Is he just a young lad? Is he truly adept at cultural relic identification? I haven't heard of any prodigies emerging in this field domestically. Yang Bo was indifferent to the opinions of others, but being teased by a beautiful woman made his face flush slightly. You'll find out once we try. Though Captain Liang perceived Yang Bo unfavorably, suspecting he was yet another example of someone whose words exceeded their reliability, he nevertheless admonished Yuan Yezi, just do as instructed without questioning so much. Yuan Yezi pouted and followed Yang Bo, noticing her apparent laziness. Yang Bo spoke up, prepare paper and pen, preferably sticky notes, and a camera. Unable to contain her curiosity, Yuan Yezi asked, what do we need those for? Yang Bo frowned. Some questions are better left unasked. You will find out shortly. Yuan Yezi was taken aback, thinking to herself, if you don't want to share, why be so irritable? Chapter 37, Doubts. Before the strikingly graceful female officer, with her hair elegantly styled and her fair, elongated neck exposed, he found himself momentarily captivated, despite her being 3 or 4 years his senior. Thus, he attempted to feign a semblance of indifference. However, as his gaze shifted towards the artifacts, Yang Bo regained his composure. The emergence of the peculiar luminous ring had instilled within him a newfound confidence. All the artifacts had been gathered and displayed in the courtyard, and in order to prevent any opportunistic theft amidst the chaos, the police needed to promptly document and catalog these items. Yang Bo's task was to assign precise names to each artifact. Yuan Yezi stood behind Yang Bo, casting a glance at him before rolling her eyes at Captain Liang, evidently dissatisfied. Her discontent stemmed from Yang Bo's youth. The boy had yet to shave off his boyish fuzz, and at such a tender age, how could anyone trust him to authenticate artifacts? Captain Liang, unable to quell his concerns, followed closely behind Yang Bo, pretending not to notice Yuan Yezi's actions, though a weight of regret settled in his heart for hastily acquiescing to Luo Yaohua's recommendation. Nevertheless, he reminded himself that Luo Yaohua was, after all, the son of the bureau chief, and appearances had to be maintained. He could only hope that the expert appraisers contacted by the bureau would arrive promptly. As dawn broke over the east, the clamor in the courtyard gradually subsided. Yang Bo stood before the artifacts, carefully lifting the first item. After a brief examination, he declared, a Qing Dynasty Daowang period celadon and white jade dragon pattern small vase. Yuan Yeji, still holding her notebook, was momentarily taken aback. What did you say? Yang Bo frowned and reiterated, record this. Is a Qing Dynasty Daowang celadon and white jade dragon pattern small vase. Yuan Yeji's pink lips parted in astonishment. Her almond-shaped eyes wide. You've only glanced at it twice. This is no jest. We are compiling statistics, crucial evidence that may very well influence sentencing. You must not be frivolous. I am not jesting. Write it down. Yang Bo had not anticipated that this was merely the beginning of their skepticism. Captain Liang, standing at the rear, was also displeased by Yang Bo's hasty declaration based solely on a cursory glance. Although this documentation was not as critical as Yuan Yeji suggested regarding sentencing, it still constituted a preliminary record. If there were significant discrepancies with the actual items, he would ultimately find himself in a difficult position, especially since he was certain reporters would soon swarm to the scene. How could he report these findings then? Captain Liang, Yang Bo's appraisal skills are indeed commendable. If you do not trust him, do you not trust me? Luo Yaohua, having observed the unfolding situation, recognized that if he did not intervene, progress would soon stagnate. Captain Liang hesitated for a moment, unable to conceal his surprise at Luo Yaohua's unwavering support for Yang Bo. Yet, Yuan Yeji was ready to retort when Captain Liang interrupted her, stating firmly, there are no buts. Obey orders. With no alternative, Yuan Yeji begrudgingly noted the information, all the while scrutinizing Yang Bo, hoping to discern an aura of expertise beneath his ordinary facade. Alas, her hopes were soon dashed. Imitating the exquisite Guangcai porcelain of the Qianlong era, Yang Bo picked up the next object, glancing at it briefly before speaking. Is it a replica? Yuan Yeji inquired. Failing to note it down, Yang Bo nodded, confirming that it was indeed a reproduction, likely produced a few years prior, in Jingdezhen. Just as Yuan Yeji was about to jot this down, she paused, her curiosity piqued. How do you know? This porcelain seems devoid of any luster and appears quite antiquated. Yang Bo then turned to Captain Liang. Captain Liang, could you kindly arrange for someone else to take notes? It would be best to have 2 additional individuals, perhaps preparing small tags to hang on the objects or placing slips of paper beneath them. Directly adhering labels could cause significant damage. Captain Liang was taken aback, unable to anticipate such a request from Yang Bo. He believed that, in light of the collective skepticism, Yang Bo should remain modest and reserved. Wasn't this request a tad too ostentatious? Yuan Yeji stood frozen, her eyes suddenly welling with tears. What do you mean by that? To enhance efficiency, Yang Bo replied. Stealing himself, he was indifferent to whether he participated in such matters. He merely sought to repay a favor owed to Luo Yaohua and felt unable to refuse. Yet, the constant scrutiny from others had become unbearable. Yang Bo began to realize that the root of the issue lay in his lack of renown. If only he bore the title of a distinguished appraiser or a renowned collector, who would dare to question him? Luo Yaohua, feeling somewhat helpless, had not anticipated this turn of events. He had already elevated Yang Bo's status, and now it would be unwise to retract. Captain Liang, this collection of artifacts is substantial, and dawn is approaching. Once work hours commence, the municipal government will likely require a detailed report. Prompted by Luo Yaohua's reminder, Captain Liang quickly regained his composure. He had underestimated the situation. Securing this significant political achievement was paramount, and even in the event of an error, he could easily deflect responsibility. The two swiftly approached, and Yang Bo could distinctly sense the animosity in the eyes of the younger individual, probably incensed by Yuan Yezi's predicament. Yang Bo nodded slightly, exhaling a sigh of relief, aware that the upcoming moments would not be without their challenges. Chapter 38. The Arrival of Master Foam. An imitation of the Qianlong era's white jade inlaid with 100 treasures depicting longevity, adorned with imperial poetry on a folding screen. A pair of Republican-era imitations of the Qianlong white jade 8-treasure patterned armrests. Yang Bo's pace was astonishing. Within half a minute of acquiring the artifacts, he had already announced their names. While this alone was not particularly surprising, many could achieve such a feat. His ability to identify the respective dynasties of the artifacts was truly remarkable. Captain Liang's expression grew increasingly grave upon witnessing the situation. Yang Bo's age stood in stark contrast to the professional demeanor he exhibited. Most individuals present were colleagues from the police system, whose expertise could be beneficial in criminal investigations. However, when it came to artifact appraisal, they found themselves utterly at a loss. This rendered them incapable of discerning whether Yang Bo's judgments were accurate, a fact that troubled him immensely. Standing nearby, Yuan Yezi was still fuming internally, cursing Yang Bo for being entirely wrong. Due to Yang Bo's rapid pace, an additional recorder was necessitated, along with several others to assist in organization. When Yang Bo picked up a piece of porcelain, he suddenly became transfixed, astonishing many onlooking officers. It was noteworthy that since Yang Bo first spoke, he had not paused, making this moment of stillness all the more striking as he awaited the recording personnel. Qing Dynasty Qianlong Famille Rose Lantern Vase, a Class II cultural relic. The vase in Yang Bo's hands resembled a circular lantern, its exterior adorned with vivid depictions of courtyard children at play, a rare masterpiece from the Qianlong era. The recorder, Xiao Lu, was momentarily taken aback. It was the first time he had heard Yang Bo utter such terminology. Class II cultural relic? Yang Bo nodded affirmatively, indicating that it was indeed a Class II precious artifact that warranted special attention. Xiao Lu hastily noted this down, although he evidently did not grasp the significance of a Class II relic. In the country, cultural artifacts are classified into general and precious categories, with precious relics further divided into 3 levels based on historical and artistic value. To facilitate better understanding within the industry, professionals often categorize these levels according to market value. General relics are valued below 10,000. Class 3 relics range from 10 to 100,000. Class 2 artifacts are valued in the hundreds of thousands to millions, while Class 1 relics can reach tens of millions. In recent years, a select group of paintings and porcelain have even surpassed 100 million, qualifying them as Class 1 artifacts. Above this, there exists the category of national treasures, although transactions of such items are never witnessed in the market. Yang Bo had a profound impression of this porcelain piece, as it had fetched a staggering auction price of 3,700,000, an exceptionally rare sight in underground auctions. Luo Yaohua had been attentively observing the proceedings, and only he could fully comprehend the value represented by a Class II relic. Unable to contain himself, he rose and looked around the room, muttering to himself. Shortly after, Yang Bo accelerated his pace once more. Around 7 o'clock, Captain Liang received a phone call and hurriedly stepped outside. The visitor was none other than Feng Yi, who had assisted Luo Yaohua with the auction appraisal that evening. Feng Yi nodded slightly at Luo Yaohua, having received the call, and expressed his eagerness to see if any valuable items would materialize here. A Republican imitation of a Qing Yongzheng bronze incense burner adorned with silver wire beast motifs. A clear voice rang out, causing Feng Yi to momentarily halt, turning towards the source. He saw a young man holding the small burner. After speaking, the young man picked up another item, while someone nearby swiftly recorded the details. The scene left Feng Yi momentarily astonished as he glanced at Luo Yaohua. Luo Yaohua smiled gently. Young Master Feng, do take a closer look. Have you forgotten so soon? Young Master Feng focused his gaze, and only then did he recognize the figure before him, astonished. Is this the young man I recommended to you the other day? Did he not claim to be merely an assistant at an antique shop? Have you genuinely sought his expertise? Luo Yaohua nodded, expressing gratitude for Feng's discerning eye. We subsequently encountered Professor Chao, and their evaluations aligned perfectly. Professor Chao praised him highly. Young Master Feng chuckled, though his heart was stirred. At that moment, he could not reveal to Luo Yaohua that he had initially coerced Yang Bo into this situation to escape his own entanglement. Nevertheless, he did indeed believe in Yang Bo's potential, although he had not anticipated that Yang Bo would garner Professor Chao Yuan's recognition. Oh, is that so? That's wonderful. Young Master Feng's face, creased with age, broke into a smile. Captain Liang could not restrain himself from interjecting, Young Master Feng, before your arrival. Young Yang had already authenticated several items. Why not take another look? Young Master Feng glanced at Captain Liang, instantly understanding his intent. With a smile, he replied, very well. Let's examine them. Beaming with delight, he directed his gaze towards Yang Bo, who remained engrossed in his work, seemingly oblivious to the commotion around him. Yet, it was evident that doubts lingered among the onlookers. All right. Yezi, I shall take a look first. Young Master Feng chuckled and approached the first item. A piece of paper lay beneath it, and, as he inspected it, he found a Qing Dynasty blue and white jade dragon-patterned small bottle. He smiled faintly, neither affirming nor denying its authenticity, and began to scrutinize the jade bottle closely. The dragon, majestic and fierce, appeared to lack a certain spirit. It was likely crafted during the mid to late Qing Dynasty. All eyes were fixed upon him. Even Xiao Lu, who had been assisting Yang Bo with the recording, found himself momentarily distracted. Chapter 39. Applause. At this moment, Xiao Lu's thoughts were tumultuous. Yuan Yezi was one of the few girls in the group, and undoubtedly the most beautiful flower among them, her lively personality endearing her to all. For Xiao Lu, however, this admiration ran deeper, and though he recognized it as a mere fantasy, he often felt an uncontrollable urge to protect her. Reluctantly, when Captain Liang instructed him to assist with the recording, he complied, despite his reluctance stemming from the antics of a young man who had made Yezi cry. Ultimately, he succumbed to the captain's authority and began to record, though he had not anticipated that this task would extend for such an interminable duration. After nearly 2 hours without respite, his pen scarcely paused as he diligently transcribed the descriptions provided, which were succinct to the extreme. Even though he harbored disdain for this individual, he could not deny that, even as a counterfeit, the young man before him was far superior to the average collector. As the session progressed past the halfway mark, an esteemed elder expert entered the venue, reigniting Xiao Lu's dormant hopes. Perhaps the true nature of this young man would soon be unveiled, and perhaps all of this would be rendered unnecessary. The persistent echoes of Yang Bo's voice finally stirred Xiao Lu into awareness. His pen danced across the paper as he diligently recorded the information, yet his gaze flickered towards the old expert's location. A glance at Yang Bo revealed that he had been fixated on a bronze artifact for an extended period, likely feeling an immense pressure in the moment. Mr. Feng was momentarily taken aback before he turned to the crowd, smiling and nodding, acknowledging the young man's commendable skills. He set down the jade vial without further commentary, but his solitary remark struck like a sword, igniting a flicker of excitement within the onlookers. Could it be that Yang Bo was genuinely remarkable? Yuan Yezi pondered this, her mind swirling with uncertainty, prompting her to shake her head vigorously to dispel such thoughts, reaffirming her belief that it must all be mere coincidence. How could a youth of such tender years possess any significant expertise? The imitation Qing dynasty Qianlong, 3 sons of cold, weather-familiar rose porcelain, was accurately assessed by Mr. Feng, who subsequently placed the second piece down and continued his explanation. He noted that while the porcelain appeared to have lost its vibrancy, it employed a rare antiquing technique that could easily mislead the untrained eye, asserting that it had likely been crafted in Jingdezhen a few years prior. As the second porcelain piece was set aside, a profound silence enveloped the room. Imitation Qing dynasty Qianlong familiar rose porcelain? An imitation crafted in Jingdezhen a few years ago? How could one be so certain? It seemed to lack any fire, appearing rather antiquated, remarked Luo Yaowa, who stood smiling quietly nearby, seemingly pleased. Indeed, the repeated identical answers from Mr. Feng piqued everyone's attention. Yang Bo's insights appeared nearly on par with those of the esteemed expert, and he seemed to possess an even swifter evaluative prowess. The Shang Dynasty mid-period bronze gu, adorned with 2 sets of beast masks and cloud and thunder motifs on the base, was classified as a secondary cultural relic. Yang Bo unexpectedly elaborated further. Yet Xiao Lu was momentarily bewildered, pondering how to write the character for gu. Yang Bo patiently guided him, suggesting that the left corner of the character could resemble a watermelon. Mr. Feng, having noticed Yang Bo's description, was taken aback and approached him directly. Xiao Yang, can this piece be classified as a secondary cultural relic? He inquired, pointing at the bronze gu in Yang Bo's hands. Yang Bo nodded and handed it over without further elaboration, having only identified 2 secondary cultural relics during his assessment. Upon receiving the bronze gu, Mr. Feng observed the crowd's confusion and clarified. In our country, cultural relics are categorized into several levels, with level 3 being the highest and level 2 following. To classify an artifact as level 2 indicates its market value is at least in the hundreds of thousands to millions, placing it among rare cultural relics. Although Mr. Feng's explanation lacked technical precision, it was easily comprehensible and widely accepted within the industry, astonishing the audience. They recalled that Yang Bo had previously assessed a secondary cultural relic as well, yet they wondered why he had not classified the other artifacts. Was it a matter of insufficient expertise? Holding a bronze gu, Master Feng retrieved a magnifying glass from his pocket and began to scrutinize the artifact meticulously. The age of this bronze relic was exceedingly ancient, its surface coated with a thick layer of verdigris. This, indeed, is the allure of antiquities. Were a brilliantly polished, modern machine-crafted artifact to be presented before us, it would scarcely capture anyone's gaze. The swirling cloud patterns, the green patina, and the cruciform casting holes. Master Feng examined them with great care and deliberation, far slower than Yang Bo. which caused the onlookers to realize just how much quicker Yang Bo had been. If he could maintain such speed in his appraisals while achieving a remarkably high accuracy rate, then surely Yang Bo was extraordinary. It was, after all, a second-tier cultural relic, a bronze gu from the Mid-Shang dynasty. Master Feng set down the magnifying glass, a delighted expression gracing his face. Yet, the crowd remained contemplative, their applause sparse, as astonishment and skepticism intertwined in their minds, causing a momentary delay in their reactions. Eventually, however, someone began to respond, and the scattered applause gradually coalesced into a resounding ovation. All eyes turned to Yang Bo, filled with wonder and curiosity, as the earlier doubts began to dissipate in the wake of Master Feng's validation, leaving only admiration for the young man of merely 20 years. Surrounded by the crowd, Yang Bo surveyed the myriad expressions of complexity on their faces and smiled inwardly, realizing how wondrous the sense of affirmation could be. Chapter 40, Gratitude. Yuan Yezi gazed at Yang Bo, her heart a whirlwind of confusion. How could this be possible? After a moment of astonishment, Captain Liang turned to Yang Bo and inquired, "Why haven't the other artifacts been classified?" Yang Bo, engrossed in examining an object, replied, "This is an anonymous landscape painting from the early Qing dynasty." He then turned to Captain Liang, believing that these items were all quite similar and did not warrant classification. Was it truly necessary? Captain Liang paused, then chuckled. "If we were to classify them more specifically, it might enhance our reports." Yang Bo nodded lightly and said to Xiao Lu, "Please hand me the notebook." Xiao Lu, puzzled, hurriedly completed the remaining few words before passing the notebook to Yang Bo. Upon receiving it, Yang Bo glanced at the contents. Although Xiao Lu's appearance was somewhat rugged, his handwriting was elegant and neat, which explained why Captain Liang had assigned him the task of recording. Xiao Lu stared in awe at the densely packed names. In just 2 hours, they had identified over 100 items. Unless Yang Bo could recall the specific details of each relic, such swift judgments seemed utterly unfathomable. Master Feng, standing nearby, smiled, equally astonished. He understood all too well that, in a different position, he might not be able to match Yang Bo's level of expertise. Moreover, he had just observed that Yang Bo's speed was remarkable, yet he consistently made accurate assessments, a feat not easily achieved. The crucial aspect was the final sketching. While it appeared simple, it required a profound understanding of the previously appraised items and an impressive memory. Thus, Yang Bo's prowess was truly awe-inspiring. At this moment, I must indulge in a moment of self-praise. Yang Bo's appraisal skills are on par with mine. This affirms that my initial recommendation of Yang Bo to Xiao Luo was entirely justified, although I am aging and may find my vision waning when examining these artifacts. I did not anticipate that my ability to discern character would significantly improve. Master Feng gestured towards Yang Bo, chuckling. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted into laughter, which alleviated the somewhat oppressive atmosphere in the room. Yang Bo had indeed left everyone in awe, and this laughter helped dissipate the awkwardness felt by Yuan Yezi, Captain Liang, and Xiao Lu due to their earlier skepticism. The glances directed at Yang Bo were now imbued with respect. Yang Bo waved his hand, saying, "Master Feng, you flatter me." Luo Yaohua stepped forward, expressing, "Master Feng, I sincerely appreciate your recommendation once again. Yang is truly remarkable. I have reiterated this more than once." After the laughter subsided, Master Feng raised his hand, stating that it was getting late. He suggested that they should not linger in idle chatter. Yang works with remarkable speed, yet there are still numerous artifacts to appraise. I wonder if Yang would mind if I assisted? Yang Bo replied with a smile, "Master Feng, you are a senior. It is only fitting that you partake in the appraisal. I should be the one to apologize for overstepping." Master Feng responded with a grin. "Let's not push responsibilities upon one another. Let us join forces." With Master Feng's involvement, both began appraising different artifacts, significantly increasing their pace. Yang Bo no longer needed to announce the names of the items aloud, as his abilities had been validated and no one dared to question him further. By around 8 in the morning, the appraisal was finally completed. All items were meticulously categorized and arranged, and a comprehensive inventory had been printed. Yang Bo's work was finally accomplished. In truth, the appraisal was initially expected to last an entire day, with results only emerging by evening. However, due to Yang Bo's extraordinary speed and high standards, the progress was remarkably accelerated. Once the appraisal concluded, Captain Liang approached Yang Bo, expressing, "Brother Yang, you have truly worked hard. It is getting late. Let's go have breakfast together." Yang Bo waved his hand, stating, "It has just concluded." "Captain Liang, you are far too busy with work to leave the site. Captain Liang, somewhat embarrassed, replied, Brother Yang, I sincerely apologize for my previous doubts about your abilities. However, now I understand that your appraisal skills are indeed exceptional. Regardless of how busy one may be, there is always time for breakfast. I hope you will not find it burdensome. Yang Bo hesitated slightly, but Luo Yaohua approached and gently urged him, What are you thinking? Going out for a meal, one tea cost you anything. If you wish to remain in Jinling, it's always beneficial to meet more people. Yang Bo was taken aback, but soon realized the merit in Luo Yaohua's words. All right, let us go together then. Captain Liang's face lit up with joy. Wonderful. Brother Yang, please wash your hands first. I will make the arrangements right away. Luo Yaohua, standing nearby with a smile, added, Honestly, I must thank you as well. Not only have you assisted me in completing Yi Weiling's assignment, but you have also helped me crack a significant artifact smuggling case. This time, we have uncovered as many as 5 secondary cultural relics, which is quite an achievement. I am currently on a temporary assignment at the Municipal Bureau, engaged in administrative duties. Following this, a promotion may well be within reach. Yang Bo was previously unaware of Luo Yaohua's family background, but after conducting some online research over the past few days, he discovered that the director of the Jinling Public Security Bureau also bears the surname Luo. It must be Luo Yaohua's father. Congratulations are in order for Brother Luo. I shall rely on your guidance in the future. Yang Bo Taswali remarqued. Luo Yaohua waved his hand, reassuring him not to worry. Upon arriving at Chui Xiangge, a Cantonese restaurant renowned for its distinctive morning tea offerings, Yang Bo ordered crab roe buns, char siu buns, and a bowl of century egg and lean meat porridge. The group settled down to engage in light-hearted conversation when suddenly his phone rang, displaying his mother's number. Xiaobo, you must hurry. Your father is in critical condition. His mother's voice, laced with tears, echoed from the phone. Yang Bo felt his legs weaken, momentarily frozen in shock before he regained his composure. Mom, call for a doctor. Don't panic. I will be there immediately. He then shouted urgently to Luo Yaohua. Brother Luo, take me to the hospital. Luo Yaohua, caught mid-bite of char siu, quickly stood up. What happened? Although he was inquiring, his actions were swift. He grabbed the car keys from the table and dashed out. Team leader Liang promptly rose and offered, Where are we headed? I'll drive you in a police car. Chapter 41, Astonishment. The police car sped through the streets with sirens blaring, reaching the hospital in no time. Team leader Liang turned to ask, Do you need my assistance? Luo Yaohua exited the vehicle, tossing the car keys to Liang. Have someone bring the car back. When Yang Bo reached the hospital room, he found the bed empty, which left him momentarily stunned and filled with panic. As he rushed out, he encountered a nurse and grasped her arm, demanding, Where's the patient in this ward? The nurse, startled, shook off his grip and complained, You really ought to be more composed. That patient has been taken to the emergency room. Yang Bo was taken aback. He distinctly remembered that his father had been diagnosed with early-stage liver cancer just 2 days prior. How could he have suddenly been admitted to the emergency room? Just as he was about to inquire further, the nurse walked away, and Yang Bo's mind was flooded with anxiety as he sprinted toward the emergency room. His mother sat despondently on a bench outside the emergency room, her head bowed. Yang Bo rushed to her side, supporting her as he noticed her face stained with tears. Upon seeing him, his mother cried out, Xiaobo, it's all my fault. I should have taken better care of your father. Embracing his mother and gently comforting her, Yang Bo whispered, Mom, it's not your fault. It's not your fault. While he offered solace, his heart was in turmoil as he fixated on the illuminated light of the emergency room. Once his mother had calmed down somewhat, he asked, Mom, during the examination 2 days ago, didn't they say it was early-stage liver cancer? How could it have suddenly worsened? Hearing his question, his mother's head drooped even lower. It's all my fault. I gave your father food he shouldn't have had, which upset his stomach. It was only supposed to be a mild discomfort, but who could have known it would affect his liver? Yang Bo was somewhat taken aback and hurriedly asked, What did you feed him? Yang's mother hesitated for quite some time, nearly causing Yang Bo to leap up in anxiety. Before finally speaking, the leftover food from last night wasn't finished. This morning, I heated it for your father, but unfortunately, some of the dishes had already spoiled. Mother, this is not your fault. Yang Bo gently reassured her. Standing nearby, Luo Yaohua listened to their conversation, feeling a sense of frustration. He found it difficult to comprehend this line of thinking. Having been raised in a life of comfort, he never had to worry about finances, making it even harder for him to understand why Yang Bo's parents would consume spoiled food. He opened his mouth to question them, but paused at Yang Bo's demeanor. Realizing that his mother was already feeling guilty, further reproach would be futile. As the lights dimmed, the doctor emerged, and Yang Bo and his mother hurried over. Doctor, how did the surgery go? The doctor, visibly fatigued, grew serious upon seeing them. "You're the patient's family, I presume? Please refrain from giving the patient anything inappropriate to eat. Liver cancer is already spreading, and our current efforts aim to suppress that spread. You must understand that consuming unsuitable food can significantly accelerate the progression of the cancer." Yang Bo's mother turned pale, standing frozen in shock. Yang Bo quickly apologized. "Doctor, I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience. The surgery was relatively successful, but you must be cautious moving forward." The doctor, noticing Yang's mother's distress, chose not to chastise further, offering a brief admonition before turning to leave. Supporting his mother, Yang Bo softly consoled her. "It's all right, mother. Just be mindful in the future. Don't take the doctor's words to heart. They often exaggerate for the sake of caution. Luo Ji's family has doctors, so they surely understand." Luo Yaohua, perceiving Yang Bo's expression, quickly nodded in agreement. "Yes, Auntie Debo is right. Much of what doctors say can be misleading. We cannot take everything at face value." Yang Bo's mother appeared somewhat reassured, yet guilt still weighed heavily on her. "Regarding that Duan inkstone crafted by Gu Ernyang, do you wish to take it over?" Yang Bo sighed softly and suddenly inquired. Luo Yaohua was momentarily taken aback. Although they had discussed it previously, he had noticed Yang Bo had not mentioned it since, leading him to believe Yang Bo had reconsidered. To his surprise, Yang Bo brought it up again, prompting an excited response from him. "Of course." Luo Yaohua smiled. "In fact, I have long inquired about the price of Duan inkstones. One with a carved dragon motif sold for 4,200,000. Another, inscribed by Wu Changshuo and collected by Shun Xiu, fetched nearly 3 million at auction. These represent the pinnacle of pricing. The inkstone crafted by Gu Ernyang is top tier among Duan inkstones. I can offer you a price of 3,500,000. What do you think?" Yang Bo remained silent, fully aware that Luo Yaohua's offer was quite reasonable. Since their private transaction would incur no taxes, the amount he would ultimately receive might not differ much from an auction sale. He had not intended to auction it off initially, but the recent events made him realize he needed to ensure his parents could live more comfortably. A high-end hospital room does not provide much in the way of security. Only by preparing sufficient cash could he offer his parents the comfort of knowing they had enough to eat, thus preventing them from resorting to spoiled food. All right. Without much hesitation, Yang Bo resolved to proceed with the sale, determined not to delay any further. "I will prepare, and I shall give you the money this afternoon." Luo Yaohua chuckled. "No rush. Accompany me to buy a refrigerator for the hospital room first. A refrigerator can hold some fruits and fresh milk. It is quite hot these days," Yang Bo explained. "What heat? It is already September. The temperatures will soon drop, and it will no longer be necessary," Yang's father interjected. Yang Bo chuckled. "Having already bought it, can we still return it?" With that, he plugged in the refrigerator and approached his parents. He produced a card and handed it to his mother. "Mom, this card holds some money. Please use it for Dad's treatment expenses." Yang's mother waved her hand, saying, "You keep the money. I might lose it." "Mom, you take it." Yang Bo insisted, pushing the card into her hands. His mother then inquired, "Xiao Bo, how much money is on this card?" 1 million, Yang Bo replied. "What?" Both parents were taken aback by the magnitude of the sum. Chapter 42, An Incident. Yang's mother fixed her gaze on Yang Bo. "Xiao Bo, we must not engage in illegal activities." Yang's father looked at Yang Bo with concern as well. Despite Yang Bo having previously given them hundreds of thousands, this time it was 1 million, an amount he had never earned in his lifetime. Yang Bo shook his head, smiling. "Mom, rest assured, how could I possibly do anything illegal? Just the other day, I bought an inkstone and sold it for over 1 million. Yang's father rejected the card, saying, "I cannot accept this card. Your earnings should be for your own expenses. Your father and I are getting old, and we have not left you much inheritance. You must rely on yourself for the future." Nonetheless, Yang Bo pressed the card into his mother's hands, saying with a smile, "Since I can earn money now, I will surely be able to do so in the future. You need not worry." Yang's mother weighed the card in her hand, seemingly attempting to gauge its balance. "How much is on this card?" 100,000, Yang Bo replied. Holding the card, Yang's mother appeared momentarily stunned before finally speaking. "Xiao Bo, you can earn money better than your brother. He is already 26 this year, and he..." "Do not mention him any further," Yang's father interrupted sharply, cutting off his wife's words. Yang Bo fell silent. He understood his mother's intentions. She wished to provide for Yang Lang. He harbored no animosity towards Yang Lang. Previously, he had wanted to take Yang Lang to the city to care for their parents. However, Yang Lang had resolutely left, leaving him feeling helpless. This also extinguished his desire to give Yang Lang money. If a person is unfilial, he cannot expect much affection in return, even if he were to give money. it would likely result in no good deeds. Mom, I understand your meaning. It is not that I wish to neglect him, but given his current state, can giving him this 1 million truly compel him to marry and start a family? Young Bo spoke. Yang's mother fell silent for a moment before responding. In that case, there must be some hope. Yang Bo said little more, but his sentiments had been conveyed. Yang's mother wore a troubled expression. Her palms bore the weight of concern, as her eldest son had always been rather mischievous, naturally drawing more attention. The atmosphere in the hospital room felt heavy, with the television broadcasting news from Jinling. In the early hours of today, the Jinling police, acting on intelligence leads, conducted a search of a private residence, where they uncovered an underground artifact auction venue. They apprehended over 30 criminal suspects on the spot. The authorities summoned experts in artifact appraisal for immediate evaluations, resulting in the seizure of 5 second-class artifacts, 133 third-class artifacts, and numerous ordinary artifacts. Reportedly, this marks the largest bust of its kind in Jinling. As the scene shifted, a camera captured Yang Bo engaged in the appraisal of artifacts. Yang's mother, who had merely glanced at the screen, suddenly exclaimed, "Old man, look, that's Xiao Bo. He's on television." Yang's father looked up just in time to see a line of identification text on the screen. His eyesight failing, he asked, "What does that text mean?" Yang Bo turned around and noticed a beautiful young nurse entering the room, though she was not part of the staff in this ward. Curiosity piqued. He glanced at his parents. Yang's mother smiled and said, "Xiao Xian, are you here to see Xiao Yu? She is not here at the moment." Xiao Xian, appearing no older than 10, smiled sweetly and replied, "Annie, I heard that uncle was taken to the emergency room, so I came to see if you needed any help." Yang's mother seemed quite fond of the girl, walking over to take her hand. "Xiao Xian is such a good child, already so sensible at your age. Just like our Xiao Bo. What a wonderful daughter-in-law she would make for any family." Hearing this, Xiao Xian blushed and responded, "Auntie, it's too early for that." Yang Bo merely glanced at this exchange without further comment, though his mind was preoccupied with thoughts about his next steps. After receiving a substantial transfer of 350,000 yuan from Luo Yaohua, he had given his mother 110,000, leaving him with a considerable sum of 260,000 yuan. The prospect of securing sufficient medical funds had alleviated a heavy burden from his shoulders. With this weight lifted, Yang Bo found himself at a loss. Over 200,000 could afford a decent property, but what then? Marriage and children? He felt adrift in uncertainty. Just then, his phone rang, and he noticed that the nurse had already departed. "Yang Bo, have you ever participated in an auction?" Captain Liang inquired urgently. Yang Bo was taken aback, not concealing the fact that he had participated once. "Deputy Director Chu has already implicated you during the interrogation. This situation is rather troublesome. He seems unconcerned about escalating matters and is making baseless accusations." Captain Liang expressed his frustration. Yang Bo was astonished, fully aware that involvement in underground artifact trading was not a grave offense, typically attracting those with connections. In such situations, discretion was often the best course, as one could navigate their way out over time. Chu's actions, however, suggested a desire for greater chaos. What is he trying to achieve? Does he wish to jeopardize himself? Yang Bo asked. The dirt beneath him is far from clean. His current predicament has brought to light his misdeeds at the museum. Do you know what he did? He replaced genuine artifacts with forgeries from the museum, then attempted to auction them off with Mei Lao-san. Captain Liang elucidated. He confided that you once acquired a Han Dynasty jade dancer at an underground auction, which, in truth, he had pilfered from a museum. Otherwise, how could a deputy curator possibly conspire against a mere youth? As everything became clear, Yang Bo was drenched in cold sweat. "Captain Liang, how do we resolve this matter? The items in the museum will undoubtedly be scrutinized, yet some matters can always be clarified. Just remember one thing. You are my informant. Your participation in the auction was solely to gather clues," Captain Liang solemnly declared. Chapter 43, Tying Up Loose Ends. Xiao Xian smiled, well acquainted with Fang Yu, and understood her thoughts. Who among those admitted here does not aspire to ascend the social ladder? However, it is not merely about seeking favor. There are numerous benefits to be had. For instance, influential patients often bestow gifts upon nurses, leftovers from their lavish feasts, which are conspicuously absent in Uncle Yang's case. Reflecting on this, Xiao Xian chose not to disclose what she had previously overheard. She had chanced upon the scene, eavesdropping as the young man presented a 1 million yuan card to his mother. She was utterly astonished, for Fang Yu frequently lamented about the family's poverty and stinginess, complaining that no friends or relatives visited during their hospital stay, expressing despair over her lack of hope. Subsequently, she overheard the young man offering Uncle Yang 100,000 yuan card for expenses. The nonchalance with which he produced such a substantial sum bore an uncanny resemblance to the demeanor of a wealthy heir. Upon hearing the mention of television, curiosity piqued. Xia Tian entered the room, only to be met with another astonishing sight. The young man's introduction on the screen revealed him to be an expert in artifact appraisal. At that moment, she scrutinized him, expecting him to be in his mid-20s, but to her surprise, he was merely in his early 20s. Around her own age, his appearance was rather ordinary, with a subtle southern charm and a slender build. Yet this young man had just casually revealed over 1,000,000 yuan. He kept his head bowed, seemingly shy, and Xia Tian could not steal another glance, exchanging a few pleasantries before excusing herself. "Sister Yu, do you know what Uncle Yang's son does?" Xia Tian inquired of Fang Yu. Fang Yu, with her head down and a hint of impatience, replied, "How would I know? That boy is so thin and rarely speaks. Sigh, I just wonder when his family's money will run out and when they will move out." After uttering this, Fang Yu let out a lament, prompting Xia Tian to turn and leave. She had intended to submit her request for a job change, to take care of Uncle Yang's affairs while discreetly uncovering the details about that boy. It was not often that she encountered someone her age here, and even when she did, they were often spoiled. Of course, there were also many elite individuals, but Xia Tian was well aware that such elites seldom regarded them. The nurses, with any esteem. Unbeknownst to Yang Bo, a young girl harbored thoughts of him. Upon entering the municipal bureau, Captain Liang arranged for someone to assist him in recording his statement, and Luo Yaohua, clad in a police uniform, rushed over to take a look. With such a backing, Yang Bo finally exhaled in relief. He had never anticipated becoming embroiled in this case. After completing the record, Yang Bo inquired for directions and found Luo Yaohua's office. Stepping inside, Luo Yaohua, clad in police attire and lounging with one leg crossed over the other, was engrossed in a book. The air conditioning was set low, and a steaming teacup sat on the desk. Yang Bo approached and glanced over, only to discover it was a Sherlock Holmes novel. However, he noted that Luo Yaohua had merely flipped through a few pages before bursting into laughter, implying that if he couldn't read it, he should not persist. Luo Yaohua closed the book, cast a glance at Yang Bo, and shook his head, exclaiming, "Alas, one must strive to elevate their professional acumen." Yang Bo chuckled softly, questioning the utility of reading novels. After closing the book, "Do you even recall which page you reached?" Luo Yaohua was momentarily taken aback before laughing again. "You've seen right through me. How did the record go? Did they give you a hard time?" "Not at all. Our police officers are exceedingly amiable and courteous," Yang Bo replied as he took a seat, teasingly. Luo Yaohua refrained from elaborating, well aware that the public perception of police was not particularly favorable. Any department within the government interacting with grassroots levels seldom enjoyed a good reputation, and the internal issues were also undeniable. Suddenly, Yang Bo asked, "Mei Lao-san and Yuan Laudi have already been apprehended. I wonder if there is a D and a C?" Luo Yaohua was momentarily stunned, admitting he had not heard anything about that. After a brief pause, he continued, "By the way, during the auction, there were two individuals who constantly raised the bids. It seems both are going down now." Yang Bo was taken aback. Did team leader Liang not mention that only Deputy Curator Chu would be implicated? "I'm not entirely sure. It appears that one of them secretly exchanged items within the museum, while the other provided replicas. They worked together quite harmoniously," Luo Yaohua explained. Yang Bo was astonished to learn that the two were colluding, and it made sense why he often saw them in each other's company. Previously, when he visited the Bogutang to find Li Ling, he was not well acquainted with Jia Huairan, having only heard Li Ling mention that the business at Bogutang was not thriving. Yet, Jia Huairan seemed to be living quite comfortably. It turned out that the issue lay here. Yang Bo was further astonished and remarked, "Brother Luo, the jade dancer I sold to you a few days ago is still in your possession, right?" "Indeed," Luo Yaohua replied. "Deputy Curator Chu has explained that the jade dancer from that day must be treated as stolen property. I will return the money to you, and you can give me back the jade dancer." Yang Bo clarified, "If this matter is not handled properly, it will remain a loose end." Luo Yaohua hesitated, but found it difficult to refuse, exclaiming, "I have only just obtained it, and have yet to enjoy it for a few days." Chapter 44, Currency of Cloth. Yang Bo transferred the funds and retrieved the jade dancer from Luo Yaohua, handing it over to team leader Liang. After a busy afternoon, Yang Bo had a light meal before heading to the hospital. Upon awakening, he found it had grown dark. Glancing at the time, he realized it was already past 8 o'clock. He had initially intended to deliver dinner to his parents, but now it was too late, and they had likely already eaten. After some consideration, he decided to call the restaurant downstairs and ordered a nourishing soup. After washing his face and changing out of his slippers, he slipped into his shoes, feeling something hard beneath his feet. Suddenly, he recalled the ancient coins he had obtained amidst the chaos and quickly withdrew his foot to retrieve the coins. Upon acquiring the ancient coin, Yangbo discovered it encrusted with mud, obscuring its features. Surprisingly, after a day nestled within his shoe, it had been polished considerably. Initially indifferent, he now scrutinized the coin closely and noted the unsightly black stains marring his white socks. The coin, resembling a spade, boasted a round head, shoulders, and feet, akin to a round-footed cloth currency, and featured 3 circular holes, hence its designation as the 3-hole cloth coin. Yangbo retrieved a soft cloth and tenderly polished the coin for quite some time, eventually revealing the 2 characters inscribed upon it, Wu Yang. He was momentarily taken aback, excitement illuminating his face as his lips twitched into a smile. Holding the coin before his eyes, its luster gradually ascended, coalescing in the center, deepening in thickness until it ultimately manifested fully. Yangbo, estimating its heft, found his smile even more radiant. This is a 3-hole cloth coin from the Warring States period, he exclaimed to himself. With renewed diligence, he continued to polish the coin until it gleamed satisfactorily. Finally, he secured it with a red string and placed it into his wallet for safekeeping. Descending to retrieve the soup that had been prepared, he hailed a taxi to the hospital. Upon entering, Yangbo was taken aback to find his parents savoring the soup. It was 9 o'clock, and according to their usual routine, they were on the verge of retiring for the night, as they had no habit of indulging in late-night snacks. Xiaobo, what brings you here? His mother inquired, then added, come quickly, this soup is from Xia Tian. You must try it. Approaching, Yangbo observed that they were enjoying a spiced carp soup, and curiosity prompted him to ask, Mom, did you buy this? His mother replied with a slight smile, no. It was sent by Xia Tian. She mentioned she had made too much and wanted us to sample it. Yangbo nodded gently, withholding further comments. Although he was unaware of the dynamics between nurses and patients, he found it peculiar that it was typically the patients who gifted items to the nurses, not the other way around. Moreover, the privileges in the high-ranking patient ward were considerably better. His family had never given gifts to the nurses. So why would they send soup? Was it the nurse from this morning? He inquired again. Indeed, Xia Tian is truly a wonderful girl. Whoever marries her will be truly fortunate for life, his mother remarked. Yangbo sensed an underlying implication in her words, yet chose not to elaborate. He lifted the thermos in his hand and said, I just bought some soup. You can save this for tomorrow morning. Glancing at the small refrigerator nearby, he remained silent, having grasped his parents' intentions. However, he was still young and had no urgency to contemplate marriage or children. Entering the nurses' lounge, he found 2 nurses engaged in conversation. Fang Yu, who was caring for his father, was absent, but the young lady from the morning was present, presumably the one who had delivered the soup. Knocking gently on the door, he smiled as the 2 nurses turned to him. I apologize for the interruption, he said, stepping inside. Lifting the thermos, he added, my mother prepared some soup for you. Xia Tian smiled warmly, while another round-faced nurse stood up, her eyes twinkling with amusement. You're not thinking of pursuing our Xia Tian, are you? Yangbo approached and lifted the lid, releasing a fragrant aroma into the air. The round-faced nurse, unable to contain her curiosity, hurried over and inquired, what kind of soup is this? It smells delightful. It's a soup made with poria, walnut, and lean meat, Yangbo explained, suddenly aware of his own hunger. Though he refrained from elaborating further. It's beneficial for liver health and beauty, the plump nurse remarked with a smile, eagerly fetching a bowl. Yangbo served her a portion and then turned to Xia Tian, suggesting, you should have some too. Oh, Xia Tian replied, fetching her own bowl. Did you cook this? She asked suddenly. Yangbo chuckled, but remained silent. He could not cook and had merely fabricated an excuse about his mother preparing the soup, not wanting to delve into details. However, the girl knew that his mother had been in the hospital and could not possibly have made the soup. You seem quite young. You must still be in school, right? Winning over our Xia Tian isn't an easy feat. The round-faced nurse teased while sipping her soup. Yangbo responded with a smile. I am merely carrying out my duty. Feel free to think what you wish. Xia Tian shot a glare at the nurse, exclaiming, what nonsense are you spouting? After they finished their soup, Yangbo collected the thermos, noting the late hour. You should rest now. I'll see you out, Xia Tian offered. Yangbo was about to decline, but she added, I need to check on the room as well. The round-faced nurse chuckled lightly. Once outside, Xia Tian's face was still flushed, appearing somewhat embarrassed and annoyed. She shot Yangbo a glare, saying it's all your fault. Looking down, she noticed the red envelope in Yangbo's hand, her eyes widening in surprise. She scolded softly, what are you doing? Uncle Yang and the others have treated me well. What does making soup for them count for? If you bring it out again, I will tell Uncle. Yangbo awkwardly stepped into the elevator. The reason he had offered the red envelope was to avoid owing a favor, but after being refused, he thought it better to let it go. In this society, who could truly avoid accumulating debts of gratitude? After returning home, he had dinner, freshened up, and went to bed once more. The following morning, after washing up and tidying his room, Yangbo was about to take breakfast to his parents when his phone rang. Yangbo, Jia Huiran has gone in. Boss Lu exclaimed on the other end. Yes, I heard, Yangbo replied. But did you know that Bo Gutang is up for transfer? Boss Lu inquired further. Yangbo was taken aback. Transfer? Haven't you considered taking over? Boss Lu pressed. Chapter 45. He is the protagonist. Upon arriving at Xia Tian, Yangbo found Boss Lu and Chao Yuanda seated in the lobby, sipping tea while waiting. Boss Lu pointed at Yangbo, who was hurrying over, and chuckled. Yuanda, see? I told you he would come. You didn't believe me. Chao Yuanda, slender in build, leaned against his chair, making it appear as though two could fit in it. Yangbo, have you truly made up your mind to take over? Without acknowledging Boss Lu, Chao Yuanda turned directly to Yangbo, kissing him on the cheek. To say you don't want to take over is nonsense. Yangbo had worked as an assistant in the antique shop for 2 years, often fantasizing about one day owning his own store. He never expected that this dream might soon become a reality. Chao Yuanda placed his cup down, leaned back, and turned to look at Boss Lu. Alas, today's youth are excessively eager for quick success. Few can truly settle down to pursue scholarly endeavors. Boss Lu chuckled and retorted, You yourself have left the ivory tower. Do you still expect the young to starve in the pursuit of knowledge? That was in the past. The world has changed. No one would undertake such a path anymore. He then gestured toward Yangbo, saying, Look at this fine young talent. If he could spend a few years running an antique shop, it would be no less beneficial than remaining in the ivory tower. Yet, one must understand that staying in the ivory tower is far more conducive to cultivating renown. Over the years, why is it that despite our similar expertise, my reputation surpasses yours? It is precisely because I have remained in the ivory tower. Upon uttering these words, Chao Yuanda rendered Boss Lu speechless, for he spoke the truth. They were of equal caliber, yet Chao Yuanda, as a professor from a prestigious university, garnered greater attention, while others could only introduce Lu Yangyu as a mere faux collector. A slight difference in perception resulted in vastly different treatment. Lu Yangyu's expression soured as he turned to Yangbo, saying, You should handle this as you see fit. Yangbo had not anticipated such disparity. However, for him, the prospect of nurturing ambition in the ivory tower felt hollow. And to truly make a name for oneself would require at least a decade or two. The academic path was fraught with challenges, endless papers, relentless networking, and a constant struggle to advance. Chao Yuanda looked at Yangbo and remarked, You did not pursue an undergraduate degree. If you wish to study further, I can recommend you to a somewhat lesser university for 2 years of undergraduate studies, after which you could apply for my graduate program. Yangbo, already disenchanted with this route, felt even less inclined upon hearing Chao Yuanda's suggestion. Completing 4 years of coursework in just 2 years would undoubtedly be arduous. And according to Chao Yuanda, pursuing a master's degree would also require passing a standardized examination. The journey appeared excessively long and fraught with uncertainties. After a brief moment of contemplation, Yangbo bowed slightly to Chao Yuanda, expressing, Thank you, Professor Chao, but I have been away from school for 2 years. My mind has wandered, and returning to textbooks will not be so simple. Just as Chao Yuanda was about to offer further encouragement, he was interrupted by Lu Yangyu. Yangbo is quite right. Learning can occur anywhere. Does not attending school mean one should cease reading altogether? He then deftly shifted the conversation, asking, by the way, how much would it cost to take over Xia Tian? Lu Yangyu paused momentarily, then looked up and replied, I had not considered it thoroughly earlier. You must prepare yourself mentally. This amount will not be insignificant. Yangbo nodded, aware that he currently possessed over 2,300,000. Calculating, he thought it might be sufficient. The transfer fee could range between 4 to 500,000, and the shop contained many valuable items. Acquiring the whole would likely exceed $1 million. As he spoke, Lu Yangyu found himself momentarily stunned, for he was well aware of Yangbo's financial situation. He had sold a few items through him, but had not earned much, certainly far from that price point. Lu Yangyu turned to Yangbo, noting his astonishment, and quickly waved his hand, saying, Perhaps we should reconsider. It was my folly to invite you without proper thought. This sum would indeed be exorbitant. Gao Zhuang, with a hint of pride, chuckled heartily, Lu Yangyu, you truly are amusing. How could you possibly engage in such a foolish endeavor. Lu Yangyu, with a touch of helplessness on his face, replied, "It wasn't my intention to plot against you for that inkstone. I genuinely had not considered the costs, as I instinctively thought you were quite suitable." Upon hearing this, Chao Yuanda was momentarily taken aback. "Lu Yangyu, what do you mean? What inkstone? What scheme?" "Yang Bo holds a Gu Ernyang Pamlong inkstone," Lu Yangyu explained. Upon hearing this name, without further elaboration, Chao Yuanda suddenly realized and was astounded. "What did you say? Gu Ernyang's inkstone? Where is it? Quickly, bring it forth for our admiration." Yang Bo, seated nearby, felt somewhat exasperated as the two engaged in their exchange, leaving him no opportunity to speak. "I've already made the purchase, so my funds should suffice." "What? You've already made the purchase? To whom did you sell it? How could it happen so swiftly?" Lu Yangyu exclaimed, rising in surprise and hastening to Yang Bo, almost gripping his neck. "I sold it to Luo Yaohua to cover medical expenses," Yang Bo explained. "Ah." Lu Yangyu smacked his thigh. "I was simply too reserved. Had I known, I would have spoken up sooner." Chao Yuanda, unabashed, pointed and laughed heartily. "Reserved? If you were reserved, then no one would dare be otherwise." After conversing for a while, the trio made their way to Xia Tian. Yang Bo paused at the entrance, glancing around before stepping inside. Upon entering, they found two individuals seated in the hall, Li Ling and another middle-aged woman. Upon seeing Lu Yangyu and the others arrive, Li Ling promptly rose, saying, "Boss Lu, Professor Gao, greeting." He then turned to the middle-aged woman, introducing, "Aunt, this is Boss Lu from Xia Tian and Professor Chao Yuanda from Jinling University. They are both esteemed appraisers." The middle-aged woman stood and nodded in acknowledgement. Though she said little, it was evident to all that she was likely Jia Huiran's wife. Li Ling was somewhat taken aback by Boss Lu's presence. Tasked by his aunt to handle the transfer of Xia Tian, he felt immense pressure, and now he was surprised to see someone who already owned a shop wanting to get involved. They exchanged greetings, and when it came to Yang Bo, Li Ling's expression grew complex. While he was not entirely uninformed, he had heard that Yang Bo seemed to be involved in this matter. "Hello." Yang Bo greeted with a smile, extending his hand. Their relationship had always been amicable, yet upon this reunion, it felt strangely distant. "Bo, have you joined Boss Lu?" Li Ling inquired with a smile. "No, he is the protagonist today," Lu Yangyu clarified. Li Ling was taken aback, his hand suspended mid-air, caught in a moment of astonishment. Chapter 46, Negotiation. Lu Yangyu laughed. Why could it not be possible? Li Ling remained stunned. He was unaware of many unfolding events and did not know that Yang Bo had gained significantly, having raised funds for medical expenses with a surplus. Hearing Lu Yangyu's question now instilled in him an instinctive sense that Yang Bo might indeed be capable of taking over. Is this truly possible? Li Ling turned to Yang Bo, a hint of awkwardness evident in his smile. Is it really like this? Yang Bo gazed at Li Ling, feeling a wave of sentimentality. Yet the rift in their relationship seemed irreparable. "Indeed, I wish to take over the Bogutang," he confessed. "Do you realize the transfer fee is between 7 to 800,000? All the items in the store must also be transferred. Can you afford it?" Li Ling remained incredulous, reluctant to accept this daunting reality. Yang Bo paused briefly before suggesting, "Let us discuss the price directly." Li Ling's eyes widened in irritation. He felt as though he was being toyed with, yet he was curious to see Yang Bo's expression when he ultimately could not afford the agreed sum. "All right, let's negotiate," Li Ling responded without consulting his aunt. Yang Bo nodded and took a seat. The news of the Bogutang's transfer was likely fresh, and they needed to act swiftly to secure the opportunity. The lease for the Bogutang had been signed for 10 years, with 7 years remaining. The rent was paid annually, and this year's rent had already been settled, so there was no need for concern. The transfer fee stood at 700,000, with all the assorted antiques included, totaling 2,300,000, culminating in 3 million altogether. Li Ling fixed his gaze on Yang Bo, confidently quoting a price he had likely prearranged. Although Yang Bo had spent 2 years in the antique shop, his understanding of these figures was limited. However, he was aware that Boss Lu had previously estimated the transfer fee at 500,000, indicating that there was room for negotiation. The price is significantly elevated. Everyone knows the market rates for transfer fees on this street. As for the store's furnishings, I will undoubtedly need to renovate, which may involve replacing many items. Thus, the price is indeed too steep, Yang Bo remarked. "Big Bo, we are acquaintances, and I would never wish you harm. The Bogutang brand has been established on this street for over a decade. Its reputation is well known. This name alone is worth 2 to 300,000, representing intangible assets." Li Ling asserted. "Intangible assets?" Yang Bo chuckled incredulously. Given Jia Huiran's involvement in forgery, the brand had become a laughingstock in the industry, and such intangible assets could be considered a liability. If we are including the brand in the valuation, let us do this. You can remove the sign, and I shall replace it. Just deduct 200,000 from the total price as a concession. Li Ling was taken aback, utterly unprepared for Yang Bo's astute counter. It was the middle-aged woman sitting silently beside them who finally spoke up. Li Ling, we must certainly remove that sign. It represents your uncle's lifelong efforts. We cannot so easily relinquish it to them. Li Ling turned to his aunt, nodding helplessly, feeling a surge of frustration. He hesitated to convey to her that the brand had already tarnished. Lu Yangyu and Chao Yuanda exchanged glances, both astonished. They had not anticipated Yang Bo's adeptness in such negotiations. Perhaps he truly was suited for running an antique shop after all? Li Ling looked at Yang Bo, asking, "How much can you offer? If it is too little, then we need not continue this discussion." Yang Bo paid no heed to these distractions and stated, "The transfer fee is 300,000. As for the items within the store, they cannot be accounted for in such a simplistic manner. We must verify and appraise each one individually." Li Ling glanced at his aunt. To be candid, he was reluctant to see the antique shop sold, yet his aunt was insistent on this course of action. With his uncle incarcerated, she was eager to facilitate his early release, which undoubtedly required some financial maneuvering. This urgency was the driving force behind her desire to divest. 300,000 is far too low. Li Ling shook his head. Lu Yangyu cleared his throat. "How about this? Let's temporarily set aside the discussion of the transfer fee. Given the limited discrepancies between us, we should first inventory the items in the store. That is of paramount importance." Li Ling hesitated slightly, but eventually nodded in agreement. He was not entirely clear on the quantity of items in the store. The figures he had mentioned, 200,000 and 300,000, were merely offhand estimates, and conducting an inventory seemed a prudent course of action. The treasures within the antique shop were numerous, and it was not a task that could be completed in haste. Moreover, it required meticulous recording of item names and prices, transforming it into a monumental undertaking. Fortunately, Professor Chao Yuanda was well equipped with manpower. After a brief phone call, 2 men and a woman, 3 students, arrived in approximately 40 minutes. Professor Chao smiled at the trio. "Today, I assure you, your trip will not be in vain. The taxi fare will be reimbursed by this esteemed owner, and you shall receive your wages from him as well. Should there be any grievances regarding your pay, I shall assist you in reclaiming what is due." Yang Bo wore a wry smile. "Professor Chao, please spare us the jest. I will cover the taxi fare and the wages. How about 300 for a day's work?" 500, Professor Chao replied, spreading out his fingers. "I cannot toil without compensation. Surely, there must be a commission involved." The others chuckled, appreciating Professor Chao's humor. Subsequently, each of the 3 students was paired with a recorder, and they commenced the process of evaluation and appraisal. In truth, the value of antiques is not as fixed as that of ordinary goods. It varies significantly across different regions and markets. As the trio conducted their appraisals, they primarily referenced auction prices from the past 2 years, subsequently reducing this figure by 30%. Auction prices often exhibit a bubble effect, particularly during major auctions where competitive bidding can inflate final sale prices, leading to lower market transaction values. The graduate student trailing behind Yang Bo initially displayed a lackadaisical attitude, but as the pace quickened, he found himself compelled to adopt a more serious demeanor. His gaze towards Yang Bo filled with admiration as he noted Yang Bo's remarkable speed, which even surpassed that of Professor Chao. With assistants at hand, the 3 worked collaboratively and, after more than 2 hours, completed the inventory of all items. Yang Bo ultimately aggregated the data, estimating the total value to be around 1,300,000. He certainly would not disclose this figure to Li Ling, but it provided him with a clearer understanding. If the final valuation did not exceed 1,600,000, he would find it acceptable. Once again seated at the negotiation table, both parties adopted a more earnest demeanor, each presenting their lists of goods and commencing the item-by-item negotiations. Chapter 47, Taking Over. This is a landscape painting by Tang Bohu, valued at 30,000. This one is a replica, worth 300. The fish pattern jar from the Mingzhou kiln is valued at 50,000. However, it is merely a replica, utterly worthless. Amidst the clamor of disagreement, the price gradually became clear. The 2 engaged in an extensive discussion that lasted over an hour. The final sum astonished Li Ling, 1,080,000. Yang Bo was equally taken aback, surprised by his own eloquence in negotiating such a low price. Li Ling immediately expressed his discontent, exclaiming, "This is impossible." Boss Lu raised his hand to signal Li Ling. "There is nothing impossible about this. This figure reflects the agreement you both reached earlier. The purpose of this is merely to illustrate the true value of these items. Naturally, when Yang Bo takes over, the price will inevitably rise." Li Ling muttered, "This is far too low." He then turned to his aunt. While he was somewhat more adept at negotiations, he could not make the final call. This matter required his aunt's judgment. The middle-aged woman, though not particularly knowledgeable in these matters, was clear-headed and frowned. "This price is exceedingly low. Our old Jia has managed this place for many years. Even if he hasn't achieved great success, he has at least made a name here. Many seek to acquire this establishment." Lu Yangyu smiled. "Does Madame Jia not feel anxious? If Mr. Jia cannot be rescued, what significance does acquiring more funds hold?" Madame Jia said little more. "The price you offer is far too low. I have no desire to haggle. I will set a firm price of 2 million. Yang Bo maintained a gentle smile. 2 million was nearly within his acceptable range. Yet he sensed that the other party might still concede a bit more. He spoke, "Madame Jia, we have met twice. We all express our deep regrets regarding Mr. Jia's situation and wish to do whatever we can to assist him. 1,800,000. Yang Bo paused. "If Madame Jia agrees, we can sign the contract today, with cash transferred immediately." Madame Jia hesitated slightly, gesturing for Li Ling to remain silent. Very well. She entrusted the drafting of the contract to professionals. After a phone call, a lawyer arrived to draft the agreement. Upon signing, Yang Bo transferred 1,800,000 without delay. As a result, only a little over 500,000 remained in Yang Bo's account. A sudden reduction that stung momentarily, but soon excitement took hold. A soldier who does not aspire to become a general is not a good soldier. Similarly, a clerk who does not desire to become a boss is not a commendable clerk. Yang Bo had successfully transitioned from being a clerk to the owner of an antique shop. He vividly recalled the intensity of Li Ling's gaze during the bank transfer. After acquiring the keys, Yang Bo contacted a locksmith company to replace all the locks. Chow Yuanda chuckled. "So, when will the payment be settled?" Yang Bo was momentarily startled, then noticed the 3 students who had come to assist sitting in the corner. He promptly replied, "We will settle it now. I am committed to honest business practices, fair to young and old alike." Boss Lu pointed at Yang Bo and laughed. "You are not ignorant of the market. In this line of work, can you truly claim to be fair to all? Do you not know how profits are made in the antique business?" "Of course I do." Yang Bo chucklet. After withdrawing cash and handing it over to 3 graduate students, Yang Bo invited a few others to dine with him. During the meal, he took the opportunity to seek advice from Boss Lu. Having once been an assistant, he was well acquainted with the intricacies of the antique shop, yet his perspective was limited, and many matters were beyond his comprehension compared to that of the owner. "Do not rush to open the store. First, you must undertake renovations. The old sign must certainly be replaced, which necessitates a fitting name. The interior design style needs to be finalized, especially concerning the safe upstairs," Boss Lu stated, exhibiting his considerable expertise and continuing to elaborate extensively. When Yang Bo was an assistant, he primarily focused on the owner's thoughts, with little say in business transactions. Most negotiations were not conducted by him, and his main task was likely to serve tea. Listening to Boss Lu's earnest advice, Yang Bo felt compelled to jot down notes. After Lu finished speaking, Yang Bo inquired, "How much will the renovations cost?" "Perhaps 200 to 300,000, Lu replied. "What?" Yang Bo nearly leaped in surprise. With dwindling funds, the prospect of such expenditure filled him with trepidation. "The costs are substantial, primarily due to the safe upstairs. Since you currently have no alternative storage, it is best to ensure the safe is of good quality, along with a surveillance system," Lu added. Yang Bo nodded in agreement, recognizing the validity of this point. This conversation proved immensely beneficial for Yang Bo. After bidding farewell to his companions, he called his mother and hurried to the hospital. This time, he did not bring soup. Upon arriving at the hospital, he found that his father was not in the ward, prompting a sense of urgency. He rushed to the nurse's lounge, where he coincidentally encountered Xia Tian. "Xia Tian, where's my dad?" he inquired. To his surprise, his question was met with a chorus of hushed giggles from the room. Although Yang Bo had yet to experience romance, he was perceptive enough to grasp the laughter's implications, likely stemming from the soup he had delivered the previous night, which may have given rise to rumors. After offering a hasty apology, he quickly made his way to the garden, where he spotted his parents supporting each other from a distance. He hesitated, contemplating how to address the matter or whether to remain silent. After some contemplation, he decided to conceal the situation, as the investment was considerable. If it succeeded, all would be well. If it failed, His mother would undoubtedly berate him for an extended period. Just as he approached his parents, his phone rang, revealing a call from Luo Yaohua. Are you free tonight? What's the matter? Master Yi is hosting a banquet to express his gratitude for everyone's assistance. As a key contributor, shouldn't you attend? All right. Just let me know the time and place, Yangbo replied. Oh, by the way, I took over an antique shop today, the Old Bogotang. You must be aware. You acquired that shop? Luo Yaohua expressed surprise. You see, I have a friend who had been eyeing it for a long time. He even visited this afternoon to have a look, and I had no idea it had already been taken over. I didn't expect it would be you. Chapter 48. You shall handle his affairs. Upon meeting his parents, Yangbo inquired about their recent dietary habits, once again persuading them not to be frugal with their expenditures, assuring them that he would cover the subsequent costs. Yang's mother gazed at him, squinting her eyes with a smile, and remarked, You needn't concern yourself with meals. If you ask me, that girl Xia Tian is truly commendable. She brings soup and congee in the evenings, and she's quite lovely, not at all flirtatious. Everything about her is just right. Yangbo pretended not to grasp his mother's implication, nodding in agreement. Indeed, she is quite dedicated. Oh, my child. Yang's mother expressed some urgency. Xiao Xian is not even from our ward, and besides, how many nurses deliver soup and congee to patients? Yangbo could no longer evade the topic and had to clarify, Mom, I'm only 20 this year. Even if I were to marry, that is still quite a way off. Yang's mother frowned. Who said you must marry right now? You should date first, with more women than men nowadays. Many will end up single. If you don't find someone now, it won't be as easy later. Yangbo felt a bit helpless, Mom. Please don't rush me. Do I seem like that type of person? Yes. His mother firmly nodded. You have always been introverted, and your interactions with girls have been few. You haven't even had a relationship. How can I not be anxious? Yangbo was at a loss for words and could only wave his hand. I have things to do tonight. I've already called the restaurant, and they will deliver the prepared soup. Oh, Xiaobo, don't be hasty. Aren't you busy tonight? Yang's mother called out as he ran off. Yang's father, seated on the steps, listened to their exchange and couldn't help but chuckle. Don't be too anxious. Let the child have some time to consider. He is still young and quite capable. Do you really need to worry about him finding a wife in the future? Have you not considered that if Xiaobo becomes successful, he might find someone even better? Yang's mother paused for a moment, finding some merit in his words. Though she retorted, that is all speculative. Am I supposed to harm him? Upon exiting the hospital, Yangbo let go of such thoughts. At that moment, his mind was not preoccupied with romantic endeavors. With the opening of his antique shop approaching and an uncertain future ahead, he was solely focused on ensuring the success of the business. Upon returning to the antique shop, Yangbo closed the door and began to organize his items. During the appraisal process, he discovered several misidentified pieces, which he considered fortunate finds. Before long, he took out a blue and white plum vase. This vase lacked a base mark and had been priced as a Republican porcelain piece. However, as the light gathered around it, he discerned that this vase was distinctly from the Ming Dynasty's Longqing period. Though not a masterpiece, it had appreciated significantly in value. Calculating based on Republican porcelain prices, the vase was worth merely 2,000 yuan, but as a Longqing piece, it could fetch at least 40 to 50,000. Yangbo felt a surge of excitement as he secured the vase. He then picked up a calligraphy painting, which was in excellent condition, adorned with a red seal. The seal bore the name Nan Yunshan Xiao, and though Li Ling was unfamiliar with this artist, he ultimately priced it at 21,000 yuan. Yangbo later inquired with Lu Yangyu to gain clarity about the artist, who was somewhat renowned during the Qing dynasty. This artist, named Wen Dian, was the great-grandson of the illustrious Ming dynasty painter Wen Zhengming, and his name, as well as his courtesy name, sounded rather peculiar. Nevertheless, for an artist capable of etching their name into history, the value of their work should far exceed such trivialities, potentially doubling or even tripling in worth. After tidying up and conducting a thorough inspection, Yangbo pondered on how to refurbish the shop. It was only when the bell chimed that he hastily attended to his grooming before heading to the banquet venue. The Qinhuai River is the cradle of Jinling's culture, a gathering place for noble families since the Six Dynasties, bustling with merchants and scholars, with Confucianism flourishing, earning a reputation as the golden powder of the Six Dynasties. The banquet location chosen by Yi Weilin was a boat on the upper reaches of the Qinhuai River. By the time Yangbo arrived, night had fallen, and the lanterns were aglow, with tourists milling about. He swiftly located the boat and boarded without difficulty, fully aware of his status, which prompted him to arrive a bit earlier. To his surprise, Luo Yaohua and Yi Weilin were already seated at the table. Upon seeing Yangbo's arrival, Yi Weilin greeted him with a smile and clasped his hands, saying, "Thank you, Brother Yang. I have heard from Yaohua that you have made significant contributions." Yang Bo quickly waved his hand, stating, "I merely lent a helping hand. It is primarily Yi Xiao's strategic direction and Luo Gu's coordination that enabled us to dismantle such malevolent forces." Yi Weilin laughed heartily, waving his hand dismissively. "I cannot claim any credit. How could I not have merit when Yi Gu is ridding the people of Jinling from harm?" Luo Yaohua chimed in. Hearing such flattery, Yi Weilin couldn't help but laugh, and the atmosphere in the room grew increasingly harmonious. Before long, Professor Chao Yuanda entered the boat, prompting everyone to rise in greeting. After exchanging pleasantries, Chao Yuanda took a seat at the secondary position. Yang Bo, self-aware, opted to sit at the end of the table, speaking little and attentively listening to the conversations around him. The final arrivals were a middle-aged man accompanied by Captain Liang and Yuan Yeji. Yang Bo realized the man's identity when Luo Yaohua called out Dad. Once the three settled in, Yi Weilin called for the dishes to be served, and Yang Bo understood that all banquet attendees had now arrived. Regardless of the others' polite exchanges, Yang Bo spoke infrequently, focusing on the dishes before him. Yuan Yeji, unable to contain herself, remarked, "Haven't you eaten or something?" Yang Bo nodded. "What of it? Your manner of eating is rather unappealing." Yuan Yeji insisted. Yang Bo chose not to engage further and continued eating, which exasperated Yuan Yeji to the point of stomping her foot. "What were you doing before? Still in school?" Yuan Yeji queried again. Yang Bo lifted his gaze. "You are a police officer. You cannot just arbitrarily check household registration records, can you?" Yuan Yeji glared. "How could that be? What nonsense are you speaking?" Between Chao Yuanda and Yang Bo sat Luo Yaohua. Smiling, watched the interaction and asked, "Is everything all right with your father?" Chao Yuanda nodded slightly, adding, "I have friends in the medical field. If you need assistance, feel free to reach out." Yang Bo nodded eagerly, pleasantly surprised, knowing that having an additional avenue for help is always beneficial. Yi Weilin seemed to have heard the conversation and inquired further. Yang Bo provided a brief explanation, only to hear Yi Weilin dismissively wave his hand, saying, "These are trivial matters. Leave the arrangements for the doctor to me. Xiao Luo, you take care of this and make sure it is done well." This was originally a task that Luo Yaohua had voluntarily undertaken, and despite his usually amiable demeanor, he could only nod helplessly. All right. Chapter 49, The Invitation. Luo Yaohua felt quite vexed, as he had already agreed to assist Yang Bo in finding a good doctor, not anticipating that Yi Weilin would step in to play the benefactor. Director Luo, with a faint smile, asked Yi Weilin, "How has your father been lately?" Yi Weilin nodded. "He is doing splendidly, able to eat and sleep well, and is full of vigor at work. I can't fathom how a man in his 50s still has so much energy." Director Luo smiled awkwardly, realizing he was of a similar age to Yi Weilin's father, yet still 2 ranks below him, feeling somewhat embarrassed by Yi Weilin's remarks. Seemingly oblivious to the awkwardness, Yi Weilin extended his arm, revealing a fragrant sandalwood bracelet on his wrist. "My father has taken quite a liking to bracelets lately. This one I borrowed from his room." Director Luo chuckled. "Playing with bracelets? Is that sandalwood?" "Indeed," Yi Weilin affirmed, turning to Professor Chao Yuanda. "What do you think of my bracelet, Professor Chao?" Professor Chao did not take the sandalwood bracelet, but allowed Yi Weilin to hold it, examining it closely and even sniffing it before nodding. "The aroma is rich, and the color is splendid. Quite impressive." Yi Weilin beamed. Professor Chao truly knows his stuff. This bracelet was indeed consecrated by a master. Yang Bo, sitting nearby, suddenly realized why Professor Chao hadn't touched it. After consecration, it is customary for no one but the owner to handle it. Professor Chao is remarkable. His expertise is truly exceptional. Everyone chimed in with a few empty praises. Yang Bo then noticed Director Luo retrieving a white jade guanine statue from around his neck to show to Professor Chao. Luo Yaohua, meanwhile, showcased his own small purple sandalwood bracelet, laughing, "Every time I dine with Professor Chao, it brings me joy knowing he can assist in authenticating my little trinkets, which I have meticulously prepared for quite some time." Yang Bo observed that Yuan Yeji had also revealed a jade bracelet on her wrist, the pale wrist resembling frosted snow. She gracefully sidestepped past Yang Bo, a faint fragrance wafting through the air. Yang Bo felt slightly intoxicated, not having anticipated such delightful benefits from dining with Professor Chao. After everyone had finished their evaluations, Yuan Yeji, noticing Yang Bo's lack of participation, suddenly asked, "Why hasn't Xiao Yang brought anything to show?" Surely he knows Professor Chow will assist with appraisals at the dining table? An awkward silence enveloped the room. Luo Yaohua was the first to recover, laughing heartily. Yang Bo is practically an expert himself. He can authenticate items independently. Why would he trouble Professor Chow? Professor Chow added. Not merely practically. I believe Yang Bo's skill has surpassed that of many authentication specialists. Yang Bo turned to glance at Yuan Yezi, noticing a faint blush on her face, indicative of both embarrassment and a hint of regret. He couldn't help but smile inwardly, thinking how petty young women can be. Professor Chow, you flatter me. I too have brought an item today, yet I hesitated because, unlike others who wore their possessions unobtrusively around their necks or on their wrists, mine seemed rather conspicuous. Why hesitate any longer? Just bring it out, Luo Yaohua urged eagerly. Curiosity piqued. Everyone leaned forward to see what Yang Bo would produce. He retrieved his wallet from his pocket and took out a shovel-shaped cloth coin. But instead of presenting it like the others, he handed it directly to Chow Yuanda. Chow Yuanda accepted it with one hand, teasingly remarking, "Now, this is subtle indeed. Bringing it in a wallet is quite a novel approach." Laughter erupted among the group, alleviating much of the earlier awkwardness. Upon seeing the cloth coin, Yi Weilin couldn't help but share an embarrassing story of his own. However, his timing suggested a veiled jab at Yang Bo, hinting that the cloth coin was somewhat beneath notice. Yuan Yezi, initially intent on putting Yang Bo in a difficult position, felt her irritation rise at Yi Weilin's comment. She interjected, "While I may not be an expert, I understand that some coins are valuable, and perhaps Yang Bo's ancient coin is indeed a rare find." After saying this, she turned to Yang Bo, noticing that he remained indifferent, engrossed in his food and drink, which only fueled her annoyance. Having just graduated and joined the police force, she was merely 2 years Yang Bo's senior. Since joining the team, she had been treated like a little princess, yet her strong-willed nature compelled her to take the lead in situations. Upon encountering someone younger, like Yang Bo, she felt an urge to protect him, but he seemed oblivious to her intentions, which frustrated her further. Yi Weilin was momentarily at a loss for words. Yet knowing Yuan Yezi for quite some time, he dared not speak harshly. Finally, Chow Yuanda broke the silence, declaring, "This cloth coin has a remarkable provenance. It is a Wuyong one-tail cloth coin minted during the Warring States period in Zhao. Ancient coins are esteemed treasures," Luo Yaohua exclaimed in astonishment. Even those unfamiliar with ancient coins recognized that the 50 treasures of ancient coins were the highly coveted prize among collectors in the realm of numismatics. Surprise washed over the crowd, and Yi Weilin stood up, incredulously exclaiming, "No way. Brother Yang, are you trying to embarrass me?" Noticing Yang Bo attempting to explain, Yi Weilin waved his hand dismissively, joking, "But you truly are impressive." Yang Bo quickly replied, "Professor Chow, I only acquired this recently. I haven't had the chance to examine it closely." Meanwhile, Captain Liang, who had been quiet and seemingly inconspicuous, cast a glance at Yang Bo and then at the ancient coin. He recalled that during the raid on the underground auction site, they had indeed found a bag of ancient coins. Could this coin possibly have originated from that very bag? After all, when they arrived on the scene, the ancient coins had been scattered about. With this thought, Captain Liang could no longer contain himself. If Yang Bo had previously participated in the auction, he might not hold the moral high ground. If he had indeed covertly taken a coin, who would be the wiser? Yang Bo felt a surge of interest. The industry exchange meeting promised to broaden his horizons, and he was certainly inclined to attend. However, upon recalling his father's impending surgery, he inquired, "Might I ask when it is scheduled? My father is due for surgery shortly." "There's no rush, no rush. This matter is still a month away," replied Chow Yuanda. The following day, Yang Bo rose early, procured breakfast, and hurried to the hospital, for the previous night's gathering had concluded rather early. He had discussed the renovation with Luo Yaohua, requesting his assistance in securing a professional construction team, which was to conduct a site visit during the day, necessitating his presence. Upon arriving at the hospital, Yang Bo encountered his father's attending physician and promptly approached him to extend his greetings before inquiring about his father's condition. Dr. Liu, a man in his 40s with gold-rimmed glasses, remarked, "Your father's constitution is somewhat compromised. However, he has been responding well to recent care. It is crucial to avoid any undue stress or agitation. Presently, he seems to be faring much better than I had anticipated. Initially, we planned the surgery for a month from now, but should his recovery proceed well, we may consider an earlier date. You must prepare accordingly." Yang Bo expressed his gratitude. "I truly appreciate your assistance. Generally, cancer cells tend to spread rapidly. Can the medication effectively control my father's condition?" To be candid, maintaining control is quite challenging, which is why I advocated for an earlier surgery. Nevertheless, given your father's less than ideal health, we decided on a plan that involves both treatment and observation, Dr. Liu elucidated. Yangbo nodded appreciatively. I am deeply grateful for your efforts. Do you have some time in the next few days? I have reserved a table at the Jinling Hotel. Before Yangbo could finish, Dr. Liu waved his hand in dismissal. There's no need for formality. Treating your father will incur substantial expenses, and I understand your situation. Rest assured, we shall fulfill our responsibilities diligently. With that, Dr. Liu turned and departed. After delivering the meal and engaging in conversation with his parents, Yangbo took his leave once more. A wave of guilt washed over him. In times of financial struggle, he had always aspired to bring his father for treatment and remain by his parents' side. Yet now that prosperity had graced him, time seemed to elude him. Without further contemplation, upon reaching the store, Yangbo packed valuable items in boxes and transported them to his rental apartment. Upon returning to the antique shop, the design team had already arrived on site. Yangbo engaged with them, discussing the interior design aesthetics, the safe on the upper level, and the storefront signage. The professionals exhibited a high level of expertise, offering numerous suggestions regarding the layout. Having settled on the interior design style, one of the designers pointed to various furnishings within, stating, Boss Yang, it would be prudent to relocate these bookshelves. It's not that I doubt the quality of our workers, but given the circumstances, should anything go missing or become damaged, it would be difficult to clarify. It is best that you move these out. Yangbo nodded in understanding, assuring them, rest assured, these will definitely be removed. As for the signage, the designer inquired, have you decided on the name for the shop? Will you be seeking a calligrapher to craft the sign? These details need your confirmation so that we can coordinate with an advertising agency effectively. Yangbo finally realized that he had indeed oversimplified the situation. There was no need to rush into making a sign. For now, he would focus on tidying up the store and preparing the design plan before commencing the interior renovations. After walking around the shop a couple of times, he had just locked the door when he turned to find Guobapi loitering outside. Boss Gua? Yangbo inquired. Guobapi approached, surprised to see him working here. Hasn't Jia Huiran been arrested? Has a new owner taken over? Yangbo nodded affirmatively, confirming the change in ownership. Guobapi hesitated slightly before asking, how much is the new boss paying you each month? Are you regretting not taking that $1,000,000-a-year salary? Yangbo chucklet, realizing that Guobapi was unaware of his takeover of the shop. It's not $1,000,000, but it's a considerable increase. Guobapi smiled wryly, is that so? As long as it's an increase, you should be making around 5,000 or 6,000, right? About that, Yangbo replied. Guobapi sighed dramatically, feigning concern, alas. Your education is a bit lacking. If only you had a bachelor's degree, your salary could rise significantly. Yangbo responded, it's certainly better than before. Guobapi's expression shifted slightly. Yangbo's constant emphasis on his higher salary evidently made him uncomfortable. Not wanting to continue the conversation, Guobapi remarked, just work hard and strive to open your own antique shop one day. Yangbo watched as Guobapi left, shaking his head with a smile. Liu Liangyu, siping te. Couldn't he resist teasing? Oh, Boss Yang, what brings you to this little shop? Yangbo forced a smile. Brother Liu, are you mocking me? Liu Liangyu laughed. Don't add old to my name. Do I look that old? With a month or so, if all goes well, it could be done in half that time. Liu Liangyu lounged in his chair, not bothering to rise, gesturing for Yangbo to pour himself some tea. Liu Liangyu chuckled. Is that your true intention? After a moment of thought, he added, I have a property by Xuanwu Lake that I Haven Tea occupied. You could store your items there. Yangbo was taken aback. A house by the lake was certainly not a trivial matter, nor inexpensive. He anticipated Liu Liangyu's substantial wealth, realizing that the antique shop held great potential. Seeing Yangbo's reaction, Liu Liangyu teased. What? Are you considering buying a place too? Yangbo shrugged. I lack the funds. Suddenly, Liu Liangyu stood up. Leaning towards Yangbo, you could trade that 3-hole cloth coin. Let's make a deal. How large is the house? Yangbo hesitated, but eventually inquired. Liu Liangyu fixed his gaze on Yangbo. The building is by the lake, 160 square meters, plus 2 parking spaces, worth nearly 280,000 in the market. And I will even give you 60,000 in cash. Yangbo's heart raced. Property prices were continually rising, while the value of ancient coins had increased at a slower pace. Yet, ancient coins could be passed down as family heirlooms, unlike a house. Weighing the pros and cons left Yangbo in a quandary. His parents' well-being and his own comfort and dignity were paramount. After a brief moment of contemplation, he nodded. Let's do it. Great. Liu Liangyu exclaimed with excitement. However, there is one more condition. Yangbo added. Go ahead. Liu Liangyu responded with a serious demeanor. Chapter 51. Journey to Guangling. Yangbo chuckled. It is not a significant matter. I simply need a sign for my shop. Are you looking for someone to write the sign? Lu Yangyu inquired. Yangbo nodded indeed. Lu Yangyu's face broke into a relaxed smile. You should have mentioned it earlier. You startled me. With a laugh, he added, did you not know that Chao Yuanda's calligraphy is quite exceptional? Yangbo expressed his surprise. What level is he at? He is a council member of the National Calligraphers Association. Yangbo felt a pang of regret. I could have approached him myself. It would have yielded the same result. Lu Yangyu burst into laughter. Quick, hand over the 3-piece cloth currency. I shall accompany you to transfer the ownership. I haven't brought it. I will give it to you this afternoon, Yangbo replied helplessly. Lu Yangyu did not press the issue, saying, let us go. I will drive you to deliver the antiques. Rest assured, do you not trust my character? They enlisted a moving company to pack and organize the items in the shop, especially wrapping each piece of porcelain thickly. Yangbo and Lu Yangyu supervised the entire process, ensuring the items were transported to the community. Upon entering the room, Yangbo realized Lu Yangyu was a person of integrity, as the interior was newly decorated and the furniture was covered, indicating a lack of signs of life within. The house and parking space are valued at $2,800,000, but I spent over $400,000 on renovations. How about it? No regrets, right? Lu Yangyu laughed. Yangbo nodded with a smile. Quite impressive. Lu Yangyu chuckled heartily, feeling a sense of pride, for he had already received the 3-piece cloth currency from Yangbo. They moved the living room carpet aside, folding it into 2 layers, allowing the workers to bring the items in. At that moment, the carpet served as excellent protection. By the afternoon, all the items had been moved, while the original furniture from the shop had been sold by Yangbo. After completing the transfer procedures, the two finally found a restaurant to sit down. Yangbo slumped onto the sofa, exhausted, while Lu Yangyu sat there, sipping tea, indifferent to the arrival of dishes. Yangbo suddenly asked, Brother Lu, if my shop opens, won't it affect your business? You're helping me so much. Is that truly all right? Lu Yangyu set down his cup and laughed. Do you believe that running an antique shop is highly profitable? Is it not? Yangbo recalled the previous year when Guobapi's shop made a substantial profit. You only see the shop. You do not observe what lies beyond. Lu Yangyu explained. Yangbo reminded Buzlet, prompting Lu Yangyu to elaborate. It appears that everyone is running antique shops, but how much they actually earn remains a mystery to outsiders. The success of an antique shop cannot merely be gauged by foot traffic. Many shop owners rely on customers who enter their stores to conduct business, which can yield profits, but typically not substantial income. Can you truly expect others to bring genuine artifacts to an antique store? It is essential to recognize that many prefer auction houses, where higher prices are offered. My experience teaches that one must venture out, cultivate friendships, and gain insights through exchanges and transactions with fellow collectors to broaden one's horizons and uncover more opportunities in the process. Yangbo nodded sleepily, admitting his ignorance regarding the situation. Previously, he had observed Guopapi engaging in leisurely conversations over tea with various collectors at the shop, deeming him somewhat unproductive. However, in retrospect, it seemed that those very gatherings had forged opportunities. Yangbo lifted his gaze, stating his intention to oversee the ongoing renovations. Such matters are trivial. We now have specialized supervisory companies. You merely need to hire one, Lu Yangyu replied. Do not concern yourself with these details. I will be heading to Guangling the day after tomorrow. You should accompany me. Yangbo paused momentarily, asking, to Guangling. Indeed, Lu Yangyu affirmed. A friend there has contacted me, requesting assistance in evaluating some properties. This endeavor will certainly be rewarding. After contemplating, Yangbo nodded. Very well, I shall accompany you. Finally, Yangbo freed an entire day to remain at the hospital with his parents. He refrained from hastily informing them about the house change, wishing instead to surprise them once his father was discharged and recovered. When his mother had some leisure, she would visit the market for groceries, returning to prepare soup and meals in the kitchen downstairs. Despite the simplicity of her dishes, they were undoubtedly cleaner and more hygienic. Yangbo was sent by his mother to deliver soup to nurse Xiaoxian, only to be met with playful teasing. Guangling, a city rich in historical and cultural significance, holds an esteemed position in history. During the Tang dynasty, it was often referred to as a prosperous town, one yielding the first, two yielding the second, and was renowned for its wealth. A 2-hour drive from Jinling brought them to the heart of Guangling, where Lu Yangyu navigated with ease, swiftly turning into a narrow lane lined with blue bricks. The vehicle halted outside a courtyard of blue bricks. Lu Yangyu gestured towards the alley, stating, just beyond lies the former residence of Zhu Ziqing, but we must first attend to business. With that, he placed a call. Shortly thereafter, a black wooden door swung open, revealing a middle-aged man who, upon seeing Lu Liangyu, greeted him with a smile. "Mr. Lu, we have awaited your arrival." Lu Liangyu approached, shaking the man's hand. "Old Wang, it has been quite some time. You seem to have rejuvenated." Wang Qingmin shook his head, quipping, "Your eyes are no match for your tongue." Lu Liangyu gestured towards Yang Bo, introducing, "This is Yang Bo. Do not be misled by his youth. He is remarkably capable." Wang Qingmin shook Yang Bo's hand, exclaiming, "A pleasure to meet you." He then turned back to Lu Liangyu, saying, "Let us proceed inside for tea." Yang Bo followed the two men indoors, unperturbed by any perceived condescension, recognizing that his youth warranted skepticism. The courtyard was less grand than he had envisioned. The ground was paved with tiles, worn smooth by the passage of time. A pomegranate tree, laden with vibrant red fruits, stood within the courtyard, which was clean and tidy, evoking a sense of the passage of time rather than decay. Upon entering the living room, they found another individual already seated. A tall square table bore a painting, and the man was engrossed in examining it, oblivious to their arrival. Lu Liangyu pointed to the table to indicate the artwork. Wang Qingmin nodded eagerly, confirming that it was indeed the painting in question. Yang Bo smiled, acknowledging his limited expertise in art appraisal, as he had devoted little time to it. Instead, he found himself captivated by the deep red hardwood furniture within the room. After acquiring the house, Yang Bo has been contemplating the arrangement of the study's desk, pondering whether antique, elegant furniture might be a more fitting choice. Chapter 52, A Misstep in Brushwork. Yang Bo had yet to take a careful look at the interior decor when a figure stood upright and turned to face several individuals, frowning slightly. "Old Wang, what do you mean by this?" There was a hint of embarrassment on Old Wang's face. "Old you, this is Mr. Lu Liangyu from Jinling. There exists an unwritten rule in the industry. Once an appraiser has been invited for an evaluation, it is rare to seek another, to avoid conflicting opinions and potential disputes." Wang Qingmin had originally invited them separately, and Yuda was supposed to arrive a few days earlier, but due to prior engagements, he fortuitously encountered them now. Upon Mr. Lu Liangyu's arrival, there was little change in his expression, as if he was accustomed to such situations. Yuda, having heard of Lu Liangyu's reputation, appeared slightly more at ease and nodded to him. "Hello." Yuda thought to himself that this was preferable, yet he also understood that if he conceded now, it would become increasingly difficult for him to navigate the circle in the future, as avoiding confrontation might imply a lack of confidence and capability, leading others to doubt his expertise. "Mr. Lu, shall we proceed together?" Yuda suggested nonchalantly. "Very well," Lu Liangyu replied, moving forward. Yambo refrained from Appraiser, opting instead for a chair. Noticing Wang Qingmin smiling, he realized that regardless of the coincidence, Wang Qingmin must have played a role in orchestrating this meeting. After all, everyone had contacted him prior to their arrival, and Wang Qingmin could have easily facilitated the gathering. The inscription in the lower right corner of the painting read, "Moonlight Painting, dedicated to Mr. Tong for his appreciation by the 75-year-old Jin Nong, accompanied by the seal Jin Ji." Yang Bo recognized the painting, suddenly recalling that Moonlight Painting was indeed the piece housed in the Jinling Museum. Upon closer inspection, he observed that the painting featured a solitary full moon, its surface marked by undulating shadows, while radiant beams of red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple emanated from its circumference. In typical artworks, the moon often serves as a supplementary element. However, in this piece, it boldly assumes the role of the sole protagonist, a rarity in the realm of painting and calligraphy. Given that the Jinling Museum already possessed the authentic piece, one would logically surmise that this painting could be classified as a copy, raising the question of whether further appraisal was warranted. Yang Bo glanced over at Yu and Lu, noting their calm demeanor as they sat in their chairs, prompting him to smile lightly. Indeed, cultivating one's composure is an art form in itself. As he observed, the moonlight painting gradually radiated delicate strands of light, coalescing above the artwork to form a halo. Yang Bo furrowed his brow, as he initially envisioned the halo to be quite thin, yet to his astonishment, its thickness suggested that the painting might date back to the Qianlong era. Surprised, he turned his gaze back to the inscription, feeling a twinge of uncertainty. "Mr. Yu, what is your opinion on this painting?" Lu Liangyu inquired. Yuda pondered briefly, acknowledging that the Jinling Museum indeed possessed a moonlight painting, and this piece appeared to bear no differences, likely a work of imitation. He offered this remark, but chose not to elaborate further. Recognizing that artists rarely replicate their works in exactitude, unless they are engaged in copying. Wang Qingmin appeared somewhat displeased. Could it be possible that two identical paintings exist? This artwork has been passed down through my family for many years. The Moonlight Map is indeed regarded as a representative work of Jin Nong, whose most distinctive feature lies in his unique script. He ingeniously combined regular and clerical styles in his calligraphy, which is referred to as lacquer script. This painting also bears an inscription, yet the characters appear soft and feeble, seemingly a mere imitation. Lu Yangyu offered a brief explanation. Wang Qingmin, fixated on the artwork, continued to elaborate. This painting has been in my family for 200 to 300 years. I have indeed seen the one at the Jinling Museum, and it bears a striking resemblance. But could there be other possibilities? Is it conceivable that Master Jin Nong created two entirely identical works? Yudao glanced at Wang Qingmin, pondering the lack of alternative explanations. It is vital to understand that ancient artists operated under entirely different principles than modern ones. They would not produce multiple pieces solely for profit. While some contemporary artists may replicate award-winning works for commercial gain, such practices were never embraced by their predecessors. This painting can only be a copy. There are no other possibilities. You might as well abandon that hope. Given the paper's yellowing, it is likely a copy from the Qing dynasty, which might fetch a modest price. Yu Da's words were blunt and unyielding, leaving Wang Qingmin increasingly despondent. He turned to Lu Yangyu. Mr. Lu, do you think there could be any special circumstances? Lu Yangyu paused briefly, inquiring whether Mr. Yu had a different perspective. What was Mr. Yu's family's background? Yang Bo had remained silent until now, and at this moment, it seemed everyone had forgotten him. This painting's preservation suggests that Mr. Wang's family must have been landowners, Yuda interjected. Yang Bo disregarded this comment and asked again, Mr. Wang, are you aware of the matters I inquired about? Wang Qingmin shook his head, stating that after so many years and without a family genealogy, it was impossible to ascertain. Moreover, the family's wealth began during my grandfather's lifetime, which was already in the late Qing era. Mr. Wang, might your ancestors have been friends with Jin Nong, or perhaps his servants? Yang Bo queried. Wang Qingmin was momentarily taken aback. Young man, what do you mean? I believe this painting could be genuine. Yang Bo pointed to the artwork, adding, of course, it could also be a forgery. His assertion left the three others momentarily stunned, perplexed by the apparent contradiction in his statement. Young man, you must not speak without understanding. How can something be both true and false? Yuda turned to Yang Bo. Wang Qingmin had completely overlooked Yang Bo's name, thus forgetting it in this moment. Indeed, how could something be both real and fake? Lu Yangyu regarded Yang Bo, but remained silent, intrigued by what he had discovered. Yang Bo smiled, pointing at the Moonlight Map. I wonder if anyone has noticed the traces of alteration at the top of this painting. Traces of alteration? His words piqued everyone's curiosity. Lu Yangyu looked in the direction Yang Bo indicated and indeed observed several hastily made strokes, seemingly attempting to cover up a mistake in execution. Wang Qingmin scrutinized the painting closely, as if he detected something. But what can this signify? Yuda furrowed his brow and inquired. Jin Nong, one of the 8 eccentrics of Yangzhou, had already garnered considerable fame during his lifetime. What would such a distinguished painter do if he were to produce a flawed painting in his twilight years? Yang Bo pointed to the smudges on the artwork and asked with a smile. Chapter 53, Return to the Ghost Market. Tear it up, Wang Qingmin declared. Under what circumstances would one refrain from tearing it? Yang Bo continued his questioning. The crowd fell silent. For Yang Bo's implication was quite clear. This painting was likely a discarded work of Jin Nong, an artifact produced during his creative process. Perhaps it was neglected and subsequently taken by a servant, or perhaps a friend had seen it and claimed it. Regardless of the scenario, this painting had been preserved. This effectively elucidated the issue concerning the inscriptions on the artwork, for Jin Nong would not inscribe his name on a discarded piece. The inscriptions and comments were evidently added later. Lu Yangyu turned to Wang Qingmin and asked, Mr. Wang, you have consistently maintained that this painting is authentic. Have you conducted a carbon-14 test? Wang Qingmin hesitated slightly and nodded, confirming that a test had indeed been performed, revealing that the painting likely dated back to around the Qianlong era. Yang Bo gazed at the painting, secretly astonished. Was it possible that his own eyes had undergone a carbon-14 test? Yuda, visibly displeased, complained, Mr. Wang, that is rather unkind of you. Since the results were obtained, why did you not inform us sooner? Wang Qingmin, somewhat embarrassed, remained silent. He likely wished for the appraisers to reach a conclusion first before confirming. Yet he had not anticipated the significant confusion this painting would evoke, as most people would not consider such possibilities. Wang Qingmin turned to Yang Bo and asked, Brother Yang, Are you suggesting that this moonlight picture is indeed authentic? Mr. Wang, this is a discarded draft. It is merely uncertain who added the inscriptions and seals. However, upon reflection, these embellishments have imparted greater narrative depth to the painting. Yangbo elucidatet. Wang Qingmin promptly nodded and turned to Lu Liangyu, expressing gratitude. I must thank Mr. Lu for bringing such an expert here. Yu scoffed quietly, but refrained from speaking. Wang Qingmin smiled. Yangbo is still young, and his reputation has yet to flourish outside. Oh, is that so? Truly remarkable. Wang Qingmin, having received the desired affirmation, began to extol Yangbo. Growing weary of the flattery, nodded slightly and resumed surveying his surroundings. Before long, the conversation concluded, and Wang Qingmin distributed red envelopes to the three individuals. Yangbo, somewhat surprised, accepted without demur, squeezing the envelopes to gauge their weight, and smiled, thinking that this visit had not been in vain. Is he not eager to elicit such conjectures from us? I suspect he had this planned all along, which is why he summoned us for this charade. Mark my words. I believe this painting will soon be auctioned. Lu Yanyu looked at Yangbo in astonishment. You have seen through this. However, had he not discovered this, I might have truly regarded this painting as a forgery. Having spoken, Lu Yanyu produced a red envelope, gently squeezing it, revealing a sum of 20,000 yuan, which was quite commendable. Yangbo also grasped the envelope, yet lacking experience, he could not squeeze it open and was compelled to tear it apart, extracting the red bills within, 20,000 in total. Holding the banknotes, Yangbo felt a wave of sentimentality, reminiscing about times when he earned merely over 20,000 in an entire year. Now, with just a fleeting exchange of words, he had secured the same amount. The contrast was indeed striking. It was no wonder Lu Yangyu remarked that the art of making money lies beyond. Yangbo, attending to his parents, sought out numerous professional books to begin his studies. He also embarked on renovation work, visiting Chao Yuanda, from whom he obtained a pre-prepared sign. 2 days swiftly passed, and once again, it was time for the ghost market. That evening, Yangbo retired early to rest, and when the bell rang, he did not hesitate, hastily riding his bicycle towards the market. At that moment, he truly appreciated the advantages of having a vehicle, although he lacked a driver's license, rendering the purchase somewhat futile. The ghost market buzzed with noise as Yangbo entered, his eyes scanning the various items on display. This time, he was already familiar with the terrain. Although the duration of his perceptive ability remained limited, he had ample time to select carefully and thus did not rush, observing the dazzling array of porcelain and jade artifacts. He contemplated silently. Yangbo, you have arrived. Suddenly, he heard someone behind him. Turning around, he found Guobapi standing there. Wasn't Boss Guo always reluctant to visit the ghost market? Yangbo recalled Guobapi's previous aversion to this place, while others might not understand the rationale. Yangbo was acutely aware that Guobapi seldom found valuable items here. He often ended up purchasing low-quality goods at inflated prices, leading to considerable losses and prompting his wife to confine him. Guobapi grinned, is that so? Did I ever mention that before? Yangbo smiled, but did not reiterate. Then, he heard Guobapi inquire, Xiaoyang, do you remember the specific stall where you found a bargain at the Confucius Temple Bird and Flower Market last time? Shall we go take a look together later? Yangbo was taken aback for a moment, then realized that Guobapi's visit to the ghost market was prompted by his own previous experience, especially since Lu Yangyu had exposed Yangbo's success, leading Guobapi to mistakenly believe that treasures could easily be found here. Yangbo waved his hand dismissively. I've already mentioned it last time, and I'm not sure if I'll have time later. Let us discuss it then. His words clearly rejected the proposition, yet Guobapi, undeterred, pressed on. All right then. I'll call you later. Yangbo reiterated his uncertainty. No worries, I'll call you. Guobapi repeated. Feeling exasperated, Yangbo quickened his pace, distancing himself from Guobapi. Not far ahead, a commotion erupted, drawing a crowd, but Yangbo remained unperturbed, continuing to scrutinize the items. The ghost market was rife with counterfeit goods, with many items appearing overtly fake, lacking any artistic merit. After a thorough glance around, Yangbo's hands remained empty. Noticing that the bustling crowd had yet to disperse, Yangbo approached and positioned himself at the periphery to observe. The throng was densely packed, and he could only faintly discern remarks about the bronze ding and heavy artifacts within. Surprised, Yangbo squeezed his way into the crowd and found a man striking the heavy ding, causing it to resonate with a deep hum. Everyone may take a look, the man proclaimed, but I can only stay here for an hour. After that, I must depart. As Yangbo's gaze lifted, he caught sight of a familiar, graceful figure. What brings you here? He inquired. Yuan Yezi flicked a stray lock of hair from her forehead, equally surprised. Are you suggesting I cannot come if you are here? Yangbo shook his head. I meant to ask if you have a particular interest in this bronze ding. Yuan Yezi smiled. What do you think piques my interest? With that, she encouraged, go on, take a look at this Shang and Zhou ding. Upon hearing her words, Yangbo realized that Yuan Yezi was also here on business. The domestic trade of bronze artifacts was prohibited, and most bronze dings on the market were likely problematic. If the ding before them were authenticated as genuine, it would undoubtedly be a first-class cultural relic. Yangbo nodded gently, scrutinizing the imposing ding before him. It stood half a meter tall, with a rounded body and 2 upright ears, exuding an aura of stability akin to a mountain. A 3-legged round ding, a heavy artifact from the Xia and Shang dynasties. The man struck the ding once more. Yuan Yezi tugged at Yangbo's sleeve, asking, what do you think? Yangbo murmured, I am not overly optimistic. At that moment, a middle-aged man entered, followed by a timid-looking man in his 30s, who appeared somewhat apprehensive. The middle-aged man, with a few strands of gray hair and dressed in a white shirt, resembled a university professor. He navigated through the crowd, nodding at the owner before carefully examining the ding. Yangbo's attention, however, was captivated by the shrinking figure behind him. Lier. The man turned at the sound of his name, a hint of confusion on his face, quickly replaced by recognition. Oh, it's you. How did things go that day? Yangbo observed Lier keenly, sensing his cunning nature. This seemingly innocuous question revealed that Lier had likely forgotten him. Yet Yangbo would not forget the individual who had led him to the underground auction. Lier, it has been quite some time. I must thank you for introducing me to Mei Lao San the other day. Yangboro Market. Lia Zudnli Apiavat en Lichtinet. No need for thanks. Did you find anything of value that day? It was rather satisfactory, Yangbo replied with a nod. Lier edged closer and spoke in a hushed tone. That place has already been sealed off, as you might know. If you seek similar venues in the future, do not hesitate to come to me. With that, he handed Yangbo the business card. Under the dim light, Yangbo glanced at it, noting only a simple name and phone number inscribed upon it. After presenting the card, Lier withdrew slightly, hands stuffed in his pockets, casting a somewhat lewd appearance. Yangbo leaned towards Yuan Yezi and whispered, have you made up your mind? What shall we do next? Retreat? In truth, Yangbo had merely cast a cursory glance at the bronze cauldron and immediately suspected that it was dubious. If it were authentic, the seller would hardly dare to brazenly exhibit it in the marketplace. After all, trafficking in first-class cultural relics is a grave offense. Most importantly, the aura emanating from the cauldron was far too feeble. It was evidently just a high-quality imitation. Before Yuan Yezi could respond, Lier seized Yangbo, who was about to leave, and asked, brother, do you have an eye for identifying bronze cauldrons? No worries, Lier quickly clarified, gesturing towards the middle-aged man. That gentleman can handle this sort of matter. Yangbo chuckled and shook his head. If a transaction were to occur, the sum would undoubtedly be substantial. In broad daylight, with so many eyes upon us, I doubt the other party could withstand such immense pressure. Lier glanced at the middle-aged man and noticed his growing impatience. Gritting his teeth, he said, brother, did you see? That man is Lu Dongxing. Yangbo was taken aback. Although he was not well-versed in external affairs, he was aware that Lu Dongxing was the owner of Xuxing Real Estate, the largest property development company in Jinling. Brother, do you understand? If you perform well today, you might just become Mr. Lu's appraiser. An annual salary of $1 million is not a dream. Lier spoke with fervor akin to a marketing trainer. Yangbo hesitated briefly before stepping forward. Yuan Yezi waved her hand, attempting to signal him to retreat, but it was already too late. Lu Dongxing scrutinized Yangbo and then turned to Lier, his expression rife with skepticism. Lier took a couple of steps closer and continued to flatter, Boss Lu. Do not be misled by his youth. He has already garnered significant renown in the antique circles of Jinling. Boss Lu glanced at Yangbo and murmured, young brother, lend us your discerning eye, and you will not be shortchanged afterward. Yangbo nodded slightly and turned his attention back to the bronze cauldron. At that moment, more people had gathered around, and the atmosphere was abuzz with voices. One individual was banging on the cauldron and shouting, Zhou Dynasty Bronze Cauldron, 3-legged round cauldron. I will be leaving in 20 minutes. Yangbo gently shook his head, his mind racing with thoughts that this was indeed the Zhou Dynasty Bronze Cauldron. However, before he could scrutinize it further, a commotion erupted behind him. Police are on the scene. Everyone, step aside. The owner, startled by the announcement, turned to glance behind him, abandoning all thoughts of the cauldron and attempting to flee. Squat down and do not move. A commanding voice rang out, and a lithe figure dashed forward, swiftly bringing the fleeing owner to the ground. Lu Dongxing was taken aback by this turn of events, but, being well acquainted with the ways of business, quickly regained his composure and turned to Lier, inquiring, "How did the police arrive here?" Lier was momentarily taken aback. Recognizing the graceful young woman who had spoken to Yang Bo had transformed into a police officer, he could not help but exclaim, "I don't know. It has been ages since the police appeared in the ghost market." Yang Bo observed Yuan Yezi as she subdued an assailant, yet he refrained from intervening. In their line of work, becoming too closely associated with the police was far from advantageous. He was certain that the vendors outside were already eager to vacate the premises, as most of the items they possessed were problematic and could not withstand scrutiny. If Yang Bo were to align himself with the police, it would spell the end of his business in this area. Chapter 55. Relatives. Yuan Yezi leaned against a white Jetta in front of the police station. "Get in. I'll give you a ride," she offered. Yang Bo did not decline and took the passenger seat. Having gone a night without sleep, fatigue began to set in. Rubbing his face, he inquired, "Have they been interrogated? Any leads?" They were part of a gang engaged in a series of crimes. The bronze ding they possessed was indeed a high-quality imitation, crafted and then buried underground, where it was doused with manure. In just over a year, it had taken on its current appearance. Yuan Yezi expertly started the car while explaining the interrogation results to Yang Bo. He nodded, acknowledging that this was indeed the simplest method for faking a bronze ding, yet he sensed that the matter was not so straightforward. What else could there be? Do they actually possess authentic bronzes from the Shang and Zhou dynasties? Yuan Yezi queried. "It is quite possible," Yang Bo replied. "I suspect the likelihood is significant, as this bronze ding is remarkably well crafted." "Did you interrogate them about whether this piece is a replica of one from a domestic museum?" "I completely forgot. I'll give him a call," Yuan Yezi said. Upon arriving at the hospital, Yang Bo opened the car door when Yuan Yezi suddenly spoke. "Is it inappropriate for me to pass by the hospital without entering?" After a moment's reflection, she realized that showing up empty-handed would not be ideal, so she asked, "Which room is my uncle in? I have time to visit." Initially, Yang Bo hesitated, feeling unfamiliar with her and reluctant to invite her to visit. However, he suddenly recalled that his father had been hospitalized for quite some time, and it was peculiar that no relatives had come see him. Perhaps allowing Yuan Yezi to visit would bring some cheerfulness, potentially uplifting his father's spirits. Thus, he relented and provided her with a room number. Before entering the room, Yang Bo sensed an unusual atmosphere. Today, it was not as quiet as usual, as laughter and chatter echoed from within. "Xiao Bo, you've grown even more handsome in the 2 years since we last met," his aunt remarked. Yang Bo felt a flush of embarrassment. Such a comment seemed ill-suited for him, but he accepted it nonetheless, acknowledging that he had not changed much. His other aunt was more pragmatic, directly asking, "Xiao Bo, your mother mentioned that you arranged for this private room. How did you manage to secure a single occupancy with an accompanying bed? Could you possibly help me get one as well? My mother recently suffered stroke, and the doctors advised she needs a quiet environment. Yet there are no serene rooms available in the hospital." Yang Bo approached and immediately noticed the various gifts arranged outside the hospital bed. The familial relationships were generally amicable, and help was readily offered. The hospital room had been secured through the assistance of a friend. "I can only make a call to inquire if there are any vacant rooms. I'm uncertain whether they will accommodate us," Yang Bo remarked, neither declining nor guaranteeing success, yet undeniably earning the admiration of his aunt. She nodded in response. "No worries. Proceed as you see fit. If you require financial assistance, do not hesitate to mention it. I will reimburse you for any expenses incurred." Yang Bo nodded. "I will do my utmost." He was acutely aware that once he made that call to Luo Yaohua, the likelihood of success was high, though there remained a possibility of failure. Moreover, if matters were resolved too effortlessly, it could create a false impression among relatives back home. What would happen when they came seeking help? The attention of the others briefly shifted before returning to Yang's father. His third uncle produced a card from his pocket. "Brother-in-law, I urged you to go to the hospital long ago. Back then, you hesitated to spend money. We have always been frugal for the sake of our elders and children, but health must take precedence." His eldest aunt also revealed a stack of cash from her bag. "Indeed, we cannot neglect treatment. Your family has faced challenges in recent years, primarily due to the eldest son's shortcomings, but thankfully there is still the second child. Once you recover, you can look forward to enjoying the blessings of Xiao Bo." The youngest aunt and other relatives followed suit, producing funds. Yang's mother refrained from accepting the money, yet her eyes glistened with tears. This past year, the family had scrimped and saved, all in hopes of affording treatment for Yang's father. They had contemplated seeking assistance from siblings, but each family had its own difficulties. While pooling together 30 to 40,000 might be feasible, raising 70 to 80,000 proved impossible. Consequently, Yang's father had resigned himself to a life of retirement at home, waiting for the inevitable. However, with Yang Bo's recent success and newfound income, hope had rekindled. Seeing Yang's mother decline the offer, his third uncle urged, "Sister, please accept it." "What? Everything is prepared?" The family was astonished. Just 2 years prior, Yang Bo had underperformed in his college entrance exams, and everyone lamented the fate of such a diligent young man. Yet, 2 years later, he was capable of producing tens of thousands. His third uncle turned to Yang Bo. "Xiao Bo, what are you doing now?" Yang Bo hesitated briefly, pondering the question. He had resigned from his position at the antique shop and was now essentially self-employed, operating as an individual entrepreneur. An individual entrepreneur? His third uncle inquired, intrigued. When did that profession become so lucrative? "I manage an antique shop and deal in antiques." Yang Bo explained. "Antiques? Running an antique shop? That must yield considerable profits." His third aunt gasped in surprise. "Profits are substantial, but losses can be significant as well." Yang Bo replied. Chapter 56. Overthinking. His third uncle remained unconvinced and handed over the card, saying, "Sister, please take this. Since Xiao Bo has entered the field and is earning money, that is commendable. However, there are inherent risks. Keep this money for nutritious food. Do not solely focus on saving, lest you wear yourself out." Yang's mother remained obstinate in her refusal. "Little Bo has truly prepared all this money, so you need not worry. We have been eating and sleeping well these past few days. Look, I have even gained some weight." Just as she spoke, Xia Tian stepped into the room with a thermal container. Upon noticing the room filled with people, she was momentarily startled but quickly regained her composure. "Auntie, we have relatives here." Yang's mother instantly beamed with joy, exclaiming, "Xiao Xian, come in." As Xiao Xian entered and spotted Yang Bo on the periphery of the crowd, she nodded slightly before proceeding to the foot of the bed, extending the thermal container to Yang's mother. "Auntie, I brought chicken soup for Uncle. Please take it. I will take my leave now. Don't be in such a hurry to leave." Yang's mother replied, taking the container while gesturing to several individuals to introduce them. "This is my eldest aunt, my second aunt." After completing the introductions, Yang's mother turned to the crowd, saying, "During these days in the hospital, Little Bo has been busy outside, and we owe much to Xiao Xian for her care." Everyone turned their gaze toward Yi Xiao Xian. With her exquisite features and charming appearance, clad in a pristine white nurse's uniform, she appeared even more delightful. The crowd exchanged smiles, understanding Yang's mother's intent. The second aunt remarked, "What a beautiful young lady. And at such a fitting age, quite a match." Though Yi Xiao Xian had her own thoughts, she was still a young girl. Being openly addressed in such a manner made her cheeks flush with embarrassment, prompting her to exclaim, "Auntie, I still have patients to tend to. I must take my leave." As Yi Xiao Xian hurried out, laughter filled the room. The second aunt turned to Yang Bo, saying, "Little Bo, impressive indeed. You set your sights on a girl so quickly." Yang Bo felt somewhat helpless. He understood his mother's intentions all too well, as she had broached the subject more than once. However, he believed he was still young and that such matters were not urgent. Yuan Yeji, carrying several boxes of nutritional supplements, was navigating the hospital corridor in search of the patient room when she saw a young nurse rush past. Her cheeks flushed. Yuan Yeji quickly stopped her. "Excuse me, could you tell me how to get to room 208? Just go straight ahead." The young nurse replied before darting away, leaving Yuan Yeji puzzled. Unbeknownst to her, after running a few steps, the nurse abruptly halted and glanced back. Upon opening the door to the patient room, Yuan Yeji was taken aback. She stood frozen as she noticed a group of people turn to look at her, finally catching sight of Yang Bo. She managed an awkward smile. "I'm a friend of Yang Bo, here to visit Uncle." Yang Bo had not anticipated Yuan Yeji's arrival at that moment. He stepped forward a couple of paces and introduced her to the others, saying, "This is Yuan Yeji, a business associate of mine." Yang's mother gazed at the refined young woman at the door, momentarily entranced, while inwardly pondering. However, she wasted no time, approaching her and saying, "Hello, young lady. Thank you so much." Yuan Yeji smiled sheepishly, replying, "Annie, you are too kind." The crowd in the room felt overwhelming to Yuan Yeji, and being scrutinized by Yang Bo's numerous relatives made her feel uncomfortable, causing her demeanor to be somewhat unnatural. Yang Bo's father interjected, "Little Bo has already found a solution. Thank you, young lady." Then, Yang's mother inquired, "Young lady, what is your profession?" Her eyes widened slightly, and her expression shifted. Yuan Yeji found the atmosphere rather oppressive and quickly said, "Auntie, I need to discuss something with Yang Bo." "It's nothing, dear. Xiao Bo, why don't you accompany her outside?" Yang's mother replied. As Yuan Yeji stepped out of the ward, She overheard murmurs behind her. Police are troublesome and perilous. Nurses are preferable, as they can tend to the sick. Moreover, police tend to have strong personalities, and someone like Xiao Bo might not be able to handle that. But being a police officer has its merits: good work, high salary, and convenient duties. Nurses often deal with patients and can get messy. The nurse we just saw looked quite young. This one seems older than Xiao Bo. Upon seeing Yang Bo emerge, Yuan Yezi nearly seized him by the collar, demanding, "What on earth is going on in your family? Do they think your aunt is being set up for marriage?" Yang Bo brushed aside her arm, asking, "What are you doing here? Don't try to deflect. What have you told your family about the nurses and police? Are they really planning a marriage for you at such a young age?" Yuan Yezi inquired, her curiosity piqued. "It's nothing. My mother is just overthinking things. Don't misinterpret. I have no interest in you." Yang Bo retorted bluntly. "What did you just say?" Yuan Yezi fumed, gripping Yang Bo's collar, nearly lifting him off the ground, causing him to cough. You're asking for trouble. I placed third in a sparring competition," Yuan Yezi said with a hint of pride, observing Yang Bo's disheveled state. Yang Bo glanced at her, noting, "You've changed quite a bit since our last meetings. You seemed so demure then. This time, there's quite a transformation." "We weren't very familiar back then," Yuan Yezi replied, revealing a hidden truth. "By the way, I almost forgot the important matter. The interrogation yielded results. As expected, they indeed have a template, and it's not a bronze ding from any museum in our country." Yang Bo quickly grasped the implication. "So they must possess their own bronze ding?" "Yes, it seemed they're quite organized." Yuan Yezi nodded. "I will soon be leaving Jinling for a case. You must wish me success." Turning her face slightly, she appeared eager for his blessing. Yang Bo smiled. "Very well, I wish you great success." "How perfunctory." Yuan Yezi shook her head. "Is that all you have to say?" Yang Bo pondered for a moment. "I'm not your superior, so I have nothing to convey." Noticing Yuan Yezi's rising anger, he quickly added, "The only thing I must remind you is to stay safe. You must understand, those involved in such low-cost dealings may not value their lives, but you are still young." "Enough with the nagging." Yuan Yezi interrupted with a complaint. She refrained from elaborating, and Yang Bo did not pry further. Yet he understood that the matter was far from simple. Upon returning to the ward, Yang's mother immediately surrounded him, asking, "Who was that girl just now?" "A friend," Yang Bo replied. "Come clean. What would a girl visit you for without reason?" Yang's mother interrogated. "She truly is just a friend. Is it so unusual for her to visit?" Yang Bo found himself in a state of helplessness, never expecting that his mother would overthink upon seeing the young lady beside him. Chapter 57, Understated. Yang's mother admonished, "Xiao Bo, you must refrain from frivolous entanglements while out. Otherwise, neither your father nor I shall spare you." Yang Bo nodded vigorously, assuring her, "Rest assured, mother." After exchanging a few more pleasantries, he added, "I'll take uncle and the others out for a meal." Yang's mother nodded, casting a glance at Yang's father, and reiterated, "It's getting late. Let's go now." "It's no trouble, uncle. A single meal is inconsequential," Yang Bo interjected, guiding them to the restaurant. Days slipped by swiftly. Yang's father's health had improved considerably. Yang Bo sought out the doctor once more, who finally provided the date for the surgery. 1 week hence, Luo Yaohua visited Yang's father during this time, and Yang Bo casually mentioned his aunt. Luo waved his hand dismissively, saying, "It's a trivial matter. Should anything similar arise in the future, just give me a call." The renovations of the antique shop had commenced, and Yang Bo found himself visiting the site almost daily to monitor the progress, occasionally offering suggestions. At times, he would buy a pack of cigarettes to distribute among the workers. Chow Yuanda had also completed the signboard, which Yang Bo delivered to the advertising company. He had prepared everything that could be arranged, now merely waiting for the shop's completion to commence operations. One day, while still at the hospital, Yang Bo received a call from Yuan Yezi, which took him by surprise. "The case has been solved," she announced. "Congratulations," Yang Bo replied with a smile. "However, the bronze ding remains unfound. No matter how we interrogate, they seem to have a strong backing and refuse to disclose where the bronze tripod is hidden." Yuan Yezi expressed her frustration. Hearing this, Yang Bo chuckled. "If it were me, I would remain silent as well. The origins of that bronze ding are questionable. Revealing its location would only add another charge. No one is a fool. Do you have any means to locate it?" Yuan Yezi inquired. Yang Bo paused but soon shook his head. "I possess neither divine sight nor the ability to see great distances. If it is buried underground or hidden elsewhere, it will be impossible to find. I suggest you continue the interrogations." Yuan Yezi did not press further. She understood that Yang Bo had no other solutions. "Oh, by the way, thank you for the nutritional supplements you sent last time." My father claims they are significantly more effective than the store-bought ones. Yangbo smiled and asked, "What did you acquire them?" "It's nothing. My father is in such good health that he hardly needs supplements. They would just go to waste at home." Yuan Yezi's straightforwardness and generosity contrasted sharply with her delicate, Jiangnan-like appearance, making Yangbo increasingly feel that he was dealing with a strong woman rather than just a girl. Yangbo busied himself daily between the antique shop and the hospital, carrying with him books on porcelain and painting appreciation, as well as numerous historical texts. Previously, he had enjoyed reading various unofficial histories, and now he even began to peruse some of the eclectic historical literature. As the day of the surgery drew near, Yangbo could distinctly sense an escalating tension within the confines of the hospital ward. His naturally somber disposition offered little solace, and despite his attempts at comfort, the effect was minimal. Fortunately, there was still Xia Tian, whose charming demeanor and lively spirit could elicit laughter from her parents even through playful antics. However, her professional commitments limited her visits to brief moments during her free time. In light of this, Yangbo resorted to calling relatives to come and provide support. Both of his parents had lost their elders early on, yet the camaraderie among their siblings remained strong. Thus, even amidst the busy farming season, his aunt from the countryside made the effort to visit. Yangbo felt a swell of gratitude and dedicated himself wholeheartedly to their hospitality. His uncle, who could drive, was promptly enlisted to navigate the daily commute between Yangbo's newly acquired residence and the hospital, as time did not permit purchasing a vehicle. His aunt's mother had also been admitted to the hospital, prompting their immediate arrival the day prior. Upon entering the community, his uncle and aunt were taken aback by the pristine condition of the new development, which had been completed only 2 or 3 years prior, adorned with lush greenery, fountains, streams, and pavilions that distinguished it from other neighborhoods. His aunt inquired, "I noticed the security at the entrance was quite stringent. It hinted at something remarkable about this place." Upon entering, "It truly is luxurious." "Yangbo, did you really purchase a home here?" His uncle interjected. Could Yangbo be fabricating such a tale? If he says yes, it must be true. Nodding in agreement, his uncle added, "Yangbo, your filial piety is commendable." Once inside the apartment, his aunt couldn't suppress her admiration, marveling at the opulence and wistfully expressing a desire to own such a residence, believing it would render her life complete. His uncle remained silent. The following day at the hospital, Yangbo found himself pulled into the corridor by his mother. "Yangbo, you bought a house?" she exclaimed upon seeing him. He was taken aback, glancing towards the ward. His uncle and aunt had gone out to buy groceries earlier that morning, and he had just cautioned in the night before not to disclose the news, intending to surprise his parents. Now, he faced his mother and was reluctant to weave a falsehood. "I exchanged an ancient coin for the house, but the transfer paperwork has yet to be completed. For now, I suppose I am merely borrowing it. Please keep this to yourself. It wouldn't be wise for too many to know," he explained, understanding the value of discretion. His mother still couldn't help but inquire, "What is it worth?" After a brief pause, Yangbo replied, "Including 2 parking spaces, approximately 2,800,000. His mother opened her mouth in astonishment, eventually stating, "Let us keep this under wraps." Xia Tian stood at the corner, holding a tray of medicine, her cherry lips parting slightly before she leaned against the wall in contemplation. Chapter 58. The Eve of Surgery. As the surgery date approached, Yangbo's father grew increasingly anxious. The arrival of friends and family did little to alleviate his nerves, instead intensifying his agitation. Yangbo had only been away for a brief moment, yet he was taken aback by the turn of events. Remaining silent, he sat beside his mother, patiently waiting. Once he noticed her emotional state had stabilized, he finally spoke up, "Mom, what happened?" Upon hearing his inquiry, his mother immediately burst into tears, lamenting, "Your father has always said that your brother's current predicament is a consequence of my indulgence. Did I truly spoil him? I raised both sons together. How is it that the eldest is so disappointing? Is it not your father who has enabled this behavior? What kind of child dares to squander his father's life savings on gambling? Such a wretched, unfilial son. What more can be done for him?" Yangbo's father shouted in frustration. At a loss for words to comfort them, Yangbo could only respond, "I cannot locate him at the moment, but once Dad's surgery concludes, I will bring him from Lishui and secure him a job. I will also assist him in purchasing a home." Yangbo understood his father's mindset, sensing his unspoken thoughts. Even though the surgery had a high probability of success, he remained deeply concerned about his elder brother. As if on cue, as soon as Yangbo finished speaking, his father turned around, hesitated for a moment, and then continued to scold, "That ungrateful wretch! Why do you still care for him?" Yang Bo grasped the gravity of his father's words and replied, "Let us wait and see. When I see him, I will ask whether he intends to stay in our hometown or move to the city. Once he decides, I will purchase him a house. And then Mom can help him find a wife. He must come to the city. We cannot leave him in Li Shui with those bad companions around him. He will never learn," his father added. Yang Bo nodded in agreement. All right. After this exchange, silence enveloped the room. Yang Bo's father seemed to relax, while Yang Bo felt a pang of sorrow in his heart, a heaviness that weighed him down. He sniffed and sighed inwardly, feeling that he could say little about his parents' attitudes. Perhaps it was time to separate their households. He was already financially independent, and it was only a matter of a few years. Xia Tian followed closely behind Yang Bo as he emerged, noticing him sitting on the garden steps, lost in thought under the moonlight, which illuminated him and made him appear even more radiant. "Can't sleep this late?" Xia Tian mustered her courage and approached him, determined to seize this opportunity. Yang Bo turned his head slightly and nodded. "Tomorrow is the surgery. I can't seem to rest. Are you on duty today?" "Rest assured." The leading surgeon is a renowned liver disease expert in the country, experienced in numerous successful early-stage liver cancer resections. Moreover, extensive preparations have been made, and Uncle Yang has been recuperating for quite some time. The surgery will surely be a success. Yang Bo gazed at the girl, clad in her white nurse's uniform, her skin glowing like snow in the moonlight, making her appear even more delicate. He turned his head slightly and said, "Thank you." Xia Tian chuckled. "No need for thanks. By the way, I saw you on television last time. They mentioned you're an expert in cultural relic appraisal. That's truly impressive." She clasped her hands in front of her chest, looking at Yang Bo with admiration. "That is impressive in its own right," Yang Bo replied, though he knew Xia Tian did not believe his exaggerated claims. Could one really exchange ancient coins for a house? He smiled and chose not to elaborate further. Yang's mother watched as Yang Bo left the hospital room and turned to Yang's father, questioning, what purpose does it serve to say such things to him? Shouldn't Yang Bo be responsible for buying a house for his elder brother? Although he said little, do you believe that he has had an easy time these past 2 years? Yang's father shifted slightly, grumbling, "If I don't say anything, how would he reveal his true financial standing? Look at him, first 200,000, then 1,000,000. And now he can even spare an extra 100,000 for pocket money. Can you believe it? 100,000 merely as living expenses, pocket money. And then the 2,800,000 house appeared. He claims to have exchanged something for it. But do you truly believe that? Do you comprehend the extent of his wealth? He's merely trying to deceive us." Yang's mother was taken aback, responding, "No matter how much money he has, it is earned by his own efforts. Whether or not he chooses to aid his elder brother is his prerogative. But by pressuring him like this, what will happen in the future? Are we truly destined to be forgotten a century from now? Will Yang Bo still be able to care for his elder brother?" Yang's father shook his head dismissively. "Let be. We cannot control what happens in the future." Yang's mother gazed out the window, her eyes slightly reddening, lamenting, "What has become of us? It is one thing for the elder brother to be unambitious, but to be unfilial as well. What purpose does it serve to raise such a son?" Yang's father, filled with anger, retorted, "What purpose? If raised well, it serves a purpose. If not, then it is in vain." With a sigh, he added, "Yang Bo must be heartbroken this time. He is a benevolent child. He will undoubtedly take action in his own time, but I hope he does not harbor resentment." Yang's mother reflected, "Yang Bo truly has a hard life. He was left at our doorstep when he was but a tiny infant." "Old woman, why speak of such matters?" Yang's father interjected with urgency. "Do you wish for him to overhear? Do you think that if he hears this, he will still be able to secure that house?" Immediately, Yang's mother fell silent and glanced toward the door. Once she confirmed that there were no disturbances outside, both of them sighed in relief. Yang's father murmured, "I do not wish to act this way. Having raised him, how could I lack affection? Yet, I cannot bear to see Yang Lang left to wander the streets." Chapter 59. The Arrival of Yang Lang. Yang Bo sat outside the operating room, softly comforting his mother. The lights in the operating room remained illuminated, indicating that the surgery was still underway. Uncle Sen stood nearby, observing Yang's mother's quiet tears, and couldn't help but offer words of encouragement. "Sister, inquire about the surgeon. He is the best in the hospital and has performed this operation many times. Your husband will surely be fine." Yang's mother nodded slightly, though her expression still bore deep concern. Yang Bo reassured her, "Mother, do not worry. This surgery is not particularly complicated. Once the excision is performed, you can look forward to enjoying life." Yang's mother nodded again, anxiously glancing toward the operating room. Yang Bo checked his watch, feeling a growing sense of urgency. Before entering the operating room, He had specifically asked the doctor, who informed him that if all went well, the surgery would take only 3 hours. However, now it had been 3.5 hours, and the operation was still not over. Click! With a soft creak, the operating room door swung open, and Yang Bo hurriedly approached, seeing Xia Tian emerging. Impatiently, he inquired, "How did the surgery go?" Xia Tian, her face partially obscured by a mask, replied, "The operation proceeded relatively smoothly. I was concerned you might be anxious, so I came out to inform you." Upon hearing this, Yang's mother exhaled in relief. Yet Yang Bo noticed a flicker of apprehension in Yi Xiaoshuan's eyes, prompting him to gently pull her aside. Due to Yang's mother frequently boasting about their relationship, others merely assumed they were romantically involved and paid little heed to their interaction. "The cancer cells have spread." Yi Xiaoshuan's brow furrowed, and she gasped. It was then that Yang Bo realized his earlier movements had been rather rough. How could it have spread? Yi Xiaoxian shook her head, explaining that the doctor was uncertain and had merely sent her out to prepare them mentally. Yang Bo, understanding her reluctance to share the news with his mother, expressed his gratitude. "Thank you." Yi Xiaoxian replied, "No need for thanks. I must return to the operating room now." Watching her depart, Yang Bo was momentarily at a loss. After the liver cancer resection, further treatment would be necessary to prevent recurrence, hence the substantial surgical costs. Yet even with all this, the 5-year survival rate post-surgery remained a mere 60%. Under the current condition of Yang's father, there had initially been a 60% chance of surviving beyond 5 years, but the spread of the cancer drastically diminished that probability. "It's nothing really," Yang Bo reassured. Shaking his head, Yang's mother smiled gently. "Once your father's surgery is complete, his hospital stay won't be lengthy. You may not have many chances to visit afterward. That girl seems quite lovely, and she genuinely cares for you. Where else can you find such a wonderful person?" Yang Bo, feeling helpless, replied, "Mom, please don't concern yourself with this matter." Yang's mother chuckled, seized the opportunity. As 5 hours passed since the surgery began, Yang's mother sensed something amiss. "Xiaobo, did I not ask you to inquire about the doctor earlier? How long should the surgery take?" Yang Bo felt a knot tighten in his stomach, but replied calmly, "Mom, surgery times are not fixed. They vary depending on each individual's anatomy and the complexity of the procedure. You needn't worry. According to your reasoning, does that mean everyone's liver is different?" Yang's mother seized upon the inconsistency in his words. Yang Bo hesitated slightly, assuring her, "It's nothing to worry about." Yang's mother's expression shifted. "Xiaobo, you used to never lie. Whenever you did, you would lower your head. Now, honestly, what did Xiaoxian say?" All eyes turned towards them, and Yang Bo opened his mouth, struggling to find the words. Suddenly, a shocked exclamation came from his aunt, Yang Lang. Everyone turned to see Yang Lang. One arm in a white bandage suspended around his neck, his hair slicked back, and his clothes disheveled. Feeling the weight of their gazes, he appeared somewhat anxious. Mom, I came to check on Dad's surgery," he said, glancing towards them. "Xiaobo, take good care of Mom and Dad." With that, he turned and left. Yang Lang appeared not to hear the call, resolutely striding outward. "Uncle, please assist in pursuing him," Yang Bo exclaimed, witnessing his mother's body weaken as she began to collapse. He hastily embraced her and urged his uncle to intervene. Observing his uncle chase after Yang Lang, Yang Bo finally managed to support his mother in a seated position with the help of relatives. Yang's mother stared blankly in the direction where Yang Lang had departed, tears cascading down her cheeks like pearls strung on a thread. With a sudden sound, the surgical room's light extinguished, prompting everyone to turn their attention. Yang's mother quickly wiped her tears away and stood up with Yang Bo's support. The doctor emerged, and Yang's mother rushed towards him. "Doctor, how did the surgery go?" The doctor, his hair peppered with gray and a weary expression etched on his face, spoke in a subdued tone. The surgery proceeded quite smoothly. However, Yang's mother felt a momentary relief, but upon hearing the word however, her heart sank. "Doctor, has something gone wrong?" "The cancer cells have metastasized. These concealed cells were undetectable in the earlier stages. Although I have excised that portion, the recovery may not progress as anticipated," the doctor explained with a sigh. "Recovery post-surgery?" Yang Bo inquired. "Are you suggesting there is a significant risk of recurrence?" "Typically, we employ a combination of Eastern and Western methods to prevent this. However, after metastasis, I can no longer ascertain the extent of the cancer spread or whether it has been eradicated. You must prepare yourselves mentally for certain outcomes. Though there remains a possibility of a favorable turn," the doctor added before departing. A bit pessimistic, Yang Bo remarked. The atmosphere fell silent. Over the past year, he had tirelessly gathered funds for the surgery, and none had anticipated such an outcome. Chapter 60. A fortuitous encounter with Lier. Following the surgery, No one informed Yang's father about the cancer cell spread. He remained in good spirits, albeit displeased to hear that Yang Lang had come and gone the same day. Yang Bo felt a weight lift from his heart, despite the doctor's warnings of lingering issues. He could finally release the obsession that had consumed him for the past year and felt invigorated to pursue other endeavors. The renovation of the antique shop was still underway, and Yang Bo frequently visited to oversee the progress. Meanwhile, Luo Yaohua, Chao Yuanda, and Lu Yangyu had all come to the hospital to visit old Yang, providing considerable assistance. One day, as Yang Bo emerged from the shop, he was startled to see someone before him. "Brother Yang, you're coming out of here? Isn't this place under renovation? Have you acquired the shop?" Yang Bo smiled, realizing such matters could not be concealed for long, and replied, "I just recently acquired it." Li Er clasped his hands together and said, "Congratulations, Brother Yang. I never imagined such a prime location would be yours. Prosperity is surely on the horizon." Yang Bo grinned in response, "I appreciate your kind words." It was indeed a shame not to have withdrawn together with the brothers at that time. Li Er, with a sincere demeanor, clasped his hands in apology, appearing genuinely remorseful. Yang Bo was certainly aware of the underlying reasons. Boss Lu was immensely wealthy, and it was best not to involve him. In truth, this matter had little to do with him. Li Er shook his head and remarked, "If I hadn't insisted on bringing you for the appraisal, you might have already left." Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, Li Er looked up and said, "Brother Yang, I will be taking Boss Lu to Taizhou tomorrow to discuss a business deal. If you have the time, would you care to join us?" Yang Bo initially intended to decline, but upon reflection, he realized that Boss Lu, a billionaire, must be dealing with something extraordinary. Moreover, seizing this opportunity to cultivate a relationship with such a prominent figure could greatly facilitate his future endeavors in the antique market. With that in mind, Yang Bo nodded and replied, "Absolutely. It would be an honor to accompany both you and Boss Lu." Li Er smiled, saying, "Brother Yang, your willingness to venture into the antique business indicates your confidence in your abilities, so I hope you can lend your discerning eye when the time comes." Yang Bo regarded this as mere politeness, for with someone of Boss Lu's stature, it was unthinkable to embark on a purchase without an appraiser. The last time, for reasons unknown, there had been no appraiser present. Would this time be any different? "Li Ge, you're too modest. I have limited skills. I can merely offer some support." Yang Bo humbly replied before inquiring, which appraiser usually accompanies someone like Boss Lu when evaluating items. "Typically, it's Professor Chao," Li Er answered without reservation. Yang Bo smiled. "That sounds even better." The following day, when Yang Bo arrived at the designated location, it wasn't long before he spotted Chao Yuanda and Lu Dongxing approaching. Chao Yuanda was slender as a reed, while Lu Dongxing, though not overweight, had a round waist and a sizable head. The stark contrast between the two was amusing. Upon seeing Yang Bo, Chao Yuanda expressed surprise. "Xiao Yang, I didn't expect to see you here." Yang Bo nodded in acknowledgement, smiling. "I hope my presence is not intrusive." "I see you are quite surprised, Teacher Chao." Lu Dongxing, recognizing Yang Bo from their previous encounter during the appraisal of the bronze ding, chimed in. "So the friend Xiaoli mentioned is you, Xiao Yang. Welcome." After shaking hands, Lu Dongxing added, "It's a pity we couldn't secure that bronze ding the other day." Turning to Yang Bo, he quickly clarified, "I merely wished to collect a piece of bronzeware. I certainly had no intention of acquiring any illicit items." Chao Yuanda waved his hand dismissively. "Old Lu, there's no need for an explanation. If the police hadn't arrived that day, you would have taken it, wouldn't you? Besides, the individuals before you are neither law enforcement nor paragons of virtue. I wager that if that bronze piece had been genuine, this young man would have acted faster than you." Yang Bo chuckled, prompting Lu Dongxing to ask eagerly, "Xiao Yang, was that bronze piece truly a fake?" "It has been appraised, and it is indeed counterfeit. The police have even traced it back to a forgery ring," Yang Bo replied. Lu Dongxing applauded Ansus, Xiao Yang. "You must be honest with me. Did you already discern its authenticity before we met that day?" Yang Bo appeared somewhat awkward, remaining silent. How could he possibly articulate such matters? Observing Yang Bo's reticence, Lu Dongxing shook his head with a wry smile, feeling a deep sense of disappointment. "In truth, when I first saw it that day, I had thought it was an authentic piece. Nevertheless, this at least reflects your level, Xiao Yang." Due to this minor incident, Yang Bo seamlessly integrated into the group, further aided by Chao Yuanda, who inadvertently shared some of Yang Bo's accomplishments, particularly his remarkable act of rescuing his father, which swiftly earned Yang Bo the trust and admiration of Lu Dongxing. A person of filial piety naturally possesses commendable character. With Yang Bo's arrival, Li Er was relegated to a seat in the rear of the vehicle, which made Yang Bo feel a pang of guilt. as it was Li'er who had brought him along. However, Li'er seemed unperturbed, even offering him a few comforting words. Yangbo was inwardly curious about the object they were about to see, yet he refrained from asking too many questions. The 2-hour journey passed in a blink, and as the group arrived in Taixing, his curiosity intensified. The vehicle gradually entered an upscale villa community, where Yangbo scrutinized his surroundings. Awaiting the moment the car came to a halt, Lu Dongxing was the first to alight, while Chao Yuna held Yangbo back, whispering, "Observe more, speak less." Yangbo nodded, understanding that he was still a newcomer, and being included was a gesture of goodwill from everyone. Should any issues arise due to his presence, the repercussions would be significant. Chapter 61, Cloisonne. An elderly man with white hair emerged, and Li'er hurried over, exclaiming, "Old Master Yu, I am honored to fulfill your request." The elder turned to Lu Dongxing, his face revealing surprise, and quickly smiled. Thank you. I never expected Mr. Lu to grace us with your presence." Lu Dongxing stepped forward. "Mr. Yu, you are too kind." He then led the group into the living room, where Yangbo noticed 3 teacups on the coffee table, the air filled with a faint aroma of smoke. "Mother Wu, please change the tea," Lu Dongxing called out. "Itruly apologis, Professor Cao." Old Master Yu expressed his regret. At this moment, Lu Dongxing refrained from further comment. "Mr. Yu, please attend to your matters. We shall wait here in the living room." Once Yu Min departed, Yangbo felt a slight relaxation and turned to Li'er, inquiring, "Is this a private collector?" "You may not be familiar with Mr. Yu. He is a prominent collector in the province, possessing a vast array of items. However, unlike Mr. Lu, he does not own any enterprises, so he primarily collects for the sake of collecting. This villa was acquired through his collection," Chao Yunda elucidated. "Old Master Yu is nearing 80 this year, and none of his 4 children have chosen to inherit his endeavors. As he ages, his descendants are becoming increasingly restless, with even his grandchildren selling off some of his treasures, leading him to resign himself to this reality." Yangbo was taken aback by this explanation. He had not anticipated that one could thrive through collecting alone. Seemingly understanding Yangbo's thoughts, Chao Yunda chuckled. "Do not emulate him, Mr. You succeeded due to the favorable conditions of the 2010s, where finding genuine pieces was relatively easy, which is entirely different from today. In my view, most who aspire to sustain themselves through collecting now struggle to succeed. It is far better to earnestly manage one's own business. Once a solid foundation is established, everything else will naturally fall into place." Before long, Mr. Yu descended the stairs accompanied by 2 individuals, bidding them farewell before approaching the others, apologizing for the wait. Lu Dongxing rose, shaking his head, and replied, "Mr. Yu, you are too courteous. You have always been a paragon for us in the realm of collecting. Given your busy schedule, might you not take a moment to rest? We can ascend later." Mr. Yu hesitated briefly, but ultimately declined, saying, "Let us proceed upstairs. There are still many guests expected today." The group followed Mr. Yu up the stairs, pausing several times for him to catch his breath. Yangbo, unable to bear the sight, urged, "Mr. Yu, why not delegate one of your descendants to receive guests downstairs? You ought to remain in the collection room. Climbing these stairs is manageable for a day or 2, but over time, it may become burdensome." With a sigh filled with lament and resignation, Mr. Yu replied, let it be." Yangbo hesitated to speak further, recognizing that family matters are best left to kin, and that outsiders' opinions pale in comparison to those of family. Upon entering the room filled with treasures, Yangbo was taken aback. Every piece was displayed behind glass cabinets, with the upstairs rooms interconnected, resembling a miniature historical museum. True to form, before Yangbo could take more than a few steps, Lu Dongxing called out, "Professor Chao, Brother Yang, come help me examine this piece of cloisonne." Yangbo and Professor Chao approached, and what came into view was a gourd vase adorned with figures of immortals celebrating longevity. Cloisonne, also known as copper-based enamel, is crafted by soldering soft flat copper wires into intricate patterns on a copper base, which are then filled with enamel glaze and fired. Viewing through the glass cover made appraisal difficult, and as a mediator, Li'er understood that such matters, potentially offensive, should be handled by him. "Mr. Yu, might we remove the cover?" This was merely an excuse, yet no one dared to elaborate further. The blue glaze, reminiscent of glass, emitted a gentle radiance. Professor Chao circled the gourd vase twice before nodding at Lu Dongxing. Upon seeing the nod, Lu Dongxing, without inquiring about the price, stated decisively, "Let's unveil this piece of cloisonne now." Yangbo observed the shimmering brilliance coalescing around the neck of the gourd vase. the halo thick and indicative of its provenance between the Yongzheng and Qianlong eras. Yet, he was suddenly struck by a realization. The halo appeared to differ from what he had encountered previously. It was fragmented. The halo was not a unified whole, but rather a collection of disjointed pieces. Such a phenomenon had never been encountered before. "Stop!" Yang Bo exclaimed, halting Lu Dongxing's attempt to unlock the case. Ignoring the puzzled gazes from Lu Dongxing and others, Yang Bo turned to Yu Min, asking, "Mr. Yu, does this mean that upon opening, we must purchase the items within?" Yu Min nodded in affirmation. Indeed. Yang Bo lowered his gaze, inquiring further, "Are the items within the glass case clearly marked with prices, or is there room for negotiation?" "Clearly marked," Yu Min indicated, pointing to a small tag beneath the glass cover. Yang Bo glanced down to find the tag, displaying a price of 4 million. The pricing is considerably lower than the market value. He turned to Lier and asked, "Brotherly, was this not clarified earlier?" Xiao Yang interjected. "These matters were indeed communicated beforehand. You were simply not present at the time." Chao Yuanda spoke up, inquiring, "Do you have any further questions?" Yang Bo shook his head, feeling a lingering sense of unease. He frowned, as he despised the notion of others leveraging age and experience to impose their will, a blatant display of ageism. Chapter 62, Revelation. Lu Dongxing, having successfully expanded his business, was not impervious to feedback. He looked at Yang Bo and asked Brother Yang, "Is it merely an instinctive feeling that something is amiss?" Yang Bo nodded silently, realizing he had acted impulsively. The cloisonné piece had been appraised by Chao Yuanda, and voicing dissent in his presence had undoubtedly undermined Chao's dignity. Yang Bo turned to Chao Yuanda, offering a sheepish smile of apology. Chao Yuanda frowned, seemingly oblivious to Yang Bo's gesture. "I propose this. You may examine other items first, and should Mr. Lu wish to revisit after the conclusion, we can do so," suggested Yu Min. This proposal was met with Lu Dongxing's approval. "Mr. Yu, does this mean that as long as we remain in the collection room, no outsiders will intrude?" "Rest assured, no outsiders will disturb us," Yu Min assured them. Subsequently, the group dispersed. Due to prior uncertainties, Yang Bo began inspecting other porcelain pieces. A few glass cases in the collection room were empty, yet the porcelain was abundant. After examining several items without issue, he began to feel hesitant. Intuition, Yang Bo remarked. Chao Yunda shook his head. "I do not believe it. You are not the type to act recklessly." "Do you doubt me?" Yang Bo glanced over at Yu Min, due to health concerns, was not following closely behind. The other two individuals had also drifted away. Yang Bo nodded and whispered, "I noticed a few cracks on that cloisonné piece." Chao Yuanda furrowed his brow. "Is it not normal for porcelain to have cracks?" Upon uttering this, Chao Yuanda suddenly realized. "Do you suspect something?" Yang Bo nodded. "It is merely a suspicion." Chao Yuanda acknowledged. "That is something to be cautious of. I owe you my gratitude for your keen observation." The two exchanged no further words, clarified their understanding, and went their separate ways. Some items had been sold, allowing for vacant spaces, while new pieces could be added. However, the items in Yu Min's possession were not infinite, raising the likelihood of issues arising with the newly introduced pieces. Some of the originally collected items could also be problematic. Yang Bo was called over once more, this time to examine a familiar rose dish adorned with floral motifs. Chao Yuana truly took out a magnifying glass. But Yang Bo observed that while the ring of light was complete, it was exceedingly thin, not aligning with the indicated Qing dynasty Qianlong period. Chao Yuanda shook his head without further comment, while Lu Dongxing appeared somewhat disheartened, having encountered issues with both of his selections. Lu Dongxing turned to see Yu Min standing nearby, hesitant to speak. Chao Yuanda certainly comprehended the implications of the other party's words. He was not afraid of offending Yu Min. This particular piece was crafted during the Guangxu era and was undoubtedly inferior to the Qianlong porcelain, not merely in quality, but also in terms of price, which was on an entirely different scale. Although Lu Dongxing had experienced numerous transactions, he was by no means a fool. He nodded slightly and proceeded towards the earlier mentioned cloisonné piece. "I still wish to acquire this one," Lu Dongxing insisted stubbornly, pointing at the cloisonné under the glass cover. Yang Bo suspected that, during this entire time, his thoughts had been consumed solely by this piece. Chao Yuanda furrowed his brow, eager to verify his suspicions. He placed a magnifying glass against the glass and began to scrutinize the item closely. Yu Min remained motionless, but upon witnessing Chao Yuanda's actions, he could not help but feel a pang of surprise. However, he quickly regained his composure, for through the lens, the patterns on the cloisonné became increasingly distinct, without a trace of flaw. Chao Yuanda straightened up and looked towards Yang Bo. Yang Bo remained silent, retrieving a magnifying glass from his pocket and placing it over the item. My lens has a significantly higher magnification, he explained. Yu Min was taken aback and soon beheld the spectacle revealed by the magnifying glass. Fine, thread-like cracks appeared beneath the lens. There's a problem with this cloisonne, Lu Dongxing exclaimed. Yu Min, standing a short distance away, felt his expression shift, forcing a strained smile as he remarked, these cracks must have arisen during the firing process. After all, many porcelain pieces exhibit crazing, and Gukiln is celebrated for its beauty in cracks. This statement from Yu Min was indeed superfluous. Even Lu Dongxing, who had yet to fully grasp the current situation, realized that these cracks posed a significant issue, and it was very likely the reason Yang Bo had cautioned him earlier. Professor Chao, what is this? Lu Dongxing inquired. Chao Yuanda gestured towards Yang Bo, indicating that it was he who had first discovered this. Thus it was fitting for him to explain. Yang Bo, feeling somewhat helpless, refrained from elaborating. I know of a particular restoration technique that can produce such effects. Yu Min furrowed his brow, opting not to clarify or dispute the matter. Yang Bo chose not to continue, and Lu Dongxing cast a sidelong glance at Yu Min, refraining from further inquiries. Very well, let's peruse other items. Yu Min glanced at Yang Bo, slightly shaking his head, remaining silent. After taking a few steps, Yang Bo suddenly asked, Mr. Lu, are you interested in porcelain? Do you have a specific target in mind? Lu Dongxing shook his head, admitting he did not have a precise aim. If you come across any good pieces, feel free to recommend. I actually have a couple of recommendations. Yang Bo replied with a smile. He led Lu Dongxing a short distance and paused beside a porcelain panel painting. This is a porcelain panel painting by Wang Yeding, depicting a landscape in pastel colors. Lu Dongxing examined it briefly, frowning. When did porcelain panel paintings become worth over $1 million? Yang Bo then realized that this gentleman was unfamiliar with Wang Yeding. Wang Yeding was one of the 8 friends of Zhu Shan, renowned for his mastery in porcelain panel paintings. The 8 friends represented the pinnacle of porcelain panel painting during the late Qing and early Republican eras, and during their lifetimes. Their creations have been fervently sought after by collectors. Chao Yuanda approached and casually provided an explanation. Professor Chao, please take a look. Yang Bo was aware that Lu Dongxing still harbored reservations about him, so he proactively invited Chao Yuanda to appraise the items. Chao Yuanda nodded, expressing his interest in assessing Yang's discernment. With a magnifying glass in hand, he began his examination, and within moments, he straightened up, declaring the piece commendable. Lu Dongxing, who had come with the intent to acquire, waved his hand decisively, proclaiming, this one is mine. Lier, standing nearby, finally found his moment to contribute, diligently jotting down the identification numbers of the porcelain paintings. Chapter 63, Buying the Case and Returning the Pearl. This particular piece was Shi Tao's lotus flower. Yang Bo pointed to another painting. Once again, Chao Yuanda approached, conducting his evaluation and nodding in approval. Lu Dongxing gestured towards Lier, who continued to take notes. After mentioning 2 items in succession, Yang Bo ceased his recommendations, realizing that each suggestion required re-evaluation by Chao Yuanda. This made it appear as though Chao was merely assisting him, and having become aware of this, he felt compelled to refrain from further suggestions. Is that all? Lu Dongxing inquired, having successfully acquired 2 items and noticing Yang Bo's sudden silence. That's it. I didn't look at many pieces, and only these 2 caught my eye, Yang Bo explained. Chao Yuanda remarked, there's no need for you to be reticent. Feel free to make recommendations openly. Yang Bo continued to shake his head, insisting there were no more. Lu Dongxing then turned to Chao Yuanda, asking, Professor Chao, could you recommend a few pieces for me? Earlier, when Chao Yuanda had encountered difficulties appraising the cloisonne, Lu Dongxing had not given it much thought, trusting Chao's expertise. He believed that the intricate restoration of the cloisonne was so skillful that the cracks were virtually invisible, and he surmised that Yang Bo's ability to discern them was merely due to youthful vision. Without hesitation, Chao Yuanda led Lu Dongxing to another area. Ming Dynasty Hongwu glazed red plum vase. Qing Dynasty Kangxi floral and bird-decorated bowl. The mere mention of these 2 porcelain pieces sent a shiver down Yang Bo's spine. He had previously seen their price tags and had opted out due to their exorbitant market value. He was astonished that Chao Yuanda had chosen to recommend them. Both items were valued in the millions, and though their prices surpassed the market rate, they were genuine artifacts. Lu Dongxing surveyed the 2 pieces and turned to Yang Bo, saying, Brother Yang, come over and lend your discerning eye. The moment those words escaped his lips, the room was engulfed in shock. Lier, who had been poised to take notes, was momentarily stunned, hastily closing his notebook. Chao Yuanda stood flabbergasted for a considerable time, realizing that he had perhaps overestimated his own standing. In the presence of a magnate like Lu Dongxing, the feelings of a mere appraiser were likely inconsequential. "Oh, Professor Chow, it's not that I doubt your capabilities. I simply believe that young brother Yang possesses commendable skills, so I thought to have him assist in the evaluation," Lu Dongxing clarified. Qiao Yunda nodded, recognizing that Lu was considerate enough to spare him some dignity, and with an opportunity to step down, he did not press the matter further. Acknowledging that indeed, Yang Bo's proficiency was quite impressive, Yang Bo found himself in a quandary as he approached, not even casting a glance at what lay before him. Just as he was about to speak, he was interrupted by Qiao Yunda, who urged him, "Yang Bo, take a closer look. My eyesight has waned with age, and I implore you to avoid any further mishaps in the restoration." Noticing Qiao Yunda's subtle gesture, Yang Bo ceased his hesitation and turned to examine the items. Before long, he rose, confirming that all was indeed satisfactory. Lu Dongxing exhaled in relief, remarking, "At last this visit bears some fruit." It was only then that Li Er began to jot down notes, while Yang Bo exchanged a knowing glance with Qiao Yunda, both feeling discontent at Lu Dongxing's earlier demeanor. In Yang Bo's perception, even a mere employer-employee relationship should foster some camaraderie, yet Lu Dongxing's conduct shattered that illusion, revealing their interaction as nothing more than a stark financial transaction. Subsequently, Yang Bo distanced himself, refraining from suggesting any further items, and it appeared that Lu Dongxing had lost interest in spending more. With today's acquisitions totaling nearly 17 to 18 million, he was evidently satisfied. Moments later, Yang Bo paused beside a wooden box, gazing at the bright yellow silk fabric within, which housed a piece of Xia Tian jade in the form of guanine. He glanced at the price tag, 35,000, not exorbitant by any means. He sought out Yumin for the key, who approached slowly, scrutinizing the box for a moment before failing to promptly hand over the key. "Young man, you are indeed astute and possess an eye for quality." Yumin, whose hair was streaked with gray, often took his time when speaking. "This Xia Tian jade guanine is truly a rare gem." Initially, Yang Bo had feared that his interference might provoke a price increase, yet Yumin made no such mention, proving himself to be quite the savvy individual. Upon seeing the box Yang Bo held, Lu Dongxing couldn't help but chuckle. "I wondered why you were delayed, and I thought perhaps Oldie was favoring you. And it seems my hunch was correct." Once outside, Lu Dongxing ceased to use formalities, for Yu Min's actions regarding the cloisonne had indeed been disgraceful, luring with low prices while concealing significant issues. Yang Bo lifted the box, explaining, "My elder at home is unwell, and I wish to present him with this jade guanine, hoping for a swift recovery." Nodding, he acknowledged that his funds were limited, and purchasing this piece would suffice. The essence of Buddhism is not solely in the material, but also in one's intentions, rendering the quality of the jade less critical. Yang Bo affirmed, "This is indeed exquisite mutton fat white jade." Qiao Yunda cast a glance at the wooden box Yang Bo held closely, remarking, "I dare say, what you have acquired is not merely the jade guanine, but rather the box itself, is it not?" In Chapter 64, The Shogunate's Imperial Edict, Lu Dongxing, seated in the passenger seat, could not help but lean back to scrutinize the wooden box Yang Bo cradled in his arms. "Is there something peculiar about this box?" he inquired, reaching out to take it. Upon grasping the box, he felt its weight and was taken aback, examining it closely. The square wooden box was crafted with an antique charm, its surface coated in a thick layer of lacquer adorned with intricate human motifs. However, the passage of time had rendered these designs dark and worn, making it challenging to discern the original illustrations. Lu Dongxing weighed the wooden box in his hands, pondering its contents, which seemed no different from ordinary lacquerware. Qiao Yunda reached out, exclaiming, "Let me take a look." As the vehicle ascended the highway, speed increased, and the trees outside blurred into a rush of green. The escort car behind appeared almost non-existent, yet it remained ever vigilant, trailing closely. Qiao Yunda set the box down, perplexed, sensing that the artistic style was not reminiscent of Chinese craftsmanship. "You treat the two differently." He pointed at Yang Bo's current posture, chuckling. Yang Bo momentarily paused, then swiftly comprehended. Even when he handed the jade guanine to Lu Dongxing, he had cradled the lacquer box protectively in his arms, while the jade guanine now dangled casually from his hand, indicating a lack of concern. Yang Bo smiled slightly, producing the wooden box, relieved that none of them recognized it as Japanese rather than Chinese. "Have you noticed the design on this lacquer box?" Yang Bo began to elucidate. "The monster depicted is not Chinese. It is a representation of the Japanese Yami-Yuba." He explained that the design illustrated a tale of Yami-Yuba, a swiftly moving amphibious creature with the head of a human woman and the body of a colossal serpent, said to be seen along riverbanks, grooming her long, flowing hair. The story depicted on the box was of Yami-Yuba enticing a child to lure kind-hearted individuals, and when someone would attempt to assist her, the child would bind them, growing heavier until escape was impossible, while Yami-Yuba would drain their lifeblood with her lengthy, powerful tongue. Initially, Yangbo was drawn not by the design, but by the box's luminous aura, more substantial than that of the jade guanine. It was only upon closer examination that he discerned the intricacies of the motif. Throughout this exchange, Chow Yuanda had never anticipated the lacquer box's Japanese origins. Only after Yangbo's explanation did he grasp the provenance of the design. Yangbo pointed to an inconspicuous seal on the box, remarking, "There's a seal here, though its origin remains unclear." Chow Yuanda replied with a smile, "That can be easily resolved. I'll photograph the seal and send it to an old acquaintance. Surely someone will recognize it." Yangbo handed the lacquer box over, and Chow Yuanda captured an image with his phone. He did not rush to send it immediately, but made a phone call to ensure the recipient could receive the information before transmitting it. After a prolonged wait with no response, Chow Yuanda felt a stir of anxiety, yet reassured Yangbo, "Do not worry. It's likely due to low pixel quality. I'll verify." Before long, his phone rang. "Kano Masanobu? Who might that be?" Chow Yuanda listened to the explanation on the other end, surprised, and switched to speaker mode, allowing those in the vehicle to hear. Kano Masanobu was the official painter during the Ashikaga shogunate and the founder of the Kano school. Surviving works of Masanobu are exceedingly rare. "Where did you acquire this seal? It does not appear to be from a painting." The voice on the other end expressed astonishment. After all, capturing a seal implied that at least a work existed in this vicinity. "This is an exquisite lacquer box." "What? A lacquer box?" "Lao Gao. Please take out a coin and gently scrape the painted lines on a lacquer box." "Scrape the lines?" Despite his skepticism, Chow Yuanda complied, but after only a few strokes. He was stunned. The patterns on the lacquer box gleamed with a golden and silver luster. "This is an imperial item from the Tokugawa period." It was indeed used by the shogunate. Yangbo was equally astonished. He had initially thought this was merely a Japanese lacquer box, likely more valuable than the jade guanine inside, but now it appeared its worth exceeded expectations. Lu Dongxing exclaimed in surprise, "It seems that the greatest gain from this trip is not mine, but yours." As he spoke, Lu Dongxing felt a twinge of regret. When Yangbo paused his recommendations, he should have anticipated this outcome. However, he had not taken matters seriously at the time. Not realizing Yangbo possessed such keen insight, Chow Yuanda put down his phone, gazing at the lacquer box in Yangbo's hands, marveling at its significant provenance. "Congratulations. Congratulations." The atmosphere in the car grew somewhat subdued, but Lu Dongxing cheerfully offered his congratulations. With his financial resources, he bore no envy towards Yangbo's lacquer box. Only an exhilarating sense of accomplishment at discovering such a treasure. "Congratulations." Lier, the driver, added with a smile, just as they were about to exit the car. Lu Dongxing suddenly inquired, "Brother Yang, would you consider parting with this lacquer box? I can offer you 5 million. Lu Dongxing immediately grasped Yangbo's intent. Indeed, Brother Yang is quite accomplished at such a young age, having already established himself as a shop owner. He wished him prosperous business. Yangbo and Chow Yuanda exited the vehicle, and as it drove away, Chow Yuanda remarked, "I will try to take on fewer identification tasks of this nature in the future. This incident has indeed been a lesson learned, as I nearly misjudged it." Yangbo quickly reassured him. "Misjudgments are quite normal. This was merely an accident." Chow Yuanda waved his hand. "There are other reasons as well. My job may be undergoing change." "A change? Aren't you a professor? Are you moving to a different position?" Yangbo was astonished. "I will be going to the National Cultural Heritage Administration," Chow Yuanda explained, "primarily responsible for the Museum and Social Cultural Relics Division, where I will oversee operations. The organization has already discussed it with me, and I should be assuming my new role shortly." Yangbo was unclear about the specifics of the position, but to be responsible for a division usually indicates a promotion. "Congratulations. Henceforth, you should no longer be addressed as Professor Chow, but rather Director Chow." Chow Yuanda waved his hand, urging him not to disclose this. "The official documents have not yet been finalized." "Understood. Understood." Yangbo nodded, genuinely pleased for his companion. Chapter 65, Reporting. A series of firecrackers erupted with a crackle, and amidst the congratulations from Luo Yaohua, Lu Yangyu, and Chow Yuanda, Yangbo forcefully pulled the red satin cloth away, revealing the plaque adorned with the elegantly inscribed characters, "Shi Hall." After exchanging a few congratulatory remarks, Luo Yaohua impatiently interjected. All right, enough of the pleasantries. What we can offer in congratulations is already inscribed on your sign. After all, she signifies treasure hunting. Yang Bo could only manage a wry smile. Could you please refrain from being so blunt? He did not resist any further and said, All right, I shall fetch it. The lacquered box was brought out, provoking a series of protests from Luo Yaohua, who cried out about the unfairness of it all. Chao Yuanda pulled Yang Bo aside and whispered, Do you remember what I mentioned to you last time? Yang Bo paused, realizing, Are you going to the capital? Has that been decided? Chao Yuanda nodded, confirming that the matter was settled, but added, I was referring to something else. Yang Bo pondered for a moment, unable to recall. What matter? You previously possessed a 3-hole cloth coin. When I invited you to the exchange meeting in the capital, you mentioned you would consider it. Have you forgotten now? Chao Yuanda inquired. Yang Bo suddenly recalled. Did I not exchange the 3-hole cloth coin with Boss Lu? I had not given it another thought. Without the coin, can I still attend? Yang Bo did not decline. That works. I will bring the lacquered box along. How long until then? Chao Yuanda estimated. About half a month. I will call you 2 days in advance. After reaching an agreement, Yang Bo turned to observe Luo Yaohua and the other individual, who were engrossed in their conversation. The opening of the antique shop was not as bustling as other establishments, and it seemed few people were drawn to it. The exterior remained quiet for quite some time before someone finally entered. Yang Bo instinctively stood to greet the visitor, but upon recognizing the individual, he suddenly understood that he was now the proprietor and no longer needed to rise and welcome, especially as this person did not require such courtesy. It has opened. Guobapi strode in with a swagger, hands clasped behind his back. After surveying the surroundings, he spotted Lu Liangyu, who was also present. Lu glanced at Guo, offering a slight nod, his gaze fixed on the lacquered box before him. Guo appeared somewhat awkward, but upon seeing Yang Bo, he could not help but smile. You're here as well. I doubt this place is more comfortable for you than before. Yang Bo chuckled. It's not necessarily worse than before. Guo's expression darkened. Yang Bo, you worked for me for 2 years. Have I treated you unfairly? Did you truly find the conditions so poor? He continued, 5 days off a year. You live in the attic, and I covered your utilities. Have I been unkind? No one responded to him, but Yang Bo could no longer contain himself. 5 days off a year? Others enjoy weekends and 5 days of annual leave. Your 5 days mean a whole year of just 5 days off. You allowed me to stay in the attic because you needed me to watch the shop at night. The attic is cold in winter and hot in summer, with no air conditioning. I even paid for a fan myself. Do you remember what you said? Yang Bo looked at Guobapi. You stated that electricity would incur a charge, and if I used the fan, I would have to cover all the shop's electricity costs. Is this your version of kindness? Guobapi's face shifted through various expressions, feeling utterly humiliated by a mere assistant. Lu, are you going to let your employee treat customers like this? Lu Liangyu raised his head, seemingly just realizing the situation. Huh? Of course I will intervene. Yang Bo, your insults are quite commendable. Do continue. Guobapi stood frozen, glutting at Yang Bo. Go on, keep cursing. No matter how well you fare, you remain merely an employee. When the day comes that you become the owner of an antique shop, perhaps then you may speak to me again. For now, you are but a lowly assistant, and thus lack the right to voice such opinions. Yang Bo found this amusing, yet he had no desire to engage in a debate. He recalled the time he witnessed Guobapi refusing to turn on the air conditioning despite the outdoor temperature soaring to 40 degrees, solely to save a single unit of electricity. This revealed the depths of Guobapi's stinginess. Lu Liangyu, listening to their exchange, couldn't help but feel a pang of nostalgia. He remembered when Yang Bo had come to shop in the early hours to sell a replica June Glaze fish basket. At that time, he had perceived Yang Bo as a prodigal scion of a family of collectors. However, upon learning that he scavenged for treasures to save his father, Lu Liangyu felt a swell of empathy. Chao Yuanda sat silently in his chair, lost in contemplation. Guobapi fixated on Luo Yaohua, realization dawning upon him. Aren't you the young master who intended to hire Yang Bo with a salary of $1 million? What has changed? Have you discovered that he is merely gilded on the outside and tattered within? Or have you grown weary of your dalliance with him? Upon hearing this, Luo Yaohua sprang to his feet, stretching his limbs, causing Guobapi to recoil in alarm. Do not act recklessly. If you do, I shall not hesitate to call the police. Guobapi exclaimed, retreating in trepidation, only to lose his footing and land awkwardly on the ground. Luo Yaohua burst into laughter at Guobapi's comical predicament. What has befallen you, Mr. Guo? Startled by a voice from behind, Guapapki turned to see Li Ling crossing the threshold, and he exhaled in relief. Chapter 66. Truly the boss. Li Ling frowned. Are you telling me not to rent to them? Does Mr. Gua intend to lease the premises himself? Guapapki hesitated, exclaiming, even if I do not rent it. Such individuals must not be allowed to lease it. Your uncle was imprisoned under dubious circumstances. There may be foul play at hand. Should you not exercise caution? Glancing at Lu Yangyu, Guapapki acknowledged that he lagged behind him in expertise, yet he believed his acumen in human affairs surpassed Lu Yangyu's. Li Ling merely cast a glance at Guapapki. If Mr. Gua cannot secure the lease, to whom will the shop be transferred? With that, Li Ling waved his hand and turned to Yang Bo. Congratulations, Mr. Yang. Yang Bo furrowed his brow, sighing inwardly. The friendship between them had ultimately reached its conclusion. Thank you. Guapapki's eyes widened. Li Ling, what did you just call him? He is merely the shop's assistant. Just an assistant. Li Ling shot a glance at Guapapki. He is not merely an assistant. He is the owner. It is Yang Bo who has taken over this establishment. Guapapki gaped, his face flushing crimson. How can this be? How could he possibly afford to lease this shop? This is inconceivable. Why is it inconceivable? Luo Yaohua cast a glance at Guapapki, remarking, you previously inquired why, despite $1 million annual salary, we could not recruit Yang Bo. The reason lies with this fellow who operates an antique shop. Do you see the lacquer box in my hand? He raised the lacquer box, grinning. This piece has been appraised at $5 million. It was a recent fortunate find by Yang Bo. Do you truly believe he cannot afford to rent a storefront under such circumstances? Guapapki glanced at Yang Bo, fearing to utter another word, and turned away in defeat. Li Ling watched Guapapki depart, unable to suppress a frown. Boss Yang, I am rather forthright. I speak my mind, he said, turning to Yang Bo. Were you present at the underground auction that day? Yang Bo pondered for a moment, recognizing that this was not a secret, even if he remained silent. The information could be uncovered. Yes, I was there that day. Do you have connections with the police? Li Ling inquired further. Yang Bo frowned. No. That was my second visit. I later assisted the police in appraising artifacts, thanks to a recommendation from an acquaintance. Li Ling fell silent for a moment. Do you possess any means to persuade the court for a lenient sentence? I lack such influence, Yang Bo replied, not even glancing at Luo Yaohua as he firmly declined. Very well, Li Ling acknowledged, turning to leave. You seem rather cool, Luo Yaohua remarked, observing Li Ling's retreating figure. The day passed without any transactions. Yang Bo had treated Luo Yaohua and his companions to lunch, resulting in a net loss for the day. However, he remained unperturbed, fully aware that such circumstances were commonplace. Upon arriving at the hospital, Yang Bo's mother expressed her dissatisfaction over his recent absences, saying, what have you been up to lately? You haven't been here during the day, and Xiaoxian runs back and forth multiple times, yet cannot find you. Yang Bo's mother nodded, sighing indeed. It is a serious matter. However, have you considered Xiaoxuan's situation? Yang Bo felt increasingly helpless. He had hoped that by diverting the topic, his mother would follow suit. Yet she remained resolute on this matter. We are still quite young. Isn't it premature to ponder such issues? He countered. Not at all. Your cousin in the countryside married at 20. Look, he is merely a year older than you, and his children are already old enough to run errands. His mother cited as an example. Yang Bo waved his hand. Let's not discuss this today. By the way, it has been over 10 days since the surgery. Has the doctor mentioned when you might be discharged? Probably in about 10 more days, his mother replied. As they conversed, the hospital door opened, and Xiaoxian entered, carrying a thermos. Auntie, I made blackfish soup today. It aids in wound healing. Upon looking up, she noticed Yang Bo sitting nearby. Debo, you're here. Yang Bo felt a twinge of exasperation. He had hoped that with Li Ling no longer using the moniker, the nickname Debo would also fade away. Yet Xiaoxian continued to call him by it. Xiaoxian, are you aware that the name Bo carries a teasing connotation? Yang Bo suddenly inquired. Xiaoxian paused, internally cursing, yet maintaining a cheerful exterior. Teasing? Big Bo, that is your name, just as I am called Little Xian. Is there any teasing implication in that? Yang Bo glanced at the other person with a sense of helplessness, utterly perplexed as to whether his own thoughts were too sordid or if the other was simply too naive. Yang's father and mother exchanged knowing glances, both stifling laughter. By the way, Big Bo, as an expert in artifact appraisal, I have a request for your assistance, Little Xian declared. What request? I will certainly help if I can. Yang Bo replied. My brother-in-law wishes to exchange his old house for a larger one, but he is reluctant to sell the old property. He has a treasured heirloom from his ancestors and has been seeking an expert for appraisal these past few days. You were the first person that came to my mind, said Yi Xiaoxian. Yang Bo nodded, finding the task manageable. He can bring the treasure to me. I can take a look. Little Xian hesitated slightly. On the verge of speaking, Yang's mother interjected, "Don't be lazy. Go along with little Xian." Yang Bo attempted to maintain his aloof demeanor, but was swiftly undermined by his mother's remark. He could only nod in agreement. "When are you free? We can go together. Tomorrow is my day off. Let us go in the afternoon." Little Xian exclaimed excitedly. Yang Bo nodded. "All right, we should go tomorrow." In truth, he was not particularly eager to be proactive in this matter. He preferred a more passive approach, especially considering his youth, which made him susceptible to being undervalued. If he were to host a gathering at a shop, others would perceive him as having a reputable antique store, significantly enhancing their trust in him. However, it seemed that such a plan would be difficult to execute. The following day, Yang Bo spent the morning in the antique shop without any leads. So he took a ride to the agreed meeting place. Chapter 67. The Yi Family. The sun blazed fiercely as Yi Xiaoxian stood under an umbrella, gazing into the distance. Yi Xiaoli, stationed in the community's reception room, opened the window and called out to her, "Little Xian, don't just stand there, come over here. It's cool inside with the air conditioning." Little Xian shook her head. "I'll wait a bit longer. He should be arriving soon." Yi Xiaoli frowned, stepping out of the reception room to pull her sister inside. "You silly girl, just call him to confirm the time. Wait until he is almost here before going out to meet him." Little Xian was drawn into the reception room by her sister, the cool breeze momentarily dazing her. "Isn't this how hospitals prepare for inspections by higher authorities? Can you just wait around for an entire day?" Yi Xiaoli said, poking her sister's forehead with her slender finger. "You need to maintain some distance, even if you admire him. You must exude an air of aloofness. You already mentioned that his family is from the county. Their background is surely average. Moreover, though your father has recovered from his serious illness, the prognosis for liver cancer typically isn't promising after 5 years. Considering all this, that fellow's circumstances are rather mediocre. I truly believe he is not worthy of you." Little Xian's face flushed with embarrassment as she defended herself. "But he is quite remarkable. He is an appraiser and excels at identifying artifacts. Besides, your father is better now. He likely won't need to go back to the hospital." Yi Xiaoli sighed in exasperation. "Little Xian, why can't you understand my point? His family background is rather ordinary, which limits the potential heights of his future development. You mentioned that he assists a friend in an antique shop. If there is no significant progress, he may find himself confined to this role in the future." "Sister, your perspective is flawed," Yi Xiaoxian retorted. "Enough of this argument. Let's allow our parents to weigh in before we proceed. Your job is commendable, working in a high-ranking hospital where you interact with individuals of considerable standing. Why then, do you seem to favor a young man of humble origins with no notable background? I simply cannot comprehend your choice." Yi Xiaoli loved it, headhunt, signaling Xiaoxian to refrain from further discussion. Yi Xiaoxian felt somewhat helpless and found it difficult to explain that Yang Bo must indeed have wealth. Just then, she spotted Yang Bo exiting a taxi and quickly waved, calling out, "This way, this way." As Yang Bo approached, he noticed Yi Xiaoxian sprinting from the reception area, accompanied by a striking young woman who bore a resemblance to her. It dawned on him that this must be Yi Xiaoxuan's sister. Yi Xiaoxian pointed at Yang Bo and introduced him. "This is Yang Bo." Then she gestured toward her sister, saying, "This is my sister, Yi Xiaoli." Yang Bo extended his hand for a brief handshake, greeting her with a polite hello. Yi Xiaoli scrutinized Yang Bo, noting that while he had an average appearance, his eyes sparkled with vitality. However, her initial impression was less than favorable, and considering his modest background, she assigned him a score of merely 3, indicating he fell slightly below average. Without engaging in excessive small talk, the three of them proceeded into the community. Along the way, Yi Xiaoli subtly probed into Yang Bo's past experiences. He did not conceal much, but his history was rather unremarkable, akin to a blank canvas, which prompted Yi Xiaoli to lower her evaluation further. Upon entering the living room, Yang Bo encountered a couple in their 50s. After Yi Xiaoxuan's introduction, he realized they were her parents, to whom he promptly addressed as uncle and aunt. Ye's father maintained a stern demeanor, scrutinizing Yang Bo in silence, while Ye's mother was amiable, urging him to sit down and offering him tea, saying, "You must be thirsty after your journey. Please have some tea." Yang Bo expressed his gratitude, replying, "I'm well, thank you." At that moment, he discovered his palms sweating with nervousness, as he had never before faced such an intimidating situation. This was akin to meeting the future in-laws. He had not anticipated such an event and felt momentarily flustered. However, he quickly regained his composure, reminding himself that he had not yet contemplated romance, His career was just beginning and required more dedication. With this thought, his anxiety began to dissipate. As Ye's mother inquired about his background, Yangbo maintained a calm demeanor, which surprisingly elevated Ye's mother's opinion of him. The doorbell rang, prompting Xia Tian to rush to answer it, calling out brother-in-law. Yangbo turned to see a young man entering, followed by a middle-aged man in his 40s. Yangbo felt astonished. The young man was tall and handsome, but was the middle-aged man behind him that truly caught his attention. To his surprise, it was Yuda, someone he had a fleeting acquaintance with in Guangling. Realizing that Yi Xiaoshuan's brother-in-law also bore the surname Yu, Yangbo furrowed his brow, contemplating whether they were father and son. Ye's father and mother rose in succession to shake hands with Yuda, their demeanor markedly more enthusiastic than before. Yi Xiaoxian offered a slight smile, filled with apologies, towards Yangbo. After a round of pleasantries, Yu Mingwei said, "Uncle Da, please have a seat and enjoy a cup of tea." Yuda nodded, his demeanor calm. "Very well." As Yu Mingwei approached the sofa, he noticed the young man seated there. Without further contemplation, he recognized that this was the appraiser invited by Yi Xiaoxian. However, judging by his youthful appearance, he found it hard to believe that he was truly capable of appraisal. Yu Mingwei graduated from university and became a civil servant in the Jinling City Finance Bureau, which imbued him with a strong sense of superiority over his peers, particularly when faced with someone younger, merely a high school graduate, who might one day become his relative. His sense of superiority swelled instantly. "And you are?" Yu Mingwei inquired, fixating his gaze on Yangbo. "I am Yangbo," came the reply. Yi Xiaowudi, seemingly aware of her husband's tendencies, quickly interjected, explaining the situation. Yangbo had not anticipated that upon his arrival, he would be met with such an intimidating challenge. After a brief pause, he chose to ignore Yu Mingwei's demeanor, directly addressing Yuda. "Mr. Yu, I did not expect to meet you so soon." Yuda's smile remained intact. "Young brother Yang, I truly did not foresee this encounter. Had I known, I would have refrained from coming." Yangbo stood up, and as Yuda approached, they shook hands, the atmosphere harmonious. This scene left Yu Mingwei feeling a surge of frustration, as he had intended to assert dominance over Yangbo, hoping to remind him that there are always those greater than oneself. The unexpected cordiality between Yuda and Yangbo rendered his initial intentions futile, leaving him with a bitter taste of embarrassment. Yi Xiaoli's eyes widened in disbelief. It was hard to fathom that the cousin Yu Mingwei often boasted about could display such deference to Yangbo. Chapter 68. A solution. The Yi family members were all taken aback, observing the friendly exchange between Yangbo and Yuda. The room fell into a hushed silence until the two settled down, at which point Yuda turned to Ye's father and the others, inquiring, "Please, everyone, have a seat. What seems to be the matter?" "In nothing." Ye's father waved his hand dismissively and gestured to Yi Xiaoli. "Xiaoli, please serve the tea." Yuda sensed the awkward atmosphere and could surmise the reason behind it. After all, he too had initially underestimated Yangbo due to his age. However, Yangbo's subsequent performance had truly impressed him, as even the artwork was remarkable. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Yuda modestly remarked, "Brother Yang, your skills are remarkable. Had I known, I would not have needed to make this trip from Guangling, which took over 2 hours." Before Yangbo could respond, Yu Mingwei felt a hint of condescension in Yuda's words and quickly clarified, "Uncle Da, I apologize. Yangbo was invited by my sister-in-law without prior notice, so the family was unaware." Yangbo smiled gently, unperturbed by the situation. Yet, Yuda shook his head, recognizing that Yu Mingwei's remarks were clearly intended to belittle Yangbo, but such attempts would not elevate his own standing. Identification is a technical endeavor, ultimately a contest of skill between both parties. If one lacks proficiency, then Yu Mingwei's statement is nothing short of a jest. Yuda waved his hand, signaling to change the subject. "Let's first examine your item." Yu Mingwei nodded eagerly and hurried into the inner room, soon re-emerging with a Buddhist altar and statue. He placed the altar in the center of the tea table and gestured to Yuda, indicating that it had been passed down through generations, and requested his assistance in appraisal. Yuda remained still, instead turning to Yangbo, saying, "Brother Yang, would you like to go first?" Yangbo promptly shook his head, insisting, "You go ahead, I'll observe for now." Yuda did not press further. He leaned in to inspect the altar. The altar had been charred by incense smoke and was entirely blackened. The bronze statue of the Bodhisattva bore faint traces of gilding. This statue depicted a high-bun hairstyle, adorned with a crown, featuring a square face with plump cheeks, upturned brows, and a serene demeanor as it gazed down upon all beings. After a considerable time of scrutiny, Yuda set the statue down and glanced at Yangbo. The gilding had been entirely worn away, suggesting a minimal likelihood of forgery. The pressing matter was the dating of the piece. Yang Bo concluded it was from the Mid-Ming dynasty. Just as Yang Bo was about to halt his examination, a sudden flash of light caught his attention, revealing a halo forming above the altar, nearly matching the thickness of the statue itself. As the halo stabilized, it indicated a dating of the late Ming dynasty. Yang Bo, taken aback, set the statue down and lifted the altar. Upon handling it, he noted its weight was significantly more than that of a typical altar. Upon closer inspection, he discovered a dent on the side, revealing a yellow material within. Great discovery! Yang Bo exclaimed. Yuda nodded in agreement. Mingwei, you are indeed fortunate. This bronze bodhisattva statue is a remarkable find from the Ming dynasty, with considerable value. After a long wait, Yu Mingwei finally received such news, and the family could hardly contain their joy. Yi Xiaoli even nudged her sister, overwhelmed with excitement. Unklida, since it's a Ming dynasty statue, it must be worth a fortune, right? Yu Mingwei grinned widely. Upon hearing this, Yuda fell into a momentary silence, as he was aware that Yu Mingwei's intent in authenticating the statue was to facilitate a property purchase. Although the statue had been verified, he chose to remain quiet. As Yuda held his peace, Yu Mingwei's smile faltered. Uncle Da, please speak plainly. Is it extremely valuable? Could it be worth millions? Yuda found himself bemused, wondering if, in such situations, speculation should not be avoided. Perhaps the recent boom in the antique market had led many to harbor misconceptions, believing that every artifact should command millions, when in reality, most items in the market are valued in the thousands to tens of thousands. Young brother, what is your assessment? Yuda inquired. Yang Bo, initially wishing to remain detached, saw Yuda draw attention to him and felt no need to consider Yu Mingwei's feelings, stating bluntly, Ming Dynasty bronze Buddha statues are not as valuable as one might think. This one is likely worth around 200,000. Yu Mingwei was suddenly taken aback, unable to believe the assessment. How could that be possible? He questioned. Yuda furrowed his brow, expressing his discontent with the current situation, yet he firmly asserted, this is the price. Antiques are not as valuable as you might think. Yu Mingwei sank into the sofa, his expression blank, struggling to comprehend the reality before him, as the figure presented was far removed from his anticipated valuation. Yi Xiaoli, filled with anguish, quickly inquired, what if it were to be auctioned? How much could it possibly fetch at an auction? Yuda shook his head helplessly, recognizing that the couple's hopes were excessively high, rendering them momentarily incredulous. I assure you, I am not deceiving you. You can visit the website of any auction house and look up a Mid-Ming Dynasty Buddha statue. Its value typically hovers around 150 to 160,000. The reason this one holds greater worth is due to its excellent preservation and the accompanying shrine. Of course, you may choose to auction it, but I can confidently inform you that you may not even receive 20,000 after the auction, as numerous fees will arise in between. Sitting nearby, Ye's mother, anxious, interjected, Mr. Yu, could you assist my daughter and son-in-law in finding a buyer? 20,000 is acceptable. Yi Xiaoli, feeling a sense of reluctance, seemed unwilling to part with the statue. Yang Bo, seated beside her, remained silent, yet he too was in a state of indecision. Yi Xiaoxian, positioned next to Yang Bo, whispered, Yang Bo, please offer some advice. Hearing her gentle and melodious voice, Yang Bo felt a surge of warmth in his heart. For Yi Xiaoxian had cared for his parents for so long. Actually, there may be a solution. Yang Bo suddenly declared. This statement immediately garnered the attention of all present. What do you propose? Yi Xiaoli asked urgently, as this matter directly pertained to their new home, compelling her to be concerned. Yuda also turned his gaze toward Yang Bo, surprised that he might possess a solution, his heart filled with a mix of skepticism and anticipation. Yu Mingwei, his expression taut, could hardly fathom that it would be Yang Bo who ultimately stepped forward. Without hesitation, Yang Bo pointed directly at the shrine, stating, this shrine is of greater value than the statue itself. It simply has gone unnoticed by everyone. What? Yu Dao exclaimed, somewhat astonished, as he hurried to inspect the shrine. Yu Mingwei remained silent, perhaps too embarrassed to inquire of Yang Bo, his gaze fixated on Yuda until Yuda stood upright, prompting him to ask eagerly, Uncle Da, what do you think? Yuda nodded, genuinely surprised, acknowledging, I did not expect it. Brother Yang indeed possesses remarkable insight. This shrine is crafted from golden silk namu, its value far surpassing that of the statue. Ah, Yi Xiaoli gasped, is this truly the case? Upon seeing Yuda nod once more, the Yi family erupted in joyous celebration. However, at the last moment, Yang Bo relinquished his initial thought. Considering Yi Xiaoshuan's devoted care for her parents, he decided to forego it, realizing that the Yi family needed it more than he did. Yi Xiaoli rushed over and grasped Yangbo's hand, exclaiming, "Thank you so much. For the first time, I truly feel that Xiaoxian has exquisite taste." Yu Mingwei, his demeanor softened, hesitated for a moment before approaching, slightly bowing. "Thank you sincerely." Ye's father, previously stern, broke into a radiant smile, as bright as a blooming chrysanthemum. Yangbo, lacking a business card, nonetheless inscribed his contact details and the address of his shop, handing it over with a smile. "Thank you. I recently opened a store. Do come by when you have the time." "Oh, splendid." Yuda expressed his surprise, not having anticipated that Yangbo had already established a shop. What a swift endeavor. Yangbo glanced at his mother and remarked, "Mom, so it was you who orchestrated all of this?" Yang's mother, filled with a sense of pride, replied, "Well, not entirely. Last time, when Xiaoxian mentioned her brother-in-law who appraises antiques, I had recommended you. I had a hunch that this was perhaps the young lady's intent, and I thought it best that you meet her parents when you visited. I never imagined that would indeed happen." With that, she burst into hearty laughter, clearly delighted. Yangbo, feeling somewhat helpless, replied, "I'm still young. There's no rush." His mother shook her head, chiding him, "Nonsense. You're no longer a child. Stop saying that." Generally, those who claim to be mature are often quite juvenile, while those who admit their immaturity are, in fact, quite mature. You must interpret these statements inversely. It was the first time Yangbo had encountered such a philosophical observation from his mother, leaving him momentarily stunned. Yangbo sought out his attending physician, who remarked, "Your recovery is progressing exceptionally well. Let's reassess in a week. By then, you should be ready for discharge. Of course, if you're not concerned about expenses. An additional 2 weeks of stay would be preferable." Yangbo nodded, deciding to extend his stay for half a month. Once the hospital arrangements were settled, he received a call from Yi Xiaoxian. "Thank you so much for today." Her voice brimmed with joy. "By the way, my parents, sister, and brother-in-law have arrived at the hospital. They wish to pay a visit to Uncle Yang and Andy. Is it convenient now? The golden silk Nanmu wood is exceedingly rare, historically reserved as tribute to royalty, utilized solely by emperors. The small yet elegantly crafted golden silk Nanmu Buddha shrine is valued at no less than 700,000 to 800,000. Thus, combined with other items, it totals 1 million, making their gratitude entirely understandable." Upon Yangbo's arrival, the ward was already filled with laughter and merriment. As he entered, the Yi family greeted him with warmth, even bringing dinner that had been packed. It wasn't until after 7 o'clock that the Yi family helped tidy up before departing. Yi mother, with sincere affection, invited Yang. "Do come visit us sometime." Yu Mingwei added, "Brother, feel free to reach out if you need anything." Yangbo accepted these hollow promises, informing his parents of his discharge date, and before his mother could speak, he slipped away, somewhat sheepishly. By around 10 o'clock, he heard footsteps approaching the door. Having grown accustomed to this, Yangbo took his time to rise and greet the visitor. To his surprise, it was Yi Xiaoli and her husband, Yu Mingwei. "Yangbo, is this the shop you helped your friend with? It seems quite spacious," Yi Xiaoli remarked, glancing around as if seeking something. Yangbo nodded, "Yes, it's right over here." "Where's the owner?" she inquired again. "The owner is quite busy. They typically do not come by," Yangbo replied, a frown forming as he sensed an interrogation. "This shop isn't yours, is it?" Yi Xiaoli suddenly asked. Yangbo quickly responded, "No. How could this be my antique shop? The rent alone for such a location is beyond my means." "Indeed," she conceded. Yi Xiaoli nodded, her exquisite visage lifting with an air of pride, her chin held high like a swan. Yu Mingwei took a seat, expressing his heartfelt gratitude for the previous day, as he had almost lost hope of acquiring a home. Yangbo waved his hand dismissively, urging him not to be so courteous. Yu Mingwei hesitated slightly, retrieving an envelope and offering it to Yangbo, stating it was a token of appreciation that he hoped he would accept. Yangbo glanced at the envelope, noticing its bulging form, estimating it contained around 20,000 yuan. He shook his head, insisting that such formality was unnecessary, as his visit was solely to thank Xiaoxian for looking after his parents. Yangbo had no intention of accepting the monetary gift. He found it rather unappealing, initially expecting a bank card with a more substantial sum. However, upon reflection, he surmised that Yu Mingwei might be reluctant to part with a larger amount. Chapter 70. The Directly Connected Camera. Yangbo's refusal of the envelope left Yu Mingwei somewhat disheartened, rendering him speechless as he struggled to recall his prepared words. Yi Xiaoli, sensing the urgency, approached and remarked that he had a favor to ask. Yangbo sipped his tea, suspecting the nature of the request, yet still inquired, "What is it?" Recently, a property on the outskirts of the city was set to launch, and if it were to go to auction, they would be unable to participate. Hence, they wondered if he could assist in finding a buyer. Yi Xiaoli, with her straightforward nature, recognized her husband's reluctance and knew his pride was in play. Is the boss here? Yang Bo lifted his teacup, just as 5 or 6 burly men swaggered into the room, clad in short shirts. Their muscular arms and chests were adorned with tattoos. Which of you is the boss? A bald, muscular man approached, his gaze fixed on Yu Mingwei. Among the 3 individuals in the hall, Yang Bo appeared youthful, while Yi Xiaoli, being a woman, left Yu Mingwei as the most suitable candidate. Upon noticing the man's attention, Yu Mingwei quickly recoiled, exclaiming, "Not me, not me." The bald man then turned his gaze to Yi Xiaoli, his eyes lighting up. Ah, a beauty! Yi Xiaoli, with her alluring figure and fresh marriage of merely a year, could not help but frown at the comment. Yang Bo felt a surge of discomfort, as encountering such behavior so soon after opening was disheartening. He could not simply stand by while the man trifled with Yi Xiaoli. What business do you have with the boss? Only then did the bald man acknowledge Yang Bo, realizing that his youthful appearance was misleading. Observing Yang Bo's position, he reacted, "You're the boss." The laughter of his companions filled the air, mocking, a mere child running an antique shop? If it were truly so small, it would surely be a loss. Yang Bo frowned. "I'm not the boss, but I am currently in charge." "Who are you?" The bald man scrutinized Yang Bo. "Your boss is quite trusting to leave you here alone. Brothers, let us show him the ropes." With that, the bald man planted his foot on a chair, declaring, "It's not easy for brothers out here. One must always have a bit of cigarette and alcohol money to live comfortably." As he spoke, he fixed his gaze on Yang Bo, inching closer, a heavy scent of stale smoke wafting forth. Yang Bo cast a glance, his brow furrowing in discontent. "The expenses for tobacco and alcohol? How much?" The bald man extended a hand, spreading his fingers apart. Yi Xiaoli's eyes widened in shock. 5,000. Yang Bo shot her a glare and reprimanded. "I did not invite your input. Refrain from interjecting." Yi Xiaoli blushed, opening her mouth to speak. It was silenced by Yu Mingwei. Yang Bo turned his head, understanding well that in any realm of society, certain rules must be upheld, but this price was exorbitant. The burly bald man smirked coldly, casting a glance at Yi Xiaoli. "If you find it too steep, there are alternative methods." Yang Bo frowned. He had initially intended to resolve this matter himself, but the man's words compelled him to abandon his discretion. He refrained from issuing threats and instead took out his phone. "Let me consult with my boss. Be my guest." The bald man appeared unperturbed. This street housed establishments both with and without backing. The newly opened Xia Tian was not merely there to collect fees, they sought to test the waters. Yang Bo swiftly dialed a number. "Brother Luo, are you at work? Someone's here to collect the tobacco and alcohol fees, 5,000 a month. What should I do?" Upon hearing this, Luo Yaohua comprehended immediately. "What? Those little rascals are trying to pull something, aren't they?" Anger simmered within him. "You needn't concern yourself with this. Just rest assured." With that, Luo Yaohua ended the call. Yang Bo set his phone down, and the bald man inquired, "What did he say?" The boss said to wait a moment. "He will come to handle it," Yang Bo replied. Silence enveloped the room. Yang Bo said little more, but Yi Xiaoli and Yu Mingwei appeared somewhat anxious, as they were unaccustomed to such matters, especially with 5 burly men fixated on Yi Xiaoli. Yi Xiaoli tugged at Yang Bo, urging him to speak in private, but he shook his head, asserting, "Remain calm. This matter is for the boss to handle. It does not concern us." Yet Yi Xiaoli remained uneasy, whispering, "Who's your boss? Can he handle this?" Rest assured, Yang Bo maintained his composure. The bald man observed Yang Bo's tranquility, unable to resist commenting, "You seem remarkably calm. Is your backing substantial?" Yang Bo smiled, replying, "Every creature has its own path. We all serve our own interests, so let them deal with their troubles." The bald man regarded Yang Bo with admiration. "You are young yet possess clarity. In every situation, it is about negotiation and balance." Just as the bald man was about to elaborate, his phone buzzed. Yes, rest assured. We just arrived, and no actions have been taken. Not a single thing has been touched. Restore the status quo. But we haven't acted. Oh yes." The bald man hung up, casting a knowing glance at Yang Bo and giving him a thumbs up. "Brother, impressive. No wonder you're so composed." Yang Bo chuckled and waved his hand modestly. He remained silent, pointing towards the wall. Following his gesture, the bald man looked and spotted a camera in the corner. "That camera feeds directly to the municipal bureau," Yang Bo remarked. The atmosphere within the establishment was one of profound silence, as everyone was taken aback by the gravity of their conversation. In this modest antique shop, the surveillance camera, astonishingly linked directly to the municipal bureau, What kind of background could this imply? The burly man, bald and silent, gestured toward another individual, commanding, "Remove your shirt and clean the chair." The man hesitated for a moment, but promptly complied, tearing off his shirt to reveal a physique of solid muscle, swiftly wiping down the chair with precision. The group arrived as quickly as they departed. Yi Xiaoli observed their exit, feeling as though she had just witnessed a scene from a film. Previously, she had thought that Yang Bo's role in the shop held no future. Now, however, with a camera connected to the city bureau, could one truly claim that his friends lacked influence? Yu Mingwei pressed his lips together, wishing to ask Yang Bo for a few words on his behalf, yet his pride ultimately stifled him. In that instant, all his sense of superiority crumbled. Chapter 71. The Anunda Stone Sculpture. Yu Mingwei and his wife did not linger long, departing with a red envelope in hand. Back in the car, Yu Mingwei sighed in resignation, raising the envelope which he had failed to deliver. Yi Xiaoli, seated in the passenger seat, exhaled softly. "Did you not notice? He is reluctant to associate with us." Yu Mingwei, momentarily disconcerted, retorted, "What? He is hesitant to connect with us? He is merely from a small county." He trailed off, suddenly realizing that if yesterday's events had showcased Yang Bo's capabilities, today had unveiled the formidable power behind him. A phone call could reach the municipal bureau. Could such influence truly be trivial? Yi Xiaoli turned to Yu Mingwei, observing his hesitation. "Were you hoping he might assist you in forging connections?" Yu Mingwei denied it. "What connections would I need? My skills are proficient enough. I have no need for favors." He then added, "By the way, isn't he involved with your sister? Aren't they to become family? Could that be why he declined the envelope?" Yi Xiaoli shook her head, recognizing Yu Mingwei as persistent intellectual arrogance, believing that merit alone could lead to advancement. Although he had gradually awakened to the reality over the past 2 years, he still lacked the humility to offer gifts or even voice a simple request. "They must be together. I failed to notice it yesterday," Yu Mingwei speculated. "That is merely your wishful thinking. Do you realize? Until now, they have exchanged very few words. It has always been my sister who has taken the initiative. That fellow has yet to even agree to be with her." Yi Xiaoli Appraiser had indignation. With her sister's beauty and lineage, what condition did she not surpass Yang Bo? She had already pursued him, yet he remained elusive, which was utterly infuriating. "Huh?" Yu Mingwei was taken aback. "Does this mean he will not assist us?" Yi Xiaoli frowned, surprised that his thoughts were not on Xiaoxian, but rather on his own residence. After seeing off the two groups, Yang Bo finally found tranquility. Since the opening of Shi Hall, he had yet to finalize a single transaction, yet he remained unperturbed. Such was the norm. After placing a call to Boss Liu, I conveyed the matter concerning the Buddha shrine and statue. Liu Yangyu expressed his capability to acquire both items. At noon, I visited the hospital, where he and his mother assisted Father Yang in taking his first steps with the healing of his wounds. The subsequent recovery is expected to progress considerably faster. As the afternoon sun grew warmer, Father Yang walked for a while, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He leaned against the wall and sat down. Looking up at Yang Bo, he inquired, "Xiao Bo, have you been busy lately?" Yang Bo furrowed his brow, realizing he had about 1 million left on hand, which was still inadequate for purchasing an ordinary apartment in the city. Furthermore, he needed to retain a portion of liquid funds for contingencies, not anticipating his father's urgency. "Rest assured, I will have everything arranged before he arrives," Yang Bo assured him. Father Yang nodded in response. In the afternoon, as Yang Bo was engrossed in his reading, a man in his 30s entered the room. Upon looking up, Yang Bo was taken aback to see the newcomer carrying a bulging snakeskin bag, which bore signs of wear and even had traces of dirt on its exterior, suggesting it contained numerous items. Yang Bo frowned. Typically, antique shops are reluctant to accept such parcels, as they are often associated with looted artifacts, posing significant risks for acquisition. Generally, individuals with such items do not enter shops, so Yang Bo was puzzled by this anomaly. "Boss, will you take it?" The man seemed aware of Yang Bo's hesitation and directly inquired. "Let us step outside to discuss," Yang Bo replied, locking the door behind them as he led the man to a secluded alley. Fixing his gaze on the stranger, Yang Bo asked, "What shall I call you?" "You're quite bold," the man replied, his appearance and attire rather unremarkable. Yet he grinned widely, saying, "Everyone calls Mita by, so you can call me Airby." Yang Bo scrutinized him. "You're not foolish at all." Airby offered no rebuttal, placing the snakeskin bag on the ground, crouching down, and shielding it with his body as he began to extract its contents. Revealed were 2 pieces of porcelain, an iron sword, a metallic rabbit, and a small stone sculpture. Both porcelain items were of folk kiln origin, despite their fine craftsmanship and inherent value. The soil stain suggested they would not fetch high prices. Yangbo briefly inspected them before moving on, his anticipation growing, as both items were indeed authentic burial goods. The metallic rabbit shimmered with a dull silver hue, its surface slightly tarnished due to oxidation, and it appeared to be a charming paperweight. Airby glanced at it and declared, "Since I've brought it, I naturally intend to sell." The iron sword was heavily rusted and thin in blade. Upon a cursory examination, Yangbo dismissed it. Lastly, he turned his attention to the stone sculpture, which stood over 20 centimeters tall, depicting Ananda. Ananda, the Buddha's cousin, was a devoted disciple known for his exceptional memory throughout his 2 decades of monastic life. The sculpture before him portrayed Ananda with a robust physique and a dignified, well-defined face, crafted with remarkable precision. As Yangbo examined it, he was astonished. The patina was substantial, indicating its origins could be traced back to the Tang dynasty. After a moment's contemplation, he pointed to the stone sculpture and the silver rabbit, stating, "I shall retain these too. Please name your price." With a smile gracing his face, Ershah proposed a sum of 100,000 yuan. Yangbo calculated briefly, estimating that the price of the stone carving ranged between 80,000 and 100,000, though it could fetch a slightly higher price, but not by much. As for the silver paperweight shaped like a rabbit, despite being made of silver, its crude craftsmanship rendered it virtually worthless, merely suitable for a token sum. 20,000. Yangbo Kontret. Boss, you're not being sincere. Ershah was far from a fool. He scrutinized Yangbo before suggesting, "Let us not prolong this. Offer a reasonable price, and I'll sell it." 40,000. Yangbo replied decisively. "Good." Ershah concurred and slid the silver rabbit and the stone carving over to Yangbo. Chapter 72. The predicament of the middleman. At this moment, Yangbo realized that his hiding places were woefully inadequate. After all, the antiques he typically encountered could not all be of legitimate provenance. Faced with situations like today's, he recognized the necessity of having a secure location of his own. Moreover, with his father set to be discharged from the hospital soon, and knowing his father's tendency to favor his eldest son with gifts, Yangbo was increasingly reluctant to keep anything at home. The following day, Yangbo arrived at the antique shop, leisurely brewed some tea, and after taking a sip, he called Yi Xiaoli, instructing them to bring the Buddhist altar and statue to Xia Tian. As he heard hurried, disordered footsteps approaching, he looked up to see Yi Xiaoli and her husband, accompanied by her parents, all hurrying over. "Xiaobo, thank you so much," Yi's mother exclaimed. "Last time, you refused to join us for a meal at our home. This time, you mustn't decline." Yangbo smiled politely, thinking that if he pushed back again, he would have to say, "Annie, it's a bit premature to express gratitude before we've even delivered the Buddha." "Not at all. It's never too early. With your influence, it will surely succeed." Yi's mother beamed. Yangbo furrowed his brow. He had merely provided them with a means to make a connection. If they hoped to sell at a premium, they were mistaken. Even if Yangbo himself were to intervene, Lu Yanyu would not simply acquiesce to a high price. "Andy, I can only facilitate the introduction. How negotiations proceed is beyond my control," Yangbo stated. His words distanced him from their expectations, causing Yi's mother to appear awkward, while Yu Mingwei and the others wore displeased expressions. They sought Yangbo's assistance to advocate for them, and his refusal was unmistakable. Yi's mother, having overstated her confidence, found herself at a loss for words and could only awkwardly reply, "If that is the case, we shall proceed on our own." Yangbo nodded, exiting the door and walking eastward down the street for about 300 to 400 meters. In business dealings, one should not be surprised by exorbitant demands or the necessity of maintaining appearances. "Well, thank you very much." Yi Xiaoli expressed her gratitude as the family made their way out, seemingly oblivious to Yangbo's kind reminder. Once they were in the car, Yu Mingwei could no longer contain his frustration, complaining, "How can this person behave like this? We're delivering the Buddha to the West, and we're not refusing to give him a red envelope. Yet he won't even step forward. Had I known, I would have given him a red envelope yesterday." "Did you give the red envelope to them?" Ye Xiaoli Appraiser had dissatisfaction. "What are you complaining about? You must understand clearly that our family does not share such a profound connection with them. To be honest, you owe your fortune to my sister. If it weren't for her diligent care of his father, do you think he would have kindly mentioned the altar matter that day? How can one behave in such a manner? This is not the right way to conduct oneself." Yu Mingwei found himself at a loss for words in rebuttal. Not right." Yi Xiaoli chuckled derisively. "Which law does this violate? Do you have specific articles to cite? They are not obligated to help us. Simply introducing a good buyer is already a generous act." Do you still foolishly expect them to negotiate the price for us? You think our Yi family has a connection with Yongbo, but does he not have his own ties with the buyers? As she spoke, Yi Xiaoli grew increasingly agitated. Put yourself in his shoes. What could he possibly accomplish at the scene? If the price is raised, the buyer he introduces suffers. If the price is lowered, we feel wronged. In either case, he will be caught in the middle. When I arrived, I specifically inquired with colleagues in the antique business. Helping someone appraise an antique typically warrants a 5% commission, while introducing business can range from 5 to 10%. Altogether, that amounts to at least a 10% commission. Do you, Yu Mingwei, think you could part with that much money? Yu Mingwei's face flushed with a mix of colors as Yi Xiaoli's words struck home, while Yi Mu expressed her astonishment. How could it be so much? 10% combined means that for 1 million, it equates to 100,000. Yi Xiaoli shook her head in resignation. Let us not blame anyone. We should consider how to proceed from here. The car fell into an uneasy silence, with everyone lost in their thoughts. After seeing the family off, Yongbo did not dwell on the encounter. He had long perceived them as rather arrogant, especially in his presence, as though looking down their noses at him. By noon, Yongbo received a call from Lu Liangyu. Did you invite them? Yongbo inquired. Yes, the Buddha has been invited, but that young man mentioned you as his future brother-in-law. Is that true? Lu Liangyu asked with sudden curiosity. Yongbo frowned, taken aback by Yu Mingwei's demeanor. Do not think you can gain any favors from me. If you truly gave me face because of that statement, then it wouldn't be like you at all. Lu Liangyu laughed heartily. I knew it. If it were true, you wouldn't keep it under wraps. You would have come in person long ago, rather than having him beat around the bush. How much did it cost? Yongbo inquired. 93,000. I'm in a splendid mood. I must thank you, as I made a bit of profit this time. Lu Liangyu replied cheerfully. Yongbo smiled, but did not respond. Given that price, it indeed constituted a profit, as appraisers typically adhere to the principle of estimating low rather than high. They do not base their evaluations on the market's peak prices, but rather on average or even lower ranges. The benefit of this approach is that when the owner of the treasure sells the antique, they are unlikely to receive an offer below the appraised value. If the estimate is set too high and the selling price too low, the appraiser would face scrutiny. This sentiment lingered in the air, understood by all but spoken by none. The rare Jin Nan wood, particularly in the form of a Buddhist shrine, is exceedingly uncommon. If it were to be auctioned, it could fetch over 1 million. Shall I treat you to dinner tonight? Lu Liangyu inquired. Yongbo shook his head, replying no. I'll be heading to the hospital this evening. He wished to avoid any semblance of commercialism and did not want to conflate the meal with the transaction. Lu Liangyu understood and refrained from pursuing the matter further. In the afternoon, the foolish fellow from yesterday re-entered the shop. But this time he was not carrying a snakeskin bag. Instead, he cradled a box in his arms. Chapter 73. The Ding Kiln Bowl. The box was a brocade one, adorned in red on the outside and bright yellow silk within, containing a large white glaze bowl. Upon entering, the man immediately opened the box without greeting anyone, presenting the bowl before Yongbo. What do you think of this? He asked. Yongbo did not gaze at the white glazed bowl. Instead, he scrutinized the man for a moment. With a square face and short, cropped hair, his features were chiseled, and his bright eyes were entirely at odds with his nickname. Foolish One. I've always been curious. Why are you called Foolish One? Yongbo asked with intrigue. The man chuckled lightly. Since childhood, I've been rather slow-witted, always a beat behind others. After years of wandering, I still find myself in a small town, and my friends often tell me I'm too simple-minded and don't strive for greater wealth. Eventually, they began calling me Foolish One. Yongbo Laogid. Finding peace in modest wealth is a blessing in itself. Indeed, finding contentment in modest means is the best approach. Many clever individuals stumble over their own intelligence. Even if they amass great fortunes, what does it truly matter? He lamented. Yongbo nodded, then turned his attention back to the white glazed bowl, casually remarking, if you cherish modest prosperity, why venture to a big city? The bowl was wide-mouthed with a deep belly and a subtly inward curving lower section, resting on a shallow ring foot. The body was thin yet resilient, entirely coated in white glaze, with a plain exterior devoid of decorations. Inside, a delicate carving of a folded leaf daylily graced the bowl. Yongbo tentatively identified it as a carved Ding kiln bowl from the Northern Song dynasty. However, he noticed that the man remained silent. Turning to him, he found Foolish One expressionless, seated quietly. What is the matter? Yongbo inquired. Foolish One looked momentarily stunned before turning his gaze. What is it? Yongbo's eyes were fixed on the carved bowl. Its white glaze had lost its pristine brightness, now exhibiting an ivory hue with a hint of yellow. soft and pleasing to the eye without being glaring. Foolish one chuckled. As I mentioned earlier, some clever individuals deceive themselves, believing in their own cleverness, yet they still falter. That is why I'm here. Yang Bo's heart raced as he observed the ding kiln bowl, then turned to see Foolish One smiling at him. Yang Bo examined it closely and found no flaws, yet he remained uneasy. The bowl began to emanate a gentle luster that gradually enveloped it. Moments later, a thin layer of radiance formed around the bowl, surprisingly reminiscent of the Republic of China period. Meanwhile, the foot of the bowl emitted a distinct glow, separate from the upper radiance, a revelation that astonished Yang Bo boss. What do you think of this large bowl? Foolish One asked. Yang Bo nodded, acknowledging the exquisite craftsmanship of the ding kiln piece before him, particularly admiring the intricate carving technique. The contours were meticulously outlined with a carving knife, followed by delicate lines etched alongside to create a dual line effect on one side and a slanted chiseled characteristic on the other, showcasing its uniqueness. What price can the owner offer? Ersha asked. Yang Bo shook his head, explaining that this remarkable carved ding kiln bowl held considerable value, and, with the true owner absent from the store, he was reluctant to make any decisions hastily. Yang Bo agreed that this was prudent. After jotting down the contact information, he carefully stored the powder, watching the other party depart, and then fell into contemplation. Did the visitor come specifically for him? A high-quality replica of a ding kiln piece from the Republic era, with a ring of Northern Song ding kiln powder affixed to its base, seemed rather extravagant if intended as a means to confront him. After all, he was merely a humble antique shop owner. If there were indeed intentions to target him, who could it be? Yang Bo pondered for some time, feeling he had not wronged anyone. Could it be Jia Huairan? Yet, Jia Huairan had no brothers. Yang Bo's father was recovering swiftly from his injuries and could now stroll independently. Yang Bo's mother had also found relief, allowing her time to visit the market for groceries and prepare meals at the small dining hall. Xia Tian continued to bring soup and porridge regularly, but since Yang's mother began cooking, she no longer permitted Xia Tian to bring food from her home. Instead, Yang's mother insisted that they share the meals she prepared. Colleagues in the nurse's station often commented on the situation, suggesting that Xia Tian had found a good match, which caused her great distress. She was acutely aware that Yang Bo seemed to subtly reject her kindness, leaving her uncertain of his feelings. Yang's mother was also aware of this, and, after futile attempts to persuade Xia Tian, took her in as a goddaughter, a fact Yang Bo only learned upon visiting the hospital. Mom, aren't you holding her back? Yang Bo frowned, attempting to reason. Yang's mother confidently retorted, a goddaughter, not a daughter-in-law. How could that be holding anyone back? If she marries someone else, I will still have to give a gift. To save on that, you must strive. With Yang Bo's father's health improving, Yang's mother was in high spirits, even becoming humorous in her conversation. Yang Bo, feeling overwhelmed, decided not to linger long. Yang Bo invited Luo Yaohua out for drinks, and Luo Yaohua arrived promptly. During their time together, Yang Bo lamented the situation, prompting Luo Yaohua to burst into laughter. What a delightful dilemma, he exclaimed. You mentioning it reminds me. I believe I've seen that girl in the hospital. She is quite beautiful, innocent, and charming. If it weren't for the fact that I'm considerably older, would such matters even concern you? Luo Yaohua raised his glass before setting it down again. You're not feeling overwhelmed and considering monastic life, are you? Or perhaps contemplating coming out? Enough. Yang Bo waved his hand dismissively. Such thoughts should not cloud your mind. You are still young, and opportunities will abound. Luo Yaohua chuckled heartily. Have you come across any good items lately? He inquired. Yang Bo shook his head, lamenting that he had not received any noteworthy pieces recently, and that business at the antique shop was lackluster. Luo Yaohua raised an eyebrow, a playful smile on his lips. Would you care to accompany your older brother on a little adventure? Yang Bo, puzzled, asked, You're going out? Aren't you supposed to be working? I have come to realize that I am truly not cut out for an official position. For the past couple of years, I have been persistently urging my father to allow me to break free, and he has finally acquiesced. Just the other day, I mentioned being busy. It was indeed due to the process of transferring jobs. I am now employed in the Human Resources Department of a state-owned enterprise. Having nearly stepped out of the bureaucratic system, Luo Yaohua exclaimed, a hint of excitement in his voice. Yang Bo remained speechless. Many aspire to enter but cannot. Yet here was someone who had managed to exit. Where to? It should not be too far. Shaanxi, Luo Yaohua replied. Shaanxi is quite distant, isn't it? By plane. It's swift. Such an opportunity is rare. Chapter 74, Tang Sankai. Chang'an, one of the four great ancient capitals, served as the capital for an astounding 100 years throughout history. This city conceals vast treasures of cultural relics. After disembarking from the plane, the two hailed a taxi and headed straight for their hotel. Have you been here before? Yangbo had refrained from inquiring about the specific purpose of their trip, and Luo Yaohua had not volunteered any information. They shared a mutual understanding. I have visited numerous times. There are many attractions here. Every time I came, I would circle around the terracotta army, always pondering when I might unearth a piece myself, for then I would have no worries for the rest of my life. Luo Yaohua mused as he reclined on the bed. Yangbo chuckled. At that point, you could open a museum and simply count your money. Alas, I wonder if those artifacts would fetch a good price. Luo Yaohua sighed. You truly have the audacity to dream. Already contemplating selling the terracotta army? Yangbo remarked. The pressure is immense. Just do your best. Yangbo laughed. Upon entering the antique market, Yangbo noticed a stark difference. Ancient pottery, tang sankai, bronze wares, and even some white and celadon porcelain were all commonplace here, though quite rare in Jinling. They did not rush into the shops, but instead wandered around the stalls outside. This was Yangbo's first encounter with tang sankai. The collection of antiques is profoundly regional. Tang sankai is a product of the Tang dynasty, which regarded the north as its economic and political center. As burial goods for the nobility, tang sankai primarily originates from the north, with very few found in the south. After examining several stalls, Yangbo spotted numerous tang sankai pieces, yet authentic ones were scarce, and even those that were genuine were often incomplete. Not far away, Luo Yaohua quickly discovered a piece of tang sankai and beckoned Yangbo over. Yangbo took a closer look. It was a tang sankai horse, standing no more than 30 centimeters tall, adorned in yellow, green, and white. The horse appeared somewhat gaunt, lacking in vigor, with its head bowed and eyes downcast. Judging by the glaze, it lacked any luster, and the overall fluidity was insufficient. The muscles in the horse's legs appeared rigid, leading Yangbo to suspect that this tang sankai horse might have issues. As the light began to converge around the piece, Yangbo was astonished to realize that this was indeed a genuine artifact. Acquire it. Let us keep the price reasonable. Yangbo handed over the money and whispered caution. Luo Yaohua nodded. In matters such as these, once Yangbo gave his consent, he would handle the negotiations himself. Yangbo nodded, acknowledging that the craftsmanship was indeed mediocre. Why would you have me purchase it then? This wouldn't happen to be a replica, would it? Luo Yaohua suddenly exclaimed, holding the Tang sankai. This is Tang sankai, crafted during the Tang dynasty, yet it is not from the flourishing period of the dynasty, but rather from its decline at the end of the Tang era. Due to the turmoil of war, the golden age faded, and so did the prominence of Tang sankai. Yangbo explained, it is already quite remarkable. Take your time. I have yet to reap any rewards. Yangbo moved forward, searching intently. Luo Yaohua, cradling a Tang sankai horse, continued to select pieces nearby, muttering to himself incessantly. As Yangbo was engrossed in observation, Luo Yaohua suddenly approached him, pointing at a large urn that stood a full 40 centimeters high, saying, I think we should just buy this one. Yangbo glanced at the urn, which had a flared rim and a belly that tapered downwards with a somewhat pointed base, yet this shape supported the entire urn upright. Initially intending to dismiss the suggestion, Yangbo was suddenly captivated as a radiant aura surged forth, gradually coalescing into a luminous halo that was more intense than any he had previously encountered, leaving him momentarily spellbound. As he regained his composure, his heart still trembled with astonishment. He had never experienced anything like this before. Upon closer inspection, he noticed faint decorative patterns on the side of the urn, reminiscent of a simplistic depiction of a fish. Yangbo lifted his gaze to the stall owner, inquiring about the price of the urn. Luo Yaohua looked at him in surprise, whispering, I was merely joking. The stall owner was equally amused, responding, Ah, young brother, you have quite the imagination. If you truly wish for it, take it for 300. All right. Yangbo did not even negotiate, readily agreeing as he pulled out his wallet and handed over the money. The stall owner was taken aback for a moment, only coming back to himself as Yangbo walked away, thinking that was rather swift. Luo Yaohua followed closely behind, noticing Yangbo's unusually quick pace, exclaimed, Slow down. Why are you in such a hurry? Are you afraid the stall owner will chase after you? Indeed, that is precisely what I am thinking. Yangbo replied candidly. Luo Yaohua was flabbergasted. What on earth is the origin of this urn? Could it possibly be more valuable than my Tang sankai? The urn is unglazed and rough, typically characteristic of ancient pottery, which is not worth much. Throughout their journey, despite attracting numerous curious glances, no one approached to inquire. Even appraisers would likely refrain from approaching, as such circumstances only piqued curiosity. No one could ascertain the authenticity of an antique at a glance, with the exception of Yang Bo. Upon placing the urn on the carpet in his room, Yang Bo was instantly exhilarated. He had struck gold. What a find! He exclaimed. Yang Bo retorted. If you place the Tang Sankai in the bedroom, I shall use the urn for storing rice. Tang Sankai is typically a funerary item, generally deemed inauspicious to keep in the bedroom. Luo Yaohua quickly shook his head. How could it possibly be placed in the bedroom? And how could I use this for rice? This is a funerary urn. Young Bo replied. Quickly dispose of it. Such a vile object should not even be brought into a room. Luo Yaohua exclaimed in shock. Chapter 75. The Funerary Urn. In essence, a funerary urn is a coffin crafted from clay used by ancient peoples. Having a Tang Sankai horse as a funerary item in the bedroom is inauspicious, and, similarly, the clay funerary urn that Yang Bo acquired is even more so. Luo Yaohua expressed vehement opposition, and Yang Bo himself felt a certain disgust. But the immense value of the urn coffin compelled him to endure. Luo Yaohua soon regained his composure, and, observing Yang Bo's resolute demeanor, inquired with curiosity. From which era is this urn coffin? Yang Bo paused before responding. The Yangshao culture. Luo Yaohua, momentarily taken aback, asked what? The Han dynasty? Before Yang Bo could repeat himself, Luo Yaohua's eyes widened in astonishment. The Yangshao culture? Yang Bo nodded. I speculate that this urn coffin dates back approximately 5,000 years. The Yangshao culture from around 3000 BC. Luo Yaohua was engulfed in shock. True porcelain was not widely utilized until the Tang dynasty. Generally speaking, ancient porcelain was not highly valued, yet artifacts from the far ancient era could even be traced back to the Neolithic period. Such Yangshao cultural pottery is priceless in the market. Initially, Luo Yaohua had perceived the pottery Yang Bo acquired as rather rudimentary, but now it appeared resplendent. With a robust body and 4 fish pattern designs on the inner wall, creating a symmetrical effect. Such pottery was undoubtedly a masterpiece in its time. Luo Yaohua approached directly and embraced the pottery jar, asking, would you consider parting with it? Yang Bo jested, since I've grown fond of it. Why would I part with something so delightful? Luo Yaohua scrutinized it once more, shaking his head with a wry smile. What a missed treasure. I was the one who helped you select it. Indeed, I should express my gratitude to you. Tonight, I shall treat you. Yang Bo replied with a smile. The room is not secure. Let us store it in a bank safe, Luo Yaohua proposed. Yang Bo glanced at the time. It was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Then let's call ahead and make a reservation. As the two of them exited while carrying the pottery, they caught the attention of everyone around. Even the beautiful receptionist at the hotel watched them leave. Once outside, Yang Bo suddenly realized using the hotel car would be safer. The two arrived at the bank and stored the urn in the safety deposit box. Yang Bo took several photographs and sent them to Chow Yuanda, seeking his assistance in discerning the specific branch of the Yangshao culture to which the urn belonged. To his surprise, barely 2 minutes after sending the images, Chow Yuanda called. Yang Bo, where are you right now? He asked. I mean, in which city are you located? Chow Yuanda emphasized again. Chang'an, Yang Bo replied, feeling an ominous sensation since he had not seen Chow Yuanda lately, who seemed to imply he was on a business trip. I am in Chang'an as well. Bring the urn over immediately. I will enlist a few colleagues to help you with the identification. Chow Yuanda's voice was urgent, even tinged with excitement. Weren't you on a business trip? How could you be in Chang'an? Yang Bo questioned. I have started to take over my duties and am currently inspecting the Chang'an Museum. Chow Yuanda explained impatiently. Hurry and bring it over. After hanging up, Yang Bo reluctantly retrieved the urn and asked Luo Yaohua, is there time to spare? Are we going tonight or tomorrow? It must be tomorrow morning, Luo Yaohua replied. Very well, let's go now. The two individuals swiftly arrived at a hotel near the Chang'an Museum, where they were greeted by Chow Yuanda, who wasted no time in ushering them into a conference room. They had been engaged in meetings throughout the day, and it was only as the conclusion approached that he noticed their message, prompting him to invite them over. There are numerous experts present, and we should be able to clarify matters swiftly, Chow Yuanda remarked, gesturing towards the more than 10 specialists gathered in the room. Yang Bo reluctantly placed the pottery in the center of the conference table and bowed slightly to the experts, expressing his gratitude. I truly appreciate your assistance. Not at all. Not at all. The experts replied courteously. Yang Bo and Luo Yaohua took a seat nearby, awaiting the experts' meticulous examination. Approximately half an hour later, once everyone had completed their observations, a debate ensued. Yang Bo and Luo Yaohua, uninterested in the discussions, engaged in casual conversation for another half hour until a conclusion was finally reached. This fish-patterned painted pottery jar belongs to the Banpo culture, Xiao Yuanda explained. Yang Bo felt a surge of joy, but his excitement was soon tempered as Xiao Yuanda pointed to an elderly man with white hair beside him, saying, "This is Director Wu of the Chang'an Museum. He wishes to speak with you." Luo Yaowa glanced at his watch and interrupted, I'm sorry, but the bank is about to close. We have an appointment there, and we must leave immediately. We can discuss this tomorrow." Yang Bo discreetly gave Luo Yaowa a thumbs up, feeling slightly embarrassed. "I'm afraid we must take our leave, Director Wu. Let us talk another time." Without waiting for a response, they hurriedly exited. Luo Yaowa, placing a hand on his forehead, exclaimed, "That was close. I understand this feeling all too well. When you acquire something valuable, the last thing you want is to encounter those few persistent museum directors who will relentlessly pursue donations." Yang Bo nodded in agreement. "Indeed. I'm grateful for your quick thinking earlier. Since you wish to express gratitude, then," Luo Yaowa fixed him with a mischievous grin, "I will not part with my treasure so easily." Yang Bo resolutely replied, refusing to be swayed. Luo Yaowa shook his head in response. After safely storing the fish-patterned pottery jar, Yang Bo finally called Xiao Yuanda. "Brother Xiao, I sincerely hope I didn't put you in an awkward position earlier." "Renting it out?" Yang Bo inquired, then shook his head. "There have been too many instances of borrowed items that were never returned. Let us forego the rental. I share your sentiments." Xiao Yuanda chuckled, and Yang Bo then heard another voice on the line, realizing that Director Wu was likely on the other end. Fortunately, no disparaging remarks had been made. Yang Bo chuckled lightly. "Director Wu, I have a prior engagement. Let us discuss this tomorrow." With that, he promptly hung up, recognizing that he was not as altruistic as one might think. Chapter 76. A transaction beyond participation. The following day, Yang Bo was roused from his slumber by an impatient Luo Yaowa. "Hurry and get dressed and washed up. We need to head downstairs immediately." Luo Yaowa's voice was laced with urgency, leaving Yang Bo momentarily bewildered. "What is the matter? They're coming to pick us up?" Luo Yaowa replied. Yang Bo hesitated slightly. "Who are they? Who else could it be? What do you think is the purpose of your presence here?" As he spoke, Luo Yaowa had already dressed, even rushing into the bathroom barefoot without a moment to don his shoes. Yang Bo quickly regained his composure, swiftly donning his attire and following suit into the venue. The two men, carrying their respective briefcases, descended to the ground floor. Following the instructions given, Luo Yaowa executed a series of left and right turns until they arrived at a park. Just as they positioned themselves, a vehicle approached, and upon confirming the prearranged signal, they entered the car. Apologies were exchanged as they noticed the occupants inside wearing sunglasses, and amidst their conversation, 2 eye masks were produced. Without hesitation, Luo Yaowa accepted one, and Yang Bo felt compelled to do the same. This marked Yang Bo's inaugural experience in such a scenario. A twinge of fear mingled with an overwhelming sense of curiosity and anticipation. Unlike the previous occasion in Jinling, where he had been brought along by Li Er merely to meet a quota, this time felt different. A few days earlier, he had treated Li Er to a meal and presented a red envelope as a gesture of gratitude for the assistance he had received on several occasions. It was only right to acknowledge his efforts. After all, it was his profession and it deserved recognition. As Yang Bo pondered these thoughts, Luo Yaowa nudged him, reassuring him that there was nothing to worry about and that he was familiar with the arrangements, having attended before. As the vehicle took a turn, Yang Bo nodded, then suddenly realized the driver could not see his gesture. He responded verbally, "Everything is fine. I am merely excited. I hope we won't be disappointed upon our arrival." The car took another turn, prompting Yang Bo to lean slightly in response. He noticed an abundance of turns, suggesting they would meander through the city for a while longer, perhaps to disorient the passengers. Indeed, after approximately 10 minutes, the ride smoothed out, and Yang Bo sensed the vehicle ascending, possibly toward the mountainous location for the transaction. The car eventually halted, and they found themselves within a secluded courtyard. Upon removing their eye masks, the figures clad in black swiftly presented them with masks to wear. The courtyard was surrounded by high walls, and the two men refrained from peering outside to avoid arousing suspicion, obediently following the black-clad individuals into the venue. Yang Bo gripped the briefcase tightly, which contained 1 million in cash, his entire fortune. Luo Yaowa held a similar case. For larger transactions, a bank transfer would be necessary. Upon their arrival, the space was still devoid of other attendees. They selected a spot to sit, and soon, elegantly dressed women in kipeos served fragrant tea. Yang Bo felt somewhat astonished and murmured, Why does this place feel more like a club? The interior boasted an antique decor style, rich in historical charm. Luo Yaohua nodded, confirming it is indeed a club. With this affirmation, Yang Bo felt a sense of calm wash over him. Given the substantial resources of the host, he assumed it must be quite secure. Gradually, more guests began to arrive. Since everyone was masked, no one could recognize anyone else, and conversations were scarce. Soon, a similarly masked host took the stage, delivering a welcome address and elucidating the auction rules, thus commencing the auction. The first item up for bid was a painting by Xia Tian titled The Recluse and His Neighbors. Luo Yaohua quietly explained, "Seize the opportunity to make your move. Items are scarce here, typically only a dozen or 20 pieces per auction." Yang Bo was somewhat taken aback, but after glancing at the painting displayed on the stage, he nodded in acknowledgement. Xia Tian, a renowned painter from the early Qing dynasty, had created it, and this piece served merely as an appetizer. The subsequent offerings would undoubtedly surpass it. Both Yang Bo and his companion understood that the significance of this painting was minimal. Thus they refrained from approaching it for a closer inspection. Ultimately, Xia Tian's artwork was sold for an impressive sum of 380,000. The next item was a bronze zune with a Taotai pattern from the Shang dynasty. Excitement began to swell within the auction house, as authentic bronze artifacts were a rarity, particularly in the southern regions, compounded by the fact that the public trade of bronze items from before the Qin and Han dynasties was prohibited in the country. Without hesitation, Yang Bo followed the crowd to take a closer look. The intricate and exquisite designs radiated an aura of solemnity and mystery befitting ceremonial vessels, offering a visually pure and beautiful experience. As he gazed upon it, a flash of brilliance enveloped his vision, forming a halo. Without a doubt, this bronze zune was genuine. After taking a seat, Luo Yaohua quietly inquired, "What do you think?" Yang Bo nodded gently, indicating it was satisfactory. Luo Yaohua glanced ahead and sighed, "Yet, we still cannot afford it." As anticipated, the competition was fierce, beginning at 1,300,000, soaring to 2 million, and then doubling to 4 million, rendering the room momentarily silent. The bidding gradually softened, yet ultimately concluded at a staggering 560,000. In the following rounds, both Yang Bo and Luo Yaohua found themselves without the means to participate, as the escalating prices rendered their contributions insignificant. Yang Bo turned to Luo Yaohua, pondering whether their presence at such a prestigious auction was merely for show. Luo Yaohua shook his head, suggesting they wait, as prices should not remain excessively high, and there would still be smaller items to showcase post-auction. Yang Bo nodded, nearly convinced that they might leave empty-handed. As the auction prices continued to rise, by the time they reached a pair of Qianlong red glazed bowls, the price had skyrocketed to 16 million. When the gavel fell, the auctioneer smiled and expressed gratitude for everyone's support and participation. He announced that some smaller items would be presented next, inviting interested parties to take a look, while those who had successfully bid on items were instructed to proceed to the back for settlement. Having not acquired any items, Yang Bo and his companion remained where they were, observing as an array of smaller items was displayed. These so-called small items were not only due to their lower prices, but also because they were indeed diminutive in size. Among them were Xia Tian jade, jadeite rings, and snuff bottles, each vibrant and visually appealing. Yang Bo approached, examining them leisurely without any urgency. Luo Yaohua stepped forward, seizing a snuff bottle, exclaiming, "This is quite nice." Yang Bo glanced over and concurred. It was indeed commendable, crafted from pastel porcelain with even glazing, adorned with wax plum and magpies, symbolizing good fortune and auspiciousness. Luo Yaohua confirmed his choice, noting the price beside it, 18,000, not too high or low, but sufficient for his liking. Chapter 77, The Golden Toad. Yang Bo completed a circuit and was drawn to a golden toad, which was no larger than the palm of his hand, delicately crafted with a lifelike appearance. Its back embellished with golden bumps. Yang Bo reached out to grab it, and, at his side, another person did the same. Both paused, taken aback for a moment. After a brief silence, the other party finally spoke, suggesting that the young man ought to show respect to the elderly. Yang Bo smiled gently, asserting that while honoring the elderly and cherishing the young is a virtue, adhering to the principles of fairness and order is also a social obligation. Sometimes, he felt it more appropriate to act according to the rules. The elder chuckled heartily, yet remained unmoved, stating that this golden toad was worth over 100,000. It was not easy for a young man to earn money, so he should relinquish it to him. Naturally, Yang Bo would not concede, reasoning that it was even more challenging for the elder to save up a lifetime of money. He was young, and should he fail, He still had the chance to rise again, unlike the elder. Their conversation was laced with barbs, and neither was willing to budge. Hearing Yang Bo's words, the elder grew somewhat anxious, suggesting that winning it would serve no purpose. Instead, he could privately offer more money for the golden toad. Yang Bo shook his head, insisting they should bid openly. The other party did not oppose. It was the only way forward. They approached the host, who was momentarily taken aback, as such occurrences were rare after the conclusion of an auction. However, he quickly regained his composure, stating that since it was the request of both gentlemen, he would not elaborate further. The starting bid for the golden toad was set at 130,000, and he hoped that this would not sour their camaraderie. With that, the host declared the auction open. 30 million. Yang Bo did not wait for the other to speak, but rather doubled the bid and then some. The other was momentarily dumbfounded, unable to react, perhaps having never considered such a figure. The host nudged the elder, asking if he was all right. The elder sighed and shook his head, conceding that the youth indeed possessed more audacity than he did, and thus he relinquished his claim. With that, the elder chose not to linger and turned to leave. Yang Bo emerged victorious with a triumphant spirit, and Luo Yaohua, who had witnessed the entire affair, could not help but exclaim, "What a prodigal!" Yang Bo obtained the golden toad and proceeded to pay 30 million backstage, concluding their auction with surprising simplicity. Luo Yaohua rolled his eyes, remarking that had one been able to produce 30 to 50 million, such an auction would not have concluded so swiftly. Let us forget it. Yang Bo replied. Luo Yaohua placed a snuff bottle on a coffee table, his eyes fixated on the golden toad in Yang Bo's hands. What is so peculiar about this toad? Peculiar? What peculiarity could there possibly be? Yang Bo glanced at it, and even extended the golden toad towards him. Luo Yaohua did not take it, saying, "Your demeanor does not instill trust. Don't think that I would cease to doubt simply because you appear so nonchalant. Originally priced at a mere 130,000, you suddenly escalated it to 30 million. Do you truly believe I would take that at face value?" Yang Bo smiled faintly, admitting that he had acted impulsively and should have taken a more measured approach. Perhaps this would have spared him from spending so much. You just claimed you didn't want it. Luo Yaohua took the golden toad, examining it from various angles, yet remained perplexed by its significance. Yang Bo pointed to one of its hind legs, saying, "Take a look. Can you move it?" Luo Yaohua tried to budge it, but found it immovable. He then flipped the golden toad over, indicating that the leg and body were one piece, rendering it immobile. Yang Bo smiled faintly, pressing down on the golden toad's body and pulling with force. To his astonishment, one of its legs emitted a cracking sound, retracting by half. Immediately after, the golden toad opened its mouth, extending a long, crimson tongue, from which a small orb tumbled down. Yang Bo was also taken aback. Despite his preparations, he had not anticipated such a mechanism. The toad's body was adorned with a layer of gold leaf that concealed the mechanism on its hind legs, leading many to overlook it. Luo Yaohua, having received a hint from Yang Bo, still hesitated to pull, and it was easy to imagine that others would be even more reluctant to exert strength. Yang Bo pondered briefly before shifting his gaze to the small orb ejected by the toad. Lu Hai plays with the golden toad, step by step, reeling in wealth. Luo Yaohua finally grasped the situation, exclaiming joyfully that they had struck it rich. It was said that the golden toad often emitted a beam of white light from the well at night, soaring into the heavens, allowing those with wisdom to ascend to paradise. Lu Hai had achieved immortality through this light, and Yang Bo mused that if he did not seek immortality, perhaps he could still attain fortune. As Yang Bo picked up the white orb, he discovered it was soft and wrapped in fine threads. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a silkworm cocoon. There was a small hole on the cocoon, left behind when a silkworm transformed into a moth. Peering through the hole, Yang Bo was astonished to find a piece of paper nestled within the cocoon. Luo Yaohua, having manipulated the golden toad's hind leg, was thoroughly entertained. Marveling at the ingenuity of ancient people in creating such a toy, he shook his head, declaring that this was not childishness but rather research. Ignoring him, Yang Bo turned to fetch a nail clipper and carefully began to snip along the small hole of the cocoon. Soon, he had cut open a significant portion of the cocoon, revealing a slip of paper inside. He pulled out the paper and unfolded it. Luo Yaohua had already positioned himself behind Yang Bo, and before he could fully comprehend it, Luo Yaohua exclaimed in surprise, "This is a treasure map." Yang Bo focused his eyes on the paper, which, when unfurled, was no larger than a palm. It depicted a mountainous landscape with a faint red dot marking a location. The passage of time had rendered the ink somewhat unclear. Yang Bo searched the entire map, but found no textual explanations, which left him somewhat disheartened. Luo Yaohua took the map, affirming that it was indeed a treasure map, as it was hidden so meticulously. Do you know where this is? Yangbo inquiret. Luo Yaohua shook his head, admitting that although he did not know the location, possessing the map offered a glimmer of hope for future encounters. Chapter 78, Song Yuan Shan. With the treasure map in hand, yet devoid of any clues, Yang Bo's initial excitement gradually subsided. He suddenly recalled the masked old man who had sought to purchase the golden toad. Could he be aware of its significance? Might he know of the treasure map? Yang Bo gestured towards the map, suggesting, if you find it, wouldn't it be better for us to split 50-50? Luo Yaohua smiled, noting that such aimless searching could take an indeterminate amount of time, perhaps a lifetime, without success. I won't be fooled. The hotel's cuisine lacked distinctive features, prompting the two to venture into the streets in search of the renowned delicacies of Chang'an. Unexpectedly, I encountered both Chow Yuanda and Director Wu. Director Wu approached with a smile and exclaimed, "Ah, at last I've caught you too. Why did you hang up so quickly?" "Indeed, it was a bit hectic," Luo Yaohua retorted defiantly. Unfazed, Director Wu waved his hand, "Come, follow me. As host in Chang'an, it is my duty to treat you." Yang Bo quickly gestured, "No. There's no need for you to go through such trouble. We can manage with something simple." Director Wu, with a grin, looked at Yang Bo and teased, "What? Are you afraid that taking a meal for me might make you indebted?" Yang Bo calmly nodded. "Indeed, that is the case." Director Wu widened his eyes, having encountered forthrightness before, but never quite like this. Chow Yuanda, standing nearby, burst into hearty laughter. "No worries, Director Wu isn't that kind of person. I assure you. He has no intention of acquiring that fish-pattern pottery jar from you this time, nor is he looking to draft a lease agreement." Gaojuan in Dozet Zoviali. Upon arriving at the hotel and seating themselves, Director Wu began. Yang, 6 years ago, the National Cultural Heritage Administration issued a document listing 64 artifacts that are prohibited from export, with the painted stork fish stone axe pottery jar being at the top. That jar is a relic of the Neolithic Yangshao culture. Yang Bo looked up, unsure of the implication. "I merely wish to remind you not to take it out of the country. Your piece surely qualifies as a first-class artifact, essentially a national treasure. Please take care of it," Director Wu earnestly advised. Yang Bo nodded. "Yes, I will be careful." Chow Yuanda chuckled. "What brings you both to Chang'an? Was it solely for that pottery?" "We came to explore and happened upon some pottery in the antique market," Yang Bo replied. Luo Yaohua nodded. "The Shi Hall hasn't seen much business lately, and Yang Bo often complains to me. I brought him to Chang'an for a little fun. And who would have thought he would stumble upon such a treasure? Stumble upon treasure in the antique market? How could that be?" Chow Yuanda expressed disbelief. "It's true. We bought it from the antique market," Yang Bo insisted. Chow Yuanda and Director Wu exchanged incredulous glances, yet Yang Bo would not deceive them in such matters. The conversation then shifted away from the earlier topic, delving into amusing anecdotes from within the industry, of which Yang Bo knew little, thus content to listen. In the afternoon, Yang Bo located a shipping company, signed a contract, and arranged for the pottery jar to be shipped to Jinling before boarding the plane with the golden toad. Luo Yaohua stayed behind to visit an elder. Yang Bo did not pry further. Luo Yaohua reassured him, "Rest assured, I won't speak of the golden toad to anyone. Besides, I didn't memorize the map, so the task of finding the treasure will be up to you." Clearly, Luo Yaohua regarded the treasure map as a jest, and Yang Bo did not take it too seriously, as the map contained no textual explanations. Finding the treasure location would undoubtedly be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Upon returning home, Yang Bo diligently monitored the shipping process, and by the following afternoon, the package had finally arrived. After a thorough inspection, he found no issues and subsequently secured the exquisite fish-pattern ceramic jar within the bank's safe deposit box. Days swiftly passed, and the business at the Xia Tian finally found its rhythm. Each day, 1 or 2 individuals would come to transact. Yang Bo acquired 2 commendable items while also selling 2, resulting in a net profit exceeding 200,000. Consequently, his bank savings surpassed the million mark once again. The recent medical expenses were not as substantial as anticipated. Yang Bo had initially budgeted 850,000, yet with the surgery progressing smoothly and his stay in a high-ranking patient ward, the total expenditure was just above 700,000. He handed over 110,000 to his mother, leaving him with a surplus of over 30,000, which remained unmentioned among family members. Yang Bo chose to feign ignorance. Relatives visited once more, including several cousins who brought a lively atmosphere to the hospital room. His cousin, Zheng Yuan Shan, worked in marketing at a real estate company and enjoyed a decent income, qualifying him as a semi-successful individual. although only 4 to 5 years older than Yang Bo. He carried himself with an air of superiority. Xiao Bo, I've heard about your situation. Frankly, I'm quite astonished that you have come this far. You lack both an advanced degree and technical skills, and your eloquence is merely average. It is truly remarkable that you can make a living through the appraisal of antiques. Yang Bo felt somewhat uncomfortable at this remark, but refrained from elaborating, merely nodding in agreement, acknowledging the challenges he had faced. However, the fact that you have managed to earn several $100,000 from medical expenses indicates that you have established yourself in this field. From here on, things can only improve. During such times, one must avoid complacency and arrogance. Strive for progress and learn from higher-level appraisers, aiming to join the Jinling Cultural Relics Collection Committee, ideally securing a position of influence. As Yang Bo listened to Zheng Yuanshan's ambitious plans, he suddenly questioned whether he was lacking in ambition. Yet, he quickly realized that the advice offered held little relevance for him. It simply did not align with his path. Nevertheless, he continued to nod in response. After a while, Zheng Yuanshan, feeling fatigued, turned to Yang Bo. I heard from your parents that you have been assisting a friend with an antique shop. Are you able to procure some items? Yang Bo, initially lost in thought, became alert at this inquiry. While he could indeed acquire items, it was imperative to assess their quality and authenticity. Rest assured, Zheng Yuanshan chuckled. Yang Bo nodded, though he remained perplexed. He was well aware of his relative's circumstances and had not heard of anyone possessing antiques. His mother chimed in, Xiao Bo, your brother Yuanshan is well-educated and quick-witted. You should learn from him. Yang Bo acknowledged this with a simple O. Chapter 79, Betrayal from Within. The discharge of Yang Bo's father was a significant event. Although there were some grievances regarding the dealings related to the Buddha altar, the Yi family still made an appearance. They stayed briefly, leaving behind gifts. Yi Shaowan, as his goddaughter, naturally attended as well, though her work commitments meant she could only stay for a short while. Upon encountering Yi Shaoxian, Zheng Yuanshan was immediately captivated. Once she departed, he hurriedly inquired of Aunt Yang. Who is that young lady? Aunt Yang's expression soured, and Zheng Yuanshan's mother seized him, rebuking. That is the girl your aunt found for Xiaobo. What folly is this? Zheng Yuanshan cast a glance at Yang Bo. Noting his attire, clothes worth no more than 200 yuan, coupled with an unremarkable appearance. How could he possibly compare to Zheng Yuanshan, who donned a suit and frequented high-end venues? Such a person managing to secure a beautiful girlfriend seemed like flowers adorning cow dung. Xiaobo, is it your girlfriend? Zheng Yuanshan queried. Yang Bo ignored him and turned to his father, stating, Dad, the paperwork is all completed. Let us be on our way. Yang's father nodded in agreement. Yes. Let's go. Although Zheng Yuanshan felt a twinge of annoyance upon looking at Yang Bo, he suppressed it, remembering the matters that lay ahead. Yang Bo's friends had initially intended a visit, but he deemed the influx of guests overwhelming, fearing he could not manage them all, so he declined their company. Nevertheless, Luo Yaohua had arranged for 2 vehicles to be sent over. As Zheng Yuanshan surveyed the room, he calculated its dimensions and considered the prime location near Xuanwu Lake. He mused that such a residence would require him to toil for a significant portion of his life. Despite his mother's assertion that Yang Bo had borrowed this place from a friend, Zheng Yuanshan remained skeptical. What sort of friend would lend out a freshly renovated home, especially to a household with a patient? A liver cancer sufferer, even post-surgery, might not have much time left. Who would offer such a residence? With these thoughts, Zheng Yuanshan's estimation of Yang Bo's assets increased, bolstering his confidence in his own plans. Helping a friend manage an antique shop was not the same as running one's own business. If such a venture could yield a property worth 2 to 3 million, who would believe there was no trickery involved? Yang Bo, not dwelling on such matters, ordered lunch at a hotel, warmly hosting his relatives until around 3 or 4 in the afternoon, when they finally took their leave. An aunt grasped Yang's mother's hand, exclaiming, Your Xiaobo has truly succeeded. Yuanshan is his brother. Make sure to look after him. Aunt Yang promptly nodded. We are all family. There are no formalities between us. Xiaobo is a sincere person. Why would he not care for Yuanshan? Yangbo stoat silently nearby. He smiled. If things progress well, we might purchase a villa in the suburbs. Yang's mother felt a sense of pride and, after a thorough inspection, pointed to a locked room, asking, Why is that door always locked? Yang Bo glanced over and replied, Oh, that's the study. There are a few items inside, and with so many people today, I worried that the children might accidentally break something, so I locked it. Yang's father, standing aside, sighed softly, feeling that if he could not trust his own relatives, who could he trust? He lamented his son Yang Lang's absence, uncertain if he had a place to stay. I cannot find peace here. Yang Bo hesitated for a moment, although he understood his father's concerns. He made no promises and turned to leave. Observing Yang's father depart, Yang's mother could not contain her anger, exclaiming, "What is the meaning of this?" It was understandable before the surgery, but now that he has been discharged, you continue to act this way. Are you forcing Xiaobo to become estranged? Yang's father lifted his head, snorting dismissively. Whether he is loyal or not matters little, as long as he fulfills his promise to purchase the house. We can survive with the over 300,000 we currently possess. If I cannot rely on my own son, who else can I depend upon? Yang's mother pointed at Yang's father, her lips trembling with rage, unable to articulate her thoughts. Yang Bo had informed her of the house's ownership, yet she had kept this knowledge from Yang's father. It seemed that the concealment was indeed prudent. Had Yang's father learned the truth, he would undoubtedly claim the house for himself. The following day, Yang Bo sat in the shop, engrossed in a book, when Zheng Yuanshan entered with a man. Clad in a suit, Zheng appeared radiant, and he introduced the man behind him. Xiaobo, this is my colleague, Xiao Kai. He has a penchant for collecting and possesses quite a few items. As I mentioned yesterday, he seeks your assistance in examining them. Xiao Kai, who appeared to be of similar age to Zheng and slightly plump, nodded at Yang Bo, having heard Zheng speak of his remarkable cousin. It is a pleasure to finally meet you. Yang Bo rose, smiling. You were too kind. He invited both to sit and poured 2 cups of tea he had prepared, saying, "Please enjoy." Zheng did not hesitate. After sipping his tea, he pushed a box towards Yang Bo. "Take a look at this. We shall discuss further thereafter." Yang Bo nodded and opened the box, revealing a pair of Guangxi porcelain bowls. Without even lifting them out, he discerned their glaring newness. These were not antiques, but rather newly acquired wares from Jingdezhen. He closed the box and looked up at the two men. "Zheng, Biaming, Butchgoned Yang Bo. Shall we step inside for a brief discussion?" Frowning, Yang Bo did not refuse, and they moved to a secluded corner of the hall. "Xiaobo, you are merely assisting in this shop, correct? Since it is not your own, it is said that making mistakes in antique appraisal is quite common. How about you accept that pair of porcelain bowls?" Zheng's excitement was palpable as he continued. "I have inquired and learned that this pair of Guangxi bowls dates back to the Qianlong era and could be valued at around 160 to 70,000. I do not ask for much, just 130,000 from you, and the rest is yours to keep. What do you think?" Yang Bo's eyes widened in disbelief at Zheng's audacity to propose such a scheme, contemplating how one could betray oneself. Resolutely rejecting the notion, he replied, "Those bowls are clearly new porcelain. You must have purchased them from a supermarket, correct? Indeed, you possess keen insight." Zheng praised. Yang Bo, exasperated, stated plainly, with such quality, "How could I possibly turn a blind eye? If I were to overlook this, I would risk losing my job." Zheng nodded. "All right, I understand. Should I go to a street vendor to buy a high-quality replica instead? I can head there now." "No, there is no need for that. I shall not accept them." Yang Bo asserted. Zheng was momentarily taken aback, quickly regaining his composure. "You do not wish to proceed?" Yang Bo affirmed. "This is a matter I cannot entertain." Zheng scrutinized Yang Bo deeply, stating, "This situation poses no detriment to you. It cannot be done." Yang Bo insisted firmly. Zheng chose not to argue further and departed. Chapter 80, The Villa. Yang Bo was perplexed by the deterioration of his relationship with his father since being hospitalized. He was willing to spend money on his father's medical treatment and endure hardships to save, yet he felt a deep discomfort at the thought of financially supporting Yonglang. If it weren't for the kindness his parents had shown him throughout his life, he might have felt as though he were adopted. He always sensed a barrier between himself and his parents, a distance that contrasted sharply with the intimacy they shared with Yonglang. For instance, when it came to the 200,000 for medical expenses, they entrusted the money to Yonglang without hesitation, but would never hand it directly to him. He couldn't quite understand why he felt this way, yet he resolved to refrain from complaints, as they were, after all, his parents. As his phone rang, he was momentarily taken aback to see his father's number on the screen. Was there something they hadn't discussed during their midday meeting? "Xiaobo, do you have time this afternoon?" his father inquired. "You see, your cousin Yuanshan recommended a new property at Yulingjiyuan. I checked the map, and the location is just right, on the outskirts yet conveniently close to the city center, and the price is reasonable. Shall we go take a look together this afternoon?" Yang Bo hailed a taxi, reflecting once more on his need to purchase a car. However, without a driver's license and with dwindling funds, the idea felt increasingly far-fetched. Even though the property was in the suburbs, the recent conclusion of the Olympics had caused a surge in housing prices. Should the costs rise excessively, he would need to liquidate several antiques to gather the necessary funds. The Yulingjiyuan development was situated in the southern part of the city, a mere 20-minute drive from the urban center and conveniently near a subway station. making it a desirable location. Upon arriving, Yang Bo and his parents disembarked and entered the sales office, where Zheng Yuanshan was already awaiting them, eagerly coming forward. "Aunt, Uncle, Xiaobo, you've arrived." Yang's father nodded in acknowledgement, commenting, "Yuanshan, this area appears quite pleasant." Zheng Yuanshan promptly replied, "Indeed, it is quite delightful, with beautiful scenery and proximity to the subway station. Allow me to show you the property. You'll see for yourselves." Yang's father followed closely, hardly taking a moment to sit. Soon, Zheng Yuanshan began to elaborate on the development, stating, "We are currently in the third phase of construction. The first phase has been completed and delivered, while the second is underway. There are plans for a kindergarten, primary school, and community hospital, which have all been approved, along with a commercial center under construction." Yang Bo, however, had little interest in the supplementary facilities. He wandered to the front desk to peruse a brochure from the real estate company. The average price per square meter was 13,000, with variations depending on the floor and location. A two-bedroom unit of 100 square meters would cost 130,000, while a three-bedroom unit soared to 160,000. Not wanting to complicate matters or become entangled in lengthy negotiations, he resolved to pay in full, which would necessitate selling a few antiques to procure the required funds. After some time on the sofa in the lobby, sipping tea, Zheng Yuanshan finally returned with Yang's parents. Yang Bo inquired, "What do you think?" His father nodded, saying it's quite nice. It would be convenient for the children to attend school, with a nearby market and hospital. This community is excellent. His mother also expressed her satisfaction with a nod, affirming, "Indeed, it is quite good. Uncle, rest assured, would I ever deceive you? How did you find the house I recommended?" Zheng Yuanshan inquired with a smile. "It is indeed splendid, spacious, and airy." Yang's father nodded in agreement. Yang Bo, seated nearby, remained silent, sensing an underlying tension. Zheng Yuanshan turned to Yang Bo, saying, "Xiaobo, I have already recommended the house. Now it is up to you to deliver. Let us see if you can rise to the occasion." Yang Bo glanced at his mother, noticing her bowed head in silence, and he began to grasp the situation. "Which house are you referring to?" "Our company has developed a series of villas by the lakeside, one of which is over 400 square meters. Given your current financial situation, with your own 120 square meter residence, shouldn't T uncle and auntie, along with Langu, reside in something more spacious?" Zheng Yuanshan continued with a grin. Yang Bo furrowed his brows, casting a glance at Zheng Yuanshan. He had just rejected the unreasonable demands made earlier that morning and had assumed Zheng Yuanshan was merely interested in selling properties for a commission. Now, collaborating with old Yang in this manner felt like a deliberate attempt to provoke him. "There is no need for that. I cannot afford it," Yang Bo replied calmly. "But isn't it possible to take out a loan?" Yang's father reminded him. Yang Bo picked up the phone from the tea table. "You all can negotiate. Once you reach an agreement, I can borrow money for the down payment. As for the remaining installments, I am powerless to assist." With that, Yang Bo stood and prepared to leave. He overturned the table, leaving Yang's father flushed with embarrassment. Yet he understood it was not the moment to confront him. "Xiaobo, please don't go. Let us discuss this further." Yang Bo glanced at the time. "Dad, I have another appointment this afternoon, and time is running short. Now that the house has been chosen, I must insist on the down payment." Yang's father, exasperated, exclaimed, "Are you not contributing the remaining funds? I only have so much money. The place I currently reside in is borrowed. How could I possibly afford a loan? Should I end up living under a bridge?" Yang Bo, who had been suppressing his anger, could no longer contain himself. He retorted vehemently at Yang's father. "Yang Lang is your son, and so am I. Why should I be the one to borrow money for his house? He is my elder brother, yet I have never seen him give me a single penny. Why should I support him? If he were foolish or physically disabled, I would support him without complaint for a lifetime. Yet he is thriving, living more comfortably than I do. Why should I fund his villa?" Yang Bo's voice rose with fury, attracting the attention of everyone in the hall. Yang's father's face turned crimson with shame, realizing that his actions would undoubtedly draw criticism. However, he could not deny Yang Bo's parentage, so he attempted to pacify him, saying, "Xiaobo, let us lower our voices. This house is too expensive if we don't buy it. We can settle for a smaller high-rise." Zheng Yuanshan, startled, had been the one encouraging Yang's father to purchase the villa. He had originally thought Yang Bo's demeanor was placid and would not lead to such a confrontation, only to be met with an unexpected outburst. Chapter 81. Threefold. Yang's father glanced at Zheng Yuanshan. "Yuanshan, you take the floor?" Zheng Yuanshan was startled just now, nearly believing that Yang Bo would hold him accountable. Upon witnessing Yang Bo's earlier outburst and subsequent silence, he broke into a smile. Zeng had recently taken a liking to an apartment on the 8th floor of Building 6 in Phase 3. Yangbo nodded, recognizing this as his limit. He cast a glance at his father, feeling a sense of helplessness. Some individuals never grasp the truth that the more one demands, the greater the losses one may incur in the future. How much? Yangbo inquired. A 3-bedroom apartment with a total area of 120 square meters, priced at 1.6 million. Zeng Yuanshan declared. He then added, of course, as my cousin, I wouldn't let you suffer a loss. I can offer you a discount of 3 points, amounting to 48,000 yuan. What do you think? Yang Bo frowned. He had noted in the promotional brochure that the current promotional activities offered discounts up to 5 points, clearly indicating that Zeng Yuanshan was not being truthful. Yang Bo glanced at the brochure on the table, causing Zeng Yuanshan's eyelids to twitch, almost leading him to believe he would be exposed. Unexpectedly, Yang Bo did not seem to take notice, but instead turned to his father. Dad, are you certain you want to purchase this one? Yang's father nodded affirmatively, declaring, this is the one. Yang Bo responded, Aurig. Zeng Yuanshan's face lit up with joy. He would earn an extra 2 points on this transaction, and with a little persuasion while signing the contract, it would be an effortless endeavor. Zeng Yuanshan stood to prepare the contract, while Yang Bo took out his phone, addressing his parents, I'm going to borrow some money. Yang's father was filled with joy and anticipation, while Yang's mother frowned and sighed repeatedly. Upon seeing Yang Bo leave, Yang's mother pulled on Yang's father. Aren't you afraid of facing repercussions for this? Yang's father snorted. I raised him. This is his gratitude for my upbringing. I won't concern myself with his future demands. Can I spare a little? Yang's mother looked at him, filled with sorrow and indignation. One day, you will regret this. We'll speak of regrets when that day comes. Yang's father retorted coldly. Yang Bo dialed Lu Lianyu's number, exchanging pleasantries, and was about to broach the subject of borrowing money when a group of people entered from outside. The leader of the group, wearing a hard hat, instructed those around him, I understand the tight schedule, but safety must be prioritized during construction. Just then, the leader suddenly halted, glancing towards the sales hall, where he noticed a young man with a phone. You all continue with your tasks. I need to greet an acquaintance. The leader left the group and approached the young man. Yang Bo did not have the chance to borrow money and ended the call. Boss Xiao Yang. What brings you here? Lu Dongxing asked with a smile. Yang Bo shook hands with him, teasing. Do you think I should only be found in the antique market? Lu Dongxing shook his head with a smile. At your young age, it's only natural to enjoy life. It's quite normal not to be in the antique market. I'm here to buy a house, Yang Bo replied, gesturing outside and smiling. Given your attire, this community must also be developed by Shushan, right? Lu Dongxing laughed heartily. What a coincidence. The past few days have been exceedingly busy for me. I intended to visit Shi Hall to discuss matters with you, but to my surprise, you came here yourself. Yang Bo expressed his confusion, inquiring about the reason for this visit. Lu Dongxing shook his head, indicating it was not of great significance. How about this? Do you have time tomorrow morning? I am rather occupied at the moment. Yang Bo nodded. I need to go to the capital tomorrow afternoon, so I shall wait for you at Shi Hall in the morning. Very well, Lu Dongxing agreed. With that, Lu Dongxing gestured to the marketing manager, who had been waiting nearby. Xiao, which building did Mr. Yang reserve? Manager Xiao, in his late 20s but seasoned in his role, quickly gathered Yang Bo's purchasing information upon noticing the exchange. It is Building 6, 8th floor, apartment 802 of Phase 3. Lu Dongxing nodded, stating Mr. Yang is a distinguished talent. It is our honor to have him reside in our community. What is the price of this apartment? I believe it would be prudent to reserve one of the 2 remaining units in Phase 1 for Mr. Yang at a discounted rate of 30, Lu Dongxing declared, waving his hand as if to dismiss the cost. Yang Bo hurriedly interjected, no need for such courtesy, Boss Lu. I shall pay the actual price. Please, do not be so formal. It is merely a token of goodwill. I am quite busy, so let us proceed without formality. Lu Dongxing insisted, glancing at his watch. Xiao, do you understand? Yes, yes. Manager Xiao responded promptly. Lu Dongxing then departed. Manager Zhao's demeanor towards Yang Bo was exceptionally respectful. Mr. Yang, please follow me. I will show you the locations of the remaining 2 units in Phase 1. Zeng Yuanshan exited the office, excitedly holding the still-warm contract. Xiao Bo, the contract is printed. Let's sign it now. Despite the manager's presence, Zeng Yuanshan was unconcerned, as he knew the manager would not snatch away a deal from his subordinate. Manager Xiao, observing Zeng Yuanshan's enthusiasm, found it amusing. Yuanshan, you need not pursue this deal. Let me handle it. Manager Xiao shook his head. Do not misunderstand. This is not an attempt to take your commission. But Manager Xiao, This seems inappropriate. Zheng Yuanshan replied, still incredulous. Every sales contract comes with a commission, and he could not fathom why the manager would want to take over such a small deal. Please do not interrupt me. Manager Zhao's tone turned serious. I am informing you now that this is not an attempt to claim your deal. It is the chairman's directive. You must amend the contract to reflect a unit in Building 3, 10th floor. Zheng Yuanshan was taken aback, unable to comprehend the situation. The chairman was taking over the deal and seeking a unit from Phase 1 that had already been delivered. Manager Xiao, there are no units left in Phase 1. Zheng Yuanshan hesitated to argue, but could only ask indirectly. There are. Those are reserved units. We need to sign a contract with Mr. Yang immediately. Remember, the contract amount must reflect a 30% discount. Manager Xiao instructed. After being reprimanded, Zheng Yuanshan instinctively turned to revise the contract, but stumbled at the mention of the discount, nearly losing his balance. 30%? Yes, indeed, 30%. Mr. Yang stood by, witnessing the entire process, hesitant to approach. Upon hearing Manager Xiao mention a discount of 30% once more, a buzzing filled his mind, rendering him momentarily speechless. Was Yang Bo truly capable of reaching such heights? How could he secure such a significant concession from a real estate mogul? Mr. Yang found himself in a state of bewilderment, questioning the validity of his own actions. Chapter 82. The Interwoven Olive Jar. Early in the morning, Mr. and Mrs. Yang hurried to the furniture market, eager to furnish their newly completed and delivered apartment, which was ready for immediate occupancy. Yang Bo packed his belongings, having already coordinated with Chow Yuenda to head to the capital that afternoon. Consequently, Yang Bo found himself with extra funds to purchase a vehicle. Furthermore, with his parents preparing to move, he sensed their urgency, as if they were impatient to leave. Lost in thought, the wind chimes tinkled, announcing the arrival of a customer. Yang Bo had installed the chimes at the entrance just days prior, ensuring they would ring whenever someone entered. Mr. Yang, how has business been lately? Li Ling inquired as he stepped inside. Yang Bo looked up with a smile. Business is mediocre. I hardly make a profit, merely scraping by. Li Ling chuckled. Mr. Yang, you certainly have a knack for humor. As he spoke, Li Ling placed a box on the table, adding, rumor has it that you've struck gold in Chang'an recently. Yang Bo paused, momentarily taken aback, and thinking Li Ling was misinformed, he responded nonchalantly, struck gold in Chang'an? I hardly possess such prowess. Li Ling laughed. Word has it that you discovered a Neolithic fish-patterned pottery jar, and even the National Museum has been stirred, seemingly eager to locate you. However, it appears that such claims might be unfounded. Li Ling spoke slowly, yet there was an undeniable weight to his words, especially considering the murky truth behind these rumors, leaving Yang Bo in a state of uncertainty. However, his focus was not on this matter. He was curious as to how such a clandestine event had reached the ears of outsiders. Yet, given the crowd on that day, it was indeed plausible. Oh, a Neolithic fish-patterned pottery jar? I would love to possess one, even if it were sought after by the National Museum. What a prestigious acquisition. Yang Bo remarked with a smile. Li Ling grinned and pushed the box toward him. Mr. Yang, please take a look. Yang Bo lifted the lid to reveal a glazed red branch lotus-patterned olive jar nestled within. The jar's olive shape, adorned with intertwining lotus motifs, symbolized integrity and purity. The vessel was meticulously crafted, showcasing exquisite quality. Particularly striking were the 6 character inscriptions in regular script from the reign of Emperor Yongzheng, elegantly rendered and robust. Intrigued, Yang Bo remarked, you must have acquired quite a few treasures recently. As he spoke, a radiant light enveloped his vision, and soon he was struck dumb. 2 distinct halos formed above and below the olive jar, with the upper circle being thin and the lower thick. After a brief moment of contemplation, he realized, once again, it was spliced porcelain. Li Ling had been apprenticed to Jia Huai Run in the art of appraisal since his childhood, spending even more time in the antique shop than at home, thus forming a deep emotional bond with the establishment. However, the sudden change of ownership and Jia Huai Ren's imprisonment left him despondent, making it exceedingly difficult for him to accept the rapid turn of events within just a few days. Are you all right? Yang Bo inquired, his tone gentle. Li Ling shook his head, steeling himself before turning to Yang Bo. What are your thoughts on the matter? Yang Bo raised an eyebrow, unable to comprehend. With a frown, Li Ling produced an olive jar, pointing to the foot of the vessel. Can you not discern this base? The 6 characters are executed with a striking and upright script, characterized by a balanced and even structure, typical of the Yongzheng imperial kiln. Yang Bo waved his hand dismissively, suggesting that such matters were not worth arguing over. Excessive debate would bring no benefit to either party. Li Ling hesitated briefly, letting out a soft sigh. Very well then. After a moment of silence, he suddenly spoke again. It has been a while since we last ventured out together. I recently contacted a collector in Yinqing who wishes to part with several porcelain pieces. Would you be interested in accompanying me? Yang Bo pondered for a moment. When? Tomorrow morning. Li Ling replied eagerly. I'm afraid that may not be possible. Yang Bo responded cautelously. Ever since Jia Huairen's arrest, their communication had dwindled significantly. He was uncertain of what Li Ling was currently engaged in. I must travel to Beijing this afternoon and may be gone for several days. I apologize. Li Ling's face fell in disappointment. That is truly unfortunate. Is your trip to Beijing so crucial? A journey to Yinqing could potentially yield a substantial profit, while your father's health has improved. You still need to prepare for marriage and housing. It would be wise to plan ahead. Li Ling nodded without further comment, departing with the box in hand. As Yang Bo watched him leave, he pondered the level of craftsmanship required to forge the olive jar. Perplexed by why Jia Huairen would risk such perilous actions if he possessed such skill. Exiting the Shi Hall, Li Ling felt a deep sense of loss. Having learned appraisal from his uncle since childhood, he had always played the role of a mentor when Yang Bo first arrived. Now, with Yang Bo having opened his own antique shop, Li Ling found himself in a state of obscurity, which was profoundly disheartening. In terms of appraisal skills, he believed he was not inferior to Yang Bo, perhaps even possessing a stronger foundation. Yang Bo had merely stumbled upon good fortune. In terms of family background, his uncle owned an antique shop, giving him a superior pedigree in this industry compared to Yang Bo, who hailed from small county. With the widening gap between them, each misstep could lead to further disadvantage, leaving him feeling resentful and unfulfilled. Turning into a narrow alley, Li Ling opened the car door and settled into the back seat, nodding at the burly man. Uncle Lei. Upon noticing the box in Li Ling's hand, Uncle Lei's brow furrowed in concern. Did he confiscate it? Li Ling shook his head. No, he did not. Did he provide any reason? Uncle Lei asked, slightly vexed. He had painstakingly acquired the olive jar from the boss, only to find that it had not sufficed. Could that little fox truly be so astute? I inquired, but he did not disclose anything, Li Ling replied. Uncle Lei nodded, realizing that alternative strategies would be necessary. Henceforth, they must proceed with patience, ensuring that when the moment came, they would strike decisively. Li Ling nudda emphatically. Understood. Chapter 83. Seeking Evidence. Yang Bo paid no heed, as a guest had arrived at his shop. Lu Dongxing as promised. Yang Bo poured tea and exchanged pleasantries with Lu Dongxing. The latter spoke and acted with remarkable straightforwardness, engaging in casual banter before stating directly, I am aware that you are soon to catch a flight to the capital, so I shall not delay you further. I wish to be candid. I would like to hire you as my personal appraiser. A personal appraiser? Yang Bo was momentarily taken aback. He knew that affluent collectors often had appraisers by their side, yet he had not anticipated that such an opportunity would come his way. Lu Dongxing nodded, confirming the role of a personal appraiser, but reassured him, you need not worry excessively. You may continue with your usual activities, and I will only reach out when I require your expertise. He added, according to my routine, I typically attend the Hong Kong auctions twice a year, and domestically, I frequent only 3 or 4 auction houses for their spring and autumn sales. Yang Bo nodded lightly. This arrangement seemed quite leisurely for an appraiser. Sensing Yang Bo's interest, Lu Dongxing's spirits lifted further as he continued. As for compensation, it will be calculated on a daily basis, 100,000 per day. This rate is the same as that of Professor Chow, but he has now relocated to the capital, making it less convenient for him. After contemplating for a moment, Yang Bo found no reason to decline such a generous offer. Indeed, it was a rare opportunity. He responded affirmatively, very well. Lu Dongxing was elated and signaled to his secretary to bring forth a contract. I have a contract here, take a look. If everything is in order, we shall finalize this agreement. Yang Bo smiled. No need to review it. I trust that Boss Lu would not deceive me. Nevertheless, he glanced over it and, upon noting that the contract duration was for 1 year, he contentedly signed his name. Lu Dongxing departed shortly thereafter, but the arrival of 2 guests had made Yang Bo's schedule somewhat tight. His phone rang suddenly, and he answered. Where are you? Luo Yaowa inquired. I am at the shop. Wait for me. I will be there shortly. Luo Yaowa replied eagerly. Yang Bo glanced at the time and quickly interjected. No need to come over. I must rush to the airport for my flight to the capital. What a coincidence. Luo Yaowa nearly cursed before adding, all right then, wait for me in the capital. I will head over this afternoon. After hanging up, Yang Bo grabbed his suitcase, neglected to tidy up, locked the door, and hailed a cab to the airport. Upon arrival, he found Chow Yuanda and explained that he had forgotten the lacquer box. Chow Yuanda, with a hint of resignation, replied. If you didn't bring it, then so be it. It hardly matters. Having just arrived in the capital, Qiao Yuanda had no plans to purchase a home and was residing in a two-bedroom apartment rented by his workplace. Young Bo, feeling it inappropriate to intrude, was fortunate that Luo Yaohua had arrived, and the three of them dined together outside. Qiao Yuanda chuckled. You need not be so cautious in probing me for information. I did not divulge this matter. There were too many people that day, and I failed to consider the consequences. It would have been better to leave fewer people behind after the meeting. Yang Bo shook his head, acknowledging that with so many voices, rumors were bound to circulate. Qiao Yuanda pressed his hands down, urging, listen to my explanation. They have yet to seek you out, have they? When they first called me, I was adamantly opposed. Later, I informed them that you would be arriving in the capital in the next couple of days, which deterred them from proceeding. Yang Bo was momentarily taken aback. Lao Ge, let us depart immediately. The capital is indeed a den of dragons and tigers. Luo Yaohua erupted into hearty laughter. Why the haste? The fish-pattern ceramic jar is inherently yours. They are merely masquerading under the pretense of a collection. As long as you maintain your silence and categorically deny it, they can do nothing to you. Yang Bo turned to Qiao Yuanda, uncertain of the accuracy of this assertion. A sigh of relief escaped Yang Bo. Thankfully, the exchange conference was set to take place the day after tomorrow, and he had no need to arrive so early. However, he was reluctant to stay in Jinling, and arriving early would afford him the opportunity to explore. After a silent night, Yang Bo rose early, rousing Luo Yaohua, and they made their way to Lilikang. This street, originating from the Qing dynasty, was once a lodging place for scholars traveling to the capital for the imperial examinations. Consequently, this area was replete with shops selling writing materials. And over time, antique and art stores were drawn here as well. Yang Bo and Luo Yaohua navigated through the throngs of people, entering one shop after another to browse. Some venerable antique shops, steeped in history, housed genuine antiques with clearly marked prices, making the prospect of finding a bargain exceedingly slim. Nevertheless, the duo remained spirited. Luo Yaohua had a penchant for the four treasures of the study, frequently boasting of his excellent calligraphy, which Yang Bo found hard to believe. They visited Dai Yuexian for brushes, Ida Ge for ink, and Qingmi Ge for paper and inkstones, successfully acquiring their supplies. To Yang Bo's surprise, Luo Yaohua began grinding ink and writing on the spot. As the brush glided across the paper, the strokes flowed with vigor and elegance, earning resounding applause from the onlookers. Luo Yaohua, visibly pleased, bowed to the crowd, exclaiming, thank you, thank you. Yang Bo, intrigued, remarked, I never anticipated this. I always thought you were academically challenged. But it appears you are quite the scholar. As Luo Yaohua packed away his materials, he feigned the intention to splash the remaining ink at Yang Bo, declaring, you are the one who is academically challenged. I graduated from a prestigious university in the capital, recited the 1,000-character classic and 100 family surnames at 3, and practiced calligraphy for over a decade. This skill is not mere boasting. Yang Bo was astonished, realizing that there was more to Luo Yaohua than just a checkered past. He had assumed his proudest achievement was charming girls in kindergarten. Luo Yaohua shook his head, advising, you ought to learn from me. Mastering calligraphy and musical instruments is essential for wooing the ladies. No sooner had Luo Yaohua spoken than two blonde-haired, blue-eyed foreign girls approached. Pointing at the brushes and ink in his hands, camera in tow, seemingly eager to take a picture with him, Luo Yaohua, now invigorated, exchanged knowing glances with Yang Bo. Chapter 84. A Collision of Cultures. Luo Yaohua's English was quite proficient, and he engaged in conversation with the two girls. One girl helped him grind ink, while the other snapped photographs. Luo Yaohua inscribed 2 lines on the paper, one world, one dream, a slogan from the recently concluded Olympic Games. The girl grinding the ink was visibly excited, chatting animatedly with Luo Yaohua. Soon, he resignedly stepped aside as she picked up the brush, striking a pose that was more for the camera than for writing. After capturing a few photographs, another young woman stepped forward to mimic the pose. Yang Bo stood nearby, observing the incorrect way they held their pens, hesitating to voice his thoughts. After a considerable time of taking pictures, the two ladies finally took a picture with Luo Yaohua. Once the two girls departed, Yang Bo could no longer restrain his laughter. Was this what it meant to flirt? Was this the boon of romantic fortune? It seemed to him that these two had not shown much respect to young Master Luo. Luo Yaohua wore a disgruntled expression, muttering, "What's the matter? At least I had some girls in the picture with me. You should give it a try." Yang Bo shook his head, saying, "Never mind that. Hurry up and tidy yourself. Let us continue our stroll." with numerous shops in Lilikang. The two wandered around until nearly noon, when Luo Yaohua suggested they indulge in some roast duck. Yang Bo readily agreed. The people of Jinling have a penchant for duck, with roast duck shops scattered throughout every alley and street. Yet, the capital's roast duck, with its prestigious reputation, overshadowed Jinling's offerings. As they were walking, they encountered a blockage in the road, accompanied by commotion ahead. Yang Bo glanced over and recognized the two girls from the morning. Luo Yaohua looked in their direction and promptly deduced, it appears to be a case of scamming. Yang Bo hesitated, not particularly inclined to intervene, and it seemed Luo Yaohua had no intention of stepping forward either. However, the two arguing girls suddenly spotted Luo Yaohua and waved at him, calling out, "Darling, darling." Even without understanding English, one could grasp that it meant dear. The attention of the onlookers swiftly shifted, leaving the two unable to escape. Luo Yaohua, steeling himself, pulled Yang Bo forward while whispering, "Brother, I need your help." Yang Bo remained composed as he navigated through the crowd. Upon arriving, he noticed shards of porcelain scattered on the ground, alongside a middle-aged man in his 40s, whose face and neck were flushed, likely from exposure to the sun, and his clothing splattered with mud. Upon seeing Yang Bo and Luo Yaohua approach, the man eagerly lamented, "Are you two affiliated with these women? Please help me explain. This pen holder is a family heirloom. My elderly mother is bedridden and gravely ill. I was counting on selling this pen holder to pay for her treatment." The man spoke with tears streaming down his face, and with the two girls being foreigners, the spectators began to side with him, pointing fingers at the young women. In such circumstances, it was often a case of scamming. However, one could not entirely dismiss the possibility that it was not. Yang Bo turned to Luo Yaohua and suggested, "You should first inquire about their side of the story." After a couple of questions, the girls appeared to grasp the gravity of the situation and soon explained that they had been walking backward and accidentally bumped into the man, causing the pen holder to shatter at that moment. Yang Bo furrowed his brow, recognizing the dilemma they faced. Despite this, he crouched down to examine the porcelain fragments closely. The middle-aged man continued to assert, "This pen holder was crafted during the reign of Emperor Qianlong. It is immensely valuable. My mother's treatment depends entirely on it." Luo Yaohua took a moment to explain the situation to the two girls, and only then did they begin to panic, pleading with the middle-aged man for leniency. At that moment, even if the man were to forgive them, the gathered crowd would not be so easily appeased. The two young ladies walked carelessly, even retreating as they moved. While colliding with someone may not be a significant issue, the pen holder they damaged is quite valuable. Certainly not a piece of mere imitation porcelain. Observe the cracks upon its surface. The texture is unmistakably that of aged porcelain, not that of a new creation. Yang Bo picked up a shard of the ceramic and noticed something amiss. The surface was pristine, yet the interior was yellowed, making it impossible for this to be a piece from the Qianlong era. Additionally, the light surrounding it indicated that this was a newly fabricated item that had undergone minimal forgery. Casually, Yang Bo raised the shard and inquired of the middle-aged man, "Are you from the construction site?" The man nodded, admitting he was indeed from the site. "I may lack education and knowledge, but it is common sense that one must compensate for what they have damaged. This principle applies universally, regardless of one's occupation." Yang Bo furrowed his brow, aiming only to ascertain the man's circumstances and verify the authenticity of his claims regarding a gravely ill mother. Having experienced familial illness himself, he was inclined to extend his assistance. Initially, he intended to explore whether he could offer the man some form of advantage. However, the man's skillful evasion of the topic raised Yang Bo's suspicions, leading him to believe that the man was likely a professional scammer. Determined to probe further, Yang Bo lifted the shard again. "I suspect this porcelain was found by you at the construction site. Perhaps we should involve the authorities." Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man reacted vehemently. "No, we cannot involve the police." The onlookers echoed his sentiments, questioning the necessity of police intervention. "Can the police handle this matter? Aren't they all biased towards foreigners?" Yang Bo paid no heed to the crowd, instead focusing on the man. "How do you wish to resolve this?" The man replied, "Compensation. They need only pay me 80,000 yuan, and I shall drop the matter." Yang Bo was certain the man was merely attempting to scam him, and he could not help but sigh in exasperation. "Your demands are unreasonable. We are well aware of the era this porcelain hails from. With the recent conclusion of the Olympics, a plethora of international guests remain in the capital. You must understand the negative repercussions of targeting a foreigner in this manner." "I care not. I demand compensation," the man insisted. The crowd turned against Yang Bo, accusing him, "Are you not Chinese? Why are you siding with the foreigner at a time like this? They continued, and you wish to involve the police? What connection do you have to that foreign woman? Why protect her? Listening to their murmurs, Yangbo frowned, unwilling to engage in further argument. He bent down to retrieve a piece of the shattered porcelain, revealing the base which bore his signature. Let us examine the signature for any discrepancies. The middle-aged man's expression shifted, for he was acutely aware of the porcelain's most glaring flaw. The onlookers, however, remained oblivious, unable to discern the truth. It was then that Luo Yaohua spoke up loudly. The inscription reads made during the Qianlong reign of the Qing dynasty, but the character for made should be in traditional Chinese, while this is clearly in simplified script. The crowd suddenly understood, turning their gazes toward the middle-aged man, who had begun to retreat from the gathering, attempting to escape. Seize him. He is a scammer, deceiving international guests. A stir arose among the crowd, yet the individual managed to escape. Yangbo even witnessed someone shouting and, amidst the chaos, providing cover for the fugitive's flight. With the truth already revealed, striking the person again would yield no benefit, so Yangbo allowed the escape to unfold. Two young ladies approached, their enunciation somewhat awkward as they expressed their gratitude toward Yangbo, exclaiming, "Thank you." Yangbo replied with a smile, "You're welcome." It was then that he learned both ladies hailed from America. The freckled girl was named Lena, while the other, strikingly beautiful, was called Cheryl. They were profoundly appreciative of Yangbo's assistance in resolving their predicament and insisted on treating him and Luo Yaohua to a meal. Luo Yaohua had already made a reservation at a renowned Peking duck restaurant, and accommodating two more guests was no trouble. Thus the quartet ventured into the establishment together. As the young ladies savored the roasted duck, they couldn't help but sing its praises, exclaiming how delectable it was. Communication proved challenging for Yangbo, while Luo Yaohua maintained a lively conversation with them, filled with laughter. After their meal, the two ladies took care of the bill. They planned to climb the Great Wall next and invited Yangbo and Luo Yaohua to join, but Yangbo politely declined, much to Cheryl's disappointment. Before parting ways, Lena gifted Luo Yaohua a necklace made of seashells that she removed from her neck, while Cheryl presented Yangbo with a delicate, intricately designed metal sphere. Both men received their gifts graciously and exchanged the ink and paper they had purchased earlier as tokens of appreciation. As Luo Yaohua watched the two ladies depart, his expression suddenly shifted, filled with regret. "I really missed out. I wanted to follow them. Why did you hold me back?" Yangbo srugit nonchalantly. "Then you could have gone along, couldn't you?" Luo Yaohua's expression faltered. "What did you mean by holding me back?" Yangbo rolled his eyes. "I merely gave you a nudge to consider it more carefully, nothing more." Luo Yaohua shook his head, squeezing the seashell. "How is it that our two gifts differ so greatly in value?" Yangbo weighed the metal sphere in his hand and chuckled. Luo Yaohua glanced at the ornate sphere, noting its many hollow openings that made it appear feather-light, and couldn't help but inquire, "What is this?" Without a word, Yangbo brought the sphere closer to Luo Yaohua's nose. Luo Yaohua exclaimed in surprise, "It has a fragrance. What is this? Is it incense?" Yangbo, somewhat smug, replied, "This is an aroma ball. The holes are designed to release the scent. And what's more, this piece dates back to the late Qing dynasty." Luo Yaohua lamented, "This isn't fair. Why do you receive something so valuable while I only get a handcrafted shell?" Yangbo raised an eyebrow. "Did you not notice that Lena has a fondness for you? Look, she took the necklace off her neck, indicating its significance to her, while Cheryl merely grabbed something from her bag. She was creating an opportunity for Lena. Alas, you failed to seize it." Yangbo shook his head with a sigh. Luo Yaohua, exasperated, retorted, "Get lost. It was still you who held me back." After a considerable time spent wandering, he finally managed to compose himself and reached out to Yangbo. "Let me see that aroma ball." Yangbo cradled the sphere as if it were a treasure, refusing to part with it. "You aren't developing feelings for Cheryl, are you?" Holding the gift she had bestowed upon him as if it were a treasured possession, Luo Yaohua remarked. Yangbo cast him a glance and replied, "Do not attempt to provoke me. It is futile." Ultimately, Luo Yaohua's intentions bore no fruit. After stealthily peeking at the aromatic ball, Yangbo devised a plan. Subsequently, the two of them procured writing materials anew. Luo Yaohua continued to present two antiques for Yangbo's appraisal, seeking his expertise in valuation. Yangbo meticulously analyzed each piece, pointing out their merits and flaws. Yet his curiosity got the better of him, prompting him to inquire, "Have you always been involved in collecting?" Luo Yaohua chuckled. "I am not a collector. I am merely an antique dealer. I sell the antiques I acquire to familiar auction houses, profiting from the price difference. Naturally, when I encounter exquisite pieces, I retain them, such as the aromatic ball in your possession. Yang Bo shook his head. Do not be unreasonable. That does not belong to you. I'm simply intrigued. What secrets does it hold? Luo Yaowa could not help but ask. Tomorrow, you shall find out. Afterward, Luo Yaowa led Yang Bo into an art gallery, where he purchased 3 paintings from promising young artists. Succumbing to Luo Yaowa's persuasion, Yang Bo spent several thousand yuan to acquire 2 pieces. Later that evening, Yang Bo visited Chao Yuanda's residence briefly, while Luo Yaowa, having exited the hotel, vanished without a trace. The following day, as Yang Bo departed from the hotel, intending to call Luo Yaowa to arrange a meeting for the discussion, he heard the sound of a car horn. He looked up to see Luo Yaowa leaning against the car window, waving at him. Upon closer inspection, Yang Bo was astonished to find it was a Mercedes. How did you come to drive such a fine vehicle? Yang Bo intrigued. Did you not notice the address on the invitation? It is a prestigious venue well known in the suburbs. While we may not seek to impress, we certainly should not embarrass ourselves. Luo Yaowa replied. Yang Bo was somewhat perplexed, but chose not to press further. Upon arriving at the parking lot, it was evident that there were indeed many luxury vehicles, alongside several ordinary ones. Yet Yang Bo did not perceive a significant distinction. The 2 men presented their invitations and entered the hall, which was already bustling with attendees. Chao Yuanda had arrived and, upon spotting Yang Bo, waved him over, introducing him. This is a young friend I met in Jinling. He possesses remarkable insight and commendable appraisal skills. Hence, I brought him along to broaden his horizons. As he spoke, Chao Yuanda continued to introduce Yang Bo to others. This is Professor Chong, this is Professor Li, and that is Professor Han. Yang Bo promptly greeted, Hello, Professor Chong. Hello, Professor Li. Hello, Professor Han. Greetings, greetings, greetings. The others responded in kind. Yang Bo understood that such gatherings were rife with mutual flattery, and that a significant portion of one's reputation within the circle was cultivated in these settings. To thrive in such circles, one must make a mark in these occasions. However, as the conversation unfolded, Yang Bo found himself utterly baffled, as the discussions revolved around anecdotes and experiences of various individuals, of which he had no knowledge, leaving him to sit silently and listen to the chatter. Upon hearing this, Luo Yaowa smiled and replied, I received this information just yesterday. This is an internal exchange meeting where numerous collectors will present typical high-quality replicas or peculiar antiques. Those fortunate enough to possess invitations are certainly not ordinary individuals. Chapter 86. The Famille Rose Garlic Head Vase. Luo Yaowa remarked that the venue was luxurious, and indeed it was. The interior was opulently adorned, resplendent with gold and brilliance. The hall housed merely a handful of attendees, clustered in small groups, while a long table stood empty in the center, rendering the space somewhat sparse and disordered. Luo Yaowa introduced, That gentleman over there is Mr. Kai. Yang Bo was taken aback. Is he the one who established a private museum? Luo Yaowa nodded, explaining that the antique market had flourished over the past 2 years, placing him at the forefront and making him quite prominent. Yang Bo also nodded in agreement. Mr. Kai, microphone in hand and a smile upon his face, began by warmly welcoming all the friends who had traveled from afar, expressing heartfelt gratitude for their efforts. Applause erupted from the audience. A few days ago, several friends recommended me as the host, Lao Cao Galet Me, suggesting I come on stage to say a few words and connect the dots. At that moment, I asked him why he didn't go up himself. Kai continued, sharing a humorous anecdote. After all these years, Lao Chao has finally admitted he doesn't photograph well. Laughter ensued as everyone turned to seek out Chao Yuanda, who chuckled helplessly from the front, acknowledging that he indeed did not photograph well due to his slender frame. After sharing a few more light-hearted comments, Mr. Kai stated, This exchange meeting is primarily attended by old friends, along with some new faces. I hope everyone will find value in our interactions. Many had brought remarkable items, and he called for the attendants to bring these objects forth. Yang Bo turned to see a group of attendants approaching, each carrying trays or wooden boxes. These items were placed on the long table for display, devoid of any protective measures. Yang Bo was somewhat surprised to observe that attendees moved to the corners to don gloves and retrieve magnifying glasses, resembling not a treasure appraisal, but rather a grand feast of exquisite goods. Luo Yaowa tugged at Yang Bo, urging, What are you still dawdling for? Hurry over and showcase your skills. Yang Bo smiled gently and followed suit. As he approached, he noticed that though the movements appeared casual, the participants handled the items with utmost care, particularly when it came to porcelain pieces. Reaching a corner, Yang Bo's gaze fell upon a familiar rose garlic head vase. The value of such porcelain was considerable. Typically, a crowd would gather around such an item. Yet in this instance, it stood rather inconspicuous, with only Yang Bo and Luo Yaohua by its side. Luo Yaohua pointed to the vase and said, "Why don't you take a guess? Is this garlic head vase genuine or a replica?" Yang Bo glanced at a small nameplate below, which identified it as a Qianlong period familial rose garlic head vase, and he chuckled. "I suspect it is a fake." Luo Yaohua, puzzled, inquired, "Why do you think so?" "As this piece of pastel porcelain lacks any remarkable attributes. Its selection for this exchange conference must surely indicate some extraordinary quality. The only plausible explanation is that this porcelain is a replica, and a remarkably fine one at that," Yang Bo remarked, lifting the garlic bottle for inspection. Luo Yaohua, though somewhat inexperienced in appraisal, did possess a foundation of knowledge, and thus joined in the examination as Yang Bo held the garlic bottle. The blue and white 6-character mark of the Qianlong period displayed neat lettering and a rigorous structure, suggesting no issues with the mark. The body was substantial, the glaze smooth, and the colors deep. The turquoise glaze on the rim and base was not overly dark, appearing acceptable. "So, where could the problem lie?" "Young man, you have a discerning eye." An elderly gentleman approached. It was Mr. Kai, who had been presiding over the stage moments earlier. Luo Yaohua felt a bit bashful at the compliment, waving his hand dismissively. "I am but a novice, incapable of discerning the underlying issues. There's nothing remarkable about my perception." Mr. Kai, somewhat surprised, questioned, "Not seeing any problems means there are none, doesn't it? Why assume that this porcelain must possess flaws?" Luo Yaohua hesitated slightly, then pulled Yang Bo forward, asserting, "If he claims there is a problem, then there must indeed be one." Mr. Kai glanced at Yang Bo, suddenly recalling something, and chuckled. "Ah, so the fish-pattern ceramic jar is in your possession." At that moment, Yang Bo dreaded the mention of the fish-pattern ceramic jar, yet recognized that Mr. Kai, being familiar with Chow Yuenda, had likely already inquired about it. He could only respond resignedly. "I believe it would be more distinctive if everyone simply referred to me as the fish-pattern ceramic jar." Mr. Kai laughed heartily. "Young man, do not appear so reluctant. Your acquisition of the fish-pattern ceramic jar is a testament to your skill, and it will indeed help others recognize you. You will come to appreciate this in time." After speaking, Mr. Kai gestured towards the garlic bottle behind Yang Bo, saying, "Let me take a look." He picked up the pastel garlic bottle and began to scrutinize it closely. Luo Yaohua to get at Yang Bo's slave, remarking, "I can't shake the feeling that everyone seems to already be aware of this." Yang Bo understood he was referring to the fish-pattern ceramic jar and nodded, acknowledging. That day was rather ostentatious. Many people are already in the know. After a considerable time, Mr. Kai finally looked up, his brows furrowed in confusion. "Is there indeed a problem with this pastel piece?" Luo Yaohua also turned to Yang Bo, both of them perplexed. "What's going on here?" Chow Yuenda seemed to have noticed the commotion and approached. Luo Yaohua pointed to the pastel garlic bottle, saying, "Professor Chow, could you take a look and discern whether this garlic bottle is genuine or a forgery?" Chow Yuenda, taken aback, exclaimed, "Even old Kai cannot comprehend it?" Mr. Kai hesitated, then spoke up. "This young man claims there is an issue with the pastel garlic bottle, yet I am unable to perceive it. It truly is perplexing." Chow Yuenda glanced at Yang Bo, intrigued. "Is there such a curious matter? Let me examine it." He took the pastel garlic bottle for inspection. Before long, a crowd had gathered behind them, and a stout middle-aged man chuckled. "Old Kai, have you had a look? What are your thoughts?" "Mr. Kai pointed at the stout man and chuckled. "Your inquiry has jogged my memory. This exquisite porcelain piece was indeed brought by you, wasn't it?" He continued with a playful reprimand. "Ah, you truly have ulterior motives. However, you shall not perplex us. Differing opinions have emerged among us, and surely one of us must be correct. Thus your conundrum has an answer." The stout man, somewhat taken aback, inquired, "Who is it?" Chapter 87. The Peculiar Antique. Mr. Kai gestured towards Yang Bo. "Behold, it is this gentleman." The middle-aged man chuckled. "My Qing dynasty Jiaqing garlic head vase is not as simple as it appears. Can a young lad like you truly discern its essence?" Yang Bo smiled gently. "Youth does not preclude one's ability to perceive." Noticing the banter between the two, Mr. Kai quickly interjected, "Old Chow is also observing. Let us pause and see what he has to say." Just then, Chow Yuenda straightened up, turned around, and pondered momentarily. "I have not detected any discrepancies either." He then shifted his gaze to Yang Bo. Young Yang possesses considerable insight in appraisal, since Lu, the stout man, has acknowledged there is an issue. Do share your thoughts. Yang Bo glanced at the stout man, who remained silent and began to elucidate. This garlic head vase is indeed an official kiln product. Thus, it cannot be categorized as either genuine or false. It merely bears some chronological discrepancies. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their attention to the stout man, who appeared astonished, and they all understood that Yangbo was correct. This garlic head vase was likely produced during the late Guangxu era. During that tumultuous period, the Qing court, despite the people's suffering, invested heavily in imitating Kangxi and Qianlong porcelain, resulting in a portion of high-quality porcelain reaching the standards of the Kangxi and Qianlong periods. If I am not mistaken, this vase, marked as Jiaqing, should also belong to the category of Guangxu imitation porcelain, but its craftsmanship is so exquisite that it is exceedingly difficult to distinguish. Yangbo picked up the garlic head vase and elaborated. Once again, the group turned their gaze to the stout man, noticing that his initial astonishment had dissipated. Contrary to their expectations that Yangbo might have misjudged, the stout man laughed heartily. Remarkable. I had thought I would reveal the answer at the end. But it seems this young brother possesses keen insight. Mr. Kai could not help but chuckle. Indeed, you are quite mischievous, attempting to play tricks on us older fellows. The stout man quickly replied, I would not dare. Laughter filled the air, and after the mirth subsided, the stout man turned to Yangbo. How did you manage to discern it? Yangbo pointed to a detail in the attire of a figure depicted on the colorful garlic head vase. It was apparent from the collar of this garment. The vibrant, pure blue hue of this material differs from the light blue Zhujiang material used in Kangxi and Qianlong pieces. Upon hearing Yangbo's words, the crowd peered in the direction he indicated. The figure in the painting was small, and the collar was merely a few strokes. Such meticulous observation left everyone exchanging glances. Chao Yuanda, having discerned that detail, looked at Yangbo in astonishment. Your observation is astoundingly meticulous. No need for concern. With a bit more time, everyone would notice it. However, thanks to Chao Yuanda's remark, the group praised Yangbo, and soon after, they dispersed. Yangbo waved his hand, expressing his gratitude for the assistance he had received. Because of this matter, Lu Pengzi found Yangbo much more agreeable. People tend to show greater respect towards those with capabilities. After exchanging a few words, Yangbo and Luo Yaohua continued on their way. Encountering imitations of Shang and Zhou bronze vessels, replicas of Western Han jade rings, Tang dynasty white porcelain, and even copies of the 12 zodiac animal heads. Luo Yaohua paused in front of a peculiar antique and couldn't help but inquire, what is this? Yangbo looked over and saw a small bamboo tube, approximately 10 centimeters in diameter and 4 to 5 centimeters in height. In the center of the tube, there was a small partition that divided it into two halves. Due to its age, the bamboo was somewhat decayed, with black mold spots adorning its surface. Yangbo, intrigued, speculated it resembles a duck and fish hot pot, but crafted from bamboo. Could it possibly be a bamboo rice tube? One half for rice and the other for vegetables, which would impart a delightful bamboo fragrance when eaten. Luo Yaohua chuckled in response. Yangbo was somewhat astonished by their imaginative musings. Luo Yaohua, having overheard this, burst into laughter, finding the owner of the artifact quite amusing and wondering if they were attempting to play a trick on them. Nevertheless, he swiftly snatched the paper and flipped it over. After reading it, Luo Yaohua's face turned crimson, his expression becoming peculiar. Yangbo took the paper from him and saw the inscription, Unearthed from Mingling Tomb, a soapbox. One side for soap, the other for essential oil. Wash your face with soap, then apply the oil for moisturizing. Yangbo felt as if he had been rendered numb. A soapbox, essential oils, this was astonishing. Luo Yaohua could no longer contain his laughter, exclaiming, so people in the Ming dynasty washed their faces with soap. I always thought ancient people had oily faces and couldn't get clean. Yangbo shook his head, countering, that reflects your limited knowledge. Rice washing water can be used to cleanse the face of grease. According to Shi Shua Sinyu, when Wang Dun of the Jin dynasty married a princess, he mistakenly added the soap beans used for hand washing to his food, causing a comical incident, which indicates that ancient people were indeed quite clean. As he spoke, Yangbo found himself laughing as well. It truly was remarkable to see such small items that people usually overlook, and realizing that ancient individuals used them was simply incredible. The two continued forward, enjoying this engaging exchange. Initially, Yangbo had expected it to be rather dull. Luo Yaohua soon stood before a pair of shoes, crafted from cowhide for the upper part, with round-headed iron nails protruding from the sole and laces adorning the upper. He pressed down on the explanatory note and said to Yangbo, let's not look just yet. Let us guess which dynasty these sneakers belong to. I wager they are from the Qing dynasty. With that, Luo Yaohua looked at Yang Bo with a sense of pride, convinced that his guess was undoubtedly correct. Yang Bo hesitated for a moment, observing the fashionable design of the shoes, and speculated, I believe they're from a Yuan dynasty, as Genghis Khan expanded into Europe. Might these shoes have originated from the West? Luo Yaohua chuckled and lifted the explanatory note, revealing only 2 characters on the back, Southern Song. Both Luo Yaohua and Yang Bo were left dumbfounded. Although they had surmised that these shoes must have originated long ago, they never expected them to be from a Southern Song dynasty. During the Southern Song dynasty, could it be that the invention of such shoes was inspired by the game of Kuju? Luo Yaohua inquired. Yang Bo appeared somewhat dazed, yet he responded affirmatively. Chapter 88, The Aroma Ball. The two engaged in a discussion regarding the comfort of Southern Song dynasty footwear, swiftly completing a full circle. The items brought by the group were rather few. Chow Yuanda wished for Yang Bo to retrieve the Japanese lacquer box, likely out of curiosity to share with everyone. But Yang Bo had forgotten to bring it. Upon encountering Chow Yuanda, who was still speaking of this matter, he chuckled. If you had brought the lacquer box, I assure you that more than 80% of those in this hall would be unable to authenticate it. Yang Bo shook his head, admitting that he too was unable to identify many of the items present in the hall. By the way, did you bring your fish pattern pottery jar? Yang Bo asked, noticing the speaker standing beside Chow Yuanda, a figure of modest height yet possessing a commanding presence. It was none other than Professor Chong from earlier. Chow Yuanda suddenly laughed. Did you not recognize him? This is Director Chong. Yang Bo paused briefly, recalling a phone call he had received a couple of days prior from someone claiming to be Director Chong, who was indeed the curator of a national museum. He truly did not anticipate encountering him here. With a sheepish smile, Yang Bo greeted, Hello, Director Chong. The director chuckled. I'm not all that well. You, young man, only know how to procrastinate, crafting an array of excuses. It is clear to us all that you are reluctant to donate. No one will force you. Why are you avoiding it? Yang Bo awkwardly smiled, feeling a bit embarrassed. Director Chong waved his hand dismissively. It is of no consequence. However, I am quite curious. Did you truly come without bringing any item? He brought a small metal ball. Luo Yaohua interjected, his curiosity piqued. Yang Bo had been speaking of unveiling something today, yet thus far there was no reaction, leading Luo Yaohua to suspect that Yang Bo intended to showcase something during this exchange meeting. Director Chang's inquiry provided him the perfect opportunity. A metal ball? Everyone turned their gaze with intrigue. Yang Bo produced the aroma ball and explained, it is merely an aroma ball. Ah, this is a censer, Director Chong, well-versed in such matters, immediately recognized it as an ancient vessel used for burning incense to scent bedding. Yang Bo smiled as he opened the aroma ball, revealing a concentric, circular ring within, containing the incense. As Yang Bo moved his hand, the concentric ring oscillated while maintaining a state of balance. However, those present were quite knowledgeable and had seen their fair share of aroma balls. They understood the principle behind the balance of the concentric ring. Lu Fati approached. Unable to contain his curiosity any longer, queried, This aroma ball seems quite ordinary. What is so remarkable about it? Yang Bo chuckled lightly, Do not rush. Just wait a moment. He then turned to Luo Yaohua, saying, Hand me a lighter. Luo Yaohua obliged, and Yang Bo weighed the metal lighter in his hand. The incense within the censer was of his own preparation. He took a stick of incense, ignited it with the lighter, and placed it into the circular ring before closing the aroma ball, instructing everyone, Please wait a moment. With that, Yang Bo set the aroma ball upon the table. Curiosity enveloped the crowd as they pondered the enigmatic words of Yang Bo. Lu, the corpulent observer, watched as wisps of smoke delicately escaped through the crevices, unable to restrain himself from commenting, Your incense is rather mediocre. Yang Bo shook his head, emphasizing that the essence lay not in the fragrance itself. Could it be the smoke? Director Chong speculated, only to swiftly dismiss the notion. Impossible. This isn't a Basan furnace, and based on its external form, it seems unlikely to manifest any particular shape. Yang Bo refrained from further explanation, for the aromatic sphere had already begun to emit a swirling fog. This particular scent was meticulously prepared to produce a voluminous cloud of smoke in a short period. As the smoke thickened, it billowed forth from the hollow of the incense sphere, spiraling upwards in delicate tendrils, rising to a certain height before gradually fading away. Initially, the onlookers expected little, yet the smoke began to coalesce, gradually forming a breathtaking landscape of mountains and waters, becoming increasingly distinct. Astonishingly, pavilions and towers materialized upon the mountains, emerging from the base and transitioning from clarity to a gradual dissolution, with the lower portions of the structures distinctly visible while the upper parts remained obscured. The crowd stood in stunned silence. It was only when a mist dissipated that they regained their senses, realizing that a multitude had gathered around them. How is this possible? Lu gasped in disbelief. What a marvel! Truly astonishing. Gao Juan lamented. What a loss! Luo Yaohua exclaimed, lamenting the disparity in value after receiving gifts together just the day before. Director Chong stepped forward, suggesting, if we can't negotiate for the fish pattern ceramic jar, perhaps we could discuss this piece? Yang Bo promptly shook his head. Director Chong, please do not jest. Is this still an incense burner? One onlooker inquired. Unable to contain their curiosity, Yang Bo opened the incense sphere once more. The circular rim was already laden with ashes, emanating heat. Tilting it slightly, he observed that the ashes refused to spill out. With a sigh of resignation, he picked up the other half of the sphere, presenting it towards the crowd. Previously, when igniting the incense, he had only revealed one half adorned with a ring. Now, unveiling the other half, the spectators discovered the secret within. This half was uneven, riddled with holes of varying lengths, and it was precisely this design that created the wondrous spectacle of pavilions and towers, leaving the crowd in awe. What a remarkable artifact! Why is there no record of it in historical texts? Director Chong pondered. You cannot possibly peruse every book. Perhaps it is documented somewhere. Chow Yuan chuckled. However, Basan furnaces are often shrouded in smoke, and none have exhibited such a phenomenon. Director Chong sighed. Yang, I have reconsidered. How about allowing me to observe this piece for a couple of days? You should entrust the incense sphere to me for operation. I am certain it would fetch a handsome price in Hong Kong. Chow Yuan playfully chastised Lu. You criticize old Chong, yet your proposal is even less viable. Wouldn't this method invite scorn? Yang Bo quickly waved his hands, expressing gratitude for the kind intentions. This incense sphere is intended to be a family heirloom. I shall neither lend nor sell it. Yang Bo spent quite some time extricating himself from the entanglements of the crowd, and the exchange meeting came to a halt due to the aromatic balls he had brought along. After driving out of the club, Luo Yaohua placed both hands on the steering wheel, glancing at Yang Bo as he remarked, Tell me, wouldn't it be rather splendid if I were to give you a good beating and abscond with the aromatic balls? Yang Bo glanced up at him, realizing it was too late to respond. Chapter 89, The Plan. Yang Bo had initially thought that his journey to the capital would conclude there, as Luo Yaohua had already brought him to the entrance of the club. Just then, a call from Chow Yuan invited him to join for dinner. Aware of Yang Bo's aspirations to advance in this field, Luo Yaohua understood that socializing was imperative and that meeting more appraisers was essential. Thus, without waiting for Yang Bo to speak, he candidly stated, You should go, and take me along as well. Yang Bo looked at Luo Yaohua, saying, I thought you wouldn't enjoy mingling with these antiquarians. Luo Yaohua replied, Even if I dislike it, I must attend. If I aspire to make a name in this industry, having an extensive network is fundamental. I may not need to know every renowned appraiser in the country, but I ought to be acquainted with at least half of them. Yang Bo turned his gaze towards Luo Yaohua, who he had always assumed was merely jesting and would eventually abandon his pursuits. However, the implication in his words suggested a deeper commitment to this profession. Are you planning to open an auction house? Yang Bo ruled out antique shops and pawn shops, deeming them too trivial. Luo Yaohua nodded. You've guessed it correctly. Under ordinary circumstances, Yang Bo would have thought Luo Yaohua was joking, yet he was now certain of his seriousness. How come I haven't seen you preparing for this? Yang Bo couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Bo realized that this dream-filled youth was entirely different from the persona he had previously observed. He had only seen Luo Yaohua's frivolous side, akin to a scion of privilege, never considering that such behavior might merely be a facade. How could someone so seemingly reckless hold a significant position at such a young age? He had witnessed Luo Yaohua's capricious work ethic, frequently leaving during work hours, yet had not pondered that he might have already taken on the cases of Mei and Yuan. Otherwise, how could one explain the swift investigative actions that followed? He had seen Luo Yaohua forsake a public office arranged by his family to venture into the world of commerce, yet had failed to recognize that he was driven by ambition to forge a meaningful career. If Luo Yaohua could pursue his dreams, what his own aspirations? What exactly did he wish to accomplish? Yang Bo shook his head, dismissing the thoughts. It's nothing, just contemplating a few matters. Upon reaching the private room, he found that Chow Yuan and the others had been seated for quite some time. Upon Yang Bo's entrance, Mr. Kai boisterously declared, Latecomers must drink 3 cups as punishment. Yang Bo glanced at the table and noted the presence of Matai. Yet having never consumed alcohol before, he feared that 3 cups might be beyond his capacity. Luo Yaohua, seasoned in the trials of alcohol, showed no trepidation. He raised his glass and downed 3 cups in quick succession, eliciting cheers from the gathering. Luo Yaohua gestured towards Yang Bo and explained to the assembly, Young Yang is still quite youthful. He may not handle alcohol well. Allow me to take his place for these 3 cups. Yang Bo couldn't help but feel moved as he looked at Luo Yaohua, realizing that true heroes reveal themselves in times of adversity. Old Kai, however, was quite obstinate. Alas, young Yang is still in his youth, and we all understand why he cannot indulge in alcohol. Let us do this. We shall not let him drink excessively, just half a glass. Let him start with half a glass. Yang Bo, sensing the difficulty in declining, stepped forward and expressed his gratitude to Mr. Kai for sparing him. With that, Yang Bo downed the drink in one go. The fiery liquor surged down his throat like a blazing flame, causing him to involuntarily let out a sharp gasp. Laughter erupted among the crowd. In the realm of drinking, Yang Bo fell slightly short. Yet fortunately, the attention of everyone soon shifted away from the drinking itself. Chao Yuanda took the opportunity to introduce the two, and the conversation quickly transitioned to the exchange meeting. The peculiar artifacts that piqued Yang Bo's interest were merely fodder for jest, easily dismissed in laughter. The focus of the gathering gravitated towards the emergence of new porcelain and contemporary imitations. Mr. Kai even presented a piece of porcelain as a case in point. The glaze was uniform, the colors vibrant, appearing more authentic than the genuine article. As Yang Bo listened to the discussions, he felt immensely enlightened. Previously, his limited exposure rendered him unable to grasp the intricacies. However, as he absorbed the analyses shared by others, coupled with his own observations, he began to synthesize a portion of the knowledge pertaining to appraisal. Mr. Kai, seemingly unwilling to let Yang Bo off the hook, directed his remarks towards Director Chong. This lad Yang Bo is rather sly. Don't you have any resilience, old Chong? Director Chong shook his head with a smile. Oh, old Kai, do not provoke me like that. Am I so easily led astray? The youth possess their own perspectives, which we must respect. If every valuable item were to be surrendered to the state, would that not dampen the enthusiasm of collectors nationwide? Fat Lu nodded in agreement. I have always held great trust in Director Chong. Why? It is precisely because he speaks with fairness. Mr. Kai feigned anger. Are you implying that my words lack fairness? Fat Lu hurriedly denied it. Mr. Kai, I did not say that. Mr. Kai was taken aback. Look how distant you've become. You did not address me this way before. Fat Lu chuckled. If anyone were to demand that I surrender my collection, I would be at odds with them and distance myself. The group erupted into laughter. Yang Bo found the company to be quite entertaining, far more engaging than the rigid, antiquated figures he had imagined. Yang Bo recognized that Fat Lu was a rare exception within this circle, primarily thriving through business dealings, but having gained entry due to his exceptional insight. With Lu's invitation, it was clear he was involved in the antique trade. Yang Bo smiled, excellent. Perhaps we shall collaborate in the future. Fat Lu displayed a comical expression of despair. You see, I mentioned collaboration, and you took it seriously. What I meant was that it would be better if an opportunity for collaboration arose now. Yang Bo laughed heartily, aware that the group was unfazed. He then pulled Luo Yaohua aside. Brother Luo, I have an acquaintance I can introduce to you. Who knows, there may indeed be a chance for collaboration in the future. Fat Lu's eyes widened in surprise. Little Luo, after sitting here for so long, you still have not revealed what you do? Luo Yaohua felt a pleasant surprise. He was contemplating how to introduce everyone when Yang Bo came to his aid. He quickly explained, my work is quite similar to yours, but I plan to open an auction house in Jinling by mid-next year. I am still in the preparatory stage and hope to have your support when the time comes. Such ambition. Lupin's eye chuckled. Everyone readily offered compliments. No one hesitated to praise his aspirations. The close relationship between auctioning and appraisal suggested that there might indeed be opportunities for collaboration in the future. Upon returning home, Yang Bo felt an odd emptiness in the room. It took him a moment to realize that the atmosphere seemed to lack warmth. Everything was arranged just as it had been before he left. Rushing to open the bedroom door, he found it tidy. Just as he was about to dial a number on his phone, an incoming call interrupted him. Xiao Bo, your father and I have moved out, his mother announced. Yes, your father has brought Xiao Lang over, and we have furnished the place. The fully renovated house has been aired out for several months and is ready for occupancy. For a fleeting moment, a thought crossed Yang Bo's mind. Was Yang Lang truly his father's son while he was not? However, he dismissed it quickly and did not dwell on it. The next morning, on his way to Shi Hall, Yang Bo encountered Guobapi, who greeted him with a jovial smile. Yang boss, it's been a while. You truly are a busy person. Thank you for your concern, Guo boss. Shi Hall has been thriving lately, and business is decent, Yang Bo replied. Guo Bapi chuckled again. The shop has been closed for 2 days. Who could possibly make money during that time? So, no need to trouble yourself over me. Yang Bo felt most of his grievances towards Guo Bapi dissipate. Yet he was not inclined to engage in idle chatter. Nevertheless, Guo Bapi persisted, young boss. There's an upcoming industry exchange in Jinling. But only renowned collectors and appraisers receive invitations. I, lacking in talent, have procured a ticket. I wonder if you might be interested? Perhaps I could graciously escort you. Yang Bo glanced at the bright red invitation and shook his head. There's no need to trouble yourself. With that, he opened the shop door, stepped inside, and inadvertently trod on a piece of red paper. Bending down to pick it up, he discovered it was identical to Guo Bapi's invitation. Yang Bo chucked softly. Having just attended an exchange in the capital, he held little expectation for the local event. He exited the shop and tossed the invitation into the garbage bin outside. Guo Bapi stood in stunned silence as he watched Yang Bo casually discard the invitation he had stepped on as if a delicate sword had pierced his heart. After a few days of not opening the shop, Yang Bo cleaned, boiled water, brewed tea, and read, as everything seemed to revert to his previous leisurely routine. Lier walked in, exclaiming, Yang boss, how relaxed you are. Yang Bo rose to greet him. Welcome. I have been eagerly anticipating your arrival. Yang Bo wore a radiant smile, a reflection of the bountiful rewards that Lier brought with each of his visits. The first time, he introduced him to an underground auction. The second time, he facilitated an acquaintance with Lu Dongxing. Now, Yang Bo was curious to discover what surprises awaited him this time. Filled with anticipation, he listened as Lier, not one to withhold information, settled down with a cup of tea and candidly stated, this time, I hope Brother Yang will accompany me to Dangshan. Dangshan? Yang Bo paused momentarily, then recalled the famed Dangshan Pairs, a region where 4 provinces converged, boasting excellent transportation links. It was renowned as the capital of pears. Could it be that Lier was merely seeking to indulge in some fruit? Yang Bo inquired with a smile. Yet, Lier's words sparked a flicker of hesitation within him. Nevertheless, he quickly quelled any thoughts of retreat. Every endeavor carries its own risks. How could he shy away from such a minor concern? Very well, I shall rely on Brother Li for guidance. Yang Bo clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. Lier shook his head. I fear I may not be able to look after you. This operation is led by Boss Lu. He will bring his own team. A jolt of surprise coursed through Yang Bo as he realized that Lu Dongxing was using Lier to gauge his willingness. If he chose to act, he would surely join them. If not, there would be no awkward encounter. The fact that Boss Lu was leading the expedition eased his mind considerably, and a smile graced his face. Content with the exchange, Lier departed, leaving Yang Bo in contemplation. Lu Dongxing, the head of the largest real estate company in Jinling, should be preoccupied with business matters, yet he seemed to be idling in the antique trade. Was it truly more lucrative to deal in antiques? Yang Bo's thoughts drifted away from his query, fixating instead on the forthcoming journey to Dangshan and what circumstances it might entail. What a grand display, Boss Yang! A familiar figure entered the shop, none other than the long-absent Yuan Yeji. Yang Bo smiled gently. How could I possibly compare to the grace of Miss Yuan? Yuan Yeji's face lit up with joy, yet her words were sharp. When did you become so silver-tongued? She wore a crisp white shirt, her black trousers neatly tailored, exuding an air of competence and vigor. Yang Bo regarded her. It has been quite some time. Surely you are not here solely for my company? Yuan Yeji took a seat, noticing the used teacups on the table, and couldn't he help but frown slightly. Why could I not come just to see you? Yang Bo pointed out, in all our meetings, you've only ever sought me out when you had matters to discuss. Yuan Yeji chuckled. Then let us assume I have business to attend to. With that, she fell silent, her gaze fixed on her fingers. Accustomed to her playful tactics, Yang Bo chose not to engage further and returned to his reading. After a considerable time, Yuan Yeji finally broke the silence. It has been ages. And not even a sip of tea? What sort of hospitality is this? Yang Bo chuckled. We are familiar enough that you could pour yourself a cup. Ultimately, Yuan Yeji could not resist the urge to reveal her purpose. We have received new intelligence. A significant number of high-quality counterfeit bronze ding have appeared in the market, and we have traced their origin to Dangshan. Yang Bo was taken aback. What? In Dangshan? Yuan Yeji raised an eyebrow. What's the matter? I thought you were unaware of where Dangshan is. Yang Bo waved his hand dismissively, remarking that it was nothing significant. Merely a recent mention of Dangshan had caught his attention. He felt that it was not an ideal stronghold, given that most bronze tripods were unearthed in the Central Plains, making the likelihood of a hidden base in Hunan province somewhat greater. Nevertheless, There was nothing to be concerned about. After all, such obscurity could serve as a guise. And the transportation was more convenient. In Chapter 91, The Insider, the two individuals pointed directly to Dangshan, which made Yangbo sense that this journey was rather unusual. Upon exiting the elevator, he lifted his gaze to find a lovely young lady standing gracefully before him. Xia Tian, what brings you here? Yangbo approached to open the door, then added, you should have called me beforehand, so I could have come fetch you. You must have been waiting here for quite some time. Xiao Xian followed Yangbo inside, replying, I haven't been here long. I waited a bit. I knocked, but no one answered. Did my mother not inform you? They have moved away and are now residing near Yulinjian, Yangbo said, handing her a cup of tea. Godmother has moved. Yishao Wan exclaimed in surprise. Yes, it happened just a couple of days ago. I assumed you were already aware. Yangbo inquired. Having seen his mother and Xiao Xian share a close bond in the hospital, he presumed they must have kept in touch. Since uncle was discharged, I have contacted Godmother a few times, but she always seemed in a hurry, saying a few words before hastily ending the call. Yishao Xian explained. I happen to have a day off today, so I thought I would come by. Yangbo nodded, understanding his mother's intentions to strengthen the ties between their families through their godparent relationship, creating a better environment for their interactions. However, now that they lived separately from Yangbo, this aspiration was evidently difficult to realize, and his mother likely had little thought on the matter. Indeed, Yangbo nodded, only then realizing that the two had no common topics to discuss, leaving them sitting in silence. Yishao Xian also recognized this dilemma and awkwardly inquired, have you been busy with work lately? Not particularly. It's manageable. Just a bit more travel than usual, Yangbo replied. How about you? How is your work going? Yangbo escorted Yishao Xian to the door, saying, take care. You should visit again sometime. Just give me a call in advance, as I might be traveling. Yishao Xian nodded, aware that her visit had been rather abrupt. Had Yangbo not arrived early, she could have found herself waiting outside all day. As she exited the community, her heart raced, and it wasn't until a vehicle approached that she snapped back to reality, calling out sister. As she slid into the passenger seat, Yishao Li removed her sunglasses and turned to look, asking, did you see him? Yishao Wan nodded. Meinte hersidenge. Observing this, Yishao Li surmised the outcome. Is his standard really that high? With such admirable qualities, and he didn't even glance her way? Dangshan, once known as Xiai, lies at the intersection of 4 provinces, connecting 7 counties, not far from the ancient capital of Shankyu, and served as the gateway to Bianjing during the Northern Song dynasty. Yangbo and his companions drove for over 3 hours, finally arriving in Dangshan at noon. The verdant fruit trees stretched across the landscape, and as a gentle breeze swept by, the emerald waves danced beautifully before their eyes. After settling into the hotel, everyone freshened up and walked to a nearby restaurant for a meal. Once seated, Lu Dongxing handed the menu to Yangbo, who waved it away, expressing his unfamiliarity with the local cuisine and suggesting they order a few signature dishes. Without glancing at the menu, Lu Dongxing confidently declared, 1 steamed mushroom fish, a serving of Faliji roast chicken, a portion of Huangzhengyu mushroom chicken, and a clay pot chicken. As for the side dishes and soup, you may choose as you wish. Li Er chuckled. Boss Lu, having traveled extensively over the years, has developed a discerning palate. Following him, life will certainly be more enjoyable. Lu Dongxing laughed heartily. My interests are few. Collecting is one, and gourmet food is another. Tomorrow morning, I will take you to a hidden alley where you can savor truly exquisite dishes. Having endured a 3-hour journey, Yangbo felt surprisingly invigorated after a hearty meal, his fatigue dissipating significantly. He refrained from probing further into the matter that must be addressed at night rather than during the day, sensing that it wasn't his place to inquire. After taking a shower, Yangbo lay on the bed, his thoughts restless. His phone buzzed, and upon glancing at it, he answered, I have arrived in Dangshan. Where are you? The voice on the other end was somewhat brusque. Yangbo frowned, regretting his earlier candor, although he was now safe. He feared being whisked away by bodyguards the moment he stepped outside. Miss Yuan, it is imperative you understand our current relationship is one of collaboration. You cannot speak to me in such a commanding tone. Yangbo replied. You engage in these clandestine dealings and still expect to be treated with respect? Yuan Yezi, emboldened by her position, had developed a prejudice against him upon learning he had become Lu Dongxing's appraiser, viewing Lu Dongxing merely as a prominent artifact dealer. Yangbo frowned. Please be mindful of your language. Should you persist in this manner, I believe we may need to reconsider our partnership. He could hear heavy breathing through the phone, followed by Yuan Yezi's laughter. Very well. Please report on the current situation. All is well. I am currently resting. Good afternoon. With that, Yangbo abruptly ended the call. Unsure whether Yuan Yezi's interest aligned with Lu Dongxing's, he decided to remain vigilant, waiting for clarity before making any decisions. Yuan Yezi paused, then angrily tossed her phone onto the bed, muttering to herself, "What's the fuss? P.S. Just an artifact dealer. Oof. I have no interest in your insider information." Leaning against the headboard, Yang Bo watched the sky outside change colors before drifting off to sleep. Upon waking, he found everyone seated in the restaurant, awaiting his arrival. Having overeaten at lunch, he felt no desire for more food, and they quickly wrapped up, preparing to leave. Lu Dongxing pulled Yang Bo aside with a smile this time. "We shall rely on you. Even the items unearthed may be counterfeit, and the trading environment will be a bit dim. Be mentally prepared." Yang Bo was taken aback. "We can't use a flashlight?" "Absolutely not." At that moment, Yang Bo felt an urge to exclaim, "This is splendid." Chapter 92, The Tong Ding. With a tinge of apprehension, Yang Bo boarded the vehicle alongside Lu Dongxing and his companions. He refrained from reaching out to Yuan Yezi, and she, in turn, did not attempt to contact him. Their communication seemed to have been abruptly severed. A subtle intuition whispered to Yang Bo that they would inevitably cross paths again in Dangshan. Despite the presence of the word mountain in its name, Dangshan was, in truth, an expansive plain devoid of any hills. And the vehicle traversed the terrain at a leisurely pace, as if meandering in circles. After some time, a ringtone pierced the silence, and Li Er answered the call. "Old Lu, I have placed my trust in you, yet we are still going in circles. When will you finally make your appearance?" Li Er erupted in frustration as he spoke into the receiver. The voice on the other end responded, "Xiao Li, please do not be angry. Let us maintain a cordial atmosphere for the sake of our mutual interests and safety. The higher-ups have been scrutinizing us closely, and we cannot afford to act too boldly. You know how it is in our line of work. We must prioritize safety above all else. Enough of this idle chatter. When will you show up? Where are you?" Dia interrupted impatiently. "Very well. Make your way to the outskirts of Julie Village. I shall be waiting for you there." At last, the vehicle resumed motion, speeding through the inky darkness of the night. Upon arriving, Yang Bo disembarked, greeted by an all-encompassing blackness that obscured his view of the surroundings. He could discern nothing but a vague silhouette. The headlights flickered off, and the engine fell silent. "Xiaoli," came a low call from the opposite side. Li Er promptly lowered his voice in response. A shadowy figure approached, reeking of earthy odors, and shook hands with Li Er. "You've worked hard," Li Er exclaimed with a smile. "As long as the goods you provide, old Lu, are of good quality, I do not mind the toil. Rest assured, they have just arrived, still warm." Old Lu replied. With that, he gestured for the group to follow him into a pear orchard. The pear tree stood about 1.5 men tall, dark and imposing. The group walked lightly, yet their presence stirred a nearby dog into a fit of barking, prompting a chorus of barks from others in the vicinity. Their steps faltered momentarily, and a reprimanding voice rang out, causing the dog to whimper a couple of times before falling silent, allowing the group to proceed. Upon reaching a small wooden cabin, old Lu finally halted. He gestured toward the cabin and opened the door, and the bodyguard accompanying him signaled that all was clear. Only then did Li Er, Yang Bo, and Lu Dongxing enter in sequence. The interior of the cabin was cramped, barely accommodating more than a handful of individuals. A dimly lit candle flickered at the center, and old Lu explained, "There is no electricity here. We seldom use flashlights. It is best to minimize light exposure, as it could jeopardize our transaction." Yang Bo nodded, recognizing that the conditions were far more favorable than he had anticipated. He had initially feared they would conduct the dealings outdoors. Old Lu cast a glance at Lu Dongxing, whose commanding presence indicated he was the leader of this venture, likely the principal financier, though old Lu refrained from probing further. A collection of miscellaneous items lay before them, some seemingly hastily cleaned, still caked in mud. Yang Bo furrowed his brows, uncertain whether the other party's actions were a deliberate guise or merely a result of haste. A piece of blue and white porcelain had already shattered, its breakage pristine in color, clearly damaged during transport. Yang Bo felt a pang of sorrow and turned his gaze towards other items. "What about this bronze ding?" Lao Lu suggested, observing Lu Dongxing lean in to examine the artifacts, promptly pointing to a nearby ding. The bronze ding was mottled with green rust, its exterior encrusted with a layer of dirt, instantly capturing Lu Dongxing's attention. Lu Dongxing had always harbored a fondness for bronze artifacts. It was precisely due to a bronze piece that Yang Bo had met him at the ghost market. Thus, upon encountering the bronze ding, he disregarded everything else. Yang Bo gradually selected over a dozen bronze items, albeit mostly small pieces, all in relatively good condition. He also noted that the other party seemed quite honest, not inserting any replicas among the lesser items. Lu Dongxing beckoned to Yang Bo. Come look at this thing. How does it appear? He soon realized that this ding bore a striking resemblance in size to a counterfeit he had seen at the night market, and the decorative patterns were remarkably similar. The crucial difference was that this ding bore inscriptions, which were, astonishingly, in traditional Chinese characters. The two characters, Tong Ding, were recognizable to Yang Bo. During the Shang and Zhou dynasties, traditional characters were not in use, suggesting that this ding might be a later imitation. A flash of insight illuminated Yang Bo's mind as he focused intently. A faint aura gradually coalesced around the ding, indicating that it was no more than 20 years old. Furthermore, the surface appeared as if it had just been unearthed, making the possibility of crafting a convincing counterfeit within such a brief span rather remarkable. Stepping back, Yang Bo shook his head, declaring, I cannot discern such a significant artifact. Lu Dongxing appeared somewhat surprised, seemingly convinced of the ding's authenticity. Yet he chose to trust Yang Bo's judgment, standing silently by. After sifting through the collection further, Yang Bo realized that there were hardly any worthwhile items in this vicinity. Even the pieces he had selected could only be described as the best among the mediocre. It dawned on him that Lu Dongxing had come specifically for that ding. Given that the bronze ding could not be taken away, what significance did his chosen items hold? With this realization, Yang Bo hastened his pace, soon standing before a pile of selected items. You all negotiate, he instructed, opting not to involve himself in the bargaining. He listened intently as Li Er and Lao Lu engaged in a competitive and hushed exchange, feeling a thrill of excitement. Yang Bo scrutinized the room, where the flickering candlelight cast a dim glow. A small wooden table stood to the side, adorned with a teapot, teacups, and a bowl with remnants of noodles. The chopsticks scattered haphazardly. Approaching the table, Yang Bo picked up a glass cup and poured himself a drink. Naturally, he had no intention of consuming it. He tested the water's temperature with his hand and found it cold. Displeased, he remarked, Do you not even have hot water here? Glancing at the bottom of the cup, he noticed it was indeed somewhat discolored, and the cup itself appeared murky. Lu Dongxing offered a suggestion. There is water in the vehicle. You may drink later. Yang Bo pinched the cup, discarding the water. How can this cup be so filthy? He exclaimed. With a hint of embarrassment, Lao Lu explained it's been a long time. To share a laugh, I originally had no money, and this cup was taken from a grave. I've been using it ever since. Over a decade has passed, and it hasn't broken. Upon hearing Lao Lu's explanation, a sense of discomfort washed over the crowd. Chapter 93. A Significant Discovery. Lao Lu, with a funerary cup in hand, drank water, a chilling act that resonated ominously in the ears of those present. Only someone with a profound disregard for the supernatural would dare to pursue a profession like that of a tomb raider. Even Li Er, upon hearing this, felt his imposing demeanor wane during negotiations, retreating 2 steps before ultimately conceding the purchase. Yang Bo nodded in approval. It was at this moment that Lu Dongxing inquired. Lao Lu, to speak frankly, this bronze ding appears impressive, yet its style does not resemble that of the Xia, Shang, or Zhou dynasties. It seems rather to be a replica from a later period. May I be so bold as to ask, from where did this ding originate? Lu Dongxing's question was indeed audacious. After completing the transaction, he wished to inquire about the grave that had been disturbed. Was he not courting trouble? Lao Lu glanced at him, shaking his head. I cannot disclose that. Lu Dongxing felt a twinge of disappointment, but dismissed it. Yang Bo recalled Lu Dongxing's earlier remark regarding the ding's resemblance to a later dynasty's imitation. Which dynasty could it possibly be? He found himself at a loss. As they loaded the items into the trunk and settled into the vehicle, Yang Bo still held the glass cup in hand, while Lu Dongxing, seated beside him, remarked with a smile, Are you still thirsty? Shall I fetch you that bottle of water? Yang Bo, coming to his senses, shook his head. I am not thirsty. Li Er turned to him. Then why not hasten to dispose of that cup? That old man is filthy, and you've seen the dark spots on the bowl. This glass cup has also turned yellow and appears quite dirty. To Yang Bo's surprise, the driver even assisted him by partially rolling down the window. Let Mr. Lu take a look first, Yang Bo replied, handing the cup to Lu Dongxing. Although Lu Dongxing expressed some disdain, he understood that Yang Bo would not have acted so casually had he not perceived something significant. Nonetheless, he took 2 tissues to wrap the cup. The dim light within the vehicle enhanced the driver's safety, prompting Lu Dongxing to shine a flashlight on it. The cup, with its ordinary shape, broad at the top and tapering downwards, felt quite comfortable to hold, devoid of any embellishments and possessing a simple design. However, as the beam illuminated the cup, Lu Dongxing quickly discerned something extraordinary. The cup sparkled brilliantly, Yet within the glass, he noticed numerous cotton-like particles, a phenomenon that would not occur with contemporary craftsmanship. Such impurities could only be found in natural crystal. Is this not a glass cup? Lu Dongxing gazed at Yang Bo, his face alight with astonishment. Yang Bo nodded, affirming. Indeed, it is not glass. Witnessing Lu Dongxing's reaction and hearing their exchange, Li Er could not contain himself any longer, asking, could it possibly be made of crystal? It is indeed crafted from crystal. Yang Bo indicated the crystal cup. Li Er appeared utterly dumbfounded, exclaiming, this is simply unbelievable. Is this real? Lu Dongxing turned to Yang Bo, expressing his admiration. I am truly impressed. Yang Bo refrained from explaining the era of this crystal cup, and they did not press for further details. At that moment, gazing at the thick luminous halo surrounding the crystal cup, Yang Bo could hardly contain his elation. This was indeed a crystal cup from the Warring States period. The mere existence of such a crystal cup in that era was astonishing, yet the evidence lay before them. After rinsing the crystal cup several times and disinfecting it, Yang Bo carefully stored it away. Next, he began to research on his computer, noting that the geoding had vanished since the Qin dynasty. Thus, the inscriptions on the pre-Qin geoding could not possibly be in traditional characters, leaving only the possibility of imitations. The geoding cast by Wu Zetian of the Wu Zhou dynasty, named after the 9 provinces, could naturally be dismissed as well. Ultimately, it was Emperor Huizong of the Song dynasty who, in his folly, also cast geoding, one of which was notably a Tong Ding. Yang Bo recalled the final inquiry posed by Lu Dongxing and pondered the motive behind such a question. The following morning, after freshening up, Yang Bo stepped out for breakfast, where he encountered Lu Dongxing, who was clad in pajamas and beckoning him to join the meal. Lu Dongxing waved his hand dismissively, saying, Are you in a hurry, Boss Yang? You're being charged by the day anyway. Does your shop earn that much in a single day? No need to rush. Yang Bo chuckled lightly, choosing not to elaborate, as he was indeed paid daily, earning a handsome sum of 100,000. Unexpectedly, Lu Dongxing then led a group on a shopping excursion. Seeming quite familiar with the area, wandering through streets and alleys while recounting tales associated with various signs. After an afternoon of exploration, they settled in an old establishment where they enjoyed a bowl of spicy soup, and Lu Dongxing appeared thoroughly satisfied. Yang Bo remained observant, cautiously surveying the surrounding crowd, as Lu Dongxing's unusual demeanor piqued his suspicion that something might be amiss. The same pattern continued the next day. In the evening, as Yang Bo prepared to retire, his phone rang. Upon checking the caller ID, he saw it was Yuan Yezi. He chose not to answer, waiting for the call to end, but soon received a second call from her. Aren't you sleeping at this late hour? Yang Bo inquired. You still have the leisure to sleep? Yuan Yezi's voice replied. We discovered over a dozen imitation bronze ding at the Wang Miao shop. Over a dozen? Large bronze ding? Yang Bo was taken aback, for this quantity was indeed significant. After all, the casting of each bronze ding required substantial amounts of metal, and the large-scale private trade of metals posed considerable challenges. Yes, they're large bronze ding, Yuan Yezi affirmed. Suddenly, Yang Bo recalled the information he had previously reviewed and hastily asked, Can you ascertain the origin of these bronze ding? Are they identical to the ones that vanished earlier? If we could determine that, would I need to call you? Yuan Yezi retorted. Aren't you in Dangshan? Come over and take a look. She urged. No, I prefer not to go, Yang Bo replied, then hung up, deep in thought. However, his contemplation was soon interrupted by a loud knocking at the door. Opening the door, he found Lu Dongxing standing outside. Brother Yang, I just received a call about a large number of bronze ding discovered at the Wang Miao shop. I wanted to invite you to come and take a look with me. Yang Bo was left speechless. Chapter 94, The Sixth Ding. He had not anticipated Lu Dongxing's imminent arrival, suggesting that the call had not been exclusively for him. Without hesitation, Yang Bo responded, All right, let's head over there now. After changing his attire, Yang Bo followed Lu Dongxing, feeling a wave of astonishment wash over him. Lu Dongxing exhibited a keen interest in the bronze ding, yet the underlying motive for his presence here remained elusive. Was it possible that Lu Dongxing had been awaiting this very news? This thought emerged in Yang Bo's mind, leaving him momentarily dizzy. How had Lu Dongxing acquired such knowledge? Did he dare to presume that a forgery operation existed in this vicinity? Li Er, seated in the passenger seat, began to exclaim, It's quite late. Yet the police from Jinling are truly relentless. They have yet to crack the case of the forged bronze ding. And now they have pursued it all the way here. Impressive indeed. Lu Dongxing chuckled. Oh, what a coincidence. We were all present at that case and even provided statements. Now, if we head over, could it be tantamount to walking into a trap? Li Er shook his head with a smile. Even if there were over 10 forged bronze dings, how much could they possibly sell for? Just a few $100 million. Not even a fraction of Boss Lu's wealth. If it were us, it might be plausible. But if anyone were to accuse you, Boss Lu, of orchestrating this, it would be nothing short of a grand farce. Yangbo nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is only the small fry like us who might be involved in such forgery. Lu Dongxing merely smiled, choosing not to elaborate further. The group was unfamiliar with the location of Wang Yao Dian, but fortunately, the navigation system proved useful. After more than half an hour, they arrived at the scene. It was an open area on the outskirts of the village, surrounded by dilapidated walls, where villagers peered in, watching the brightly lit excavation within. A kilometer away, the village flickered with lights, and the sound of barking dogs filled the air. The area was cordoned off by armed police. And after Yangbo and his companions made contact, they were granted entry. Upon entering, they observed workers wielding shovels and picks, tirelessly excavating, while shouts of caution, caution, echoed across the site. A crane was stationed at the edge of the area. Due to the uncertainty surrounding the authenticity of the bronze dings, excavators could not be employed. Yet the crane was deemed suitable for transporting the artifacts. Indeed, Yangbo soon spotted 2 bronze dings placed nearby. And then his gaze fell upon the striking figure of Yuan Yeji. Didn't you say you and come over? Yuan Yeji clearly had no intention of letting Yangbo off easily. Yangbo pointed towards Lu Dongxing. The boss is here, so I, as his employee, cannot afford to slack off. Yuan Yeji shot him a glare before turning to Lu Dongxing. It's been a while, Boss Lu. How have you been? Lu Dongxing glanced at Yangbo, fully aware that Yuan Yeji's frosty demeanor was due to his presence. Thanks to the young lady's kindness, everything has been well recently. He then gestured towards the 2 bronze dings in the corner. May we take a closer look? Yuan Yeji nodded, pointing to Yangbo. You may proceed. But he must remain. Lu Dongxing smiled at Yangbo and shrugged, departing. Yangbo turned to Yuan Yeji. Is there really a need for such differential treatment? Yuan Yeji's expression suddenly turned serious. What identity do you intend to assume in this matter? Yangbo momentarily paused, then realized it stemmed from their previous collaboration's discord. Yuan Yeji was clearly aggrieved. With no other recourse, he shifted the topic. How did you discover this place? Fortunately, Yuan Yeji did not persist and spoke up. Someone has anonymously reported that this place, many years ago, was once a workshop for casting bronze artifacts. Most importantly, a recent batch of counterfeit bronze items, seemingly excavated nearby, has been circulating, although many have kept this under wraps, enough to pique the interest of the discerning. Yangbo did not anticipate that matters would be so straightforward. There was none of the urgency he had envisioned in battling dark forces. As the bronze ding now lay before him, even though he could not approach closely, through the aura, he discerned that these bronze pieces were cast during the Song dynasty, and they were likely from the era of Emperor Huizong. After exchanging thoughts for a while, both Yangbo and Yuan Yeji found the situation quite astonishing. It felt as though others had laid a thread for them to follow, leading inevitably to an explosive revelation. As dawn broke, the crowd that had gathered to witness the excitement had long since dispersed. 6 bronze dings had been unearthed, though not as many as Yuan Yezi's more than 10. Yet lined up, they exuded a formidable presence. A night had passed, sufficient for experts from Jinling to arrive. The first to arrive was Master Feng. He circled the bronze dings with a magnifying glass, and upon completing his inspection, turned to Yangbo and inquired, "What is your perspective?" Yangbo pondered briefly. After the Jinkong incident, the 9 dings ordered to be cast by Emperor Huizong had vanished without a trace. From the inscriptions on these 6 bronze dings, they appeared to have been penned by Kai Jing, with both the patterns and external characteristics aligning with historical accounts. I believe this matter is nearly conclusive, Master Feng declared. Those who were knowledgeable could grasp more. Yuan Yeji pulled Yangbo aside, asking, "What does Kai Jing have to do with this?" Yangbo pointed to the 6 dings, explaining, because originally, among the inscriptions on the 9 dings, only one was written by Emperor Huizong himself, while the others were inscribed by Kai Jing. Yuan Yeji nodded. Can we not reasonably conclude that these are indeed bronze dings from the era of Emperor Huizong? I shall report this to the higher-ups immediately. Yangbo contemplated for a moment. I am awaiting the arrival of the other 2. Once they come to corroborate this matter, we can ascertain it. Don't give me any of that. I need a straightforward answer. Can you guarantee that these bronze dings were cast during the reign of Emperor Huizong? Yuan Yeji exclaimed, her urgency evident. Yangbo was taken aback. Seeing her anxious demeanor, he could not help but chuckle. Master Feng has already stated it is nearly certain. How could there be any other discrepancies? Yuan Yeji, having received the information, hurriedly departed. This time, she was conducting an interprovincial investigation and needed to secure results swiftly. It would be troublesome if local authorities became involved. Chapter 95, 8.5. Just past 8 o'clock, several vehicles blocked the entrance to the workshop, and the visitors demanded to see the person in charge. Yuan Yezi frowned. She was directing this operation, having fortuitously taken on this case, yet her rank was not high, and she was not adept at handling external disputes. Reluctantly, she called Yang Bo to accompany her. A man in his 50s, with a slightly receding hairline concealed by a few strands of hair, furrowed his brow upon seeing Yuan Yezi and Yang Bo approach. Nevertheless, he managed a smile and extended his hand, greeting, "Hello, comrade." Yuan Yezi halted a meter away, saluted, and disregarded the outstretched hand. The man chuckled awkwardly and introduced himself. "I am Yu Weidong, the Deputy Director of the Qiqing Cultural Relics Bureau. I would like to inquire whether your organization has obtained approval from the higher authorities for the archaeological work being conducted in our jurisdiction." Yuan Yezi frowned and replied, "My name is Yuan Yezi. We are investigating a case and have already contacted the Qiqing police, who are here to assist us with maintaining order at the scene." Yu Weidong smiled broadly, asserting, "We are brother cities, one big family. However, from the commotion inside, it does not seem like an investigation. We were alerted by nearby villagers, which is why we came." Yuan Yezi maintained a stern expression, reiterating, "We are indeed investigating a case." Yu Weidong nodded. "Officer Yuan, I understand. How about this? We received a report and must handle the situation on site. Please allow us entry for a brief inspection, and we will leave thereafter." Yuan Yezi responded firmly, "Director Yu, my previous explanation was quite clear. This matter pertains to a counterfeit antique case involving Jinling. This is a crime scene, not an archaeological site, as you seem to believe." Yu Weidong, initially thinking the two young officers would be easy to handle, found himself in an unexpectedly insurmountable situation, his expression darkening. Noticing this, Yang Bo quickly placed a hand on Yu Weidong's shoulder and led him aside. "Director Yu, she has a stubborn temperament. I wouldn't dare say anything as her colleague." Yu Weidong, surprised by Yang Bo's sudden intervention, soon recognized him as a Jinling officer. "Indeed, she's quite obstinate. It's just a brief entry, after all." Yang Bo smiled gently, saying, "Director Yu, we are all part of the system. To be frank, the chances of you forcing your way in today are slim. I understand the responsibilities of local management, but it would be more prudent to report this to higher authorities for communication. Wouldn't that be far more convenient?" With no other recourse, Yu Weidong conceded to this suggestion. After parting with him, Yang Bo turned to Yuan Yezi, advising, "As for the physical evidence, we should expedite its removal. If we truly communicated with higher-ups, the Anhui Provincial Museum might become agitated." Yuan Yezi, intrigued, inquired, "How did you manage that?" With one playing the role of the stern face and the other the amiable one, it was bound to work. Yang Bo replied, "Ah, you must have been speaking ill of me behind my back." Yuan Yezi retorted angrily. As 6 bronze tripods were loaded onto the vehicle, Yuan Yezi needed to supervise the transport personally. She asked Yang Bo, "Should we leave now?" Yang Bo shook his head. "No, I'll stay a bit longer to search. It feels incomplete without the 3 missing tripods." Lu Dongxing, in high spirits, marveled at the sight of so many bronze tripods for the first time, realizing how limited his previous experiences had been. "I feel enriched by this experience." Yang Bo echoed his sentiments. With no further conversation, the group exited and entered their vehicle, which drove off, leaving a trail of dust in its wake. Until this moment, Anhui Province had yet to react. According to the planned route delineated by Yuan Yezi, they would soon penetrate into Jiangsu Province from the southeast direction of Dangshan. Once they passed through the checkpoint, the rest would be straightforward. Lu Dongxing frowned, pondering what was amiss. Since they had already discovered the 6 ding, where could the remaining 3 be? It seemed illogical to separate the 9 bronze vessels. Yang Bo blurted out, "Thus, I suspect that someone may have unearthed such a secret even before Yuan Yezi." "Turn back." Lu Dongxing suddenly grasped the situation. Upon entering the village, they were met with a cacophony of voices. Yang Bo glanced up and hastily urged, "Get out. We shall disembark here." The vehicle halted, yet Yang Bo did not rush. After a brief pause, he stepped out and approached the commotion. "Excuse me, esteemed elder, could you direct me to Wang Miao shop?" He inquired of the disputing individuals. An elderly man scrutinized Yang Bo and queried, "What business do you have at Wang Miao shop?" In rural areas, such knowledge was seldom obscured. Everyone was aware of each other's connections, especially since Yang Bo's vehicle had likely been noted already. Yang Bo smiled and replied, "Surely, you have heard of the events occurring outside the village. I come seeking to acquire a few ding. Although it is purported to be a replica base, it still holds some research value." The old man quickly comprehended. "Ah, so you wish to collect ding?" A young man stepped forward, exclaiming, "I shall take you to my home. I possess a ding that appears quite remarkable. Another chimed in, no, come to my house. My ding is clearer and more beautiful. Yang Bo chuckled, realizing that none were foolish. The commotion outside had undoubtedly alerted the relevant authorities. Previously, rumors had circulated about the presence of bronze ding at Wang Miao's shop, but the police had merely conducted a cursory investigation. This time, however, it would likely be far more challenging. If the households could not swiftly dispose of their bronze ding, the authorities would undoubtedly seize them as cultural relics. Yang Bo gestured for calm. Do not rush. How many ding are there in the village? It seems as if every household possesses one. There are a total of 8.5. The old man replied, tapping his pipe against a tree. Do you think you could take more? 8.5. Yang Bo exclaimed in astonishment, yet he eagerly insisted. Elder, please take me to see. If there truly are so many with research value, I shall report to my superior and strive to acquire as many as possible. Yang Bo was treating the bronze ding as if they were roast ducks, ready to take them at will. In chapter 96, The Broken Ding, Lier turned to Lu Dongxing, fearing that the latter might grow weary of Yang Bo's audacity. However, he observed Lu Dongxing wearing a smile as he followed Yang Bo forward. The old man stopped before a dilapidated tile-roofed house and explained, the reason for the 8.5 is that this household possesses one broken ding. The others can still be sold. With that, the old man pushed the door open. Yang Bo felt no dissatisfaction. Instead, a thrill of excitement coursed through him. Others would likely reject a damaged ding. But he was different. He distinctly recalled that one of the 9 ding cast by Emperor Huizong of Song had been broken at the time. The elderly man, with a heart full of compassion, sought to assist a struggling family. As Yang Bo stepped through the threshold, he immediately discerned the cause of their plight. Upon entering the dimly lit room, he was struck by the stark emptiness, the walls bare and cold, and an unsettling odor wafting through the air. Li Si, the old man called out. Yang Bo and Lu Dongxing turned their gazes towards Lier, who appeared flustered and retorted, I have no brother. At that moment, a muffled sound emanated from within the room, followed by the sight of a rotund figure gliding towards them. Upon closer inspection, they realized the individual was amputated at the waist, his upper body precariously balanced on a makeshift skateboard. Yang Bo, taken aback by the man's unkempt appearance and the pungent odor that assailed his senses, felt his initial irritation dissolve, leaving only a profound sense of sympathy. The old man explained, Li Si suffered a tragic accident 5 years ago. His wife and children abandoned him, and now he is left to fend for himself, utterly helpless. After speaking, he turned to Li Si and inquired, these gentlemen wish to see your grand cauldron. Where have you placed it? Li Si, appearing to be in his 40s or 50s, spoke in a low voice. Who would come to see my broken cauldron? I had someone help me move it to the back of the house last year. I can take you there. Yang Bo felt a twinge of urgency. Is it covered? Exposed to the elements, it could rust. Exposed? What does it matter? Li Si replied dismissively. Ever since my father unearthed it over a decade ago, I have cherished it as a treasure, yet it serves no purpose. Once, people were curious enough to come and see it, but in recent years, no one has shown any interest, and not a single person has even suggested buying it. Yang Bo, recognizing the man's hardships, understood that safeguarding the cauldron for over a decade was no small feat as they circled around the modest dwelling. A few poplar trees stood at the back, beneath which lay the cauldron. It was in a dilapidated state, the walls crumbling, with a significant portion having fallen away to an unknown fate. A layer of leaves had settled inside, and the entire cauldron was marred by rust, greenish water staining the ground beneath it. Yang Bo approached swiftly, examining the decorative patterns on the cauldron's walls with care. He discovered that the designs were still discernible, albeit encased in rust. On the side, the words precious cauldron were inscribed in elegant script. A wave of elation surged within Yang Bo as a radiant glow began to coalesce around the midsection of the bronze cauldron, its thickness gradually augmenting until a beam of light burst forth, entering his eyes. At that moment, Yang Bo became certain that this was the bronze cauldron forged during the reign of Emperor Huizong of Song. As he stood up, Lu Dongxing approached and pulled Yang Bo aside. Confused, Yang Bo wondered what was amiss. What do you think of this cauldron? Lu Dongxing inquired. Yang Bo did not conceal his thoughts. It is indeed genuine, and despite its broken state, its cultural significance far surpasses that of other cauldrons. Lu Dongxing, perplexed, questioned, how can something so damaged hold greater value? Yang Bo elaborated, this cauldron's damage is not recent. It has been noted in historical records that it was already broken during the era of Emperor Huizong. Therefore, Discovering this cauldron is of paramount importance in substantiating the authenticity of other bronze cauldrons. Sensing Lu Dongxing's skepticism, Yang Bo continued, after the 9 cauldrons were cast. Emperor Huizong Zhao Ji relocated them to the Jiucheng Palace. The following day, he visited the palace to perform ceremonial offerings. However, when he approached the northern cauldron, it suddenly shattered, spilling water everywhere. Zhao Ji remained there, and Kai Jing immediately knelt before him, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, observe." The cracking of the cauldron in the north signifies that the Liao dynasty is bound to experience internal turmoil. We can seize this opportunity to vanquish them, and the great song shall unify the realm. Lu Dongxing, upon hearing this, nodded thoughtfully and inquired, "What is your plan? What will you do after acquiring it?" Yang Bo was momentarily taken aback, but soon comprehended that the other party had ulterior motives. "Mr. Lu, I defer to your judgment. You purchase it, and you may handle it as you see fit." Lu Dongxing did not hesitate, stating, "I wish to acquire it and hand it over to the police in Jinling, subsequently donating it to a museum. What do you think?" Although Yang Bo had different intentions, he refrained from voicing them at that moment and merely nodded in agreement, acknowledging that it was a splendid idea to proceed as Mr. Lu suggested. Lu Dongxing smiled reassuringly. "Rest assured, the commission you deserve shall not be lacking." The subsequent matter at hand was negotiating the price. Given Li Si's circumstances, he would accept even a mere 10,000, but for a wealthy individual like Lu Dongxing, such sums were insignificant. With a wave of his hand, he proposed, "Li Si, 1 million for this cauldron. Can you accept?" Li Si was momentarily stunned, rendered speechless, until the old man beside him slapped him on the back, urging, "What are you dawdling for? Quickly agree." Li Si nodded vigorously, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you so much." Lu Dongxing waved dismissively. "No need for thanks. The arrangements for payment were naturally to be managed by others." Yang Bo promptly ushered the old man towards the next location. As time was of the essence, the local Cultural Relics Bureau would soon commence inspections. However, they had not yet considered this place. The second establishment was more imposing, featuring tall walls and a charming 2-story villa. The old man knocked on the door, explained their purpose, and was met by a middle-aged, portly gentleman. Yang Bo stepped forward, asserting, "The price is negotiable. Let us first examine the goods." The middle-aged man did not press further, and the group proceeded to the backyard, where they soon encountered a complete bronze cauldron. Yang Bo approached and noticed the inscription reading Feng Ding. Without further hesitation, he turned and walked away. "Sir, let's be swift. What was the name of that fellow at the village head? Does he not also possess one?" The old man was bewildered. "Is that it? We are finished looking?" The middle-aged man, anxious, interjected, "What does this mean?" Yang Bo, of course, could not elucidate the situation to him. The Feng Ding had already been taken by Yuan Yezi, and this one was undoubtedly a counterfeit. He simply replied, "There are a total of 8 cauldrons. I cannot acquire them all. I wish to examine them first and select 2. Chapter 97. Deception on the High Seas. The third establishment belonged to the young man they had encountered at the village head. He greeted them with great enthusiasm, but Yang Bo preferred not to linger and made a beeline for the bronze cauldron. Moments later, he departed. The 4th and 5th establishments yielded no results. By the 6th establishment, however, Yang Bo finally made a discovery. Yet the owner of the bronze cauldron was a 30-something scoundrel named Ma Yin, who was unmarried and unruly. Ma Yin threw a tantrum, declaring, "You won't take this cauldron without offering at least 10 million. Our Wang Miao shop has thousands of patrons who will ensure you cannot enter or exit. Do not think for a moment that I speak in jest. I, Ma Yin, have always been a man of my word, steadfast and resolute. If anyone dares to seize my possessions, I would relentlessly pursue them to exact my vengeance." Yang Bo surveyed the scene before him, his brow furrowed. The 4 families had yielded nothing, and none could have anticipated that the genuine article lay within the abode of a scoundrel. Lu Dongxing patted Yang Bo on the shoulder, urging him to proceed to the next household, asserting that this matter was best left to him, as Yang Bo lacked the requisite experience to handle such situations. Without much deliberation, Yang Bo acquiesced, stating that he would continue his search, entrusting the matter to Mr. Lu. As Yang Bo and the old man exited, they made their way to the next residence. The old man sighed, lamenting that Ma Yin's father was a kind-hearted individual, always greeting others warmly. Yet he had raised a son of such poor character. Alas, why must he desire only their family's bronze tripod when there were others of equal value available? The old man had also sensed Yang Bo's unease. The notion of reconsidering after a single glance was merely a ruse. for they were evidently eager to procure the bronze vessel from Ma Lian's home. Yang Bo smiled knowingly. While it may appear similar to the untrained eye, there were indeed subtle distinctions. He hoped to gather some items before moving on to the next two households, wishing to uncover another treasure. The old man refrained from probing further, and together they visited two more homes, yet they discovered no genuine artifacts. Yang Bo's mind was clouded with doubt, prompting him to inquire of the old man, "Is this all that our village has to offer? Are there no more?" The old man nodded, confirming that there were only a total of 8.5 items. Yang Bo grasped the implication of the old man's words. There had once been more. In fact, there had been 11 tripods in total, 3 of which had been sold earlier in the year. Realization dawned upon Yang Bo. The final genuine artifact must indeed be one of those 3. Recalling the transactions from his arrival night, he surmised that there had been 1 counterfeit, leaving the remaining 2 likely to be authentic. Yang Bo noticed a bruise at the corner of Ma Lian's mouth, but chose not to inquire further. Was the deal successful? He asked. "It has been resolved. What about your side?" Lu Dongxing inquired. "It has already been sold," Yang Bo responded, shaking his head. "Time is of the essence. We must expedite the retrieval of these 2 tripods." Understanding Lu Dongxing's intent to secure the artifacts, Yang Bo knew they would have to traverse mountains and seas to accomplish their goal. Lu Dongxing paused momentarily, asking, "What do you mean by traversing mountains and seas?" "By purchasing 2 truckloads of pears at a premium." Yang Bo replied casually. With the Mid-Autumn Festival approaching, Xuxing Real Estate must provide some benefits to its employees. The CEO even personally traveled to the renowned pear capital of Dashan to procure the finest pears. A smile spread across Lu Dongxing's face, clearly pleased with his clever plan, as it would facilitate their discreet operation. The next step involved coordination. The vehicles required time to arrive. Lu Dongxing presented the old man with a red envelope, requesting his assistance in enlisting several strong men to help procure the pears at an elevated price. Yang Bo busied himself on site, calculating costs, while Lu Dongxing supervised, standing aside to observe the proceedings, occasionally indulging in a cigarette. Yang Bo felt a tremor beside him as Lu Dongxing dropped ash from a cigarette. Lu Dongxing paused. Turning to Yang Bo, "Do I resemble someone involved in the underworld?" The middle-aged man appeared somewhat reserved, waving his hand dismissively. No. It's just that you bear a striking resemblance to a former boss of mine. Quite imposing." Yang Bo interjected. "Which esteemed figure are you referring to? Possessing such grandeur that he resembles Boss Lu?" The middle-aged man rubbed his hands together, reminiscing. "It has been a decade since then. You all must recall that factory outside the village, the one that specialized in casting bronze artifacts, various replicas of bronze wares. I worked there back in the day. Although it was tiring, it was profitable. Alas, it soon went bankrupt." "Oh," Yang Bo replied, offering no further inquiries, and then added, "All right, this amounts to 876 gene. Feel free to verify its accuracy." The middle-aged man gestured. "No need to check, I trust the boss." The 2 bronze vessels had cost 2 million, while the 2 trucks of pears combined were worth a staggering 3 to 400,000. So Lu Dongxing had indeed invested significantly. The vehicles passed through the checkpoint without incident, aided by Yuan Yezi, who had drawn most of the attention away. Upon arriving in Jinling, they unloaded the pears and handed over the 2 bronze vessels to the authorities, leaving only the final piece of the 9 tripod cauldrons of Song Huizong remaining. The following morning, Yang Bo noticed a bank message on his phone indicating a deposit of 600,000. According to the agreement with Lu Dongxing, this amounted to a daily count of 100,000, totaling 300,000 over 3 days, including a batch of assorted items and the 2 bronze tripods, which nearly equated to a 10% commission. Yet, Yang Bo did not feel overly elated. He understood that the modest transaction value would lead to smaller commissions once the total surpassed 100 million. Nevertheless, the additional earnings brought him joy, as they alleviated his immediate financial concerns. After rising, washing up, and having breakfast, he finally retrieved the crystal cup from his suitcase. The crystal was translucent and hard, having been discovered long ago. Yet such a sizable crystal artifact was indeed a rarity, especially in ancient times. A crystal of this magnitude could only have been carved from a natural piece, making it all the more astonishing. Yang Bo was certain that this was a crystal cup from the Warring States period. He cautiously prepared a cleaning solution and submerged the crystal cup in a basin. After 10 minutes, he gently wiped it with a soft cloth, and the dust fell away, revealing the crystal's brilliance. Chapter 98. The Final Flaw. After rinsing it with clean water, the crystal cup finally showcased its original splendor, gleaming and radiant. One could only wonder if Lu Dongxing felt a twinge of regret when he relinquished such a treasure. This crystal cup was nothing short of a national treasure. Yang Bo could hardly contain his excitement. He had deposited the fish-patterned ceramic jar in the bank, which was equally valuable, if not more so, in the market. He locked the crystal cup in his safe, and then began to slowly tidy up his belongings before heading to the lost and found pavilion. Passing by an antique shop, he spotted an elderly beggar and generously offered him a banknote. The beggar expressed his gratitude profusely. Yet Yang Bo found that he no longer possessed the same spirit he had when he had given away a box of meals. When he had handed over that box of fried rice, it represented his entire world, whereas now, giving away a banknote seemed trivial, a mere drop in the ocean. Yang Bo reminisced about that sweltering afternoon, recalling the beggar he had not seen since. As he opened the door and took a seat, he arranged the items on his desk, just as Yuan Yeji arrived. Dressed in military training attire with her hair tied back in a ponytail, she entered with a girl of similar age. "Ah, has Boss Yang finally opened for business today?" Yuan Yeji teased. Yang Bo gestured to the chair at the desk. "Inviting her to seat. Why so formal?" Yuan Yeji shot him a glance before indicating the girl beside her. "Allow me to introduce my colleague, Xiao Ling. She has come to consult you regarding a matter." "Consult? I wouldn't dare." "Feel free to ask any questions," Yang Bo replied, suppressing his playful demeanor. Understanding that Yuan Yeji had brought a colleague, and the ensuing conversation was likely to be of a professional nature. "There are a total of 8 tripods. We have already invited domestic experts for appraisal, and the results are in. There are indeed 8 of the 9 tripods cast during the reign of Emperor Huizong of Song." Yuan Yeji adjusted her expression and inquired, "And you, Boss Yang, have appeared at the scene of the incident twice. Is that not a curious coincidence?" Yang Bo furrowed his brow, but dutifully explained the circumstances. Yuan Yeji glanced at Xiao Ling, signaling her, and continued. "This matter pertains to a large-scale case of bronze tripod forgery from 10 years ago. At that time, there were at least a dozen cases of forged Song Huizong bronze tripods in the country, involving sums amounting to 50 million, which shocked society at large. Yang Bo had not anticipated the connection to a decade-old event. Even if he harbored suspicions, he could not elaborate. "Officer Yuan, you jest. I am merely an appraiser. I have no insights on solving cases or making deductions." Yuan Yeji frowned, but proceeded to ask several more questions. Soon, she nodded at Xiao Ling, who discreetly reached into her pocket, seemingly turning off a recording device. As Xiao Ling departed, Yang Bo could not help but chuckle. "So you two engage in clandestine recordings?" Yuan Yeji, seated in her chair, did not respond, but instead asked, "Who do you think is the most suspicious?" Yang Bo was well aware of Yuan Yeji's implications. Yet he was reluctant to name names. "How would I know?" he replied. Yuan Yeji, exasperated, urged, "Can we be a bit more open and honest?" Leaning back in his chair, Yang Bo questioned the utility of such investigations. Are we to pursue matters from a decade ago? Once the bronze tripods were unearthed, they could be immediately detected and swiftly severed from their origins. Such decisiveness is not something ordinary individuals can muster. Yang Bo had long suspected a connection between Lu Dongxing and the area of Dangshan. Reflecting further, he realized this trip to Dangshan was riddled with flaws. But what could be gleaned from mere conjecture? The evidence had already been compromised and was difficult to procure. Yuan Yeji sighed softly. "So you have been harboring suspicions about him for quite some time." "I had my doubts from the first time I met him. A wealthy individual who avoids auction houses and charity galas, yet chooses to frequent a ghost market. Spare me the deception. Have you not thought to investigate his records? To uncover how he amassed his initial fortune?" Yang Bo began to inquire, having evidently searched online. The internet claimed that Lu Dongxing had risen from humble beginnings, initially selling needles and threads in the streets. Such assertions, he believed, were utterly nonsensical. It was as if Lu had suddenly acquired a fortune, swiftly entering the real estate sector and expanding his empire. An unfathomable transition. Yuan Yeji expressed her frustration. "Let us gather evidence gradually. This time, they have obediently presented the 8 tripods. Even if you wish to investigate further, the higher-ups will likely not permit it." Yang Bo replied with a smile. Yuan Yeji sat for a while before departing. Yang Bo, however, fell into deep contemplation. He had previously been uncertain, but now he understood why Lu Dongxing had such an affinity for antiques, especially bronze tripods. This connection was closely tied to his former profession. No one would have anticipated that. Over a decade later, things would evolve into their current state. Even the villager who had once referred to him as Big Boss would likely no longer dare to acknowledge him. This was indeed the final flaw. If Lu Dongxing could navigate this challenge, he would be completely exonerated in the future. At this moment, Lu Dongxing was not idle. He gazed at the robust man before him, furrowing his brow. Thunder, let this matter rest. Do not concern yourself with it. The man, standing at 6 feet tall, sank deeply into the couch as he replied, Big brother, the second and third brothers were incarcerated because of that kid. How can I possibly swallow this grievance? You foolish one, Lu Dongxing scolded, pointing at the man's forehead. Those two are nothing but incompetent fools. How have I taught you? To walk the righteous path, to pursue integrity, and to avoid underhanded tactics. They feigned compliance while secretly undermining it. The second brother was courting disaster. I've already learned that he provoked someone influential in the capital and was subsequently dealt with, dragging the third brother down with him. Over the years, you all have accumulated considerable wealth. Would it not have been better to secure your positions earlier? Thunder looked at Lu Dongxing. Secure our positions? Clean our names? Big brother, why do I sense you are still trembling with fear? Otherwise, why would you be so eager to rush to Dangshan? Lu Dongxing slammed the table. That was the last endeavor I undertook. I initially sought to amass wealth through the casting of bronze tripods, but I never anticipated being exposed so swiftly, forcing me to abandon that path. That was my final vulnerability. Chapter 99, Divergence. Big brother, was everything resolved during the trip to Dangshan? Thunder asked with concern, knowing that Lu Dongxing was his pillar. Even if he faltered, Lu must not fall. Lu Dongxing waved his hand. Some matters, if handled too deliberately, may reveal flaws. However, it has been over a decade. No one can produce evidence. Ultimately, it depends on the higher authorities, but it's unlikely that they will pursue it further. After speaking, Lu Dongxing turned to Thunder. I'm aware that you have covertly tested Yongbo a couple of times behind my back. Do not underestimate him due to his youth. His insight is formidable. You cannot outmaneuver him. Promise me, do not provoke him any further. Close down those trivial businesses of yours. Even if you rely on past gains, it will suffice for future generations. Why risk yourself unnecessarily? With his head bowed, Lei Ting took a cigarette from the table and, after 3 attempts with the lighter, finally ignited it. He inhaled deeply and exhaled gently. Brother, I simply cannot accept this. Does the imprisonment of second brother and third brother mean nothing? Fourth, Lu Dongxing rose, sharply reprimanding him. If you continue to harbor such resentful and vengeful notions from the underworld, I suggest you leave Jinling at once. This is a society governed by law. Those who violate it will inevitably face the consequences. This has nothing to do with Yongbo. Lei Ting forcefully stubbed out the cigarette in the ashtray. Brother, I have always listened to you, but this time, I am determined to act. With that, Lei Ting turned and walked away. Lu Dongxing angrily smashed his teacup onto the floor, reclining in his chair, silent and brooding. Yuan Yezi, after some humble remarks, redirected the conversation to the management of the Jioding, mentioning that the two provinces had reached an agreement to alternate exhibitions every 2 years. Yongbo paid little attention to this. He had intended to swallow his pride, but now felt a tinge of apprehension. Such a significant artifact was not something he could handle, and he was fortunate not to have acted rashly. As the afternoon promised little business, Yongbo locked the door and spent the day idly chatting with Lu Liangyu at Xia Tian. To his surprise, the caller ID displayed a number from Guangling. Hello, is this Mr. Yongbo? A voice inquired. Yongbo, still unaccustomed to being addressed as Mr. Yang, promptly replied, Hello, who is this? We have met on 2 occasions. I am Yuda from Guangling. Laughter echoed from the other end. Yongbo recalled the name and responded, hello. I didn't expect it to be you. Mr. Yang, you seem to have forgotten quite easily. Do you recall Yumin from Guangling? The one we appraised paintings and calligraphy with last time? Yongbo nodded. Yes. I remember. What about him? Yumin has passed away, and his son is now looking to sell all of his collection. Everyone is eager to take a look, and if you have the time, you should come as well, Yuda informed him. Yongbo was taken aback. The last time he saw Yumin, he appeared to be in good health. What had happened? The conversation continued with Yongbo and Yuda discussing recent events, and they agreed on a time to meet before hanging up. Noticing the late hour, Yongbo picked up the phone and dialed Luo Yaohua. When the call connected, he could hear loud music blaring on the other end. After a while, Luo Yaohua's voice finally came through. I'm going to Guangling tomorrow. A collector is clearing out some items. Are you coming? Yongbo got straight to the point. What? Such good fortune. How could I possibly decline? Luo Yaohua replied, clearly excited. You, my friend, always bring me bad news, but finally, something promising has come along. I'm going to sleep now. Come pick me up in the morning. On the way to Guangling, Luo Yaohua appeared quite animated. What kind of collector are we talking about? What are the items like? In a situation like this, why not go to an auction house and organize an auction? Wouldn't that be more profitable? Too many questions. My mind is bogged down and unable to process. Young Boro Market. Suddenly, Yang Bo turned to him. Aren't you the one looking to open an auction house? How could you not understand these matters? I plan to intern in an auction house next month, yet I find myself rather unfamiliar with the operations involved. Luo Yao remarked. Yang Bo shook his head, clarifying that it was not merely a lack of understanding, but rather a complete absence of knowledge. He continued to explain, the esteemed collector has sadly passed away, and this auction is being organized by his son. Consequently, many believe it to be a fortuitous opportunity, leading to a potentially larger turnout. Luo Yaohua chuckled, realizing the irony. It seems you are capitalizing on someone else's misfortune. Yang Bo chose not to respond, acknowledging the harshness of the truth. Since no one could benefit from the collector himself, they turned their hopes to his son. Moreover, it is hardly a blessing to leave one's legacy to ungrateful descendants. The two soon met with Yuda and arrived at the venue. This time, Yang Bo and his companions ventured into the backyard. Having only glimpsed the main hall during their previous visit, they were taken aback by the hidden garden adorned with rocks, pavilions, and flowing water. Over 20 individuals had already gathered in the backyard. As a local, Yuda quickly mingled and exchanged greetings, while Yang Bo and Luo Yaohua stood at the periphery, listening to the ongoing conversations. Before long, someone began to set up a table in the small garden, and a middle-aged man approached, bowing to the crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, I sincerely apologize for the unexpected turnout. We were unprepared and thus had to relocate to the backyard. Since you all have come, it is evident that you have faith in my late father's collection. I express my heartfelt gratitude, and we shall proceed item by item. Though it may take a bit longer, I trust that for the sake of my father's treasures, enduring a little inconvenience is worthwhile. Instantly, the atmosphere grew lively, as everyone sought to seize the opportunity amidst the commotion. However, his next statement stirred the crowd into a frenzy. I am fortunate to have invited a close friend of my father, the renowned appraiser, Mr. Wu Mingyu. In Chapter 100 Price-Based Transactions, someone voiced their discontent. Xiao Yu, your approach is misguided. This is entirely different from what was previously discussed. Yu Yang chuckled. Hishu, we have known each other for quite some time. While I may not possess knowledge of antiques, I understand the principles of business. Let us engage in fair trade. No one should attempt to deceive another. Yang Bo and Luo Yaohua exchanged glances. Their initial excitement swiftly dissipated. However, they refrained from voicing complaints, recognizing that the other party's actions were indeed rational. Silence soon enveloped the crowd, as they realized Yu Yang was well prepared, gradually extinguishing their hopes. Before long, various items were presented, and, thankfully, the auction format was not employed. Negotiations were largely collaborative. The attendees shared an unspoken understanding. Should someone express a desire to purchase, others would often remain silent, allowing for ample time and space to negotiate. An hour passed, and despite the appraisals and bargaining, only 5 items were sold. Yu Yang grew anxious and decided to pause the proceedings to consult with Mr. Wu. Yang Bo and Luo Yaohua felt like mere bystanders, unable to make any acquisitions. It should have been this way from the beginning. Indeed, this is precisely what was discussed. Yet upon arrival, the terms have changed. Previously, considering the overwhelming number of visitors, Yu Yang had vetoed the decision to open the collection room. However, he found this method of transaction too sluggish and resolved to adopt his father's approach. Upon entering the collection room, filled with over 20 individuals alongside the Yu family members stationed around, the atmosphere became rather congested. Fortunately, Yang Bo soon discovered that the collection room had been expanded. Upon closer inspection, he realized there was a door connecting 2 collection rooms. During their last visit, they had only accessed one. Before long, the crowd dispersed, alleviating the sense of crowding, as everyone gravitated towards the items that piqued their interest. Yang Bo glanced past the antiques he had previously encountered and turned his attention to unfamiliar relics. This shift provided everyone with space for discussion, and small clusters began to form, engaged in conversations about particular paintings and calligraphy. Yu Yang found it difficult to intervene. Yang Bo moved relatively swiftly, quickly distancing himself from the throng and entering another room, which was quieter. Several swords adorned the walls, seemingly decorative. Yet Yang Bo discerned that while the scabbards were newly crafted, the swords themselves were of exceptional quality. Luo Yaohua, whose appraisal skills were not yet refined, sought Yang Bo's assistance. Upon witnessing Yang Bo's selection of swords, he was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, "Let me take a look." Yang Bo turned to him and gestured towards the swords hanging on the walls, encouraging him to choose for himself. With a sword in hand, Yang Bo felt a surge of enthusiasm as he began to pace around the room. Luo Yaohua meticulously removed each sword from the wall, scrutinizing them one by one, yet always feeling they paled in comparison to Yang Bo's selection. Ultimately, he settled on a particularly ornate sword. Soon, Yang Bo chose a painting, and to his surprise, Luo Yaohua decided to purchase all the remaining swords and hurried over to seek Yang Bo's opinion. Yang Bo, well aware that these swords predominantly belonged to the Ming and Qing dynasties, provided a detailed analysis. Upon seeing the prices, Luo Yaohua resolved to acquire them all. "You should also part with that sword of yours," he exclaimed, drawing Yang Bo's sword from his grasp. Instantly, he recognized the discrepancy. Yang Bo's sword hilt appeared far older, yet the blade shimmered with an icy brilliance that evoked a chill. Those who act swiftly are rewarded. Those who delay are left wanting. You cannot hold me accountable for this outcome. Yang Bo chuklet. Luo Yaohua was left speechless. Had it not been for Yang Bo, he likely would not have noticed the swords displayed on the walls. Yuda approached Yang Bo with a smile, saying, "Boss Yang, come help me examine something." Yang Bo followed Yuda outside, stopping before a scroll of Buddhist scriptures, which lay unfurled, somewhat creased in the center. The end bore no inscription, revealing merely a text before them, accompanied by a price tag of 10,000 yuan. Through the glass, the yellowed pages hinted at its antiquity. Yang Bo had seen it before, but had not paid much attention. Now, upon examining the characters, he recognized the writer's exceptional skill. "Boss Yang, can you discern who authored this work?" Yuda inquired. Yang Bo shook his head. "I cannot say for certain. I need to examine it closely. After all, it bears no signature. It could very well be the work of an obscure scholar." Yuda nodded in agreement, appreciating Yang Bo's cautiousness. Everyone despised those who boasted without careful consideration, and Yang Bo's uncertain yet thoughtful response only served to enhance Yuda's trust in him. Yang Bo began to read anew, encountering a copy of the Diamond Sutra. Yet from the very first line, he found himself utterly perplexed, unable to comprehend any of its contents. Nor did it contain any autobiographical insights from its author. If this were indeed the case, the value of this Buddhist scripture would be significantly diminished. A gleam of light flickered before Yang Bo's eyes, gradually converging into a luminous halo. He surmised that it likely dated back to the Kangxi era, though the identity of its scribe remained unknown to him. Turning to Yuda, he remarked, "Based on the color and origin of this paper, it should fundamentally belong to the Kangxi period, but I cannot ascertain the specific author." To his surprise, Yuda's face beamed with joy as he whispered, "I initially thought it resembled Chun Yinjing's handwriting, yet I hesitated to affirm it. With your assessment, Boss Yang, I can now assert my belief." Yang Bo felt a surge of astonishment. It appeared that Mr. Yu had already formed his own judgment. Yuda continued softly, "Immediately lect certenti." Upon encountering this sutra, it felt strikingly familiar. I possess samples of Chun Yinjing's calligraphy, and, having studied them extensively, it seemed quite recognizable. Furthermore, I recalled that he had indeed transcribed this very text upon his mother's passing. Your confirmation regarding the paper's age has sparked my memory, solidifying my conviction. Congratulations, Mr. Yu. Yang Bo chuklet. Chun Yanting was an extraordinary figure during the Kangxi era, having served successively as Minister of Works, Minister of Revenue, Minister of Justice, and Minister of Personnel, ultimately attaining the esteemed title of Grand Scholar of the Wenyuan Pavilion, akin to a Prime Minister. His writings, penned in prayer for his mother's well-being, were undoubtedly worth far more than a mere 10,000. Thus, it could be said that Yuda had stumbled upon a remarkable find. Yuda's face radiated with delight. Suppressing a smile out of concern for others' perceptions, it was premature to speak of such matters, and he preferred to wait until the acquisition was secured. Yang Bo nodded and turned to observe the proceedings, where transactions were commencing one by one, with fixed prices and no room for haggling. Chapter 101. The Roadblock. Yu Yang, wielding a card reader, paused before each glass case to inquire if anyone wished to purchase the item, then processed the transaction according to the displayed price. Fortunately, amidst the myriad of objects, attendees each selected their favorites, engaging in private discussions and making early commitments. They retrieved keys, opened the glass, inspected the antiques, and completed their purchases seamlessly. The atmosphere was orderly, significantly more efficient than before, though several items remained unwanted, either due to being replicas or overpriced. After an extended wait, it was finally Yang Bo's turn. He handed over the sword he held, affixing a price tag to it. Yu Yang adeptly processed the card transaction. "Wait a moment," Yang Bo exclaimed, suddenly hearing someone call out. He looked up to see Mr. Wu approaching, the very individual Yu Yang had invited for assistance. "Mr. Wu smiled at Yang Bo and inquired, "May I take a look at that sword?" Yang Bo presented the sword to Mr. Wu, who accepted it with both hands. Contemplating for a long while, he then partially drew the blade, its surface gleaming brilliantly, and addressed Yu Yang. "Your father had a profound affection for swords during his lifetime. He amassed a considerable collection, most of which he sold, leaving only 5 behind. I recall his expression of helplessness when he confided in me about this. He was well aware that you would not retain these 5 swords, which is why he priced each at a mere 10,000, hoping that the one who would collect them would treat them with care." As he spoke, Mr. Wu gazed at Yang Bo and Luo Yaohua, noting that the acquisition of these 5 swords by the 2 young men was indeed a fortunate find. "I trust you will cherish these blades," he concluded. Yang Bo nodded solemnly as he accepted the sword from Mr. Wu's hands. Yu Yang's expression shifted, revealing discomfort. Mr. Wu, whom he had invited, did not intervene before the transaction, but chose this moment to assert his intentions, clearly to prevent any change of mind on Yu Yang's part. No wonder his father arranged for Mr. Wu to assist him before passing away. How many more secrets could Mr. Wu be concealing? As Yu Yang regarded Mr. Wu again, a hint of wariness crept into his gaze. The onlookers admired Yang Bo and Luo Yaohua. When Yu Min initially set the price, he had factored in market conditions, resulting in a value that was rarely low. It was surprising that it had been secured by these 2 young men. Luo Yaohua could not suppress a chuckle and remarked, "Rest assured, Mr. Wu, our appreciation for these swords is genuine, and we will treat them with the utmost respect." Yu Yang, maintaining a stern demeanor, offered an awkward smile. "That's good to hear." Following this, Yu Yang's expression darkened, and the others chose to ignore him while Yang Bo awaited the final transaction for his painting. Standing before the artwork, a portly middle-aged man approached. "Ah, young brother, I see you have taken a liking to this painting." Yang Bo glanced at him, sensing an ominous turn. "What? Have you also taken notice of it?" The middle-aged man cast a threatening glance at the sword Yang Bo held. "You've had quite the haul today. Why not refrain from acquiring more? If you cannot leave Guanglin, that would be unfortunate." "What do you mean, he Guanglin?" Yuda, standing nearby, interjected sternly. He Guanglin looked at Yuda, stating nonchalantly, "I simply wish to procure this painting. Is it too much to ask for a little courtesy towards a visitor?" Yang Bo frowned. Business transcends local and outsider distinctions, and sometimes the local advantage does not apply. He Guanglin shook his head, replying, "Then we'll see how this unfolds." Yang Bo halted Luo Yaohua, saying nothing further as he awaited developments. Suspecting that he Guanglin had ulterior motives due to the recent transaction involving the 5 swords. After a brief pause, Yu Yang approached with a card reader. He Guanglin cast a glance at Yang Bo, noticing his lack of response, and proposed, "This situation is not without resolution. If you sell me the swords at 20,000 each, I will withdraw my interest." Yang Bo regarded him coolly. The 5 swords were all Ming and Qing dynasty pieces, with the one in his possession valued close to 200,000, making the total nearly 500,000. The other party was certainly seeking a lucrative deal. "Not a chance," Yang Bo replied resolutely. He Guanglin scoffed, asserting, "Then I shall simply acquire this painting at a premium." At that moment, Yang approached and noticed several individuals gathered around painting. Were they engaged in bidding? A few similar occurrences had transpired earlier, mainly among the locals, who refrained from escalating tensions. Consequently, the bidding had only seen a couple of minor increases before halting, lacking any real excitement. To his surprise, as they neared the conclusion, the fervor reignited. Yang Bo had acquired the finest sword, and Mr. Wu held him in high regard. Mr. Wu glanced through the glass window and remarked, "This painting by late Qing artist Zhang Xiong has garnered some recognition. Approximately 10,000 for each foot, and this floral piece is valued at around 30,000. Will you be bidding further?" He Guanglin cast a glance at Yang Bo. If he wished to contest, then they would bid. Yang Bo felt a surge of anger, understanding that He Guanglin was merely bullying him, but he remained undeterred. "I will only bid 100,000. If boss he offers even a single penny more, I shall withdraw." The room erupted in astonishment. The crowd, drawn in by the bidding, had not anticipated that the young man seeking a bargain would open with such a formidable figure. Truly a remarkable display of audacity. Yuda tugged at Yang Bo, but he remained steadfast. He Guanglin's expression shifted suddenly, taken aback by Yang Bo's unwavering stance. However, he remained composed, chuckling as he gave Yang Bo a thumbs up. "Youthful exuberance indeed. I shall graciously withdraw." Yang Bo swiped his card and signed a transfer document, with numerous copies being printed on site, requiring merely the filling of names and signatures to become valid. Without lingering, the trio exited, parting ways with Yuda at the entrance. Zhang Xiong, I know him. A late Qing artist? Nothing extraordinary. How does one profit from that? Luo Yaohua inquired, surprised. Yang Bo smiled. What you perceive may not be the truth. Luo Yaohua looked at him, puzzled. Are you implying that this piece is not Zhang Xiong's work? Do you have acquaintances here? My friends span the 4 seas and 5 mountains. You need not worry. Luo Yaohua drove Yang Bo into the city, and they entered Wanhua Tower. Arriving at a private room, where a young man was already seated. Luo Yaohua introduced him. This is Yao Yu, my brother. Then, turning to Yao Yu, he added, and this is Yang Bo, also a brother. Yang Bo shook hands with the young man, and soon they engaged in casual conversation, enjoying the meal. Chapter 102, A Subtle Scheme. During the meal, Luo Yaohua could not resist recounting the earlier encounter, stating, the people of Guangling are rather unfriendly. Yao Yu laughed. One mustn't generalize. Look, I have been eagerly awaiting in the private room to warmly welcome friends from afar. Alas, my fragile spirit feels wounded. Luo Yaohua lamented, clutching his chest in a mock display of distress. He added with a grin, brother, I have great confidence in you. The three burst into hearty laughter. The meal, intimate and devoid of alcohol, concluded swiftly, with Luo Yaohua not imposing any further arrangements. As they descended the stairs, they coincidentally encountered He Guanglin approaching. Luo Yaohua smiled and said, Mr. He, what a coincidence. He Guanglin and his entourage approached, unable to contain their amusement as they greeted. So, how have you 2 young brothers consider my proposal? 20,000 for a piece, with at least 100% profit. I could revel in Guangling for several days. Yang Bo glanced at He Guanglin, suggesting, I would indeed consider giving you 20,000. How about you sell me the bracelet on your wrist? He Guanglin lowered his gaze to his wrist, where a newly donned agarwood bracelet gleamed. The agarwood material was worth 500 per gram, making the bracelet's value reach 200,000. He was astonished by the sharpness of his counterpart's eye, which discerned its worth so readily. Young brother, you jest. I initially intended to purchase your bracelet. How has the situation reversed? Yang Bo chuckled, fixing his gaze on He Guanglin, leaving no room for further discussion. Old He, why engage in a contest of wills with the youth? Let us depart. An elderly man pulled He Guanglin along, who followed without protest. Yao Yu inquired about the departing figures. Is that him? Luo Yaohua nodded, and Yao Yu promptly declared, since we have encountered him, brothers, let us linger a while longer. I shall treat you to a splendid spectacle. With that, Yao Yu led the 2 back upstairs, requesting the adjacent private room to sit down, leaving them while he initiated a phone call. After nearly an hour, Yao Yu's phone buzzed. He glanced at it, a smile spreading across his face. All right, let's be patient for a moment longer. Just as he spoke, a piercing scream echoed from outside. He Guanglin, come out here this instant. Both Yang Bo and Luo Yaohua jolted, turning to Yao Yu, who smiled and gestured with his chin towards the door, signaling them to listen attentively. The neighboring room was abuzz with clinking glasses, and soon fell silent, followed by the sound of shuffling chairs. The door opened. Who are you? He Guanglin. Are you feigning ignorance? When you were frolicking in my womb, why didn't you speak thus? Now that you've caused my belly to swell, you claim not to know me? A sharp slap resounded, prompting Luo Yaohua to instinctively shield his face. Oh heavens, why must my fate be so grim? Truly, devoid of conscience, bereft of humanity. Why has the Almighty not dealt with this scoundrel? The voice outside continued. When you were with me, you spoke sweet nothings. Now, you deny everything. How can such a person exist? A cacophony ensued outside, as many from other private rooms emerged, drawn by the commotion, causing chairs and tables to clatter. Inside Yang Bo's room, no one stirred. They could only listen, as stepping outside would only draw more attention to themselves. Oldie, do not deny it. You have indeed enjoyed considerable fortune. You appear barely over 30, and when you weep, it is so enchanting. Oldie, you're truly fortunate. Oldly, cease your nonsense. I assure you, I have never engaged in such conduct. What thick skin this man possessed. Even with his mistress confronting him, he still refused to admit the truth. With his wife absent, what was there to fear? No man is without fault. They only know how to indulge in mistresses. And now he is embroiled in such chaos. Serves him right. Yang Bo, listening to the uproar outside, could not help but chuckle, giving Yao Yu an approving thumbs up. Yao Yu waved his hand dismissively. These matters are trivial. Rest assured, I shall handle everything. Here in Guangling, on my turf, I will not allow you to suffer indignities. Luo Yaohua laughed heartily. Old Yao, you possess remarkable skills. How do you manage to find such individuals? Actors, as long as they are well compensated and leave no traces, are willing to comply. As the conversation among the three unfolded, the clamor of condemnation outside grew increasingly loud. He Guanlin had no choice but to pull the woman inside to negotiate earnestly. The woman resisted vehemently, causing quite a scene, striking several times, until his voice turned stern. Only then did she relent, saying, "If you no longer want me, then give me the money." "What purpose does the child in my womb serve?" He retorted, "This matter is not my doing. Why should I give you anything?" He remained steadfast in his refusal. Enraged, the woman declared, "Fine, I shall visit your home tonight, and let your wife see what sort of man you truly are. Go if you must." With the negotiations collapsing, He Guanlin's friends hastily urged, "Let us settle this amicably. Do not escalate this at home." Infuriated, He Guanlin felt as though everyone instinctively believed he was culpable. Shaking his head, he insisted, "No, take this 100 and leave quickly." One of his colleagues, showing great enthusiasm, handed over 100 yuan. The woman accepted the money and turned to depart. Suddenly, He Guanlin realized, "I do not even know her." The onlookers cast scornful glances in his direction, incredulous that he still denied it at that moment. Each member of He Guanlin's circle harbored their own thoughts, watching the commotion dissipate, leaving him in a state of deep discontent. Arriving in Jinling around 4 in the afternoon, Luo Yaohua had not forgotten about the painting in Yang Bo's possession and could not resist asking, "What secret does that painting hold? Surely, it cannot be that confidential?" Yang Bo, feeling helpless, glanced at the time and replied, "I will call Boss Lu. Let us visit him, and I shall help you unveil the mystery." Yang Bo contacted Lu Yangyu, who happened to be at his shop. The two promptly made their way there and soon arrived. Lu Yangyu greeted them with joy, asking, "Where have you two been?" "We took a trip to Guangling," Yang Bo replied. "He bought a painting and has been hiding it from me. I suspect there is a secret." Lu Yangyu, surprised, inquired, "What kind of painting is so precious?" Yang Bo placed the painting on the table and unfurled it, saying to Lu Yangyu, "Brother, take a look." Lu Yangyu glanced at the artwork, which was by Zhang Xiong, a painter from the late Qing dynasty, and deemed it rather ordinary. Yang Bo chuckled, "Look more closely." Realizing there might be more to it, Lu Yangyu bent down to examine it more thoroughly. Zhang Xiong was known for his floral paintings, and this particular piece, adorned with flowers, exuded an elegance reminiscent of Zhou Zhimian and an ancient charm akin to Wang Wu, embodying his distinctive style. Yet, this could not be the reason Yang Bo urged him to take a second look. After a long moment, Lu Yangyu looked up, unable to discern anything remarkable. Yang Bo pointed at the paper and remarked, "Notice the thickness." Lu Yangyu, enlightened, reached out to touch it, exclaiming in surprise, "Indeed, it is considerably thicker." Yang Bo nodded, saying, "I was hoping you could assist in unveiling the painting. I believe there is more to discover within." Luo Yaohua had heard of such occurrences before, but had never witnessed them firsthand. "Unveiling a painting? I never expected to encounter such a legendary phenomenon." Lu Yangyu laughed. "It's not as mystical as you might think. You will understand once you see it." Lu Yangyu finally settled down, delicately using a thin blade to tease the paper of the artwork. The already damp paper appeared somewhat soft, and soon he managed to lift a thin layer of it. With meticulous care, Lu Yangyu gradually peeled it away, piece by piece, until the entire painting was removed, revealing another masterpiece underneath. Luo Yaohua expressed surprise, wondering if this process was too simple. "It requires skill," he noted. "If too much water is applied, the painting could become thoroughly soaked, leading to potential irreparable damage. It's not as straightforward as one might think," Yang Bo cautioned. Luo Yaohua nodded in agreement. Indeed, that was the case. Lu Yangyu, undistracted by their conversation, leaned over the table to examine the artwork directly. The moisture quickly evaporated, and the image began to sharpen, unveiling a portrait of two elegant women, a lady and her maid. They exuded grace, adorned in dignified attire, their expressions imbued with a captivating allure. The painting bore the stylistic hallmarks of the Tang and Song dynasties. However, upon glancing at the inscriptions, Lu Yangyu exclaimed, "Good heavens, you've struck gold." Yang Bo swiftly turned to inquire about the artist. "Whose work is this?" "It's a painting by Qiuing," Lu Yangyu replied, his tone laced with envy. The value had escalated dramatically, transforming from thousands to millions. A significant leap indeed. Luo Yaohua approached, casting a glance at the painting, and remarked to Yang Bo, "Qiuing from the Ming dynasty, renowned for his depictions of women. I never expected it to be his work." Yang Bo concurred, expressing surprise as well. He had merely thought the paper was rather thick, and given Zhang Xiong's background as an artist, the concealment suggested something more deceptive. Luo Yaohua scoffed, "What luck?" Lu Yangyu eagerly agreed, "Indeed, it seems as if Yang Bo has been kissed by the goddess of fortune. With such discoveries, I might as well close my shop and follow Yang as a means of sustenance." Amidst their laughter, The trio engaged in further discussion. Xiaoying, alongside Xinzhou, Wan Jingming, and Tang Yin, is celebrated as one of the four masters of the Ming dynasty, consistently a focal point in auction houses. A painting of this caliber would be appraised at no less than several million. After concluding their discourse on the artwork, Yang Bo prepared to put it away. Lu Yangyu inquired, "By the way, did you receive an invitation to the recent industry exchange in Jinling?" "Oh, there was indeed an invitation left at my door. But I inadvertently discarded it while cleaning up and didn't bother to examine it closely," Yang Bo explained. Lu Yangyu smiled knowingly, understanding Yang Bo's oversight. He gently advised, "It's beneficial to participate in such events. It allows you to connect with others in the field. The more acquaintances you have, the better." Yang Bo nodded, appreciating the advice. But Lu Yangyu continued, "However, it's not critical to attend every exchange. I didn't go either." Seeing Yang Bo's astonishment, Lu Yangyu chuckled, "Well, I didn't attend the exchange. I heard it was quite the debacle. Due to insufficient funding, the event had to be relocated from a hotel to an outdoor plaza, and ultimately, it was shut down for lacking the proper permits." Yang Bo expressed surprise, noting that this was an exchange hosted by the city of Jinling, which should have attracted a considerable number of participants. How could such a situation arise? Lu Yangyu waved his hand dismissively, noting that due to the low status of the event, many people looked down upon it and would not attend. Furthermore, the organizer lacked the influence to invite any notable figures, resulting in a meager turnout. It was rumored that not a single item exceeding 100,000 was showcased among the 5 pieces present. Yang Bo shook his head, relieved that he had declined the invitation. He then recounted the events of that morning, to which Lu Yangyu chuckled, remarking, "After all, he was once her boss. Such degradation will make future encounters awkward." As dusk descended, Yang Bo invited the two men out for dinner, returning home in high spirits. Subsequently, life gradually returned to a state of tranquility. Yang Bo arrived at his shop punctually each day, opening up, tidying the space, sipping tea, and perusing books. He acquired a few items, predominantly minor trinkets of little value. Days slipped by, and one morning, while engrossed in a book on Qing dynasty history, Li Ling entered. "Boss Yang, long time no see." Yang Bo looked up, poured a cup of tea, and placed it on the table. "Indeed, it has been a while." Li Ling accepted the tea and inquired, "Have you been busy lately?" "Not particularly. Antiquities shops operate at this pace. It's hardly busy," Yang Bo replied. Li Ling continued, "A friend of mine in Luoyang has invited me to view a few items. I was wondering if you would accompany me, as my appraisal skills are still lacking." Yang Bo paused, realizing this was not the first time Li Ling had made such a request. He had previously declined, and once again, he intended to refuse, primarily due to the lingering animosity between them, especially since it appeared he had a hand in sending Xia Tian to prison and subsequently took over his antique shop. "You might want to think it over. Oh, by the way, I heard he has a moving golden toad from the Qing dynasty," Li Ling added. Yang Bo was taken aback. The acquisition of the golden toad was known only to him. Li Ling could not possibly be aware, suggesting that there might indeed be another animated golden toad. "Luoyang? It truly is a splendid place. When did you become acquainted with someone from there?" Yang Bo's curiosity was piqued, almost compelling him to agree immediately, yet he prudently inquired further. "Li Ling smilet internali, recognizing Yang Bo's intrigue." After years of following his uncle, he understood, while that relying solely on the foot traffic and sales of the antique shop would yield minimal profit. Only through constant travel and the pursuit of opportunities could one truly find treasures. Yang Bo nodded slightly, aware of Li Ling's situation. Despite having lingered in the shop for many years, he remained a subordinate, finding it difficult to socialize with experts due to their differing statuses. His initial decision to conceal his identity stemmed from this very reason. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Bo formulated a plan and asked, "When do we leave?" 3 days from now." A flicker of joy appeared on Li Ling's face. Yang Bo nodded. "How shall we get there?" "I'll drive," Li Ling replied. His circumstances considerably better than Yang Bo's. Even Xia Tian had funded his driving lessons, and now that Xia was absent, the vehicle had fallen to him. Without further hesitation, Yang Bo agreed. "Then I shall accompany you on this venture." Li Ling's face lit up with surprise. "Yang Bo, I knew you would help me." The two reminisced about old times, chatting about their past endeavors, before Li Ling took his leave. Yang Bo watched Li Ling's departing figure, furrowing his brow in contemplation. He was uncertain whether Li Ling harbored any malicious intent. The revelations they had exchanged were startling. Yang Bo had long believed that the blueprints he possessed were akin to a treasure map, fragmented into several parts. The appearance of the same golden toad might provide a clue, and he could not afford to relinquish his pursuit so easily. Upon exiting the Shi Hall, Li Ling swiftly turned into an alley and settled into a car. The man in the driver's seat glanced at Li Ling and inquired, "So what's the verdict?" Li Ling nodded, confirming his agreement. The driver could not suppress a hearty laugh. "I knew it. This little fox cannot be that formidable. He can guard himself for a moment, but can he shield himself for a lifetime?" Seated in the passenger seat, Li Ling did not exhibit much excitement. Over time, his animosity towards Yang Bo had diminished. While Yang Bo had indeed erred in handling matters concerning his uncle, would the uncle have strayed onto the wrong path had he not succumbed to that situation? Unaware of Li Ling's contemplative state, the driver continued, "A moving golden toad? Huh. I have only seen one once with my brother. How could there be so many wondrous things in this world? I never imagined he could be so easily deceived." Realizing he had misspoken, the driver quickly fell silent, casting a glance at Li Ling, who appeared lost in thought and seemingly oblivious. This reassured him, and he spoke to Li Ling. "As for the situation in Luoyang, just wait calmly. I am heading there now to make all the necessary arrangements." Li Ling turned to inquire, "What are your plans upon reaching Luoyang?" "I am still young and do not wish to engage in anything overly reckless. I hope for no casualties." The man waved his hand dismissively. "Rest assured, I would never act in such a manner, even if prompted. I possess a fair amount of wealth. I intend to live my life freely and fully. Someone like him is not worth my life." With this, Li Ling felt a sense of relief. "I hope you will keep your promise. You need not worry." The following day, Yang Bo called Luo Yaohua to discuss matters regarding Luoyang. However, Luo Yaohua lamented, "Brother, come rescue me. I've been confined by my old man. If you come to discuss serious matters with me, he might just release me." Hesitating, Yang Bo replied, "If that's the case, perhaps it would be best to let it go. Brother, you cannot abandon me in my time of need. From now on, whenever you require assistance, I will be there for you without hesitation. Please come and get me out of here." Uncertain of the circumstances, Yang Bo inquired for an address and took a taxi to Luo Yaohua's residence. It was inconvenient without a car. Yang Bo had contemplated learning to drive numerous times, but had always postponed it due to a lack of time. However, upon arriving outside Luo Yaohua's community, the thought resurfaced. After calling Luo Yaohua, the security guard permitted him entry. The community where Luo Yaohua lived consisted mainly of standalone villas. Yang Bo recalled that Luo's father was a city council leader, making their residence in such a community unsurprising. As the doorbell rang, Luo Yaohua opened the door and softly cautioned, "Today my father is at home and not in the best of spirits, so exercise caution." Yang Bo was taken aback. He had never encountered such high-ranking leaders before and could not help but inquire, "Isn't today Friday? Why isn't your father at work?" Leaders naturally possess a certain flexibility. Luo Yaohua replied. Yang Bo, attempting to withdraw, was suddenly grasped by Luo Yaohua, who implored, "Brother, I earnestly seek your assistance this time. My entrepreneurial aspirations and potential success hinge entirely upon your performance today." Yang Bo shook his head, responding, "Luo Ge, I can only offer you psychological support for your venture." With that, he attempted to leave once more. "Yaohua, why haven't you brought the guest inside yet?" A deep voice resonated from within. With no choice but to comply, Yang Bo followed him inside. The living room was spacious, though the furnishings appeared somewhat antiquated. He barely had time to survey the surroundings before he noticed a middle-aged man with a square face, seated on the sofa, bearing some resemblance to Luo Yaohua. He quickly greeted, "Hello, Uncle Luo." Luo Yaohua introduced, "Father, this is Yang Bo, the young man I often mention. Though he is young, he surpasses many seasoned experts in the field of cultural relic appraisal." Uncle Luo nodded, a warm smile gracing his face. "Luoyang, come sit down. I have frequently heard Yaohua speak of you. It is indeed a pleasure to meet you in person. You are quite spirited." He waved his hand dismissively, adding, "You tend to be a bit rough around the edges. If it doesn't cause any trouble, that would suffice. Don't expect him to accomplish anything substantial." Luo Yaohua, seated nearby and feeling the awkwardness, could not help but interject, "Father, such remarks are unwarranted. As the saying goes, Gao re-exin, re-re-exin. You re-exin. One must not remain static in their judgments." Chapter 105, A Date. Luo's side raised his gaze towards Luo Yaohua, somewhat astonished yet gratified. He had always believed the son was overly indulged and often engaged in troublesome endeavors, but these few words provided him with comfort. After a lengthy silence, Luo's side spoke. "Yaohua, I am indeed pleased to hear your thoughts, and I agree with your gradual approach. However, actions speak louder than words, and I wish to ascertain your true capacity for execution in this matter." Yang Bo smiled and remarked, "Uncle Luo, it seems you have spent little time with Luo Ge over the past 2 years, haven't you?" Luo sighed, turned to Yang Bo, asking, "What makes you say that?" Although I have not spent much time with Luo Ge, I believe he possesses execution capabilities. Previously, when we collaborated on a case in the underground auction scene, Luo Ge performed admirably on-site, ultimately apprehending the criminals through great effort. As he spoke, Yang Bo glanced at Luo's side, who appeared deep in thought. He continued, "As the central city of the Yangtze River Delta, Yuhang boasts the Shilling Seal Engraving Society, while Shunsheng has Dua Yongshuan and Shangpai. Yet, Jinling lacks even a single renowned auction house. This situation is ripe for change, and Luo Ge's establishment of an auction house aligns with the prevailing trend. With ideals, aspirations, and execution capabilities, he is poised to seize this moment. Uncle Luo, you should support him." As Yang Bo's words fell, the room fell into silence. Luo Yaohua was taken aback. He initially intended for Yang Bo to showcase his expertise in appraisal to impress his father, but instead, Yang Bo delivered a lengthy discourse. Luo's side pondered for a long moment before turning to Luo Yaohua, acknowledging, "Little Yang is correct. We indeed lack communication and interaction. I had no idea you had accomplished so much recently." With a gentle sigh, Luo's side continued, "My opposition to your entrepreneurial pursuits stemmed from my selfishness. Your ventures in my domain would inevitably attract gossip and scrutiny. However, since my transfer is imminent and you have resolved to pursue this path, I shall not hinder you." Luo Yaohua felt an exhilarating surge of joy. "Dad, is that truly the case? Are you being promoted?" Unfamiliar with the intricacies of officialdom, Yang Bo was oblivious to its implications. Luo Yaohua's joy bubbled forth. "Congratulations, Dad. You finally made it. Impudent child. The paperwork is not yet finalized. Refrain from speaking out of turn." Luo's side admonished. "Now, I must head to work. You two should take a stroll." Luo Yaohua exchanged a conspiratorial glance with Yang Bo. "Come, weren't you supposed to discuss matters with me? Let's head to your shop." Nodding, Luo Yaohua recalled that he had been transferred at the same level a few years ago and had recently handled several significant cases, perhaps indicating that the time had come for him to ascend. "I truly appreciate your help today. Without you, he would likely have remained obstinate," Luo Yaohua expressed. Yang Bo shook his head. "Uncle Luo was likely nearing agreement anyway. He merely sought to prod you, and I played a minimal role." Upon returning to the shop, Luo Yaohua eagerly inquired, "What was the purpose of your call?" Yang Bo recounted his dealings with Li Ling and mentioned the trip to Luoyang. Luo Yaohua wholeheartedly agreed. "Your suspicions are well-founded. In the antiques trade, even a minor mistake can be exploited. Your concerns regarding safety are also valid." Suddenly, a smile broke across Luo Yaohua's face as he playfully remarked, "However, seeking assistance from your older brother was a wise choice. I have friends across the globe, and in a historic city like Luoyang, I can surely find someone I know. Rest assured." Yang Bo gazed at him in astonishment, sensing that Luo Yaohua was far more complex than he appeared, as if he had connections in every corner of the country. Luo Yaohua shook his head, offering no further explanation. "I'll reach out to that friend, and we can dine together soon." With that, he retrieved his phone and made a call. Yang Bo was taken aback, but recalling that Luo Yaohua could drive a luxury car in the capital and that Luo's side had been assigned there, he surmised that Luo Yaohua's background was likely more intricate than it seemed. While Luo Yaohua continued his call, a young woman in a white dress entered the room. She was graceful and stood before Yang Bo like a delicate lotus blossom. Yang Bo rose to greet her. "Xiaoxian, you've arrived. Please take a seat." Yi Xiaoxian nodded gently and sat down. "The tea isn't ready yet. Please wait a moment." Yang Bo gestured toward the boiling water. Yi Xiaoxian extended her slender arm and waved her hand dismissively. "It's fine. I'm not thirsty. Are you not working today?" Yang Bo asked. Yi Xiaowan nodded, acknowledging that today was a day of respite. The two sat together in silence, devoid of substantial conversation. In the presence of Yang Bo, Yi Xiaoxian often appeared overly reserved, lacking her usual vivacity. Yang Bo, naturally reticent, found himself at a loss for words. Yi Xiaoxian rose abruptly, exclaiming, No, there isn't much to discuss. Please continue your conversation. I shall speak a few words and take my leave, so as not to disturb Yang Bo during his work." The poor girl still seemed to perceive Luo Yaohua as the superior, while Yang Bo remained but a mere employee in her eyes. Unaware of Yang Bo's previous excuse, Luo Yaohua chuckled, "It's perfectly fine. Let's engage in conversation." Yi Xiaoxian, feeling somewhat anxious, turned to Yang Bo and inquired, "I wish to visit Jiming Temple tomorrow. Would you accompany me?" Noticing Yang Bo's hesitation, she hastily added, "If you are unavailable, it's quite all right. My sister and brother-in-law will also be going." Yang Bo, initially reluctant, felt a pang of guilt at her demeanor, and finally conceded. Very well. We shall go together tomorrow. Oh, and I will bring Luo Yaohua along as well. Yi Shaoxian cast a glance at Luo Yaohua, responding, that is acceptable. In Chapter 106, Jimming Temple, Luo Yaohua shot a disapproving look at Yangbo, saying, I may not have time tomorrow. Isn't it perfect for you to accompany the young lady? Yi Shaoxian reassured Luo Yaohua, it's all right. I have a colleague who will also be going. We can go together. With no other option, Luo Yaohua relented, very well. I shall postpone my plans for tomorrow. Let us all visit Jimming Temple to pay our respects. Yi Shaoxian nodded gently, her appearance having grown increasingly delicate since their last encounter. Her round, cherubic face had transformed into a more refined, oval shape, accentuated by a pointed chin, rendering her even more charming. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave, Yi Shaoxian stated. Yangbo glanced at the time, suggesting, let us have lunch together before you depart. Yi Shaoxian responded with a soft before turning to leave. Luo Yaohua playfully patted Yangbo on the shoulder, urging, aren't you going to see her off? Yangbo shot him a glare, still grappling with how to navigate their relationship, while Luo Yaohua seemed intent on meddling. Nonetheless, feeling obliged, Yangbo rose to follow her. Upon reaching the door, Yi Shaoxian turned back, saying, there's no need to see me off. I can manage on my own. Nonsense. Let me accompany you a bit further. Yangbo insisted. I shall see you to the bus. Yi Shaoxian nodded, though her expression revealed little joy. Once she boarded the bus, she retrieved her phone and dialed, sister. I am on the bus, waiting for you at the next stop. What? Why'd you take the bus? Didn't I say to wait for you in the alley? Yi Shaoxian. He insisted on accompanying me. So, I simply boarded a random bus, Yi Shaoxian explained. Yi Shaoli sighed. Just wait a moment. I will be there shortly. Yu Mingwei, seated in the passenger seat, burst into laughter. You two are quite the characters. Yangbo shook his head. I will contemplate this matter further. Also, please refrain from using me as a shield next time. You know how unpleasant it is to be a third wheel. Luo Yaohua lamented dramatically. The following day, Yangbo arrived at the store. Luo Yaohua soon arrived, legs crossed, sipping tea while observing Yangbo tidying up. Unable to refrain from commenting, he remarked, your business seems rather mediocre. Does the income even cover the rent? Roughly, though it doesn't exceed it by much, Yangbo replied. Luo Yaohua appeared somewhat speechless. Then wouldn't it be better not to run a shop? You'd save a considerable amount of effort and not have to toil so hard. Yangbo paused momentarily, clutching a cloth, before resuming his cleaning. One must always engage in some endeavor. Running a shop keeps me occupied. When I'm busy, I avoid idleness. And life feels more meaningful. Taking a sip of tea, Luo Yaohua remarked, why does it seem to me that your life is rather monotonous? You neither visit nightclubs nor pursue romantic relationships, and you never drink. What do you believe is the essence of your existence? Do you have any aspirations? Yangbo halted once more, this time having completed his task. He had indeed contemplated such questions over the past 2 years, during which he believed that the purpose of earning and saving money was solely to accumulate enough for medical expenses. Luo Yaohua sputtered, unable to swallow his tea. What? Are you planning to open a private museum? Private museums are quite common globally, yet they remain a rarity domestically. Moreover, the artifacts required for collection must be systematically curated, exceptionally valuable, and capable of attracting public interest, much more challenging than establishing an auction house. Yangbo nodded. Yes, a museum. Luo Yaohua stared in astonishment for a while before giving Yangbo a thumbs up. You are indeed impressive. The sound of an engine approached from outside, prompting Yangbo to look up and see Yi Shaoxian entering. Shall we go? Yi Shaowan invited. Luo Yaohua stood up. Shaoxian, having me as a third must feel awkward. Just pretend I'm not here and ignore me. Yi Shaoxian chuckled softly. I brought a female colleague. Luo Yaohua was momentarily taken aback. Shaoxian, if she is not pretty, I'll have to trouble Yangbo. With that, Luo Yaohua dashed out ahead. Yangbo and Yi Shaoxian followed, locking the door before settling into the passenger seat. Yangbo noticed Fan Yu sitting in the back. She was the nurse previously assigned to care for Yang's father. Fan Yu had fair skin. While not exceptionally beautiful, she was certainly above average. Luo Yaohua sat upright, driving the car. He turned to Yi Shaoxian and asked, aren't your sister and brother-in-law arriving? They're just ahead. Yi Shaoxian replied. Yangbo turned to see the familiar vehicle ahead. Fan Yu, having likely received a hint from Luo Yaohua, initiated a conversation with him upon entering the car. Luo Yaohua appeared reserved, speaking in an affected tone that felt rather strange. As they conversed, Luo Yaohua cast a glance at Yangbo, clearly dissatisfied with Fan Yu, who Yangbo chose to ignore. Jiming Temple, situated on the foothills of Jilong Mountain, was established during the Western Jin Dynasty and is one of the oldest Buddhist temples in Jinling. It has historically been revered as the foremost temple of the southern dynasties, holding the title of the premier Buddhist center in southern China during that era. At the foot of the resplendent Chicken Cry Temple, a group of visitors parked their vehicle and ascended the mountain, encountering a throng of worshippers eager to offer their incense. In a bid to create an opportunity for her sister, Yi Xiaoli and her husband greeted Yang Bo before wandering off on their own. Although Luo Yaohua found Fang Yu's incessant inquiries somewhat tiresome, he wisely stepped aside, leaving Yang Bo and Yi Xiaoxian to walk behind. "Do you believe in Buddhism?" Yang Bo inquired. Yi Xiaoxian hesitated momentarily, shaking her head in response, indicating a lack of deep faith. Yang Bo smiled gently, recognizing this as a typical sentiment among the Chinese, and continued, "Then what do you hope to achieve by burning incense today?" Chapter 107. Seeking Divination. Yang Bo felt a bit perplexed. If she was truly devout, how could she expect the incense to yield results? Sinjirite birins effikaki, yeshaowan replied. Yang Bo chuckled softly and chose not to pursue the topic further. In the midst of them, Fang Yu, initially reluctant to join, had been persuaded by Yi Xiaoxian with the promise of encountering a wealthy and handsome man. Now, observing Luo Yaohua, she felt quite pleased. "I heard you were a police officer?" Fang Yu ventured, striking up a conversation with Luo Yaohua. Luo Yaohua frowned and shook his head. "I used to be a police officer, but I resigned a long time ago." Fang Yu maintained her smile, continuing with genuine curiosity. "So what do you do now?" "What is there to do? I spend my days out with friends, enjoying life, or visiting nightclubs and bars. I'm young. If I don't indulge now, when will I?" Luo Yaohua, well acquainted with the women he met, recognized her underlying intent and resorted to self-deprecation. "Oh." Fang Yu feigned surprise before laughing. "You're doing splendidly. A man ought to know how to enjoy himself. I do admire such charisma." Luo Yaohua coughed slightly, unable to suppress his curiosity. "You can tolerate such a lifestyle?" "A man capable of revelry is truly impressive. Some aspire to such a life, yet cannot achieve it," Fang Yu asserted. Luo Yaohua was taken aback, not anticipating her materialistic perspective could extend to such lengths. Fang Yu turned to him. "What does your family do?" Luo Yaohua glanced toward Yang Bo, silently acknowledging the sacrifice he made for his friend as happiness, resigning himself to endure such a woman. At the forefront, Yi Xiaoli and Yu Mingwei observed Yang Bo and Yi Xiaoxian finally engaging in conversation, which relieved them. Yu Mingwei glanced at Luo Yaohua, recognizing him as a significant figure, particularly given the strong bond he shared with Yang Bo. If Yi Xiaoxian could indeed connect with Yang Bo, their future would be secure. Yi Xiaoli frowned, unable to restrain her disapproval. Why not forge your own path? What kind of man schemes against his own family? Yu Mingwei, aware that he must not offend his wife, quickly replied, "I'm merely considering our family's future. If Yi Xiaoxian succeeds, it will be beneficial for her and advantageous for us in the long run." As neither of her parents has yet retired, Yi Xiaoli mused that resolving their compensation issues would indeed be beneficial in the future. Reflecting on her parents' arduous lives, where their ranks had never truly ascended, she felt a pang of sorrow as they approached retirement. Addressing their financial concerns at this juncture might hinge on merely a few words, and she couldn't help but feel a sense of despair. While others might not grasp the intricacies of the situation, she understood that their relationship had not yet reached that critical point. Before even entering the Jiming Temple, they could see the towering Medicine Buddha Pagoda, which soared over 40 meters high. It was Yang Bo's first visit, and he was unfamiliar with the surroundings. Yi Xiaoxian stood beside him, offering explanations. Naturally, the temple was replete with various sacred artifacts, such as prayer beads, fragrant Nama Buddha statues, and peachwood swords. Yi Xiaoxian observed them with delight, yet refrained from making any purchases. As the fragrant sandalwood wafted through the air, Yang Bo felt a sense of tranquility wash over him. Despite the ceaseless hustle and bustle of recent times, which had generally proceeded smoothly, he still found himself burdened by many considerations, often feeling overwhelmed. Soon, the group entered the main hall, where long lines had formed, as Jiming Temple was renowned for the accuracy of its divination. Several young women wished to draw lots, and they joined the queue. Yu Mingwei, eager to display his knowledge, remarked cheerfully, "Jiming Temple is famous for its auspicious divination." In 1946, Gomru all visited here and drew a lot that stated, "Dressing with decorum restores old family virtues." It speaks of unintended success amidst adversity, with three parties convening in harmony. What does this mean? Yi Xiaoli inquired, aware of her husband's scholarly inclinations. This divination was notably prophetic, with media at the time interpreting it as a reflection of the victory in the war of resistance against Japan. The phrase about unintended success highlighted Guimorwa's contributions to the war effort, while the latter part referred to the ongoing negotiations between the nationalists and communists, which the news media dubbed the three-person conference involving the nationalists, communists, and Americans. Ro Yaowa glanced at Yu Mingwei, realizing the connection. Their conversation finally sparked as Yu Mingwei continued. Guimorwa was a cultural giant, playing a significant role in advancing the peace process for our nation. Ro Yaowa furrowed his brow slightly, remaining silent. He was unaware that, influenced by his grandfather from a young age, he held little respect for his actions. Before long, the line dwindled, and the men expressed reluctance to draw lots. Xia Tian dashed forward to obtain a divination stick. Without waiting for the interpretation, she hurried back to Yang Bo, eager to show him. Yang Bo smiled as he accepted the stick, noticing that the text was written in traditional Chinese characters, which did not hinder his understanding. It read, "When the lotus leaves flourish, the spring evokes sorrow. When they wither, autumn brings forth lament. Aware of love's enduring presence, one gazes longingly at the river, listening to its flowing sound." Upon reading the text, Yang Bo couldn't help but frown, for even without an interpretation, the literal meaning suggested it might indeed be an unfavorable omen. Just as he was about to advise Xia Tian against seeking an explanation, his phone rang unexpectedly. Seeing that it was his mother calling, he quickly answered. "Xiao Bo, hurry over. Something has happened." His mother's voice was laced with distress. Yang Bo was taken aback. "Mom, please take your time and tell me what is going on. I will come right away." Xiaolang has fallen into debt once more, and a group of individuals is gathered at the door, threatening to douse the place in paint with a canister of gasoline in hand. Are they intent on setting us ablaze? Yang Bo furrowed his brow, despite his exasperation with Yang Lang's antics. He could not stand idly by while his parents endured such torment. "I will be there momentarily," he declared. He gestured to Luo Yaowa. "Brother Luo, come with me." As Luo Yaowa approached, he inquired, "What is the matter?" Xia Tian, disregarding her divination, promptly interjected, "We should all go together. If something has occurred at Andy's place, my knowledge of nursing could prove useful. It is merely a brawl. Your presence would be of no avail." "The two of us can handle it," Yang Bo retorted. "Rest assured, I can take care of myself." Yishao Wan insisted. With no other option, Yang Bo conceded, "Very well, let us head over at once." After exchanging pleasantries with the couple, the trio hastened down the mountain. Fortunately, Jiming Temple was situated at the foot of the hill, not too high, and they descended within a little over 10 minutes. Upon arriving at the scene in haste, Yang Bo was met with the sight of the exterior wall covered in a myriad of derogatory slogans, and paint splattered across the door, while several burly men stood outside, incessantly hurling insults. Chapter 108. Det Yang Bo did not rush in. Instead, he took cover nearby and dialed the police before making his approach. How did it come to this? He mused, observing the crimson paint scrawled with the words "Repay your debts," an unequivocal statement that made him frown involuntarily. As one of the muscular men noticed Yang Bo's approach, he stepped forward. "What do you want, kid? Stay out of our business." "How much does Yang Lang owe you?" Yang Bo inquired. "Who do you think you are? Are you trying to meddle in affairs that don't concern you?" The man retorted. Yang Bo grasped the situation, but chose not to elaborate further. Soon, the police arrived on the scene, making quick work of apprehending a few individuals without much inquiry. Luo Yaohua engaged in a brief negotiation, addressing the hulking men. "The paint you've spilled must be cleaned up post-haste. Are you here to collect a debt or to take a life?" Having said that, Luo Yaohua turned to the station chief. "Brother Sean, this truly is a predicament." Sean shook his head. "Young Master Luo, feel free to command me as needed. We must find time to share a drink together." "Indeed, Brother Sean. Your willingness to drink is commendable. We must make it happen." Luo Yaohua replied with a smile. He then pulled Brother Sean aside, hesitantly murmuring, "Brother Sean, there is something I'm uncertain about whether to voice." Brother Sean waved his hand to dismiss his subordinates, signaling them to leave, before saying, "We are brothers. There is nothing that cannot be discussed." Today, those men arrived with gasoline. I cannot ascertain their courage to ignite it, but this is a residential area. Even if they lack the resolve, should the debtor feel cornered and ignite the gasoline, the consequences would be dire. Luo Yaohua pointed towards the gasoline on the ground. "Brother Sean, you are still young, and your future is boundless. If such a situation arises, it could spell disaster for your life." Yang Bo entered the house to find his father seated on the sofa, his face stern and grave, while his mother clutched a pillow, weeping. Yang Lang lay on the floor, mumbling, "Old man, it's merely 3,000 yuan. You refuse to part with it, and they will surely return." As Yang Lang's words fell, he turned to glance outside the door and was startled to see Yang Bo enter. Rising to his feet, he exclaimed, "Xiao Bo, what brings you here?" Yang Bo, with a stern expression, approached him without uttering a single word. "If a person is excessively indulgent, there's truly no hope," he remarked, inquiring, "How much do you owe?" 3,000, merely 3,000 yuan, Yang Lang replied, a smile of servility gracing his face. For the matter of money had stripped him of his dignity. Yang Bo then cast a knowing look at Yang's father. He was acutely aware that upon discharge from the hospital, Yang's father must have possessed a considerable sum, and even after purchasing furniture, it would hardly account for much. Was it truly impossible to procure just 3,000? "Xiao Bo, you have finally arrived," Yang's mother cried out, her voice thick with emotion. "Mother, it's all right now. Everyone has been sent away," Yang Bo gently reassured her. Xia Tian promptly stepped forward, embracing Yang's mother and offering quiet comfort. "It's all your father's fault. Refusing to part with 3,000 yuan and insisting I call you," Yang's mother explained, disregarding the disapproving gaze of Yang's father. "I hope we haven't interrupted your business," she added. Yang Bo shook his head. "It's no trouble." Yang Bo turned his attention back to his father, fully understanding his intent. Previously, a single phone call from him had dispelled the debt collectors, and he had managed to clear a much larger debt without issue. This time, Yang's father aimed to conserve funds while seeking a permanent resolution. Yang's father shot a glare at Yang's mother before stating stiffly, "Xiao Bo, you possess considerable talent. We owe you a great debt for this incident. Your elder brother is of no use, and we shall rely on you moving forward." Yang Bo remained silent. As two police officers entered the room, one of whom called out, "Who is Yang Lang?" For the past 2 years, Yang Lang had harbored a profound fear of the police. Trembling, he curled up on the ground. Yang's father, initially composed, leapt up in alarm, exclaiming, "Comrades, you cannot simply arrest someone." Recognizing Yang Bo and his entourage, the officers understood their background. They glanced at Luo Yaohua, awaiting a signal. Upon receiving none, they stated, "Yang Lang is suspected of gambling. We kindly ask for your cooperation to avoid complicating matters." Yang's father grew anxious. "Comrades, he is not engaged in gambling. You cannot take him away." Yang Bo said nothing, observing Yang Lang, who was no stranger to this predicament. His chances of reform were slim. Perhaps it would be better for him to serve time and undergo transformation. In a fit of despair, Yang Lang wept, "Xiao Bo, you cannot let me go to such a place. I cannot endure it." "Indeed, Xiao Bo, Xiao Lang has never faced hardship. How could he withstand prison?" Yang's father urged. Yang Bo felt an overwhelming irritation toward his father, who had long displayed favoritism towards Yang Lang, a bias that had become increasingly evident over the past 2 years. This preferential treatment had ultimately led them to this juncture. Yet, a flicker of compassion stirred within him. After a moment's hesitation, he turned to Luo Yaohua, who sighed inwardly. "I shall intervene to settle the gambling debts." Yang's father, filled with gratitude, exclaimed, "Thank you, young Master Luo. Thank you." He hurried into the inner room to retrieve 3,000 yuan in red bills, declaring, "We will repay. We will repay." Yang's mother followed suit, bowing and expressing, "Thank you, young Master Luo." Yang Lang was led away by the two officers, though he appeared considerably more composed than before. Yang Bo was reluctant to linger any longer in that room, swiftly turning to exit. Luo Yaohua followed suit, while Yi Shaoxian supported Yang's mother, promptly addressing her, "Annie, I must take my leave now. We shall converse another time." Once inside the car, Yang Bo could not suppress a deep sigh, pondering that encountering such parents was perhaps Yang Lang's misfortune. Luo Yaohua chuckled, "Why do I feel like laughing? Surely, you cannot be the biological child of your parents. You seem so different from them." Yang's uncle and godmother were too overt in their favoritism. How could the treatment of two sons differ so vastly? Yi Shaowan chiming, expressing her discontent. Yang Bo shook his head. "Let's put this matter to rest. I hope he can turn over a new leaf." He felt weary of this situation and had no desire to see that father-son duo again. Chapter 109, Luoyang. Luo Yaohua, with a look of heartfelt distress, admonished, "That girl has gone to such lengths to invite you out for divination. If I am not mistaken, she must be seeking a fortune in love. Yet, you remain as cold as stone. I am at a loss for words. If you have nothing to say, then perhaps it is best to remain silent." Yambo retorted sharply. Luo Yaohua was so incensed that he was nearly hopping in frustration, unable to articulate his anger. Yang Bo, recognizing the futility, finally said, "Very well. I will handle this matter." Luo Yaohua, resigned, chose not to press further. 2 days passed swiftly. When Li Ling arrived at Shi Hall once more, Yang Bo and Luo Yaohua had already been waiting for some time. Surprised to see Luo Yaohua, Li Ling inquired, and Yang Bo explained. The drive from Jinling to Luoyang takes 7 to 8 hours. I brought along a friend who can share the driving duties. Although Luoyang is an ancient capital, its transportation is less than convenient. A train ride from Jinling takes 10 hours, making driving the more feasible option, covering over 700 kilometers. Li Ling nodded, feeling a tinge of wariness. Yang Bo's actions clearly indicated he was cautious, which was wise. Driving alone could be exhausting. That makes it easier. I appreciate your help. Li Ling smiled, optimistic that if the journey went smoothly, they could enjoy not just 2 days, but perhaps even 10 days or more of leisure. After stowing their luggage in the trunk, the trio set off towards Luoyang. With over 500 years of history as a capital, Luoyang has been the throne for 105 emperors and is renowned for its peonies, earning the title of the Millennial Imperial Capital and the Peony City. Departing just after 8 in the morning, they finally arrived at their reserve hotel by 5 in the afternoon. Although Yang Bo did not drive, sitting in the car for so long proved to be quite exhausting. Upon reaching the hotel, the three checked into their respective rooms, and Luo Yaohua drove off to visit friends. Yang Bo sought out Li Ling for dinner, only to find him disheveled upon opening the door. Shall we grab a bite? Yang Bo inquired. Li Ling, ruffling his hair and stifling a yawn, replied, I'm just too worn out. I think I'll rest for a bit. You go ahead and eat. Yang Bo nodded. Very well. Please take care and rest well. Closing the door, Li Ling leaned against it, panting heavily. He had indeed been asleep moments earlier, but was jolted awake by a nightmare in which he failed his mission and was shot dead by Luo Yaohua. It then struck him that throughout their journey, Yang Bo had never introduced Luo Yaohua, leaving Li Ling in ignorance of what role he played. However, Luo Yaohua's tall and robust physique made Li Ling wonder if an unforeseen calamity might truly occur. After a moment's contemplation, his unease lingered. Lei Ting had yet to disclose the specific operational plan, leaving him shrouded in uncertainty. He retrieved his phone and dialed Lei Ting's number. Li Ling, how are you? Have you arrived in Luoyang? Lei Ting's cheerful laughter resonated through the line, reflecting his good spirits. Yes, I have arrived, Li Ling replied, sitting on the edge of his bed. Boss Lei, how is the preparation on your end coming along? Rest assured, I've been in this game for quite some time and arrived ahead of you. Surely, I can manage such trivial matters, Lei Ting assured him. Li Ling muttered to himself. Boss Lei, I still feel somewhat uneasy. Could you share the detailed operational plan with me, so I can be prepared? Lei Ting brushed off his concerns. Li Ling, trust me, everything has been meticulously arranged, and there will be no mishaps. Your uncle's vengeance will certainly be avenged. Yet, Li Ling remained unconvinced, insisting, Boss Lei, you might not realize that while Yang Bo appears dull-witted, he is remarkably perceptive. He has brought along a friend this time, which suggests he may be suspicious. If I am not informed of the operational plan in advance, and something goes awry, who will bear the responsibility if he escapes? Fuming, Lei Ting gripped his phone, taken aback by Li Ling's audacity to threaten him, despite Li Ling being a crucial part of their scheme due to his familiarity with Yang Bo. He would never have involved him if it weren't for that connection. Just follow the plan and lure him over. You need not concern yourself with the subsequent events. Lei Ting's tone turned frosty, yet he refrained from revealing further details. Very well, Li Ling concluded, hanging up the phone and reclining on his bed, a sense of dread washing over him. The sudden emergence of that figure always instilled a feeling of peril reminiscent of the days leading up to his uncle's incident. Yang Bo exited the hotel, making his way directly to a narrow alley. Luoyang is renowned for its street food, such as the famed soup from Bufantang, Sima family's donkey meat soup, and Ma Jia's mutton soup. But Yang Bo believed that the chances of discovering true culinary delights lay more within the alleyways. Sure enough, he soon stumbled upon a restaurant with a long queue, its sign declaring it was Ma Jia mutton soup. Smiling, he approached the line. After some time, he finally procured a bowl of soup amidst the bustling crowd and managed to find a spot at a shared table in the corner. The mutton soup was rich and creamy, garnished with cilantro and green onions, and tasted piping hot, leaving a fragrant aftertaste. Across from him sat an elderly man, savoring a large flatbread with evident delight. Upon encountering Yang Bo, the elder chuckled. Young man, what brings you here? Have we not met before? The large flatbread in the elder's hand was as thick as his face, and Yang Bo smiled, admitting, indeed, I have not seen such a thing before. The elder continued with a hearty laugh. From your accent, I gather you hail from the south, where your portions are modest. How could one possibly feel satiated with such a small bowl of rice? He gestured animatedly, his voice resonating with cheerfulness. Good sir, your robust health and hearty appetite are indeed a blessing. Young Boro Marquette, the elder took a vigorous bite of his flatbread and inquired, Are you here in Luoyang for leisure? Some matters brought me here, and I thought to enjoy a bit of sightseeing as well. Yang Bo replied, taking a smaller flatbread for himself. The elder nodded knowingly. Ah, the youth today are often busy with their affairs. By the way, what is your profession? I operate an antique shop in Jinling, engaging in the trade of antiquities. Yang Bo responded. Antique trade? The elder expressed surprise, scrutinizing Yang Bo, clearly taken aback by the young man's choice of vocation. Yang Bo met the elder's gaze with a smile and said, Do you doubt my word? The elder shook his head, still astonished. It is indeed surprising. Typically, those in this line of work are of a more advanced age. To see someone so young, running an antique shop rather than an auction house, is truly remarkable.